Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 298, Chapter 298 First Battle with Jigen. Otsutsuki. Rakushiki. Jigen's voice carried a suppressed, icy killing intent. Who are you exactly? He stared fixedly at the still-composed black-haired youth before him, his eyes filled with incredible shock and a trace of fury from having his reverse scale touched. That elegant composure, as if everything was under control, vanished completely at this moment. Without waiting for the other's response, Jigen flipped his wrist, and a short rod about a foot long, completely black, materialized in his hand. It was a black chakra rod created using Wind Release. He swung his arm, the black rod whistling as it tore through the air, shooting straight at Menma's face. This attack was as fast as instant transmission, containing power enough to easily pierce steel. Facing this sudden deadly attack, Menma didn't even bat an eye. He just seemingly casually raised his right hand and gently waved his palm in front of him. Ding! A crisp sound, like copper chimes striking. That black rod, which would make a Kaguya-level expert take seriously, was effortlessly flicked away by the back of his hand. The black rod shot back at an even faster speed, stabbing towards Jigen's chest. Jigen's pupils contracted. He reacted extremely quickly, reaching out to catch the returning black rod. But the moment his fingers touched the black rod, a terrifying repulsive force, vast beyond imagination, transmitted fiercely through the black rod. Boom. Jigen's entire person, along with the luxurious desk behind him, the expensive carpet, and large sections of the floor and wall, were violently sent flying and shattered by this invisible tremendous force. The side wall of the entire office was blown open into a huge hole. The gale, carrying cold rain, instantly poured in, washing chaotic tracks through the billowing dust. Jigen stabilized his stand somewhat disheveled on the ground full of rubble. His pristine white robe was dampened by the blast's aftermath and rain, stained with dirt. He raised his head, looking towards Menma, who remained seated safe and sound, not even a corner of his clothes disheveled. For the first time in 1,000 years, he showed gravity and suspicion. Through the dust and rain curtain, he clearly saw that the youth's eyes had changed. The left eye was a Mangekyo Sharingan rotating slowly like a vortex, while the right eye was pure white, with veins slightly bulging around the pupil. Sharingan, and Byakugan. Jigen's voice was hoarse with disbelief. Are you a contingency left by that bitch Kaguya? Such a combination of dojutsu didn't seem naturally born, making him inevitably think of that woman who betrayed and nearly killed him. Menma slowly stood up. The rainwater seemed to slide off an invisible barrier near his body. He chuckled lightly, with a hint of mockery, raised his right hand, chakra condensing in his palm. A black rod identical to the one in Jigen's hand rapidly took form. I have no relation with Kaguya. Menma played with the black rod in his hand, his tone flat. If I must say, I'm just a passing ninja. Jigen's eyes sharpened. He said no more. He knew words were meaningless now. The other knew his identity, possessed bizarre dojutsu and power. His purpose was definitely not simple. Even though he couldn't think of anyone on this planet besides the sealed Kaguya who knew of his existence. A cold and vast chakra suddenly erupted from Jigen's body. The skin on his body surface rapidly emerged with black wedge-shaped markings covering his entire body like tattoos. These markings emitted a pressuring aura far exceeding before. Jigen's aura also became unfathomable. Stage 1. Entering this state, Jigen's confidence returned. He believed that with this power transcending the mundane, he could deal with any so-called strong individual in the ninja world. Even if the other party wasn't Kaguya's contingency, it was enough to capture him. I don't sense the pure Otsutsuki clan's bloodline aura on you. Jigen's voice became low and filled with majesty, like a high and mighty deity. You are not one of my clan. But you have learned secrets you shouldn't know. It seems now you came specifically for me. Although he spent 1,000 years barely recovering partial strength and fully controlling this body, he wasn't completely ignorant of the outside world. He had watched coldly from the sidelines Kaguya's war with her two sons and the ninja world's millennia of conflict. He had absolute confidence that even if someone came knocking, he didn't need to hide like a rat like Black Zetsu. Menma flicked the black rod in his hand, his tone still relaxed. To me, the ninja world holds no secrets. I have no relation with Kaguya. I just want to. He raised his head, his Mangekyo Sharingan and Byakugan simultaneously locking onto Jigen, his voice carrying a smile. Beat you to death. Or, be beaten to death by you. Heh. It seems you're very confident in your own strength. A graceful curve lifted the corner of Jigen's mouth. Just right, I also need some capable subordinates to handle miscellaneous tasks. In that case, I'll reluctantly take you in as a hound. Before his words faded, Jigen's figure suddenly vanished from his original spot. His speed far exceeded before. The next moment, he appeared beside Menma, the black rod condensed in his hand carrying the momentum to tear through the air, stabbing directly at Menma's side. Menma seemed to have anticipated it. His body tilted slightly, his right hand's black rod accurately blocking Jigen's thrust. Clang. The black rods clashed, emitting a piercing metallic clang, sparks splashing in the rain curtain. The ground beneath their feet instantly cracked and collapsed. One strike missed, Jigen's attacks were relentless. The black rod in his hand was like a living thing, stabbing, sweeping, smashing. His moves were vicious and cunning, each strike containing the power to split mountains and crack stones. Menma, however, seemed at ease. The black rod in his hand danced like the wind, blocking Jigen's storm-like attacks one by one, his movements flowing smoothly, as if he had already seen through all the others' moves. In the intense close-quarters combat, a cold light flashed in Jigen's eyes as he secretly activated his ability. Deikokuton. Several barely detectable black rods, shrunk to the extreme, shot silently toward several vital points on Menma's body like invisible dust. These black rods were stored in his different dimension and could be summoned at any time. Immediately after, activated Tsukuyomi. He wanted to instantly restore these micro black rods shot into Menma's body to their original size, piercing him through from the inside out. This was his commonly used and invariably successful combination killing move. However, the moment he activated Tsukuyomi, attempting to enlarge those micro black rods, he clearly felt a powerful resistance. Around Menma, it was as if there was an invisible yet tough barrier force field. This force field wasn't absolute defense, but it greatly slowed the speed and force of the black rod's instant expansion. Although it was only a brief moment of delay, for a powerhouse of Menma's level, it was enough. Menma's body, as if foreseeing it, swayed with a hair's breadth difference. Those several suddenly enlarging black rods brushed past the corners of his clothes, only tearing the fabric, but failing to injure his body. What? Jigen's heart shook violently, showing astonishment for who knows which time. He can actually interfere with Tsukuyomi. Not only was the other powerful, but he also seemed to have a deep understanding of his two core abilities, even finding a way to counter them. How was this possible? The more they fought, the greater Jigen's shock became. The other party's strength, speed, reactions, and grasp of the battle situation all far exceeded my estimates. This was definitely not the strength an ordinary native could possess. Stage 1, not enough. Jigen instantly judged. To capture or even kill the other party, I must use stronger power. Stage 2. But the tragic thing was, this vessel of his simply didn't have enough chakra to support him opening stage 2. I must replenish chakra. With this thought, Jigen didn't hesitate. While violently retreating, he activated his ability again. Tsukuyomi. This time, the target was himself. His body rapidly shrunk at a visible rate, in the blink of an eye becoming as fine as dust, completely blending into the surrounding chaotic environment and rain curtain, disappearing. TCH, want to play hide and seek? Menma looked at the vanished Jigen, smacked his lips, somewhat regretting not finding a chance to plant a flying thunder god's mark during the intense clash. He quickly formed hand seals, took a deep breath, his chest swelling. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Boom dash. Not aimed at a single point, but a covering, extremely wide-ranging sea of flames surged from his mouth. The scorching flames instantly devoured a large area ahead, turning the ruined office, corridor, and even the outside streets into a sea of fire. The high temperature evaporated the rainwater, producing large amounts of white steam. This indiscriminate area attack sure enough forced out the target. At the edge of the flames, a seemingly empty corner, space slightly twisted, the fire release was being absorbed. Found you. Just then, a shadow clone of Menma suddenly leaped out from the shadows behind and to his side, several specially made kunai shooting like a storm towards his back. Humph. Jigen snorted coldly. Although he couldn't move quickly while absorbing, he wasn't without means. Jigen's body was absorbed by a dark red vortex, dodging these kunai. Then, another dark red vortex appeared not far away, and Jigen's figure slowly emerged. Simultaneously, Jigen released the fire attribute chakra he had just absorbed, mixed with his own chakra. A violent flame not inferior in the slightest to Menma's great fire annihilation erupted from within him, crashing fiercely against the fire release continuously spat by Menma's main body. Boom. The collision of two huge fire release ninjutsu produced an even more violent explosion. Flames shot towards the sky, illuminating the night sky as bright as day. The explosion's shockwave completely flattened the already precarious buildings around. Before the flames completely dispersed, two figures collided again like lightning. The sound of black rods clashing was like a movement of death, playing urgently on the ruins interwoven with fire and rain. The movements of the two were extremely fast, and ordinary people couldn't even capture their afterimages. After one intense black rod clash, Menma took advantage of the momentum to close in, his empty left hand's fingers together, covered with a layer of lightning release chakra, stabbing straight at Jigen's heart. A fierce light flashed in Jigen's eyes. He didn't dodge or avoid. His right leg, like a steel whip with a whistling wind, arrived later but hit first, kicking Menma's chest hard. Thud. A dull sound. Menma was sent flying back by this tremendous force, crashing through the wall of a tall tower behind like a cannonball, leaving deep footprints on the pipe-covered wall before barely stabilizing his stance. He rubbed his somewhat sore chest, but his eyes became sharper. He slowly raised his right hand. Above his palm, an energy ball the size of a basketball, its interior showing a deep dark red, tightly wrapped by rapidly rotating pale blue wind attribute chakra, rapidly took shape. At the core of the energy ball, the dark purple energy squirmed like a living thing, emitting an aura full of destruction and ill omen, completely different from this world's chakra. Mini-spiraling ring. Menma pushed off with his feet, his figure shooting out again, holding this ominous energy ball, charging straight towards Jigen, who had just retracted his leg. Watching Menma charge again and the energy ball in his hand, Jigen in stage 1 was full of confidence. For this kind of chakra form change, ninjutsu, he, who possessed the Kama's absorption ability, can be called an absolute counter. He didn't even make any defensive posture. Instead, he arrogantly raised both hands, palms facing Menma and the mini-spiraling ring, sneering coldly, "This kind of move has no." Before he finished speaking, his expression changed drastically. The moment his Kama's absorption ability touched the mini-spiraling ring, the situation he anticipated, of the energy being rapidly devoured and absorbed, did not occur. That dark purple core energy seemed to be a completely foreign substance he couldn't understand or compatible with. His absorption ability failed before it. Impossible. Jigen's exclamation was filled with shock and incomprehension. In that split second, Menma had already charged before him with the mini-spiraling ring. Boom. The mini-spiraling ring solidly struck Jigen's arms, which were hastily crossed to block. It wasn't the roar of a chakra explosion, but a deeper, stranger loud noise, as if it could tear and annihilate even space. Dash. Jigen's entire person was as if struck by a meteor. Blood spurted from his mouth like a fountain. He clearly heard the sound of his arm bones shattering. His entire person flew backward like a kite with a broken string, continuously crashing through several walls before stopping in a pile of ruins. He struggled to get up but felt a sharp pain and a strange sensation in his chest. He looked down and saw the black on his stomach spreading, indicating his body couldn't hold up under the repeated blows. And a pale blue flying thunder god's mark was slowly fading into the skin where he had been hit. Jigen sharply raised his head, looking towards Menma walking over slowly from afar, his eyes filled with unprecedented shock, anger, and a trace of fear of the unknown. Why? Can't it be absorbed? Jigen's voice became hoarse and distorted due to internal organ damage and extreme confusion. What kind of power is that exactly? He couldn't understand. The other party was clearly using ninjutsu based on the chakra system, so why did it contain a foreign energy I couldn't absorb or even comprehend? And that bizarre barrier of his could also delay my spatial ability. This youth, what is his origin? And at this moment, Menma's heart had verified his guess. As expected, the core of the spiraling ring is the dark chakra from the Limited Tsukuyomi World. And this world's chakra system simply doesn't have the dark attribute. Jigen's Kama's absorption ability is based on the cognition of this world's chakra. So faced with a completely unfamiliar foreign energy, it naturally fails. Chapter 299, Chapter 299 Pain joins the fight. Sit at the kids' table. The chakra fluctuations and deafening explosions produced by the battle between Menma and Jigen were like a massive boulder thrown into the deep waters of a Megakure, with ripples rapidly spreading throughout the entire village. Orochimaru, who had just joined the Akatsuki and was hiding in the shadows observing Jiraiya's fight with pain with a researcher's curiosity and greed, was also drawn by the sudden explosion. His golden snake-like pupils narrowed slightly as he looked towards the southeast direction from which the intense tremors kept coming. His long tongue instinctively licked his lips. Oh! It seems a Megakure is even more lively today than expected. He murmured to himself, a trace of excitement in his tone. Meanwhile, Obito, standing in the shadows of another tall building, looked towards the direction of the explosion with his Sharingan, his brow furrowing tightly beneath his mask. He asked Zetsu, who had emerged from the wall, aside from Hanzo and his direct Umbu, does a Megakure have Jonin of this level? As if. The white Zetsu half denied in his characteristic exaggerated tone. That old fool Hanzo is so paranoid. If there were powerful, disobedient Jonin, he would have found an excuse to eliminate them long ago. Apart from our Akatsuki, a Megakure is basically a wasteland right now. The black Zetsu half added in his hoarse voice, filled with gravity, it is indeed abnormal. The quality and collision level of this chakra is far beyond that of an ordinary jonin. It even feels somewhat familiar. A deep doubt flashed in Obito's single eye, then, who is responsible for a battle of this level? A sense of unease stirred within him, as things seemed to be slipping out of his control. On the battlefield, Konan, fluttering her pure white paper wings, slowly descended from the sky to land beside Devapath. She whispered, "Pain, the commotion over there. I'll go check it out." Devapath remained expressionless, merely giving a slight nod. His attention was still focused on Jiraiya, who lay amidst the rubble, his aura weak but still struggling. He slowly raised his hand, the black chakra rod lifting once more, his cold killing intent locking onto his former teacher. "Jiraiya-sensei, it's time to end this for good." Just as he was about to bring down the rod and pierce Jiraiya. Boom. A figure shot backwards like a cannonball from the direction of the explosion, moving at extreme speed, carrying a shrill whistling sound, and smashed hard into the already precarious wall of a ruined tower next to Azura Path. Bricks and stones flew, dust filled the air. Then, under the shocked and uncertain gazes of everyone present, a figure slowly walked out of the dust. He wore a tattered white haori, his face and exposed skin covered in strange black wedge-shaped patterns. A trace of fresh blood still stained the corner of his mouth, his aura somewhat disordered, but his eyes still held that aloof indifference and arrogance. It was Jigen, forced to activate his, Stage 1. Jigen's gaze swept indifferently over the Akatsuki's members present. Devapath, Konan, the recently arrived Obito and Zetsu, and finally settled on the severely injured Jiraiya on the ground. He wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, his tone still carrying a bizarre politeness. "My apologies for interrupting your battle. I have some personal business to handle, I'll be leaving shortly." His attitude, as if he had just casually wandered into someone's backyard, thoroughly angered Nagato, who was already displeased by the interruption of his plans. Arrogant. Nagato, controlling Azura Path, sent the high-speed rotating buzzsaw on its back screeching towards Jigen's back with a piercing whine. The attack was swift and vicious, enough to easily tear through steel. However, Jigen didn't even turn his head. He simply raised his left hand seemingly casually. A black chakra rod instantly appeared in his hand, precisely blocking the savage buzzsaw. Clang. Amidst the grating sound of metal clashing, a scene that shocked everyone occurred. Azura Path's incredibly sturdy buzzsaw, upon colliding with the seemingly ordinary black rod in Jigen's hand, shattered into pieces as if it were fragile glass. Immediately after, Jigen turned sideways, delivering a seemingly plain and unremarkable whip kick that lashed out like lightning, squarely striking Azura Path's abdomen. Bang. Azura Path's mechanically enhanced body, as if hit head-on by a battering ram, was sent flying back without any resistance, crashing hard into the ruins further away, momentarily unable to move. Silence. Deathly silence. Whether it was Nagato observing through the Devapath's perspective, or Obito and Black Zetsu on the scene, all were deeply shocked by the scene before them. That black rod that mysteriously appeared in the stranger's hand, it was undoubtedly a chakra reception rod. But in their understanding, this was a special weapon that only the possessor of the Rinnegan could condense and use, imbued with the power of yin-yang release. Why could this person use it too? Especially Black Zetsu. His extremely acute sensing ability, when trying to probe this mysterious person, felt like a stone sinking into the sea. He couldn't sense anything, as if there was no one there at all. But he was physically present before their eyes, giving off a feeling of deep emptiness and an indescribable pressure. This guy, just who is he? In 1,000 years, Black Zetsu had never encountered a situation where sensing probing failed like this. Jigen shook his hand slightly, as if he had just swatted a fly, his tone still flat. "I said, I have no intention of fighting you." His gaze passed over the crowd, looking towards a spot not far from Obito's location. There, atop another tower, another figure had quietly appeared at some point. He had short black hair, a young face, and wore a black gown with red edges. He was also toying with a black chakra reception rod in his hand, looking down at the chaotic scene below with an interested gaze. A slight smirk played on Menma's lips as he mimicked Jigen's earlier tone, a hint of mockery in his voice. "My apologies for interrupting your battle." That guy. Konan immediately became wary, her paper wings fluttering slightly as she whispered to Devapath, his eyes. Nagato, focusing through the Devapath's vision, indeed saw Menma's unconventional eye combination, one crimson Mangekyo Sharingan and one pure white Byakugan. This bizarre combination sent shockwaves through his heart. Obito and Zetsu also immediately noticed the mysterious person's eyes, and the chakra rod in his hand, identical in origin to Jigen's, causing similarly massive waves of shock in their hearts. A combination of Sharingan and Byakugan. Also using chakra rods. Just what were the origins of these two guys? As Menma was not currently wearing his signature black robe or his white three-eyed fox mask, the Akatsuki's members did not connect this mysterious youth with the dreaded Shura they were wary of. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, lying in the rubble leaning against a broken wall and breathing heavily, looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar black-haired youth on the opposite tower. The scenes of their previous encounters at the ramen shop and on the street immediately surfaced in his mind. It's him, that kid who called himself Ichiraku. His heart was filled with confusion and shock. Fukasaku and Shima on his shoulders looked even more grim. Jiraiya-chan, those black rods. Fukasaku's voice was low. They are the same type of weapon as the one that attacked you earlier. They contain a terrifying power that disrupts and even seals chakra. These two people are both extremely dangerous. At this moment, Menma's eyes were only on Jigen. He had no interest in Obito and Nagato, his former defeated opponents. And Jigen similarly looked down on the Akatsuki's members. His full attention was focused on Menma, this mysterious youth who called himself Otsutsuki Rakushiki, wielded strange powers, and had managed to injure him. For a moment, a strange four-way standoff formed on the battlefield. The severely injured, near-death Jiraiya and the two Toad Sages, the suspicious and unsettled Akatsuki's members. And Menma and Jigen locked onto each other. Warm-up should be over. Menma cracked his neck slightly, his eyes suddenly turning sharp. He pushed off with his feet, the concrete on the tower top cracking. His figure shot forward like a diving hawk, once again carrying an unstoppable momentum as he charged towards Jigen on the ground. Jigen's eyes turned cold as he met the charge without fear. The two engaged once more. This time, they seemed to abandon flashy ninjutsu, relying entirely on pure taijutsu and the black rods in their hands. The sound of rod clashing against rod was like rapid drum beats, ringing out urgently amidst the rain and ruins. Each impact sparked blinding flashes and sent out heart-palpitating energy ripples. Their movements were so fast that even Konan had trouble keeping up, and Obito needed his Mangekyo to see clearly. Their strength was astonishing. Wherever the black rods passed, the ground cracked and walls collapsed, as if they were two human-shaped demolition machines. This feeling of being completely ignored made Nagato, who saw himself as God, feel an unprecedented humiliation. He manipulated Azura Path, which had just struggled out of the rubble, and aimed it at the center of the battle. Flaming Arrow Warhead. Azura Path's arm and shoulder armor snapped open. Dozens of small homing missiles swarmed out like a hive, whistling shrilly as they indiscriminately covered the area where Menma and Jigen were. Menma, in the midst of the fierce exchange, moved like a ghost, weaving and flickering through the gaps between the missiles, avoiding the explosions by a hair's breadth. Jigen, however, appeared even more composed. He didn't even stop his assault on Menma, merely raising his free left hand, the space in front of his palm slightly distorting. Countless extremely small, barely visible black particles were scattered into the air, just in time meeting the incoming missile swarm. Then, with a thought. Sukunahikona. Those tiny black particles instantly expanded, transforming into countless sharp chakra rods that crashed into the incoming missiles. Boom 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 boom. A chain of violent explosions erupted, flames and smoke instantly swallowing a large area. And under the cover of this explosive smoke, Jigen's figure abruptly accelerated. A powerful side kick landed squarely on the rod Menma hastily raised to block. Bang. Menma was sent flying backward by the tremendous force. Just as his body was midair with no leverage, Azura Path, having just vented its attack, had its head split open like a bizarre flower petal, revealing a complex energy-gathering device inside. A thick, terrifying laser beam, brimming with destructive energy, shot out like the gaze of death, instantly targeting Menma in the air. That kid is in danger. Shima couldn't help but exclaim. Facing this sudden sneak attack, Menma forcibly twisted his body in midair, his eyes showing not a trace of panic. He directly threw the black rod he had been fighting Jigen with, hurling it like a javelin at the laser beam. Swoosh. Squelch. The black rod, infused with Menma's powerful chakra and special power, actually pierced straight through the seemingly indestructible laser beam like a hot knife through butter, shattering and annihilating it from within. And its momentum didn't stop. At the tail end of the black rod, 3 thinner rods split off like forked lightning and shot out. What? Nagato was aghast. Squelch. 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 The 3 split rods, moving faster than the eye could follow, accurately struck Azura Path's head, chest, and core joints. Azura Path's movements instantly froze. The light in its Rinnegan rapidly dimmed. Its large body was firmly pinned to the wall behind it, completely losing its ability to move, becoming a literal pile of scrap metal. The second pane, destroyed. Obito and Zetsu instantly appeared beside Deva Path and Konan. The atmosphere grew extremely tense. That's definitely a chakra rod. Black Zetsu's hoarse voice held unprecedented gravity. In theory, this should be something only those who have mastered 6 paths power, especially the power of the Rinnegan, can condense. But they. He didn't finish the sentence, but Nagato and Konan understood the implication. Chakra rods were one of the Rinnegan abilities Nagato gradually mastered after summoning the Geto statue. These 6 paths of pain were controlled using chakra rods as connection points. But these two mysterious opponents, clearly without Rinnegan, could use them so skillfully, even with greater power. Obito's face beneath the mask was extremely grim, his heart filled with doubt and shock. A Megakure actually harbored such powerful and mysterious ninja, and I and Zetsu, after years of operation, knew nothing about it. This completely disrupted his plans. And Nagato, who proclaimed himself God, having just killed Hanzo and preparing to rule the land of rain, collect the tailed beasts, and ultimately even defeat the Shura, now felt an unprecedented rage and insult. First Jiraiya, now these two guys who came out of nowhere, each daring to act recklessly within his divine realm. Devapath took a step forward. Its Rinnegan filled with cold killing intent, its voice like millennia-old ice, echoing through the rain. No matter who you are, committing such crimes in the realm of God warrants only death. Jigen, who was about to continue pursuing Menma, paused slightly upon hearing these words. He first looked down at the fine cracks that had appeared on the black hole-like pattern on his abdomen. Reaching the limit already. This was the strain forced power usage was putting on this vessel. It even caused a tear of physiological pain to seep from the corner of his eye. Such a useless vessel. Jigen slowly raised his head, looking at the orange-haired puppet that called itself God. For the first time, his face showed undisguised, ultimate contempt and arrogance, as if looking at an insect. Insects dared to call themselves deities. Jigen's voice wasn't loud, but carried an absolute sense of superiority seemingly stemming from bloodline and soul. Then let you frogs at the bottom of a well witness what true, godlike power is. Before the words fully faded, without any obvious hand seal or movement, he simply raised his right hand towards Devapath and made a slight grasping motion. Sukuna Hikona. The chakra rods he had scattered while defending against the missiles earlier, which had been secretly placed around the battlefield in their microscopic state, were instantly enlarged at this moment. They resumed their lethal forms. Squelch. 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 Several black chakra rods seemed to appear out of thin air. Moving at an impossible-to-react to speed, they instantly pierced through Devapath's limbs and torso. One even grazed his cheek, cutting off a strand of orange hair. Devapath's body stiffened abruptly, its Rinnegan filled with disbelief and shock. It hadn't even had time to activate Shinra Tensei. Devapath's body was forced back a few steps by the power contained in the rods, pinned firmly in place, its chakra flow instantly thrown into chaos. Pain. Conan cried out in horror. Obito and Zetsu also widened their eyes. They hadn't even seen how those black rods appeared. This method of attack completely surpassed their understanding. Dance of the Shikigami. Conan, both shocked and furious, sent countless sharp paper shuriken swirling towards Jigen like a blizzard. Fire release, great fireball technique. Obito immediately formed hand seals, spewing a blazing fireball to provide covering fire. However, facing their combined attack, Jigen merely indifferently raised both hands, his palms aimed at the paper and the fireball respectively. Absorption. The savage paper barrage and the massive fireball, upon contacting Jigen's palms, seemed to vanish into a bog. All the chakra was rapidly devoured, absorbed, disappearing without a trace. Not even a ripple was stirred. How is that possible? Absorbing ninjutsu. Conan and Obito's pupils constricted sharply. This scene was all too similar to the Predapath's ability. No, it was even faster than Predapath's absorption. The successive appearances of mysterious enemies, the power that completely suppressed the Rinnegan's abilities, sank the hearts of the Akatsuki's members to the depths. And Jigen, after casually neutralizing the Akatsuki's attack, seemed to regain some of the confidence and superiority of the mighty Otsutsuki clan from the natives' shock and fear. He slowly turned his head, once again fixing his gaze on Menma, who was standing on the tower wall, quietly watching all of this. Rainwater slid down the patterns on his face, mixing with that tear of physiological pain, making his current expression appear particularly eerie. Now, it's your turn. Jigen's voice carried a cold, arrogant killing intent, locking onto Menma. Chapter 300, Chapter 300. You really are that bitch Kaguya's backup plan. The rain continued to fall, and killing intent rose once more. Jigen, holding the chakra rod, transformed into a black lightning bolt and charged fiercely towards Menma, who was standing on the tower wall. The two clashed again, colliding violently among the forest of towers and ruins of a Megakure. The pure taijutsu exchange erupted with heart-palpitating roars. Clang. 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 The sound of rods clashing was like the rhythm of death, sparks flying in the rain. Jigen's offensive was like a storm, each strike containing the power to tear through steel, attempting to suppress Menma with absolute force. Menma, however, was like a reef in the stormy waves. The rod in his hand moved imperviously, deflecting Jigen's fierce attacks one by one. His movements were precise and efficient, as if he had already calculated every one of his opponent's moves. In the intense close-quarters combat, A cold light flashed in Jigen's eyes as he once again used his bizarre ability. Daikokuten and Tsukunahikona. Countless chakra rods, shrunk to an extreme degree like invisible dust, were silently scattered by him into the air around Menma, then instantly enlarged, stabbing towards Menma from all directions and at tricky angles. These rods appeared without any warning, enough to turn any ninja into a pincushion. However, the invisible barrier field around Menma's body once again came into play. All the suddenly enlarged rods experienced an extremely brief moment of stagnation the instant they touched the barrier field. Though it might have only been a fraction of a second, it was more than enough for a ninja of Menma's level. His body performed incredible evasions through the gaps between the dense rods, or used his own rod to deflect attacks he couldn't completely avoid. The chakra rods shot by Jigen grazed past the hem of his clothes and strands of his hair, embedding into the walls and ground behind him with dull thuds, but never truly managed to touch his body. Damn it. This barrier again. Jigen frowned, inwardly cursing. His opponent's tenacity far exceeded his estimation. Through his perception, he estimated that this barrier was similar to the earlier ninjutsu that his kama couldn't absorb. Menma was also looking for an opportunity for a fatal strike. He knew conventional ninjutsu would be absorbed by Jigen's kama. Only the spiraling ring from another world could effectively harm him. While blocking Jigen's fierce attacks, Menma continuously pulled out specially made kunai from his tool pouch, seemingly casually throwing them at Jigen. After Jigen dodged them, these kunai scattered to various corners of the battlefield. The handles of these kunai were engraved with Flying Thunder God's imprints, silently spreading across the ruins like seeds. After several rounds of intense exchange, Menma saw an instant where Jigen's old force was spent and new force hadn't yet gathered. His figure suddenly blurred. Flying Thunder God technique. In the next moment, he appeared like a ghost behind Jigen's side. Right at the location where a previous kunai had landed. A fist covered in powerful chakra, without any fancy moves, smashed hard towards Jigen's temple. What? Jigen's internal alarm screamed. In his haste, he only had time to tilt his head, taking the blow on his shoulder with a hard block. Bang. Amidst the heavy, dull sound, Jigen was sent flying sideways by the tremendous force, tumbling several times in the air before barely stabilizing himself. He felt half his body go numb, a throbbing pain coming from his shoulder blade. However, just as Jigen's body was still mid-air and Menma prepared to press his advantage, another change occurred. Jigen's figure, right before everyone's eyes, vanished without any warning. No smoke, no afterimage, not even a trace of chakra fluctuation was left, as if he had never existed. Everyone on the ground, whether it was Jiraiya who had barely managed to stand with the help of the two-toed sages, his aura feeble, or Devapath who had broken free from the rod's restraints, his face gloomy, or Obito, Konan, and Zetsu, were all deeply shocked by this bizarre scene. Vanished. Konan frowned, her sensing having completely lost the target. What happened? No spatial fluctuation at all, doesn't seem like a spacetime ninjutsu. Obito's single eye beneath the mask was filled with doubt and shock. He possessed the Kamui and was most sensitive to spatial anomalies, but the way Jigen disappeared completely surpassed his understanding. He subconsciously glanced at the Flying Thunder God marked kunai scattered all over the ground and said in a low voice, "That black-haired kid's body flicker, no, not a body flicker, is it? Flying Thunder God technique." Obito was somewhat uncertain. His Mangekyo Sharingan could perceive spatial fluctuations. He found the move the other party used indeed had space-time ninjutsu fluctuations, but the Flying Thunder God technique had been lost with the death of the fourth Hokage. Devapath remained silent, his Rinnegan fixedly staring at the airspace where Jigen had disappeared. The ripples in his pupils slowly rotated, as if he had caught some extremely subtle trace, but his expression became even more grim. He had just broken free from those rods that sealed his chakra, expending considerable effort. Now, witnessing such a bizarre ability, his wariness deepened. Cough, cough. Jiraiya covered his still intensely painful chest, breathing heavily with difficulty supported by the two-toed sages. His mind was in chaos looking at this completely unexpected situation. The Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan was terrifying enough, and now two mysterious powerhouses who can easily kill pain have appeared. He was now mostly certain that the black-haired youth was the Shura who had attacked Konoha multiple times. So, what was the origin of the other guy, who could fight Shura to a draw and even possessed even more bizarre abilities? The Great Toad Sage's prophecy hadn't mentioned this. The waters of the ninja world were much deeper than I had imagined. Meanwhile, Menma, his hands cautiously gripping the chakra rod held horizontally in front of him, his left Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly, his right pure white Byakugan also perceiving the slightest detail, tried to find Jigen's traces. However, Jigen himself possessed the Otsutsuki clan's unique chakra concealment ability, coupled with the extreme shrinking of Sukune Kona. The two stacked together made him seem as if he had completely merged into the microscopic world. Even with Menma's ocular powers, it was difficult to accurately locate him for a moment. This is troublesome. Menma frowned, thinking to himself. Do I activate the Flying Thunder God's mark on him now, force myself to find him? But that's a backup plan reserved for locating his other dimensional lair. Just as he hesitated, a glimpse from the corner of his eye caught Deva Path seemingly having made a discovery. Those Rinnegan were fixedly locked onto a certain direction. Right. A thought flashed in Menma's mind, remembering some information. In Boruto, Sasuke managed to track Jigen's shrunken form using his Rinnegan. So it seems at least Rinnegan-level insight is required. As soon as this thought arose, a confident arc curled on Menma's lips. He didn't have the Rinnegan, but he had other trump cards. He suddenly channeled his full power into his right Byakugan. An intangible ocular power pierced through the obstruction of space, instantly establishing a connection with the giant Tensigan, formed from the fusion of countless Byakugan, deep inside the moon. Dash. A vast, sea-like pure ocular power surged into his Byakugan through the connection. Borrowing the powerful force of the giant Tensigan, capable of perceiving the essence of all things and even interfering with space, the previously blurry microscopic world instantly became clear in his eyes. He saw it. In that seemingly empty rain, an extremely shrunken point, like a speck of dust yet emitting a unique energy fluctuation, was moving silently. Found you. A fierce light flashed in Menma's eyes. His right hand instantly condensed a mini spiraling ring containing ominous dark chakra. Without hesitation, he charged fiercely towards the location of that point. That is. Jiraiya stared blankly at the energy ball, whose shape was extremely similar to the Raisnon but whose internal chakra nature felt completely different. Why does it look so much like the Raisnon? But it feels completely different. Jigen, who was trying to find an opportunity to counterattack in his miniature state, suddenly felt a deadly sense of crisis locking onto him. He was horrified, the other party could actually see through me in the Sukuna state. He immediately tried to evade. But at that moment, Menma's figure vanished into thin air again. Flying Thunder God technique. The next moment, Menma appeared directly in front of the shrunken Jigen. The small spiraling ring also teleported synchronously. The moment he appeared, it struck the shrunken Jigen directly. Boom dash. Dark purple dark chakra exploded. The violent blast once again swept through the battlefield, annihilating everything in that area into its most basic particles. A disheveled figure was forcibly forced out at the edge of the explosion. It was Jigen, compelled to cancel his shrunken state. His robe was even more tattered, blood once again trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with a mixture of shock and fury. As soon as he stabilized his stance, a circular spatial portal with black-red edges, like a vortex, instantly opened behind him. Trying to leave. Menma's eyes lit up upon seeing the other dimensional portal appear. His figure flickered again, making a move as if to intercept. Jigen, frightened, moved even faster. He leaped backward into the portal. The portal then rapidly closed and disappeared, leaving only a faint, almost imperceptible other dimensional fluctuation in the air. Vanished again. What kind of technique was that? Konan watched the bizarre spatial door disappear, her hands clenched, paper fluttering restlessly around her. Deva Path's Rinnegan and Menma's Byakugan, connected to the giant Tensigan, simultaneously scanned the entire battlefield, but could find no further trace of Jigen. This time, he had truly left this space completely. The gazes of the Akatsuki's members involuntarily focused once more on Menma, the only one left on the scene. And Menma was sensing the Flying Thunder God's mark on Jigen. The atmosphere instantly became subtle and tense. Obito narrowed his single eye, feeling more and more that this black-haired youth had a strange sense of familiarity, especially the combination of those eyes, and that composed demeanor. Konan and Deva Path were highly alert. With the precedent of Azura Path being instantly killed, they didn't dare be the slightest bit careless. Nagato's true body, hidden behind the scenes, had consumed a great deal of chakra and mental energy due to the consecutive loss of 2 paths of pain, and was even somewhat breathless. A sense of powerlessness and anger welled up in his heart. Do I really need to summon the Ghetto statue here? As soon as this thought arose, he remembered the previous crushing defeat in the Land of Stars. Without even seeing Shura's true form, he was beaten into a wretched state by a terrifying chakra beam from the sky, and the powerful Hikari. If he hadn't seized the opportunity to retreat quickly, he might not have made it back. And the youth before him seemed even more unfathomable than that Uchiha Hikari. Meanwhile, just as the Omega Kure battlefield fell into a brief silence due to Jigen's disappearance. In a certain other dimension unreachable by ordinary people, space undulated like water. A vortex portal with ominous black-red glowing edges abruptly appeared in a void. Immediately after, a figure tumbled out rather disheveledly. It was Jigen, who had just forcibly disengaged from the battlefield. Cough. Cough. As soon as he appeared, he couldn't help but cough violently, a large mouthful of dark red blood spraying from his mouth. His originally pristine white haori, symbolizing elegance and power, was now in tatters, covered in burns from the explosion and tears from the force, the edges charred and curled, looking exceptionally wretched. The originally cold and arrogant expression on Jigen's face now couldn't conceal a trace of pallor and fatigue. For the first time in those eyes accustomed to millennia of turmoil, disbelief and fury were reflected. That youth who called himself Otsutsuki Rakushiki not only possessed strange abilities that couldn't be absorbed by Kama, but could actually see through my concealment in the Tsukunehikona state, even forcing me to use my final means to escape. Jigen slowly raised his head, looking towards this other dimension that belonged solely to him. At the center of the space was a massive, ancient altar. The altar was constructed from some unknown stone material, its style simple and primal, filled with an exotic aura not of this world. On the circular walls of the altar were engraved peculiar giant symbols and marks. Each mark represented the existence of an Otsutsuki clan's member. Moving his gaze upward, at the highest point of the wall, two of the largest, most eye-catching marks were positioned one above the other. The top one belonged to him, Otsutsuki Ishiki. Below him was the name he loathed to the bone. Otsutsuki Kaguya. And below the lid-like structure at the very center of the altar was a bottomless, massive circular cavity. Below the cavity wasn't pure darkness, but faintly revealed a heart-palpitating, unimaginably vast chakra fluctuation, and an aura that was primitive, savage, and full of destructive desire. Jigen floated, drifting towards the edge of the cavity. He looked down, peering through the intangible ceiling barrier. He could clearly see the shocking scene below. A one-eyed giant beast of indescribably enormous size was restrained in the abyss by countless thick chakra rods. Its massive pale body, 10 huge tails twisting unconsciously behind it. Its single remaining giant eye was tightly closed, as if in eternal slumber. It was the 10 tails. However, Jigen had no time to play with this pet now. His gaze fell on his own abdomen. There, the cracks in the black wedge-shaped area had noticeably expanded, like porcelain about to shatter. The edges flickered with unstable arcs of light, bringing waves of piercing pain and weakness. This vessel is still too fragile. Jigen's voice held a barely perceptible hoarseness and unwillingness. Forcibly activating Kama, Stage 1, then successively using Daikokuten and Tsukunehikona for high-intensity combat, especially finally taking the mini-spiraling ring head-on, had placed a load on this vessel far exceeding expectations. He could wait no longer. Floating directly above the window sealing the 10 tails, Jigen extended his hand covered in black patterns and gently pressed it against the intangible ceiling barrier. His eyes were complex, filled with a thirst for power, and also a trace of regret for this precious fuel. Apologies. He murmured to himself, his tone lacking much genuine apology, more like a procedural announcement. Now, I need to borrow your power. As he spoke, the black wedge mark on his palm suddenly lit up with a profound glow. A powerful suction force instantly generated. Dash. The sealed 10 tails below seemed to sense something. Its massive body convulsed violently, and its tightly closed single eye snapped open. A 6-tomo red Rinnegan. Roar. The 10 tails roared unwillingly. Its vast, ocean-like chakra was being forcibly drawn out from the seal, transforming into a visible, turbid and savage dark red energy torrent, madly pouring into Jigen's palm, rushing along his arm towards his entire body. As the enormous energy poured in, the black wedge patterns on Jigen's body surface seemed to come alive, greedily devouring this power. The injuries inflicted by the explosions and battle on his body healed at a visible rate under the nourishment of this pure and massive chakra energy. The damaged Haori even began to repair itself. And the worrying cracks on his abdomen saw their spreading trend forcibly halted. The edges began to slowly close and mend. Although they didn't fully restore to their original state, they at least stabilized. After a moment, Jigen released his hand, stopping the absorption. He slowly let out a turbid breath. His originally pale face regained some color. The fatigue in his eyes was swept away, replaced by a light deeper and more dangerous than before. Jigen, feeling the replenished power within him, even surpassing his previous state, looked down at the stabilized cracks on his abdomen. Enough. He murmured expressionlessly. The game should end now. A Megakure. Just as the three forces were subtly confronting each other. Dash. In the sky above the battlefield, that familiar, black-red-edged vortex portal appeared once again. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to it. They saw Jigen's figure step out calmly and gracefully from the portal. Completely different from his previous wretched appearance, his robe was brand new, all damages repaired. The blood at the corner of his mouth was gone. Even his aura had become deeper and more vast than before. He looked down upon Menma on the ground from his superior position. Those eyes, restored to indifference and arrogance, held a pity as if looking at an insect. It seems it's time for you, this slightly stronger insect, to truly witness what a godlike power is. Before his words faded, a terrifying, suffocatingly vast pressure, far surpassing Stage 1, erupted explosively from within Jigen. The rain in the sky seemed to be repelled by this aura. The black wedge patterns on his body surface began to spread wildly like living things, becoming more profound and complex. Above his left eyebrow, a curved, bone-like black horn grew out. This horn extended backward along the contour of his head, circling a full circle, finally stopping its growth above his right temple. Karma, Stage 2, activated. Jigen's appearance now had completely departed from the human category. The overwhelming pressure, like a mountain toppling and sea roaring, made everyone present, including the two-toed sages and the self-proclaimed god Nagato, feel a sense of trembling and insignificance. The Akatsuki's members all had their expressions changed, shocked beyond measure. This form change and power surge. Nagato, possessing the Rinnegan through the Deva Path's perspective, had the clearest perception of the change in Jigen's strength. As for Menma, facing this overwhelming aura, he merely casually swung the chakra rod in his hand, as if stretching his wrist. He raised his head, looked at the greatly transformed Jigen, and his face showed not fear, but rather an, as expected, expression. His tone carried a hint of teasing. That's more like it. Looks like you finally somewhat resemble your true form's appearance. He paused, clearly uttering the name that had been sealed for a millennium. Ishiki. The moment he heard this name, the arrogant expression that had just appeared on Jigen's face due to his restored power instantly froze, then transformed into utter rage. He raised his left hand covered in black patterns, his index finger pointing straight at Menma. His voice, twisted by extreme anger, held a hint of distortion. You really are that bitch Kaguya's backup plan. Black Zetsu. Chapter 301, Chapter 301 Black Nine-Tails Chakra Mode. The atmosphere under the rain was eerie. Jigen's accusation, filled with hatred, sparked a sense of confusion within the Akatsuki's members. Kaguya. Deva Path's Rinnegan swept coldly over the battlefield, trying to analyze useful information from the brief statement. Kaguya. He repeated the name in a low voice, quickly filtering through known powerful individuals from the 5 great nations, hidden organizations, and even legendary figures in his mind, but found nothing. His gaze subconsciously turned to the half-black, half-white Zetsu beside him, carrying a hint of inquiry. Do we have any intel on this ninja? Zetsu was responsible for intelligence gathering in Akatsuki, with white Zetsu's clones placed in various villages. The white Zetsu half immediately waved its hands exaggeratedly and shook its head. No idea. Never heard that name before. Sounds like a woman's name. However, the black Zetsu half's inner world was in turmoil. Kaguya. The Kaguya they mentioned, could it be Mother, Otsutsuki Kaguya? These two mysterious individuals not only possessed power beyond common sense, used chakra rods similar to those created by the Rinnegan, but even mentioned Mother's name. Could they also be ancient monsters who had survived from that era 1,000 years ago until now? I had lurked for 1,000 years, cautious and deliberate, step by step, finally guiding the reincarnations of Indra and Asura's chakra, ultimately seeing the dawn of Mother's revival in Uchiha Madara. But now, why were so many variables appearing one after another? First, that Shura with unfathomable strength, suspected of possessing Rinnegan-like power, and now these two mysterious individuals who knew Mother's name and possessed equally terrifying power. The steadiness born from a millennium of planning and endurance nearly crumbled at this moment. A massive panic over things slipping completely out of control seized Black Zetsu, but he forcibly suppressed it, not daring to show a trace on his face. On the ground, Jiraiya, with the cover of the two-toed sages, had already dragged his injured body with difficulty behind a relatively hidden broken wall. Leaning against the cold, damp wall, he breathed heavily, his mind rapidly recalling all known powerful individuals and secret intelligence from the 5 great nations and smaller villages, but he was equally clueless about the name, Kaguya. Fukasaku and Shima on his shoulders also looked at each other. They had lived for hundreds of years and had broad knowledge, but they had never heard of this person either. What do you think, hubby? Shima asked in a low voice, her purple lips pressed tightly together. Not sure, but these two are definitely related to the legend of the Sage of 6 Paths. Fukasaku's eyes under his white long eyebrows were extremely sharp. The level of power they are using has surpassed that of ordinary ninja. On the battlefield, facing Jigen's angry accusation, a corner of Menma's eye inadvertently swept over Zetsu among the Akatsuki's members, pausing for a moment on the black half. The corner of his mouth lifted almost imperceptibly, forming an arc carrying a hint of mockery and deep meaning. The chakra rod in his hand spun nimbly, as if playing with a toy. Menma's tone carried a deliberately created ambiguity as he said to Jigen. Heh. If you want to think that, it's not wrong. He paused, his voice suddenly rising, clearly spreading across the battlefield. I've been looking for you for 1,000 years. Today, I've finally caught you. These words struck Black Zetsu's heart like a second thunderbolt. 1,000 years? He really lived for 1,000 years. Could he really be from Mother's era? Does he know of my existence? Does he know my plan? Countless questions and fear of the unknown almost swallowed Black Zetsu whole. And before Menma's words faded, his figure once again turned into a dark red streak of light, charging out fiercely. The black chakra rod in his hand shot out like a venomous snake's tongue, carrying an unstoppable momentum, straight towards Jigen floating in the air. Arrogant. Jigen snorted coldly. After entering, Stage 2, his speed, strength, and reactions had received a terrifying boost. He also condensed a black rod in his hand, precisely blocking Menma's thrust. Clang. This time, the impact sounded much duller and more shocking than before. A terrifying shockwave erupted with the two as the center, instantly pushing away the surrounding rainwater, forming a brief vacuum zone. The two engaged once more. Jigen, having activated Stage 2, completely suppressed Menma from before in both power and speed. His attacks were like a storm. The black rods wielded carried the force to tear space, forcing Menma to constantly retreat and block, seeming somewhat overwhelmed. After one fierce rod collision, Menma's movements showed a barely perceptible hesitation. Jigen seized this fleeting opportunity. A powerful side kick, swift as lightning, landed squarely on Menma's chest. Bang. Menma was sent flying as if hit by a high-speed train. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, his body flying out uncontrollably like a cannonball, smashing hard into the middle of a still intact tower behind him. The hard wall was smashed into a huge hole. Bricks and stones mixed with rainwater fell rustling. The rising dust spread through the rain. Simple, unadorned taijutsu most directly displayed the gap between the two. It's over. Deva Path commented coldly. Although the other party was also an enemy, the overwhelming power Jigen displayed made him even more wary. Konan and Obito looked grim. They could clearly feel the suffocating pressure of power from Jigen. Jiraiya, hiding in the shadows, felt his heart in his throat. He couldn't imagine what power, besides the Rinnegan, could reach this level. Instead, it was Orochimaru, hiding in the distance, whose golden snake-like pupils flashed with excitement and inquiry. He stared intently at the black patterns on Jigen's face and body that seemed alive, muttering to himself, "This form, this way of power surge, somewhat resembles the Sage Transformation Curse seal I'm researching, but the level is much higher. It's like forcibly integrating natural energy into the body in a more domineering way. And that kid." His gaze turned to the dust-filled hole, smiling as he said, "He's definitely not using his full strength. Back in the Star City, the feeling he gave me was far more dangerous than now. The good show is just beginning." As Menma's collaborator, Orochimaru had stayed in the Star City for a long time and had naturally seen Menma's youthful form. Jigen's figure had already teleported to the tower opposite the one Menma crashed into, floating in midair, looking down at the dark hole from his superior position. The chakra rod in his hand pointed straight at the hole, his voice carrying the coldness and arrogance of a deity's judgment. "Now, you should clearly recognize the insurmountable gap between an insect and a god." However, the response was not silence or groans. Boom dash. A dark red chakra, far more savage and deep than before, filled with an aura of destruction and nothingness, erupted violently from the hole like a volcano. The powerful energy impact even further shattered and peeled the wall around the hole. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a figure slowly floated out from the spreading dust and dark red energy flames. Menma's appearance had now drastically changed. His entire body was tightly wrapped in condensed, substantial dark red chakra. This chakra even coalesced behind him into a dark red chakra cloak that seemed to burn fiercely, fluttering without wind. Behind the cloak, 9 huge tails, completely condensed from dark red chakra, danced and leaped like flames, freely stretching and stirring the surrounding air and rainwater. The black hair on his head was also covered by this layer of dark red energy, and the energy gathered upward, forming 2 sharp, horn-like protrusions on top of his head. The most eye-catching was his right eye. The pure white Byakugan was now emitting a faint, yet extremely pure, green light, as if containing the power of stellar creation and destruction. This was Menma utilizing his trump card from the Limited Tsukuyomi World, the Black Nine-Tails Chakra mode. And he had connected to the giant Tensigan inside the moon, obtaining a continuous supply of ocular power. Jigen looked at the drastically transformed Menma, sensing that chakra aura completely different from the 9-tailed beasts and the 10 tails, filled with nothingness and savagery. For the first time, his face, which had always maintained haughty indifference, showed obvious astonishment. Then it transformed into uncontrollable greed. This chakra. Jigen's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Having traveled the universe for 10,000 years, devouring the energy of countless planets, he had never felt such a peculiar and powerful chakra attribute. It's truly whetting my appetite. On the other side, the Akatsuki's members and Jiraiya and Orochimaru hiding in the shadows were completely shocked by this sudden, massive, and heart-palpitating tailed beast's chakra. This is... Konan exclaimed in surprise, the paper around her body trembling slightly from the energy impact. Tailed beast's chakra, and so vast. Deva Path's Rinnegan stared fixedly at the 9 tails behind Menma, his tone unprecedentedly grave. He looked at Obito. Any intelligence about a Jinchuriki losing control or escaping from any great ninja village recently? Obito's brow beneath the mask was tightly furrowed. He shook his head, his voice low. Zetsu's surveillance hasn't found any abnormalities. And, Nine-Tails, this is clearly the chakra quantity of the Nine-Tails. But it feels completely different. 1, 2, 3, 9. Shima on Jiraiya's shoulder even counted the dancing tails in amazement, looking at Jiraiya in disbelief. Jiraiya-chan. This is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Isn't the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in Konoha? Fukasaku also looked gravely at Jiraiya. I may be old, but my sensing isn't wrong. This is indeed tailed beast level chakra, and it's a full Nine-Tails level. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in Konoha, that kid Naruto, absolutely cannot possess this kind of power. Jiraiya's mind was already in chaos. Half of the Nine-Tails was taken by the Shinigami along with Minato, and the other half was sealed inside Naruto. This was an indisputable fact. So why could Shura use the Nine-Tails chakra mode? Even the Gold-Silver brothers from back then, who swallowed the Nine-Tails flesh, were far from achieving this near-perfect Nine-Tails chakra mode. Suddenly, he remembered something, his pupils constricting sharply. Kumogakure's accusation. They had insisted that Shura was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Making a big fuss and blaming Konoha. When he received Hiruzen's secret letter back then, he thought it was Kimogakure slandering and shifting blame after being humiliated by Shura, and dismissed it with a laugh. But now, looking at that black-haired youth wrapped in dark red chakra, emitting a terrifying aura like a real tailed beast, a terrible thought uncontrollably surged into his mind. Could Kimogakure have been telling the truth? This mysterious youth Shura really possessed another, previously unknown, Nine-Tails. Orochimaru, hidden in the shadows, licked his lips with his long tongue, his eyes filled with fanaticism and inquiry. Interesting. So interesting. Where did this Nine-Tails come from? The one sealed by Minato. The timing doesn't match. Then, is it a Nine-Tails from the future? Orochimaru still firmly believed Shura was from the future. Chapter 302, Chapter 302. What exactly are you? On the battlefield, Menma felt the surging black Nine-Tails chakra within him and the vast ocular power provided by the giant Tenseigan. An unprecedented sense of power filled his entire body. Since leaving the Limited Tsukuyomi World, this was the first time he had been forced to use this mode. However, it should be enough to deal with Jigen's Stage 2. As for the stronger, Nine-Tails Sage mode, that requires combining Senjutsu Chakra, he hadn't trained in Senjutsu Chakra yet. As for the high-cost Baryon mode, he hadn't fully researched it yet. What he preferred was the future Six-Path Sage mode, but before that, he must get his hands on the second Ten-Tails that Ishiki had hidden. Warm-up is over. Menma's low voice transmitted through the chakra cloak, carrying an oppressive feeling that came like a tide. The next moment, he moved. Menma's speed in the black Nine-Tails chakra mode had increased by more than just several times. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes. That dark red figure had already appeared in front of Jigen as if teleporting. A right foot covered in condensed chakra, carrying an ear-splitting screech, fiercely kicked Jigen's abdomen. What? Such speed! Jigen only had time to exclaim in surprise before his entire body was sent flying backwards even faster than Menma had flown out earlier, as if hit by a high-speed train again. However, this was just the beginning. Menma's figure blurred again. Utilizing the extreme speed brought by the black Nine-Tails chakra mode and the coordinates of the flying thunder god Kanai, he appeared like a ghost on the path of Jigen's flight. Fists covered in dark red chakra fell like rain. Each punch contained the power to split mountains and crack stones, smashing hard onto Jigen's hastily blocking arms and torso. Bang. 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 The dull sound of impacts continued incessantly. Even Jigen in his second stage was completely plunged into a passive state of being beaten. He tried to counterattack, tried to use Sukune Hikona to shrink and evade, but under Menma's absolute speed and power suppression and the Byakugan connected to the giant Tenseigan that could see through all his actions, all struggles seemed futile. After a few rounds, Jigen was already vomiting blood wildly. The gorgeous robe on his body became even more tattered. Even the curved horn on his forehead showed fine cracks. He was beaten without any ability to fight back, like a sandbag being pummeled back and forth in the air above the battlefield by Menma. This scene completely stunned everyone. The Akatsuki's members, Jiraiya, and even Orochimaru were dumbfounded. They could hardly capture Menma's movements. They could only see a dark red streak of light constantly flickering, while the mysterious man who was previously invincible and called himself a god was being thrown around in a wretched state under the repeated impacts of the light. Only Devapath with the Rinnegan and Obito with his Mangekyo Sharingan activated could barely keep up with the super high-speed combat rhythm. But the more they could see, the greater the shock in their hearts. This power had completely surpassed their understanding of ninja. Damn it. The humiliation of being completely suppressed and the intense physical pain drove Jigen into a furious rage. He hardened his heart, no longer worrying about consumption, and suddenly activated the backup plan he had previously laid out around the battlefield. Dash. In an instant, centered on the area where Jigen and Menma were fighting, countless chakra rods that he had secretly scattered earlier, in their microscopic state, were instantly enlarged. Thousands upon thousands of black rods, emitting an ominous aura, densely filled the entire sky and ground like a suddenly grown forest of death, shooting indiscriminately towards the central area. Be careful. Konan exclaimed, her paper wings fluttering as she quickly flew backward. Obito and Zetsu also immediately used their respective means to evade. Obito phased, Zetsu submerged underground. Deva Path propped up a repulsive force field with Shinra Tensei, deflecting the rods shot at him, while flying to a higher position. However, amidst this storm of countless rods, Menma, at the center of the storm, merely indifferently raised a single hand and gently pushed it towards the empty space in front of him. Shinra Tensei. A terrifying repulsive force, so vast it was hard to imagine, erupted explosively with him as the center. Different from Deva Path's repulsive force that required cooldown and had a limited range, the Shinra Tensei Menma executed seemed effortless, with a wider range and greater power. Boom 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 dash. All the chakra rods shooting towards him, before this irresistible repulsive force, seemed to hit an intangible, indestructible wall. They one after another shot back at even greater speeds, even colliding and breaking in midair. For a moment, the sky was filled with broken, shattered rod fragments. What? Deva Path's Rinnegan widened sharply, filled with disbelief and shock. This move. Could he be Shura? He would never forget the battle in the Land of Stars, where Shura used a kind of chakra remote transmission, utilizing Shirsue's body to perform an ability against him. Obito's expression beneath the mask also changed drastically. First the chakra rods, then Shinra Tensei, this guy. Jigen, seeing even this final killing move easily countered by the opponent, finally flashed a trace of ruthlessness and desperation in his eyes. He suddenly pressed his palms together and activated an even stronger power. Daikouten. The sky above twisted violently. Dozens of enormous black cubes, with edges glowing with red lines, appeared out of thin air. These cubes emitted a chaotic, heavy aura. Not only could they interfere with sensing, but they themselves contained terrifying destructive power. They descended like falling meteors, carrying the momentum to destroy everything, smashing hard towards the area where Menma was. Boom. 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 The huge black cubes successively smashed onto the ground and the remaining structures, creating deafening roars. The entire battlefield seemed to welcome doomsday. The earth cracked, dust soared into the sky, swallowing everything. However, amidst the chaos and smoke created by this destructive attack, no one noticed that a dark red portal opened silently beside Menma. A powerful suction force came, and Menma's figure was instantly sucked into it, disappearing. Immediately after, the vortex rapidly closed. The dust slowly dispersed. On the battlefield, only the widespread mess and Jigen, floating in the air and panting heavily, remained. The Akatsuki's members vigilantly observed, only to find that the black-haired youth's aura had completely vanished. A barren, dead world. The sky was an eerie dark purple, without sun, moon, or stars, only an eternal, unchanging dim light. The earth was dry and cracked, covered with huge craters like those from meteor impacts. There was no sign of life, not even the wind seemed to move. Menma's figure emerged from the dark red portal, appearing at the bottom of a giant crater. He looked around, sensing the unique laws of the space and the natural energy so thin it was almost negligible. This should be the other dimension where Ishiki fought Naruto and Sasuke. Menma thought to himself, confirming his location. Just then, a familiar black-red vortex portal slowly opened in the dark purple sky above him. Jigen's figure stepped out gracefully from it, floating in midair, looking down upon Menma at the bottom of the crater from his superior position. His face had regained that arrogant expression of being in control. Even if your abilities are strong, in this other dimension completely under my control, you are just a turtle in a jar, a bird in a cage. Jigen's voice carried a cold echo, especially clear in this dead space. There is no food, no water, no chakra replenishment here, even the flow of time is different from the outside world. I want to see how many days you, this slightly stronger insect, can struggle to survive here. He intended to use the characteristics of this other dimension, with its long time and endless solitude, to wear down and torment Menma, ultimately forcing him to submit or die exhausted. However, facing Jigen's death sentence, Menma suddenly laughed. The laughter carried a sense of relief, and also a hint of the playfulness of a hunter finally waiting for his prey to fall into the trap. Jigen, Menma raised his head, the heterochromatic pupils flashing with sharp light. I should thank you. Thank me. Jigen frowned slightly. Yes, Menma cracked his neck slightly, making a soft clicking sound. Outside, some trump cards and commotions are indeed not very convenient to use. After all, scaring the flowers and plants wouldn't be good. Come out and say hello, Q-chan. Before his words faded, a dark red chakra far more terrifying and vast than before in Omega Kure, as if it wanted to burst this other dimension, erupted from beneath Menma's feet like an awakening ancient ferocious beast. Boom. A pillar of dark red chakra shot into the sky. Within this pillar, the shadow of a giant beast, large enough to rival mountains, rapidly solidified. Its entire body showed an ominous dark red color, with a fox-like outline. But its eyes burned with flames of nothingness. Nine-Tails, completely constructed from dark red energy, danced behind it like pillars supporting heaven and earth, emitting a savage and destructive aura that made the entire other dimension tremble. Roar! The Black Nine-Tails roared. Menma's figure stood steadily on the head of the Black Nine-Tails. The dark red chakra cloak fluttered fiercely under the agitation of the massive energy. The twin horns on his head and the white light of his right eye reflected each other, like a demon god descending upon this dead world. Jigen, floating in midair, looked up at the giant beast completely different from all the tailed beasts he knew, emitting an alien chakra that made his soul tremble. The arrogance and composure on his face completely vanished, replaced by extreme shock, anger, and a trace of disbelief and bewilderment. He perceived a chakra aura on this Black Nine-Tails completely different from the Ten-Tails and the Nine-Tailed beasts, but he was absolutely certain, absolutely not a tailed beast as he knew it. Time and again, things beyond his understanding plunged Jigen into deep confusion. An unknown fear enveloped him. This was an unknown creature he had never encountered in his tens of millions of years of traveling the universe since his birth. Jigen's cheek twitched, almost grinding his teeth, squeezing out the question from the depths of his throat. You, what exactly are you? Chapter 303 found you, Ten-Tails. In the dead other dimension, the dark Nine-Tails' massive body stood like a mountain, emanating an aura completely alien to all known tailed beasts. T/N, changing Black Nine-Tails to Dark Nine-Tails since its dark chakra. Jigen floated in midair, his usually confident and steady expression several shades darker. He was 100% certain that this so-called Nine-Tails before him had no connection whatsoever to the two Ten-Tails he had brought from the Otsutsuki's main family for planting the god trees. It was even completely different from the nine-tailed beasts on this planet, which were formed from split Ten-Tails chakra. The opponent's chakra carried an indescribable sense of nothingness, as if it wasn't born in this world, but came from some unknown world with different rules. Coupled with the earlier strange ninjutsu that couldn't be absorbed by Kama, an extremely uneasy feeling quietly spread through Jigen's self-proclaimed divine heart. Menma stood on the dark Nine-Tails head, which seemed to flicker like flame, his dark red chakra cloak flapping loudly behind him. I told you, he looked at Jigen, whose face was shifting uncertainly, his tone still carrying that elusive calmness, I'm just a passing ninja. He paused slightly, his gaze seeming to pierce through this other dimension, landing on some distant place, his voice carrying a faint, profound meaning. If I must give a reason, perhaps it's to protect this planet beneath my feet, which is why I came here. Protect this planet? Jigen sounded as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world, a mocking and contemptuous sneer curling his lips. Utterly foolish. Planets are merely nurseries for nourishing the god trees, beds for nurturing chakra fruits. We of the Otsutsuki clan traverse the stars, harvesting life and energy, turning it to our own use. That is the truth of the universe. Protection. It's nothing but the pathetic self-consolation of lower life forms. His gaze locked onto Menma's strange eyes. The crimson Mangekyo Sharingan, and that Byakugan emitting a faint green light, seemingly connected to an unknown power. The Mangekyo Sharingan's next step was the Rinnegan, something not even every Otsutsuki could awaken. And the ocular power contained in that Byakugan made him feel vaguely uneasy. So far, aside from astonishing insight, these two eyes hadn't shown any other special abilities, which made Ishiki even more wary. The unknown often represented the greatest danger. I really want to see how good it feels to stomp a self-proclaimed god like you into the ground. A smile played on Menma's lips. He couldn't be bothered to waste more words on this Otsutsuki who saw all things as mere tools. Let's go, Q-chan. He then gently tapped the dark Nine-Tails head with his foot, calling out to his partner in a relaxed tone. Roar dash. The dark Nine-Tails let out a roar that shook the entire other dimension, its voice filled with a desire for destruction and excitement for battle. Its massive body moved suddenly. Seemingly clumsy, its speed was astonishingly fast. Nine-Tails, completely condensed from dark red chakra, like giant tentacles, shot towards the floating Jigen from different angles with a shriek that seemed to tear space. Jigen's pupils contracted. After entering Kama, stage 2, his speed was already extremely high. He pulled after images in the air, attempting to evade. However, the dark Nine-Tails' attack range was too large, and its speed far exceeded his estimation. This wasn't an ordinary tailed beast. In his urgency, he had no choice but to use his trump card again. Sukunahikona. His body instantly shrank to a microscopic level, narrowly slipping through the gaps between several tails. Simultaneously, he waved his hands, scattering countless chakra rods shrunk to an extreme, like invisible dust, silently scattering across various corners of the battlefield, laying down a death trap. Standing on the dark Nine-Tails head, Menma's right eye flashed faintly with white light. The vast ocular power from the connection to the moon's giant Tensigan allowed him to clearly see that rapidly moving point in the microscopic world. He snorted coldly, several specially made kunai instantly appearing in his hand. His arm swung out fiercely. Swoosh! 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 The kunai shot like meteors towards the predicted path of Jigen's movement. A few of the kunai had handles tied with sizzling explosive tags. Boom! 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 The explosive tags detonated violently at the predetermined locations. They didn't cause direct damage to Jigen in his microscopic state, but the shock waves and chaotic energy flows generated by the explosions effectively interfered with and delayed his movement. Now. Q-chan, 30 degrees to the upper left. Menma urgently called through their mental link. The dark Nine-Tails giant head jerked upwards, its maw gaping open. A highly compressed, dark red-tailed beast bomb, containing destructive energy, instantly took shape in its mouth. Without the slightest hesitation, the dark Nine-Tails aimed at the direction Menma indicated and fired the tailed beast bomb. The tailed beast bomb, carrying an aura that annihilated everything, shot through the dark purple sky, straight towards that direction. Jigen, in his microscopic state, felt a deadly threat. He first tried to absorb it using his kama, but that familiar, incompatible sensation of alien energy came again. Absorption failed. Damn it. He cursed inwardly. A black-red vortex portal instantly opened behind him, and his figure quickly disappeared into it. Boom. The tailed beast bomb exploded violently where Jigen had vanished. A dark red energy storm swept out, turning everything in that area into nothingness. Even space itself seemed to wail and tremble. The shockwave from the explosion even caused the massive body of the dark Nine-Tails in the distance to sway slightly. The next moment, Jigen's figure stumbled out of another portal. His face was paler, his aura somewhat more disordered. He condensed a chakra rod in his hand, pointing it at Menma, his voice filled with suppressed anger. This tailed beast of yours is indeed troublesome. But soon, it and your strange chakra will become nourishment for my ascent to a higher level. Roar. The dark Nine-Tails seemed enraged, roaring as it charged at Jigen again, its giant claws swiping down with the force of 10,000 thunderbolts. Jigen's eyes turned sharp. Deikokuton. Right on the dark Nine-Tails charge path, several of the previously scattered, now suddenly enlarged chakra rods shot out from the dry, cracked earth like subterranean spikes. These rods precisely pierced the ends of the dark Nine-Tails' 9 wildly waving tails, nailing them firmly to the ground like stakes. The dark Nine-Tails' forward momentum jerked to a sudden halt. Its massive body tilted forward due to inertia, letting out an angry roar. Now. A cold light exploded in Jigen's eyes. He quickly advanced, circling around the dark Nine-Tails' swiping claws, his target directly aimed at Menma on its head. His body spun rapidly in the air. A flying kick containing his full power savagely kicked towards Menma's chest. Got him. Jigen had just thought this when he saw Menma not dodging or avoiding, merely sinking his center of gravity slightly. His chest, covered in dark red chakra, took the kick head-on. Bang. A dull sound rang out. Menma's body swayed slightly, his feet planted firmly as if rooted. Instead, Jigen felt as if he had kicked an ancient, immovable mountain. The recoil made his ankle go numb. What? Jigen was shocked. And Menma's right hand shot out like lightning, gripping Jigen's not yet retracted ankle like an iron vice. Caught you. Menma's cold voice sounded. On his left hand, a heart-palpitating mini-spiraling ring had already instantly formed, quickly pressing towards the nearby Jigen. Boom. At such close range, Jigen had no time to open a portal, let alone dodge. The mini-spiraling ring struck him solidly. The dark red destructive energy instantly engulfed him. The violent explosion sent him flying like a rag doll, spraying a large amount of blood in the air. The black patterns on his body dimmed considerably. The robe he had just repaired became tattered again. Cough. Puffed. Jigen barely stabilized himself in the air, coughing up another mouthful of blood. He felt as if his internal organs had been displaced. However, before he could catch his breath, an even more terrifying oppressive feeling came from ahead. He looked up in horror to see that the dark Nine-Tails, which should have been pinned by the rods, had somehow broken free. Its massive body, with a speed completely unmatching its size, charged towards him as if teleporting. Two dark red claws, large as small hills, carrying a wind that seemed to tear everything, came swiping towards him from left and right, like swatting a pesky fly. Impossible. How did it break free? Jigen was horrified. Those rods were clearly still nailed there. In his haste, he could only forcibly activate a portal again, teleporting himself away just before the claws snapped shut. Stumbling out from another portal, Jigen panted heavily, looking with shock and doubt towards the spot where the dark Nine-Tails had been pinned. Those 9 chakra rods were still firmly nailed in place, but the dark Nine-Tails' tails were completely intact, as if being pierced and pinned earlier was just an illusion. His gaze swept over the seemingly randomly scattered kunai Menma had thrown on the battlefield. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. So that's it. Jigen stared fixedly at Menma on the dark Nine-Tails' head, his voice carrying a hint of realization and gravity. Your Mangekyo Sharingan, its ability is space-related. Is it a replacement ability? No. More like a higher-level spatial coordinate substitution. He himself was the master of the spatial ability, Deikokuden, and knew well how tricky and bizarre spatial abilities could be. Whether outside in Omega Kurei or here, you've scattered a large number of kunai. It seems your spatial movement requires these kunai as coordinate markers. Jigen's brain rapidly analyzed. Since that's the case, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He absolutely could not give the opponent the chance to use spatial abilities freely. Deikouten. Jigen suddenly raised his hands towards the sky. In an instant, the entire dark purple sky seemed to warp. Dozens of enormous black cubes, with edges flashing with ominous red light, appeared densely packed in the sky as if summoned from another dimension by invisible hands. Each of these cubes was larger than the dark Nine-Tails, emitting a chaotic aura that interfered with spatial fluctuations and a heavy pressure enough to crush mountains. They fell like a doomsday meteor shower, indiscriminately and savagely smashing down towards Menma and the dark Nine-Tails below. Boom. 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 The Deikouten continuously smashed down. The entire other-dimensional ground violently shook, groaning under the strain. The dark Nine-Tails roared in anger, its massive body struggling to dodge and maneuver amidst the meteor shower-like attacks. But more cubes smashed around it, erupting with deafening roars, dust spreading. However, amidst this destructive bombardment, the dark Nine-Tails' gaping maw opened once more. A dark red-tailed beast bomb began to rapidly condense and swell madly at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, its volume surpassed the dark Nine-Tails' own body, emitting a destructive energy that made the entire other dimension begin to unsteadily shake. Super large-tailed beast bomb. Looking at that dark red energy ball, so massive it was despair-inducing, seemingly capable of devouring everything, Jigen's face finally changed completely. He couldn't absorb it. If he tried to withstand it, even his Stage 2 body would definitely be severely wounded in this enclosed other dimension. And the opponent had spatial abilities, so they could completely avoid the explosion center. This other dimension, which he originally used to trap and kill the opponent, had now instead become a cage restricting himself. The opponent's chakra reserves were monstrously vast, coupled with that elusive spatial ability. In a split second, Jigen made a decision. Just as the dark Nine-Tails fired that world-destroying super large-tailed beast bomb, its trajectory aimed at annihilating everything, hurtling towards him, Jigen without the slightest hesitation sliced open a black-red portal again. His figure instantly disappeared into it. Boom. The super large-tailed beast bomb, having lost its target, smashed hard into the distant ground. A world-destroying, terrifying explosion occurred. A dark red energy storm swept across the entire other dimension like a tsunami. The earth was lifted layer by layer and annihilated. The dark purple sky seemed to be torn, revealing the chaotic nothingness behind it. The intense light from the explosion even briefly illuminated this eternally dim world. Menma had already used the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer himself and the dark Nine-Tails beneath him to the edge of the explosion. The residual blast waves were completely blocked by the dark Nine-Tails. His Byakugan slowly scanned the space, now even more devastated and hellish due to the explosion. He could no longer detect any trace of Jigen. But Menma wasn't worried. He slowly closed his eyes, sensing the Flying Thunder God's mark he had left on Jigen earlier. Sure enough, the mark pointed towards a distant spatial coordinate. The other dimension at that coordinate emitted a vast, savage, life-plundering chakra fluctuation. Its magnitude was even comparable to the dark Nine-Tails beneath his feet. The corner of Menma's mouth slowly curled into a confident smile. Found you. 10 tails. The next moment, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. His figure, along with the dark Nine-Tails beneath his feet, instantly vanished from this ravaged other dimension. Chapter 304, Chapter 304 Changes in Omega Kurei. Back on the Omega Kurei battlefield, with the successive disappearances of Jigen and Menma, the suffocating, terrifying pressure finally gradually subsided. Only the devastated ruins, huge crisscrossing ravines, and the lingering energy aftertaste in the air, mixed with the smell of scorching and blood, remained. The rain continued to mercilessly wash over this land, attempting to erase the traces of battle, only adding to the desolation and decay. The core members of Akatsuki did not let their guard down. Konan, fluttering her pure white paper wings, flew higher into the air. Countless tiny paper cranes separated from her body, flying silently to various corners of the battlefield like living things, expanding the reconnaissance range. Her cold gaze swept over every piece of rubble, alert to any potential hidden dangers or the return of the two mysterious individuals. Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan beneath his mask slowly turned, the crimson pupils reflecting the ruins. He not only observed visually but was also using his full power to sense the subtle fluctuations in the surrounding space. Whether it was the black-haired youth's elusive suspected flying thunder god technique or the tattooed man's bizarre spatial portals, made him especially sensitive to spatial anomalies. He absolutely did not believe those two had left so easily and completely. Deva Path used this rare breathing opportunity to quickly summon Naraka Path, which had not participated in the previous battle. Naraka Path's figure soon appeared at the edge of the battlefield. He formed hand seals. Summoning technique, King of Hell. Accompanied by a chilling aura, a gigantic, ferocious-looking King of Hell head with the character for King on its forehead slowly rose from the ground. The King of Hell opened its seemingly all-devouring maw. A bizarre purple long tongue with a hand-shaped tip slowly extended from it. Deva Path brought the scrapped remains of Shura Path, which had been pinned to the wall by black rods, and Animal Path, which had been shattered by the super great ball Raisnon earlier, before the King of Hell. The purple tongue deftly rolled up these damaged pain's bodies and sent them into the King of Hell's bottomless mouth. A grating chewing sound, as if chewing on steel and flesh, came from the King of Hell's mouth. But soon, perfectly intact Shura Path Pain and Animal Path Pain walked out from the King of Hell's mouth once more. This was Naraka Path's ability, to repair and resurrect other damaged pains. Just then, Zetsu's half-black, half-white, plant-like figure emerged from the ground beside Deva Path. Leader. The white Zetsu half reported in his characteristic flippant tone, but the content was not optimistic. Something's wrong in the village. Many of the white Zetsu's clones we placed have lost contact. Especially the ones originally planted inside Hanzo's tower for surveillance, they were almost completely wiped out, disappearing without a sound. The black Zetsu's hoarse voice immediately added, carrying a note of gravity. The number is significant, and they lost contact in an extremely short time. The other party seems to know our arrangements inside out. A flash of understanding passed through Deva Path's cold Rinnegan. He recalled the black-haired youth displaying a Shinra Tensei identical to Shura's. Combined with the report years ago, when Shura first attacked Konoha, about the white Zetsu lurking in Konoha disappearing in large numbers. No need to investigate. Deva Path's voice was devoid of fluctuation, carrying an indifference. That black-haired youth should be Shura. He slowly raised his head, looking towards the direction where Menma and Jigen had disappeared. He now seems to possess some ability to accurately perceive and locate the existence of white Zetsu. We have almost no secrets before him. These words made the hearts of the Akatsuki's members present sink. White Zetsu's concealment ability was a crucial part of their intelligence network, yet now it was completely countered by the opponent. And Black Zetsu's inner turmoil was far greater than the others. If that Shura and the tattooed men were really, as their dialogue suggested, existences from 1,000 years ago, contemporaries of Otsutsuki Kaguya, or simply members of the Otsutsuki clan, then being able to see through the white Zetsu's disguise was indeed within reason. But what made him even more uneasy was the tattooed man's hateful address of that bitch for his mother Kaguya, and Shura's ambiguous stance that seemed leaning towards protection. That tattooed man possesses such terrifying power and is mother's enemy. Then, could this Shura be mother's ally? Or, another backup plan mother left behind? Black Zetsu's brain worked frantically, trying to untangle these complicated relationships. The 1,000-year plan seemed to be being forcibly disrupted by an uncontrollable external force, causing him unprecedented anxiety. At this moment, Obito also slowly walked over. His gaze swept over the newly repaired Shura and Animal Paths, finally landing on Deva Path. Regarding those two just now, Madara. Deva Path initiated the conversation, his voice still cold. Do you know their specific origins? Especially that guy who could use powers similar to the Rinnegan's black rods and called the other Ishiki. A meaningful, cold snort came from beneath Obito's mask. He didn't answer directly. But his slightly clenched fist and the fleeting glimpse of wariness in his single Sharingan were enough to illustrate the problem. Even this self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara, who was planning the Eye of the Moon plan, found the power displayed by those two troublesome and felt deeply apprehensive. This made Nagato's threat assessment of Shura and the mysterious tattooed man rise to the highest level once again. Just then, Konan slowly descended from the sky, her paper wings folding. She walked to Deva Path's side and said in a low voice, "Pain, Jiraiya-sensei, is gone. I searched the nearby area, but I found no trace of him." Deva Path was silent for a moment. He knew well that Jiraiya mastered Mount Miyaboku's reverse summoning. It was highly possible he had taken advantage of the chaos when everyone's attention was drawn by the two mysterious powerhouses to escape quietly. No matter. Deva Path's voice betrayed no emotion. A lucky escape, that's all. Our target is before us. His Rinnegan swept over the core area of Omega Kure, now riddled with holes due to the multi-party melee. Hanzo was dead. The biggest threats, Shura and the mysterious tattooed men, also seemed to have temporarily left this battlefield. Prepare to take over Omega Kure. Deva Path issued the order. From today, this will be Akatsuki's new starting point. Obito interjected coldly from the side. Jiraiya escaped. Next, it's likely Konoha won't sit idly by regarding the drastic changes in Omega Kure. War is perhaps not far off. Deva Path slowly raised his hand, feeling the raindrops and the scent of blood still lingering in the air. A cold light flashed in his Rinnegan. No matter how many come, those who dare set foot in the land of rain will become nourishment for the new world, buried here. Meanwhile, at a relatively remote port north of Omega Kure, Jiraiya had long since dispelled his sage mode. The toad-like pigmentation around his eyes faded. The two toad sages and Gamaken had also long been reverse-summoned back to Mount Myaboku. As the natural energy left his body, an intense sense of weakness and excruciating pain instantly swept over him. The wounds pierced by Pain's black rods earlier, although suppressed to some extent in sage mode, now, lacking the support of Senjutsu chakra, blood once again flowed freely from the wounds, dyeing his red Haori even darker. Jiraiya leaned against a damaged shipping container, breathing heavily. Beads of sweat the size of peas mixed with rainwater slid down his forehead. He needed to leave here quickly and return to Mount Myaboku for treatment. He endured the intense pain, preparing to find a place to perform the reverse summoning. Just then, a glimpse from the corner of his eye caught sight of a group of panicked Amigakures villagers ahead at the port. Carrying their families and simple belongings, they were in a fluster boarding a dilapidated cargo ship under the guidance of a few seemingly organized individuals, clearly trying to flee this war zone that had just experienced a nightmare. And over there, among those busy organizers, one figure caught Jiraiya's attention. Purple, hanging, curly short hair, a distinctive hairstyle, and that familiar purple training uniform. It was the Amigakure's genin girl who had appeared with the black-haired youth at his disguised ramen shop earlier. Ajisai. At this moment, Ajisai was striving to maintain order, helping the elderly and children board the ship. Her delicate face was smudged with mud and rain, yet it carried a determination and sense of responsibility beyond her years. Jiraiya's heart instantly leapt to his throat, his vigilance skyrocketing. She was an Amigakure's kunoichi. And she was closely related to that dangerous Shura. Just as Jiraiya was secretly on guard, the busy Ajisai seemed to have also noticed the anomaly in this corner. She turned her head. Her gaze passed through the sparse crowd and saw Jiraiya leaning against the container in the corner, covered in blood, his face pale. She was first stunned for a moment, seemingly recognizing this strange old man she had met once at the ramen shop. Then, her face showed unfeigned worry and urgency. She immediately said a few words to the villagers and companions beside her, then without hesitation quickly ran over towards Jiraiya's direction. Jiraiya's muscles tensed. He instinctively assumed a defensive posture, even in his poor condition. Old man. How are you so badly injured? Ajisai ran up close. Looking at the horrifying wounds on Jiraiya's body that were still oozing blood, her eyes were filled with pure concern and anxiety. She paid no attention to Jiraiya's wary gaze, quickly pulling out clean bandages and hemostatic powder from the tool pouch at her waist. Quick. Apply this to stop the bleeding first. She thrust the medicine bottle towards Jiraiya, her tone urgent and sincere. Something terrible just happened in the village. This place isn't safe either. Come with us, leave the village by boat first. Looking into the girl's crystal-clear eyes, devoid of any impurity, feeling the heartfelt worry and goodwill in her words, Jiraiya's taut nerves and gathered chakra unconsciously relaxed. His hand, ready to strike at any moment, also slowly lowered. At this moment, Ajisai's figure, busy in the rain, helping the weak, concerned for others, slowly overlapped with the figures of three thin but determined war orphans he had met over 20 years ago at the border of the war-torn land of rain. Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato. The same land of rain. The same war. The same children maintaining their innate kindness amidst despair. An indescribable, complex emotion welled up in Jiraiya's heart. There was reflection, sadness, and also a hint of dizziness as if traversing time and space. He looked at this girl named Ajisai before him, as if seeing a kind of cycle, and also seeing the tiny yet precious glimmer of humanity still stubbornly sparkling amidst the darkness and chaos. He allowed Ajisai to clumsily help him treat his wounds, but his gaze was somewhat distractedly looking into the depths of the rain, towards this village called Omega Kure that had just experienced a terrifying great battle. And was now being quietly taken over by the Akatsuki. Chapter 305, Chapter 305 Stealing the Ten-Tails, Jigen loses it. In Ishiki's personal dimension, under the eternally unchanging dark purple sky, the ancient altar inscribed with the marks of countless Otsutsuki clan's members stood silently. Below the bottomless hole at the center of the altar, the Ten-Tails, its 10 tails bound by thick chakra chains and black rods, let out heavy, painful breaths. A black-red vortex portal opened in the air above the altar. Jigen's figure stumbled out. His white robe was even more tattered than before, fresh blood stained the corner of his mouth, and fine cracks had appeared on the horn on his forehead. Clearly, he had expended a great deal in the previous battle and was seriously injured. His appearance immediately provoked a violent reaction from the Ten-Tails below. The tailed beast, imprisoned for who knows how long, jerked its head up, opened its single eye containing 6 tomos, filled with savagery and madness, and let out a deafening roar full of rage and resentment. Roar. Its massive body twisted frantically, trying to break free from the rods and chains restraining it, causing the entire altar to tremble slightly, chains clattering. Jigen floated in midair, looking down coldly at the struggling Ten-Tails below as if looking at a tool about to be used. He slowly raised his hand covered in black patterns towards the Ten-Tails, his tone carrying an insincere, almost condescending apology. Apologies, little pet. I intended to let you accumulate more power, but the enemy outside is more troublesome than expected. He paused, a flash of greed and ruthlessness in his eyes. But don't worry, I will soon catch that insolent insect and send him to you as a snack. For now, obediently offer up your chakra. As he spoke, the black wedge mark on his palm lit up once more with a profound glow. A powerful suction force instantly generated. Roar dash. The Ten-Tails let out an even more painful and savage roar. The dense, nearly tangible dark red-tailed beast's chakra on its massive body was forcibly stripped away by an invisible force, turning into surging torrents of energy that madly rushed towards Jigen's palm. The black patterns on Jigen's body greedily devoured this power, emitting a deeper eerie light. The injuries on his body began to heal rapidly, even his appearance began to subtly change towards features closer to Otsutsuki Ishiki's true form, and his aura steadily rose. However, right at this critical moment of power transfer. An extremely abrupt sense of intrusion, sharp as a needle, pierced Jigen's perception. Almost the instant he detected the anomaly, less than 2 meters to his side, space showed no distortion, yet Menma's figure appeared out of thin air, without any warning. He didn't give Jigen any time to react. His right leg, covered in dark red chakra, like a battle axe held ready for a long time, carrying a shriek that seemed to tear space, landed a fierce flying kick, precisely imprinting on Jigen's side. Bang dash. A heavy, dull sound accompanied by the faint noise of cracking bones. Jigen had no time to make any defense or evasion. His entire person was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, savagely kicked away by this tremendous force. He shot like a cannonball and smashed hard into the wall covered with Otsutsuki inscriptions at the edge of the altar. Ugh! Jigen let out a pained grunt, blood spraying from his mouth again. What infuriated him even more was that this sudden heavy blow forcibly interrupted his absorption of the Ten-Tails chakra. The continuously flowing power abruptly cut off. The backlash made his internal organs feel as if they were churning. Jigen hit the wall heavily and slid down slowly, kneeling on one knee in a wretched state. He jerked his head up, his eyes filled with incredible shock and fury. He saw Menma's figure standing proudly directly above the hole sealing the Ten-Tails. And beneath his feet was the dark Nine-Tails, emanating an aura of nothingness and savagery. The dark Nine-Tails' 9 flame-like tails danced wildly in the air, its crimson eyes fixedly locked onto the Ten-Tails below, letting out a low growl full of provocation and greed. Menma looked down from his superior position at the wretched Jigen. On his left hand, the heart-palpitating mini-spiraling ring, swirling with dark chakra inside, had already instantly taken form. He aimed this ominous energy ball at the altar plaza below, which is the key structure sealing the Ten-Tails. You bastard! Jigen let out a roar of ultimate fury. He had no time to think about how the other party had broken through the barriers of his other dimension and precisely located this place. Right now, he had to stop the other party from destroying the seal. He forcibly endured the intense pain, pressed both hands onto the inscribed wall behind him, and madly poured his remaining chakra into it. Dash. The ancient and mysterious inscriptions on the wall suddenly lit up. Especially the marks of Ishiki, Kaguya, Momoshiki, Kin's Hiki, Yura's Hiki, and a few other core Otsutsuki at the highest point, their light was the most intense. The next moment, several semi-transparent phantoms of Otsutsuki clan's members, constructed from pure energy, rapidly materialized on the altar plaza. The Momoshiki phantom opened a Rinnegan in its palm, the Kin's Hiki phantom wielded a giant axe-like weapon, the Yura's Hiki phantom swung a fishing rod, and even the Kaguya phantom expressionlessly raised her hand. Although these phantoms possessed less than a 10,000th of their true body's strength, combined, they emitted a not-to-be-underestimated pressure. They all aimed at Menma above, poised to attack. However, Menma's actions were faster than the formation of these phantoms. Too slow. His cold voice rang out. His left hand savagely swung downwards. The dark purple mini-spiraling ring fell like a dying star, carrying an annihilating aura. Ignoring the newly formed phantoms, it precisely struck the center of the altar plaza. The lid-like structure sealing the top of the Ten-Tails hole. Boom. A deafening explosion swept through the entire other dimension. The dark purple dark chakra spread out like a small nuclear bomb. The incredibly sturdy altar plaza, under the impact of this power not of this world, instantly became covered in spider-web-like cracks as if it were fragile glass, then collapsed and shattered with a roar. Large amounts of rubble fell towards the hole below. And those newly formed Otsutsuki phantoms, before they could even launch a decent attack, flickered violently a few times under the savage energy impact and structural damage, like candles in the wind, and then completely dissipated without a trace. The seal was forcibly broken. Roar dash. Feeling the power restraining it suddenly weaken, the Ten-Tails below let out a heaven-shaking roar interwoven with ecstasy and fury. It struggled madly. Although its tails were still pinned by the black rods, its upper body had gained more freedom of movement. Q-chan. Your turn. Menma shouted to the dark Nine-Tails beneath him. Roar dash. The dark Nine-Tails, already impatient, let out an excited roar. Its massive body leaped down from the edge of the shattered plaza, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, charging straight towards the struggling Ten-Tails in the hole below. The two behemoth-level savage beasts instantly grappled together in the limited space. The dark Nine-Tails, relying on its more agile movements and power from another world, constantly jumped, bit, and tore at the Ten-Tails' massive body. Dark red chakra tentacles wrapped around it like leeches, madly extracting the Ten-Tails' vast, ocean-like chakra. For the dark Nine-Tails, which had absorbed the other 8-tailed beasts in the Limited Tsukuyomi World, absorbing another tailed beast's chakra was as simple as eating. The Ten-Tails being absorbed roared in pain and anger. It opened its giant maw, trying to form a tailed beast bomb or bite with its sharp teeth, but its tails were firmly pinned, its movements restricted. Coupled with the dark Nine-Tails' extremely tricky and slippery positioning, its counterattacks repeatedly missed. It could only passively endure the dark Nine-Tails devouring and attacks in its fury. As one waned and the other waxed, the dark Nine-Tails' aura terrifyingly increased at a visible rate, while the Ten-Tails' struggles gradually showed a hint of weakness. Bastard. Your target is the Ten-Tails. Jigen finally completely understood Menma's intention. He trembled with rage, his eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. He grabbed a chakra rod, his figure erupting forward, carrying overwhelming killing intent, charging straight at Menma standing on the edge of the broken plaza. How could you know? How could you possibly know of its existence? Even that bitch Kaguya didn't know. Jigen's roar was filled with incomprehensible confusion and ultimate fury. Menma fearlessly met him, also condensing a black chakra rod in his hand. Clang. 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 The two engaged in another intensely fierce close-quarters battle in the air. Sparks flew from the clashing rods. Their speed was so fast only two blurry figures remained. Jigen fought like a madman, his offensive like a storm, each strike containing the hatred to tear the other apart. Menma remained steady, calm, defending flawlessly. His occasional sharp counterattacks forced Jigen to be cautious. The more they fought, the greater Jigen's shock became. This guy seemed to know everything about me. Not only was his strength so powerful it didn't seem like a native of this planet, but he completely countered his spatial combination techniques, and even possessed an unheard-of tailed beast from another world. Who was he? Where did he come from? Why did he know so much about me and the Otsutsuki clan? Countless questions almost made Jigen's brain explode. Amidst this deadlocked battle, Jigen keenly noticed that the faint green light emitting from Menma's right Byakugan seemed to have dimmed considerably, and the other party's movements were slightly slower compared to his peak earlier. That's it. This other dimension is isolated from the outside world. The supply of unknown power linked to his Byakugan can't keep up. This thought instantly flashed through Jigen's mind, like seeing a glimmer of light in the darkness. Jigen, who had been completely suppressed by Menma just moments ago, now gradually regained the disadvantage. The two fought back and forth in the air, falling into a stalemate of equal strength. The sound of clashing rods was continuous. Energy shockwaves constantly shook the already unstable space. But Jigen felt no joy. He knew clearly that if this dragged on, once the Ten-Tails was completely drained by that bizarre dark Nine-Tails, losing his most important chakra source, his already damaged vessel would reach its end, without even a chance for forced reincarnation. His face was grim to the extreme. A flash of desperation and madness passed through his eyes. No choice. I must initiate the complete thawing of the Kama for reincarnation ahead of schedule. Even though this vessel is far from perfect, and the reincarnated form might only last a few days. Only by fully restoring my true body's power can I completely crush this damned guy and reclaim the Ten-Tails. Just as Jigen made this all-or-nothing decision in his heart, his offensive slightly slowed as he prepared to retreat and gather strength to initiate the reincarnation. Menma, who had been calmly observing the battle, seemed to have keenly detected his fleeting resolve. Thinking of reincarnating early. A complete Ishiki is something I can't handle right now. Even with an early reincarnation, Ishiki's strength was top tier among the Otsutsuki clan. Among the known Otsutsuki, only the ascended Otsutsuki Shirbai and Kaguya after consuming the god tree's fruit were stronger than him. In a split second, Menma quickly made a decision. He couldn't clash head-on with Ishiki. He deliberately left an opening. When Jigen launched a powerful sweeping leg attack, he didn't block it directly. Instead, he used the force to go with the momentum, his body floating backward like a willow catkin, directly towards the hole where the two-tailed beasts were fiercely battling below. His figure landed lightly on the head of the Ten-Tails, which was in disarray and being madly drained of chakra by the dark Nine-Tails. The Ten-Tails let out an angry and powerless roar but couldn't shake him off. Menma's hands quickly formed a seal. Then his right palm savagely struck the wrinkled head of the Ten-Tails. Flying Thunder God technique. Dash. A powerful spacetime fluctuation instantly enveloped the vast area centered on him. Not only himself, but also the Ten-Tails beneath his feet, and the dark Nine-Tails feasting on the Ten-Tails, the three were firmly locked by an intangible spatial force. Jigen, who had just stabilized his stance and was about to initiate the reincarnation ritual, seeing this, let out a heart-rending, despairing, and furious roar. He charged forward madly, trying to stop it, but it was too late. The next moment, under Jigen's gaze that seemed capable of shooting fire, the Ten-Tails, the dark Nine-Tails, and Menma standing on the Ten-Tails' head, their figures were instantly completely vanished without a trace from this other dimension. Only the devastated altar, the empty, black ceiling hole, the scattered rubble, and the still slightly shaking chakra chains remained. And Jigen, floating in midair, trembling violently due to ultimate fury, resentment, and the complete destruction of his plans, ultimately unable to maintain that divine posture any longer. At this moment, Jigen let out a roar filled with endless hatred and frustration, like a wounded beast, echoing throughout the other dimension. Dash. This roar seemed to transcend time and space, creating a despairing resonance with the night 1,000 years ago when he was betrayed by Kaguya. Chapter 306, Chapter 306 The Usual Bribery. The Land of Wind, the Endless Desert. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, baking the golden sea of sand, making heat waves roll. A large merchant caravan consisting of hundreds of camels moved like a slow-moving ant colony, winding between sand dunes. The sound of camel bells, mixed with the shouts of the caravan members and the heavy breathing of the camels, constituted the only melody of life in this sea of death. In the middle section of this caravan, Tsunade and Shizun each rode an exceptionally sturdy camel. Tsunade still wore her dark green short coat, the conspicuous, gamble, character on her back swaying slightly with the camel's gait. She held a brown-red gourd of wine, occasionally taking a swig. The pungent liquid seemed to slightly dispel the desert's dryness and the slight annoyance in her heart caused by Jiraiya's departure and the unknown regarding the land of stars. Shizun held her pink and white pig, Tauntaun, behind Tsunade, her wary gaze occasionally sweeping the surroundings. A few days ago, after parting with Jiraiya in the land of grass, they had embarked on the journey to the land of stars. The two first arrived at the capital of the land of wind, trying to find a caravan going directly to the land of stars, but discovered that all public caravans were tight-lipped about it, only willing to say they were going to border areas near the land of stars. Finally, they found this large caravan led by a middle-aged merchant named Shero. Shero had the dark skin characteristic of desert people, a carefully groomed small mustache above his lips, and shrewd and cautious eyes. Initially, Shero was somewhat wary of these two kunoichi of unknown identity. But after encountering several waves of fierce desert bandits during the desert crossing, whom Shizun easily dealt with using her excellent shuriken and ninjutsu skills, Shero's attitude immediately became extremely enthusiastic and respectful. He not only arranged comfortable mounts for the two but also generously provided the best wine and food in the caravan. At this moment, Shero was riding his lead white camel, walking side by side with Tsunade, a flattering smile on his face. Tsunade-sama, just half a day's journey ahead, and we'll see the border marker of the land of stars. Shero pointed towards the endless sea of sand ahead. The situation over there is completely different from here in the land of wind. Tsunade shook her wine gourd, seemingly casually asking, "Oh. I heard that a few years ago, the land of stars killed all the old nobles and the daimyo, and now it's a country without nobles. Aren't you merchants afraid of being treated as fat sheep to be slaughtered when you go there?" Hearing this, Shero quickly waved his hands, lowering his voice a bit. "My lady, you've been misled by rumors from outside. The land of stars, their rules are indeed different from ours, but it's definitely not lawless. They have a very strict set of commercial laws. As long as you pay taxes according to the regulations and operate legally, not only is safety guaranteed, but the profits are much higher than here in the land of wind." He paused, a trace of emotion appearing on his face. To be honest, everyone was afraid at first. But after going a few times, you understand. Over there, you don't see noble kids bullying the markets, no tax officials extorting layer by layer. Everything follows the rules. Although the tax rate might seem high on the surface, without those under-the-table bribes and extortions, we actually end up making more money, and it's more peaceful. Shizun, holding Taunton, couldn't help but interject, Shiro-san, since your trip is actually to the capital of the Land of Stars, why didn't any caravan dare to admit it when we inquired in the market at the Land of Wind's capital? The shrewd smile on Shiro's face faded a bit. He looked around, his voice dropping even lower, carrying a hint of helplessness. Shizun-san, you don't understand. The Land of Wind's daimyo has explicitly forbidden any form of trade with the Land of Stars. Violators are severely punished. Us merchants, how dare we openly say we're going to the Land of Stars? That would be asking for trouble. We can only say we're going to nearby border towns. It's an unspoken understanding. Shizun frowned, continuing her questioning. Then, what if we encounter patrols from Sunagakure at the border? Won't they stop you? Shiro pondered for a moment, his gaze subconsciously glancing at Tsunade drinking beside him. Seeing she didn't seem to mind, he rubbed his hands, with a somewhat worldly and accustomed expression. Usually, it's just a matter of spending some money, greasing the wheels a bit. Seeing the disapproval and doubt in Shizun's eyes, he explained further. Although the daimyo forbids it on the surface, the goods produced by the Land of Stars are just too popular. Not only the food, salt, lumber, medicine that the Land of Wind lacks, but also those exquisitely made, magically effective luxury goods, like the chakra-nurturing gem said to regulate the body, the highly effective healing ointments, even the sealing scrolls that can preserve food for a long time. These things, even the noble lords in the Land of Wind's capital and people in the daimyo's mansion are willing to spend large sums to secretly purchase. Shiro spread his hands, a look of worldly wisdom on his face. So, this ban, well, it's just for show. The Sunagakure's ninja lords also need to eat, need to maintain the village's expenses. As long as we are sensible, they usually turn a blind eye. After all, no one wants to make trouble with money. Listening to this explanation, Shizun's frown deepened. Coming from Konoha, although she knew there were dark sides to the ninja world, such blatant discussion of bribery and unspoken rules made her uncomfortable. Tsunade just snorted derisively, took another swig of wine, as if long accustomed to such things. Having traveled through various countries for years, she had seen dirtier deals than this. Just then, several figures appeared on the sand dune ahead. They wore standard Sunagakure's ninja attire, heads wrapped in sandproof scarves. The leader had sharp eyes and raised his hand, signaling the caravan to stop. It's a Sunagakure's patrol team. A slight commotion arose in the caravan. The camel bells fell silent. Shiro's face changed slightly, muttering softly, so unlucky, to run into them. But he quickly put on that smooth smile again, nimbly jumped off his camel, and trotted up to meet them. He skillfully pulled out a heavy-looking small pouch from his chest, respectfully offered it with both hands to the Sunagakure's team leader, his face full of humble smiles. Gentlemen, you've worked hard. This small token, for you to buy some wine to quench your thirst. The Sunagakure's team leader expressionlessly took the pouch, weighed it in his hand, and then actually opened the bag and glanced inside. Seeing the yellow coins inside, a barely noticeable satisfaction appeared on his face, and he then calmly put the money pouch into his chest. He casually waved his hand, led his team around the caravan for half a circle, his gaze sweeping over the goods and people, lingering on Tsunade and Shizun for a few extra seconds, seemingly detecting their ninja status but ultimately said nothing. All right, no problem, move along. The team leader ordered lazily, then turned with his subordinates, preparing to leave, continuing their patrol. Shiro finally breathed a sigh of relief, quickly signaled the caravan to move on. Shizun watched the retreating backs of the Sunagakure's ninja, her lips moved as if to say something, but she ultimately swallowed her words, only letting out a soft sigh. Tsunade, however, was unfazed, raised her gourd, about to take another drink to wash away the desert's dryness and the slight irritation from the previous scene. However, just as her lips touched the mouth of the gourd, the wine about to flow into her throat. Rumble. A deep, violent tremor, as if from the depths of the earth, suddenly struck without any warning. Woo-dash. The entire caravan's camels were instantly spooked, letting out frightened whinnies, pacing restlessly in place. A few even tried to break free from their reins and run. The caravan members were also startled by this sudden earth-shaking tremor, exclaiming repeatedly. The formation instantly fell into disarray. The Sunagakure's ninja who were about to leave also hurriedly drew kunai and other weapons. What's happening? An earthquake. Steady the camels. Tsunade jerked the gourd down, spilling wine all over herself, but she didn't notice. Shizun also immediately held Taunton tightly, stood up vigilantly, looking towards the direction of the tremor. In the distant horizon, a massive sand dune was slowly rising. No, that wasn't a sand dune. As it rose, it revealed a massive body like twisted, pale deadwood. Tails like giant pythons danced madly behind it, stirring up a sky full of yellow sand. Most heart-palpitating was that atop the behemoth, a gigantic single eye, filled with madness and savagery, snapped open. Roar dash. A terrifying roar, as if filled with an endless desire for destruction, stirred up giant waves in the sea of sand, instantly sweeping through the entire desert. The vast chakra pressure contained in the sound made everyone present and the camels feel a trembling and suffocation emanating from their very souls. The mouthful of wine Tsunade had just drunk was spat out in one go. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes instantly widened, her face filled with unprecedented shock and disbelief. She stared fixedly at the terrifying giant beast in the distance that seemed to connect heaven and earth, crying out in shock, that is, a tailed beast. How is that possible? This chakra, this size. Could it be, the one tail has gone on a rampage? The intelligence that Tsunagekyu's Shikaku was prone to rampages was no secret to the higher-ups of the great ninja villages. And Shizune, holding her shivering tauntaun, stared dumbfounded, counting the tails behind the distant giant beast. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. Tsunade-sama. 10 tails. Chapter 307, Chapter 307 Dealing with 10 Tails. In the endless, sand-swept desert. The terrifying pressure emanating from the 10 tails, which moved like a walking mountain, made everyone in the merchant caravan feel their livers and gallbladders were about to split from fear. The 4 Tsunagekyu's patrol ninja, who had been preparing to leave, had long lost their previous arrogance and composure. That, what kind of monster is that? A young Tsunagekyu's ninja stammered, his face as pale as paper. The 2 older ninja, who had experienced Shikaku's rampages before, had their legs go weak, collapsing directly onto the scorching sand, their eyes filled with fear from the depths of their memories. And no. Not Shikaku, this is even more terrifying than Shikaku. One of them shouted incoherently. The Tsunagekyu's team leader, though also frightened out of his wits, still retained a shred of reason. Suppressing the horror in his heart, he roared hoarsely, "Retreat! Retreat immediately! Take the intel back to the village! Now!" He pulled up his collapsed companion, and the 4 of them scurried away like frightened rabbits towards the direction they came from, even using body flicker technique, desperate to get away from this desert that was about to become hell. Before fleeing, the team leader took one last glance at the chaotic caravan, a complex look flashing in his eyes, but it was soon overwhelmed by the instinct to survive. He could only think, "Good luck to you," before disappearing behind a sand dune without looking back. The caravan was in complete chaos. Monster. It's the desert god. We've angered the spirits. Run for your lives. Screams of terror, cries, and the whinnies of camels mixed together. Many caravan workers and hired rogue samurai were scared out of their wits by the 10 tails, collapsing to the ground, unable to even stand up. The leader, Shero, was thrown off his panic mount, landing face first in the sand and getting a mouthful of grit. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled up, his voice distorted by extreme fear. "Turn around. Turn around now. Run the other way. As far as you can." However, the frightened camels wouldn't obey, crashing into and trampling each other, making the chaotic scene even more out of control. The camels carrying Tsunade and Shizune also reared up, letting out terrified whinnies. Without hesitation, Tsunade grabbed Shizune, and the 2 leaped lightly from their camels, landing steadily on the sand. "Tsunade-sama. Shizune-san. Quick, come with us." Shero saw them and tried to call out for them to escape together. Tsunade took a deep look at the roaring behemoth in the distance. Then she saw a dark red 9-tailed fox that had suddenly descended from the sky, grappling with the giant beast. The 9 tails. Tsunade's eyes showed surprise, her pupils trembling slightly. "You go first." She left only these words before forcefully kicking off the ground, her figure shooting like an arrow from about towards the battlefield where the 2 terrifying giant beasts were fighting. The sand beneath her feet was kicked into deep pits. "Tsunade-sama." Shizune exclaimed. Without hesitation, she held the shivering tauntaun tightly and used the body flicker technique to follow closely. She knew it was extremely dangerous ahead, but she absolutely could not let Tsunade go alone. The 2 ran at high speed across the undulating sand dunes, the strong wind whipping their hair and clothes. As she ran, Tsunade asked in a low voice, "Tauntaun, can you sense the chakra of those 2 monsters? What's the specific situation?" The pink and white pig, Tauntaun, held tightly in Shizune's arms, was so scared its fur stood on end, its small eyes wide open, letting out trembling "bew-bew" sounds. It possessed perception abilities far surpassing ordinary ninkin. Shizune, while running at full speed, concentrated on interpreting Tauntaun's cries, her face growing paler. "Tsunade-sama, Tauntaun says, it has never felt such vast, such savage chakra. Especially that 10-tailed beast, its chakra level is simply unfathomable, and it's filled with an aura that wants to destroy everything. That dark red 9 tails, its chakra attribute is very strange, also terrifyingly powerful, but it carries a sense of nothingness." Hearing this, Tsunade's expression was as heavy as water. The 9 tails should not be here. Her gaze was fixed on the dark red 9 tails. especially when it nimbly dodged the Ten-Tails' savage slap and bit down hard on the Ten-Tails' pale body, causing the Ten-Tails to let out a loud roar of pain. Tsunade keenly noticed that on the head of the dark Nine-Tails, there seemed to be a tiny but clear human figure. Someone is controlling that Nine-Tails. This discovery caused even greater waves of shock in Tsunade's heart. To stand on a tailed beast's head and seemingly command the battle was something no ordinary ninja could do. And Shizen finally saw the outline and tail count of the dark red giant fox clearly, her voice trembling with disbelief. N9, Nine-Tails. That's the Nine-Tails. But, shouldn't the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki be in Konoha? The scene before them completely overturned their understanding. On the distant battlefield, the fight had reached a fever pitch. The dark Nine-Tails, relying on the large amount of Ten-Tails chakra it had absorbed from Jigen's dimension, seemed more solid, the dark red hue of its fur deeper, faintly revealing a black glow. It was like the most cunning hunter, using its relatively smaller size compared to the Ten-Tails to shuttle and jump between the Ten-Tails' 10 wildly swinging giant tails, each pounce tearing off large chunks of chakra from the Ten-Tails. The Ten-Tails, which had just broken free from the seal and some of the black rod restraints, had fallen into complete savagery. Its giant single eye, the six-tomo Rinnegan, spun madly, filled with primitive anger and pain. Its 10 pillar-like tails descended with a whistling sound, savagely whipping and slapping everything around, splashing sand into the sky, dyeing it a dull yellow. Menma stood on the dark Nine-Tails' head, the strong wind making his priestly robe flap loudly. His eyes were calm, his hands continuously pulling out specially made flying thunder god kunai from his tool pouch, seemingly randomly scattering them to various corners of the battlefield, laying down an invisible network of spatial coordinates. Q-chan, dodge left, prepare a tailed beast bomb for the sandy area ahead on the right. Menma issued instructions through their mental link. The dark Nine-Tails let out a low growl, its massive body displaying astonishing agility. It slid sideways, dodging the pincer attack of two giant tails, while charging into a thick area of sand and dust stirred up by the battle. Roar! The Ten-Tails giant Rinnegan immediately locked onto the chakra fluctuation in the sand and dust. It opened its maw, several tailed beast bombs of varying sizes, containing terrifying energy, instantly condensed and shot towards the dark Nine-Tails location like a string of firecrackers. Almost at the same time, the dark Nine-Tails also thrust its head out from the sand and dust, a condensed dark red-tailed beast bomb whistling as it met the attack. Swoosh. 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 Boom. 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 Boom dash. A continuous, nuclear explosion-like roar exploded in the desert. Tailed beast bombs collided and exploded one after another. The blinding light produced instantly swallowed everything around. Huge mushroom-shaped clouds mixed with sand and dust shot into the sky. The shockwaves from the explosion spread outwards layer by layer, scraping the sand sea below several meters lower, forming huge ring-shaped craters. Taking advantage of the chaos and visual cover created by this earth-shattering exchange, a sharp light flashed in Menma's eyes. He pressed his palms together in front of his chest, vast chakra rapidly gathering. A giant chakra rod over 10 meters long, completely black, with an eerie glow flowing on its surface, quickly took shape in his hands. Spotting a temporary opening in one of the Ten-Tails' tails exposed by its attack, Menma leaped out from the dark Nine-Tails' head, his figure diving down like lightning. He gripped the giant rod tightly with both hands, pouring all his strength and chakra into it, and savagely and precisely stabbed into the root of one of the Ten-Tails' wildly dancing giant tails. Roar dash! The Ten-Tails let out an extremely piercing shriek. The stabbed tail instantly stiffened, the intense pain making its massive body convulse. It jerked its head around, its giant six-tomo Rinnegan fixedly locked onto the tiny Menma in the air, its eyes filled with deep-seated hatred and savagery. It opened its maw, large enough to swallow mountains, bringing with it a stinking gale, and snapped towards Menma. Menma's expression didn't change. The moment the giant mouth was about to close, his figure suddenly blurred. Flying Thunder God technique. The next moment, he appeared next to a kunai he had just thrown not far away. Without the slightest pause, he condensed another giant chakra rod, looking for the next target. And so, Menma, like a calm and deadly assassin, used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear and disappear unpredictably, repeatedly narrowly avoiding the Ten-Tails' counterattacks, and repeatedly stabbing the giant rods containing sealing power savagely into the Ten-Tails' rampaging tails. Simultaneously, behind him, 5 thick, completely condensed chakra chains, shimmering with a golden light, shot out with a whistle. These chains contained the powerful sealing power of the Uzumaki clan. They deftly wrapped around the Ten-Tails' tails temporarily restrained by the black rods, complementing the power of the rods, further restricting the Ten-Tails' movements. Under Menma's precise tactics and powerful sealing techniques, the Ten-Tails' savage struggles were finally gradually suppressed. Its massive body was firmly bound by several giant black rods and 5 adamantine sealing chains. Although it still let out unwilling roars and twisted madly, its range of movement was greatly limited. Menma floated in midair, looking down from his superior position at the temporarily subdued primordial beast below, lightly snorted, and said to himself, it seems the adamantine sealing chains are quite effective against this not yet fully grown Ten-Tails juvenile. He possessed the pure bloodline of the Uzumaki clan and the vast amount of chakra provided by the Dark Nine-Tails. The adamantine sealing chains he executed were far more powerful than those of ordinary Uzumaki clan's members. That's why this juvenile Ten-Tails found it difficult to break free. Chapter 308, Chapter 308. No entry ahead, Tsunade-sama. The long impatient Dark Nine-Tails, seeing the Ten-Tails controlled, immediately let out a happy low roar and pounced on it, once again lying on the Ten-Tails body, opening its mouth to even more madly devour and absorb the vast, ocean-like pure chakra. The Ten-Tails let out pained and angry wails but was powerless to resist. Menma looked at the Dark Nine-Tails' greedy appearance, a trace of indulgent helplessness appearing on his face, and said softly, "Take your time, Q-chan, no one's competing with you." Just then, his right Byakugan slightly focused, ocular power gathering, his vision instantly penetrating the great distance and spreading sand and dust, seeing two figures rapidly approaching. Tsunade, with the diamond mark on her forehead and the strength of 100 seal activated, and Shizun closely following behind. Menma raised an eyebrow slightly, somewhat surprised. What are they doing here? Menma thought back, if I remembered correctly, Tsunade during this period should be wandering around gambling houses in various countries. Why would she appear in this uninhabited desert of the Land of Wind, and right when I appeared here? This desert was one of the locations he had secretly deployed Flying Thunder God coordinates across the entire ninja world using shadow clones years ago, precisely because it was an uninhabited area for hundreds of kilometers in all directions, with the nearest oasis nearly 200 kilometers away, making it secluded enough. He hadn't expected uninvited guests so soon after transferring the Ten-Tails here. To ensure the Dark Nine-Tails could absorb the Ten-Tails chakra undisturbed, a thought flashed in Menma's eyes, and he made a decision. His figure instantly vanished from his spot. The next moment, he appeared on a sand dune ahead on the path Tsunade and Shizun were taking, quietly waiting for their arrival. In the scorching desert, Tsunade and Shizun were like two swift winds, quickly traversing the continuous sand dunes. Their gazes were fixedly locked on the giant beast battle beyond normal comprehension in the distance. When they saw the several giant chakra rods, like pillars of punishment from hell, savagely stabbed into the Ten-Tails' wildly dancing tails, forcibly restricting its movements, Tsunade's eyes were already filled with shock and doubt. The aura emitted by those black rods was cold and bizarre, a form of power she had never seen before. Could it be that those things produce such a powerful restraining effect on a tailed beast-level entity? However, when 5 thick, golden, shining chains, completely made of condensed chakra, shot out with a whistle, deftly and precisely wrapping around the Ten-Tails' tails pinned by the black rods, further firmly binding its massive body, Tsunade could no longer remain calm. She gasped sharply, exclaiming in shock. That is, the adamantine sealing chains. Her voice was somewhat distorted by extreme shock. Although she had never seen this technique with her own eyes, as the princess of the Senju clan and a distant relative of the Uzumaki clan, she had heard her grandmother mention the various secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan since childhood, especially the supreme secret techniques capable of sealing tailed beasts, one of which was the adamantine sealing chains. The shining golden chains before her, containing powerful sealing power, were so similar to the legendary descriptions. Shizun, closely following behind her, heard this exclamation and quickly asked, "Tsunade-sama, what are those golden chains?" Tsunade, while running, stared fixedly at the 5 adamantine sealing chains that seemed to pulsate with life, her face so grim it seemed water could drip from it. That is the secret sealing technique passed down through generations of the Uzumaki clan, the adamantine sealing chains. Only ninja with pure Uzumaki bloodline can perform it. It's a powerful sealing technique that can even restrain the Nine-Tails. The Uzumaki clan. Shizun's face changed color, immediately thinking of the intelligence Jiraiya had previously relayed. Could it be the Uzumaki clan from the Land of Stars that Jiraiya-sama mentioned? Tsunade shook her head, her beautiful brows tightly furrowed, sweat sliding down her cheeks. I don't know, but the answer is likely right ahead. She no longer hesitated, formed a hand seal in front of her chest. The diamond mark on her forehead, serving as the storage for the strength of 100 seal, suddenly lit up with a blue light, rapidly spreading towards both cheeks like an intricate pattern. Strength of 100 seal, release. Creation rebirth. Vast chakra instantly released from the seal, filling her entire body. Her speed suddenly increased, like a bolt of lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages on the sand as she raced at full speed towards the center of the battlefield. Shizun gritted her teeth, gathering chakra in her feet, desperately trying to keep up, but it was clearly very strenuous. As the distance closed, the scene at the center of the battlefield became clearer and more heart-palpitating. The terrifying giant beast with 10 tails, firmly bound by the adamantine sealing chains and giant black rods, was letting out unwilling and painful roars. Its vast, ocean-like pure chakra was being madly devoured and consumed by the dark red nine-tailed fox. The chakra was so dense it almost materialized, forming visible dark red energy streams, continuously flowing into the dark Nine-Tails body. As top-tier medical nin, Tsunade and Shizen were far more sensitive to life energy and chakra than ordinary people. They could clearly feel the dark Nine-Tails aura terrifyingly rising and swelling at a horrifying speed. They wondered if it completely absorbed this Ten-Tails chakra, to what level would it evolve? It was simply unimaginable. Just as Tsunade was weighing in her heart whether to risk stopping this unknown evolution, her gaze suddenly focused, stopping at the top of a sand dune ahead. There, quietly standing, was a figure. Tsunade immediately stopped, her powerful momentum making the sand behind her feet plow two deep grooves. She stood at the base of the sand dune, slightly looking up, forming a standoff with the figure above. Shizen, panting heavily, caught up to her side and also saw the person on the dune. It was a youth who looked only 15 or 16 years old, with handsome features, jet black short hair, wearing a black priestly robe with red edges, holding a short black rod identical to the ones restraining the Ten-Tails. Most shocking were his eyes. The left eye was a crimson Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating like a vortex, while the right eye was pure white, with veins slightly bulging around the pupil, unmistakably the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Sharingan and Byakugan. This bizarre eye combination instantly sent a chill up Shizen's spine. Menma stood atop the sand dune, looking down from his superior position. The chakra rod in his hand casually pointed towards Tsunade and Shizen's direction, his voice calm but carrying an unquestionable authority. No entry ahead. Tsunade-sama, Shizen-san, please turn back. His words made Tsunade frown deeply, and Shizen's heart skipped a beat. The other party had actually identified us by name. But Shizen searched her memory and couldn't recall ever seeing this youth with the strange eyes. Suppressing the shock and doubt in her heart, Tsunade spoke in a deep voice, asking a series of questions. Are you a member of the Uzumaki clan? But why isn't your hair red? And why do you possess both the Sharingan and the Byakugan? Her gaze passed over Menma, looking at the two behemoths transferring chakra in the distance, and she pressed further, what exactly are those two-tailed beasts? That dark red demon fox is absolutely not Konoha's Nine-Tails. Facing Tsunade's rapid-fire questions, Menma lightly shook his head, his tone still flat. I am indeed of the Uzumaki clan. Speaking of which, I am distantly related to you. He paused, then continued, so, some things aren't completely off-limits to explain to you. But I hope after hearing the explanation, you will leave this place. Menma raised his hand, pointing to his own strange eyes. These two eyes have a legitimate origin, not stolen or robbed. Then, he pointed towards the dark Nine-Tails feasting in the distance. That one over there is also not Konoha's Nine-Tails. It is my partner. I call it Kyuchan. Partner. Kyuchan. The doubts in Tsunade's heart grew stronger. Aside from the known nine-tailed beasts, did other tailed beasts exist in this world? And the other party mentioned a distant relationship. The Uzumaki and Senju clans did intermarry for generations during the Warring States period, with close relations. The other party could perform the adamantine sealing chains, so his bloodline purity was undeniable. But this Sharingan and Byakugan. It was simply too unbelievable. Menma seemed unwilling to explain further. He slightly raised his head and said to Tsunade, all right, I've answered your questions. Now, please accept my request as well. Leave this place. I do not wish to fight. His tone carried a hint of imperceptible softening. After all, according to his mother's usual chatter, Tsunade was one of the few relatives in Konoha with whom she had a relatively good relationship. Deep down, Menma did not want to cross blades with this nominally distant cousin. After speaking, the chakra rod in his hand casually swung forward, drawing a clear line in the sand at his feet. As the black rod cut through the air, it emitted a cold, obscure aura that seemed to disturb chakra, making both Tsunade and Shizen feel a palpitation. This was a power level completely unfamiliar to them. Tsunade fell into hesitation. Reason told her this youth was extremely dangerous, and the evolution the Dark Nine-Tails was undergoing was full of unknowns. But emotionally, the other party didn't seem immediately hostile, even proactively mentioning the Uzumaki clan and their distant relationship, releasing goodwill. Just as she was weighing the pros and cons, struggling to decide, a hot desert wind happened to blow towards them, carrying a faint, barely noticeable scent of blood from the youth opposite. The scent was very faint, but for Tsunade, who suffered from severe hemophobia, it was like the most potent poison. Her gaze instantly locked onto the sleeves and hem of Menma's priestly robe. There, stained were several patches of long-dried, darkened blood. Tsunade's pupils sharply contracted, her face instantly turning as pale as paper. The power that had just filled her entire body due to the creation-rebirth technique rapidly receded like a tide. The blue mark on her forehead rapidly dimmed and disappeared. She felt the world spin, intense nausea and dizziness assaulting her. Her legs went weak, and she actually collapsed directly onto the scorching sand, her body trembling uncontrollably, not even daring to focus her gaze on the blood-stained areas on Menma. Tsunade-sama. What's wrong? Shizen was greatly alarmed, quickly stepping forward to support the nearly fainting Tsunade, calling out anxiously. She immediately realized it was a hemophobia attack. Menma, standing on the sand dune, looked down at Tsunade, who had instantly lost her fighting ability before the fight even started, all because of a bit of residual blood from battle on his person. He couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, then shook his head somewhat helplessly. He dispersed the chakra rod in his hand, turning it into specks of black fragments that vanished into the air. It seems, there's no need to fight, he murmured to himself. Chapter 309, Chapter 309 Sunagakure wants to capture the Ten-Tails. Land of Rain, Northern Coast. The damp sea wind, carrying the smell of fish and the lingering gunpowder from distant battles, brushed against this port city, temporarily sheltering a large number of refugees. Several dilapidated ships from the direction of Omega-Kure were docked crookedly at the simple piers, unloading groups of sallow, thin people with hollow eyes. They carried simple luggage, their faces etched with the exhaustion of escaping disaster and deep confusion about the future. Ajaci's temples were beaded with fine sweat, her purple short hair somewhat messy from her busyness. She and several other Amigakure's genin companions, all young people dissatisfied with Hanzo's rule, were shuttling through the crowd, doing their best to assist the few local staff with settlement. Looking at these people who had lost their homes, especially the children curled up in their mother's arms, their large eyes wide with fear, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Return to Omega-Kure. It had just experienced a bloody power transition. Whether the new ruler was friend or foe was still unknown. Stay here. This port city had limited resources and clearly couldn't accommodate so many refugees long-term. Jiraiya stood at the ship's bow, arms crossed, gazing at the chaotic scene. After 2 days of self-care and treatment, his injuries had partially healed, at least no longer affecting basic movement. His gaze finally settled on the busy purple figure, his expression complex. This kind-hearted Omega-Kure girl had let him see a rare glimmer of humanity in this land filled with betrayal and slaughter, and also stirred up the warm yet painful memories of Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato in his heart. Hey! Strange old man. Ajaci finally noticed Jiraiya on the bow. She nimbly jumped over several piles of ropes, landing on the deck like a swift swallow, slightly out of breath. She asked with concern, "Your injuries, how are they?" "Still hurt." She remembered the terrible state he was in 2 days ago when they found him, covered in blood and holes. Jiraiya turned around, forcing a bright, reliable smile onto his face, even deliberately puffing out his chest. "Ha. Don't worry, little girl. For someone like me, Jiraiya-sama, who's traveled the world and seen countless storms, these minor injuries are no worse than a mosquito bite." He tried to use an exaggerated tone to dispel the heavy atmosphere. After laughing, his expression became slightly more serious. His eyes swept over the still anxious faces on the pier and Ajaci's tired but persevering companions. His tone became gentle and earnest. "What about you all? What are your plans next?" "Preparing to return to Omega-Kure." Hearing this, the vitality on Ajaci's face dimmed. She subconsciously looked towards the direction of Omega-Kure, where the sky seemed still shrouded in an intangible gloom. She said in a low voice, "Well, the news of Hanzo-sama's death has spread everywhere. It seems the village has a new leader." She pursed her lips, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, showing her inner struggle. "A few of my friends think, since the new leader overthrew Hanzo-sama's rule, perhaps Omega-Kure will see changes. They want to go back and see the situation." Her tone wasn't firm, clearly filled with doubts herself. Jiraiya sighed inwardly. He was almost certain that Ajaci and her companions were the kind of young ninja deeply dissatisfied with Hanzo's later tyranny, yearning for change in their hearts, potential rebels under the old system. However, he knew better than anyone that the one now sitting atop Amigakure's highest tower was his own disciple, twisted by pain and proclaiming himself a god. Nagato. These young people carrying simple hopes would most likely be absorbed and used by the Cold War machine that was the Akatsuki, becoming its peripheral members. He might not be able to interfere too much with the fate of other unfamiliar ninja, but looking at this girl who still helped others in desperate straits, with eyes as clear as the sky after rain, a strong sense of atonement surged in Jiraiya's heart. Because Ajaci was too much like Konan and the others back then. He couldn't just watch Ajaci jump back into that fire pit. Jiraiya changed the subject, pretending to be relaxed, asking, "Speaking of which, where's that brat who was with you? Why isn't he by your side protecting you? Leaving such a cute girl alone in this chaotic place is really lacking in gentlemanly manners." He tried to probe for information about the mysterious Shura's whereabouts in a teasing way. Ajaci was momentarily stunned, a flash of disappointment that even she hadn't fully realized quickly passing over her face. She lowered her head, gently kicking a small, inconspicuous knot on the deck with her toe, her voice also lowering. He's not an Amigakure's ninja. He was just passing through. He has things he must accomplish, and has already left." She was silent for a few seconds, as if weighing something. Then she looked up at Jiraiya's face, which seemed unreliable but held sincerity and experience in its depths, and felt she could perhaps trust him. She added softly, actually, the name Ichiraku, he made it up on the spot. Hearing this, Jiraiya let out a loud, even somewhat exaggerated laugh, ha ha ha. Just as I thought. I knew that kid wasn't honest. From the very beginning, in my little ramen shop, his eyes seemed like they could see right through a person. Very sharp, that one. As he laughed, he carefully observed Ajisai's subtle reactions when she mentioned that name. Old man, you knew him before. Ajisai's eyes widened in surprise, her pure pupils filled with curiosity. She had always thought their meeting at the ramen shop was just a coincidence. Jiraiya stroked his wild white hair, pretending to be profound and pondering for a moment, as if organizing some earth-shattering words. Well, you see, the threads of fate are always intricate and complex. Strictly speaking, we hadn't truly met before. But fatefully, it was as if there was an intangible bond. Well, you could say we were destined to meet and clash at the crossroads of fate. He saw Ajisai become even more confused by his mystical words, her small nose wrinkling as she tried to understand, and couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. He stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point. All right, enough about that kid. Let's get back on topic. Little girl, I see you're skilled and have a good heart. There's a mission at hand, I wonder if you'd be interested in taking it. Mission. Ajisai blinked, temporarily setting aside her confusion about the relationship between Menma and Jiraiya. That's right, an escort mission. Jiraiya nodded, his expression becoming slightly more formal. I'm planning to set off for the capital of the Land of Stars. But as you can see, these old bones of mine just went through a fierce battle, injuries not fully healed. Traveling across the border alone, on a long journey, I'm bound to run into some troublesome characters, and dealing with them would be a hassle. Since you're a ninja, would you be interested in accepting this commission and acting as my temporary bodyguard? He paused, his gaze meaningfully glancing towards the direction of Amegakure, his tone carrying admonishment. Coincidentally, Amagekyure's situation is unstable right now. No one knows the new leader's temper or policies. For safety's sake, I think it's better for you not to return for now. Taking this opportunity to travel, see the outside world, might not be a bad thing. 2. The Land of Stars. Ajisai's heart skipped a beat. Menma, he was a ninja from the Land of Stars. If I accepted this mission and went to the Land of Stars, would it be possible to see him again? That powerful, mysterious boy who occasionally showed a gentleness different from any ninja she knew. Once this thought arose, it quickly wrapped around her heart like vines. She forcibly suppressed the inexplicable anticipation and a hint of shyness in her chest, trying to make her voice sound calm and professional. I need to discuss this with my companions. After all, it involves leaving the Land of Rain. And she looked up, seriously looking at Jiraiya. According to ninja regulations, cross-border escort missions, especially to a country with a special situation like the Land of Stars, the mission rank is at least B rank, and the commission isn't low. Jiraiya waved a hand grandly, appearing very generous. We'll calculate it at the top B rank mission rate. Half paid up front, the remainder upon mission completion. Don't worry about the money at all. He puffed out his chest, forgot to mention, standing before you is a best-selling author known throughout the ninja world. My manuscript fees and royalties are enough for me to travel the world and squander for several lifetimes. He stroked his non-existent beard proudly. Famous author. Ajisai's curiosity was completely piqued. She tilted her head, her pure, innocent large eyes seemingly filled with a yearning for literature. Old man, what kind of stories do you write? Are they adventure legends? Or heroic epics? Looking at the girl's completely unworldly, purely inquisitive eyes, Jiraiya's old face instantly turned bright red, his previous pride vanishing without a trace. He coughed violently, his eyes awkwardly darting around, not daring to meet Ajisai's gaze. Cough, cough, cough. It's the kind that deeply explores the complex emotions between adults and the mysteries of life's great harmony. Well, literary works. Yes. Literary works. Deep in meaning, extraordinary significance. But Jiraiya quickly waved his hands, his tone urgent. You're still too young. Your mind isn't mature enough. Not suitable for such deep content. Talk about it when you're older. When you're older. He almost ended the topic in a panic. In short, the commission will be calculated at the B rank rate, absolutely no problem. Go discuss it with your companions quickly. Let me know once you've decided, and we'll set off as soon as possible. While Jiraiya was egging on Ajisai to go to the Land of Stars. Land of Wind, Sunagakure. In stark contrast to the atmosphere of indecision and sorrow permeating the Land of Rain's port, the air in the Kazakage's office in Sunagakure was so heavy it seemed it could drip water. The fourth Kazakage, Raza, sat behind his large desk, fingers unconsciously tapping the hard desktop, emitting a dull tapping sound. His face, usually known for its hardness, was now tightly furrowed, his brows locked with each other. Before the desk stood Sunagekir's two elder advisors. Chiyo's wrinkled face seemed even more furrowed than usual, her eyes narrowed, making it hard to see the emotion within. Ebizo, known for his deep wisdom and extensive intelligence network, wore his signature heavy headband wrapped tightly above his forehead, his two long eyebrows hanging to his jaw. He held a red scroll marked with the highest emergency level, just delivered by the fastest messenger hawk. Kazekage-sama. Ebizo's voice was low and hoarse, breaking the dead silence in the room. According to the desperate report from the 3rd Patrol Squad on the northern border, it's confirmed that in the Sea of Death, uninhabited zone in the north of the Land of Wind, bordering the Land of Stars, a giant creature, beyond all our previous knowledge has appeared. He deliberately paused, then slowly unrolled the scroll, reading the contents written in a trembling hand. According to eyewitness descriptions, the creature is preliminarily estimated to be over 300 meters tall, its form, similar to a tailed beast. But the most unbelievable part is, it possesses 10 tails. Ebizo looked up, his gaze sweeping over Raza and Chiyo's instantly changed expressions, emphasizing his tone, the chakra pressure it emitted, according to the report from the two Chunin who personally experienced the One-Tail's full rampage, was like facing a natural disaster, far exceeding their memory of Shikaku, by dozens of times, or more. 10 tails. Raza shot up from his seat, leaning on the desk with both hands, his body leaning forward, his eyes filled with doubt. Absurd. How could such a tailed beast exist in the world? From the One-Tail to the Nine-Tails, that's common knowledge in the ninja world. There has never been any record of a 10 tails in the ninja world. Chiyo slowly lifted her eyelids, her cloudy eyeballs turning slightly, looking at her brother. Her voice, carrying the hoarseness accumulated over the years, also held a trace of gravity. I have lived over 60 years, dare not claim to have read as many secret scrolls as there are stars, but I consider myself well-read in strange tales and records. This 10 tails, it's unheard of. Ebizo, the reliability of the intelligence. Ebizo took a deep breath, placing the heavy scroll gently on Raza's desk, his finger tapping the special encryption mark and blood stain on it. Kazekage-sama, Nei-san. The source is one of the border patrol squads, the captain is an experienced special jonin. They didn't dare approach, only observed from the maximum distance for a short while, but their descriptions of its size and those 10 nightmare-like dancing tails were highly consistent. His gaze became extremely sharp. Most importantly, the fear of those two Chunin who experienced Shikaku's rampage cannot be faked. To make Sunagekir's ninja raised in the shadow of a tailed beast feel such despairing pressure, the vastness of its chakra has probably surpassed our previous understanding of tailed beasts. In Sunagekir, and indeed the mainstream understanding of the ninja world, tailed beasts were monsters formed over millennia from the world's endless hatred, resentment, and negative chakra, natural disasters bringing calamity and destruction. They had never considered communicating or coexisting with tailed beasts like Kimobikir did. Chiyo's bony fingers trembled slightly. She mused, if tailed beasts truly breed from the darkest aspects of the human heart, then in these years of continuous war and the cycle of hatred, the conception of a 10 tails gathering more malice, more powerful, from this twisted logic, it seems, not entirely impossible. However, in Raza's eyes, after the initial doubt, a flame called ambition gradually ignited. As the 4th Kazekage, he had devoted his life to revitalizing the barren Sunagekir and raising its status among the 5 great nations, even not hesitating to use his magnet release gold dust ninjutsu to accumulate funds for the village. Raza clenched his fists tightly, no matter what it is. No matter where it came from. Since it has appeared on the territory of the Land of Wind, we absolutely cannot leave it unchecked. His voice carried a hint of barely suppressed eagerness, a tailed beast, stronger than Shikaku. If Sunagekir can successfully capture and seal it, create our own, more powerful ultimate weapon. Raza's breathing became slightly rapid, as if he already saw Sunagekir looking down on all others with this power. This will be the key to changing the village's fate. Our perfect opportunity to break free from resource scarcity and ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world. He jerked his head up, his gaze sweeping over Chiyo and Ebizo like a hawk's. More importantly, its location is too sensitive. Right next to the Land of Stars. That Shura who slaughtered nobles and daimyo, overturned the ninja world's order. We absolutely cannot let him get to this 10 tails first. He hesitated no longer, quickly issuing orders. Elder Chiyo. Please immediately assemble the sealing team and barrier team, prepare the village's most powerful inherited sealing techniques and related ninja tools. I want to ensure we can suppress this unknown tailed beast as much as possible. Elder Ebizo. Immediately, in my name, notify the Umbu commander and the Jonin commander, draw the most elite ninja, including those skilled in long-range attack, restraint, barriers, and sensing, to form a special operations unit. Bring all portable heavy ninja tools. Raza walked around the desk to the window, looking out at the sand-filled sky, his back exuding an all-or-nothing determination. This operation will be led by me personally. There is only one goal dash. Capture the 10 tails. Chapter 310, Chapter 310 Tsunade's Age. The dry autumn wind swept up dust and sand, whistling as it passed the towering rock walls surrounding Sunagakure. An unusual tension permeated the village, especially within the heavily guarded Umbu-specific training base. In the center of the base's sandy ground, over 30 ninja stood solemnly. They represented Sunagakure's current top combat force. Experienced Umbu elites, battle-hardened jonin, special jonin with various specialties, and elites proficient in sealing techniques and manipulating eerie puppets. Among them were the white-haired elder Chiyo and her brother Ebizo, the steady and capable Kazekage's right-hand men, Baki, and Yura, Fuji, Pakura, Yosuke, Maki, Sajin, among others. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, stood before the group. He had changed into dark combat attire suitable for movement, over which he wore the white robe symbolizing his status as Kazekage, his expression as stern as bedrock. He offered no unnecessary pleasantries. His gaze swept over each elite present, his voice steady and powerful as he directly announced the purpose of this emergency assembly. According to confirmed intelligence, an unprecedented giant creature has appeared in the northern Sea of Death region. He paused deliberately, ensuring everyone's attention was fully focused. Preliminary assessment indicates its form is similar to a tailed beast, but it possesses 10 tails. Raza's words were like a boulder dropped into a calm lake, instantly causing a stir and murmurs of disbelief among the crowd. 10 tails. How is that possible? You must be joking. Especially those ninja who had personally experienced the Nine-Tails Rampage, like Pakura and Baki, their faces instantly turned extremely grim, even ugly. Shikaku's sky-blotting sandstorms and malevolent chakra were a terror indelibly etched in their memories. And now, a Ten-Tails, potentially stronger than Shikaku and unheard of, had appeared. Just the thought was enough to send a chill down the spines of these seasoned veterans. Raza raised a hand, quelling the commotion, his voice carrying authority. The intelligence has been verified through multiple channels, it is confirmed. Whatever it is, since it has appeared within the Land of Wind's borders, we must ascertain its origin and purpose. His sharp eyes scanned the group. Our mission objectives are twofold. First, capture this Ten-Tails if possible. Success would greatly enhance the village's strategic power. Second, if capture proves difficult, at minimum investigate the reason for its appearance and ensure it does not threaten the oasis towns in the Land of Wind's heartland, and absolutely prevent it from approaching Sunagakure. This is the highest priority mission, and failure is not an option. The order was given, brooking no argument. Despite the shock and doubt filling their hearts, all the ninja present straightened their backs and responded in unison, "Yes, Kazekage-sama." Raza gave the group 30 minutes to prepare. The team immediately dispersed. The Jonin team, sealing team, medical team, communications team, etc., each went to their respective supply depots according to their functions for final equipment checks and resupply. In the corridor leading to the equipment depot, the tall, lean Yura, with his somewhat sinister features, watched the busy medical team members and couldn't help but mutter to his colleague beside him, "TCH, for a large-scale mission like this, if only Yoshimaru were still here. His medical ninjutsu and trap setting would save us a lot of trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, Baki, whose expression had been gloomy, immediately shot him a stern look and hissed, "Yura, watch your words." Yura suddenly realized his slip of the tongue and quickly shut his mouth, glancing guiltily towards Raza, who was discussing in low tones with Chiyo and Ebizo in the distance. Yoshimaru, the younger brother of Raza's deceased wife, had been an outstanding Sunagakure's jonin, particularly skilled in medical ninjutsu and precise explosive trap placement, an excellent support asset on missions. However, not long ago, Gaara, unstable due to the one-tail within him, had accidentally killed this uncle who had always cared for him. This was Raza's official announcement, but the incident was shrouded in strangeness and remained a sensitive, taboo subject within the village. Elsewhere, the young special jonin, Maki, a kunoichi skilled in sealing techniques who still retained a hint of childishness on her face, hurried to catch up with her teacher, Pakura. "Pakura-sensei." Maki's voice held tension and a trace of excitement. "Do we need to prepare any specific sealing talismans?" "I heard." Pakura stopped and turned. Her face was resolute, but currently, her eyes seemed to hide a barely perceptible distraction. She interrupted Maki, her tone unexpectedly blunt, "Maki, go prepare your standard ninja tool pouch first. The sealing team has a unified plan. I need to prepare some things alone." Maki was taken aback, watching Pakura's slightly hurried retreating back with confusion. "Pakura-sensei seems a bit strange today." She thought to herself, but quickly attributed it to the pressure of facing an unknown powerful enemy. After all, Pakura had also experienced Shikaku's rampage, and being cautious was normal. Pakura did not go to the public equipment depot but went straight to her simply furnished home, which included a small training room. She closed the door behind her, leaning against the cold wood, and took a deep breath. She walked to a corner of the training room and began mechanically checking and organizing standard ninja tools like kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags. However, Just as she picked up a new roll of explosive tags, a sudden, irresistible wave of intense drowsiness washed over her mind like a tide. Her movements halted, her eyes instantly becoming vacant. On the back of her right hand, a faint red mark flickered briefly before disappearing. At that moment, Bakura's consciousness seemed to be temporarily stripped away. Her body stood rigid, as if manipulated by invisible strings. A faint, special chakra fluctuation, through a method beyond conventional perception, merged into an invisible, chakra network. Brief intelligence regarding Tsunagekyu's elite force assembly, the target 10 tails, departure time, and general personnel composition was swiftly transmitted out. This was precisely the passive effect of Hikari's Mangekyo Sharingan Stojitsu, engraved Tsukuyomi. The spies, implanted with the engraving, once their consciousness came into contact with key information or missions related to the Land of Stars, would trigger the subconscious hypnotic control, automatically transmitting the intelligence back via the preset, chakra network. In the Land of Stars, specialized intelligence personnel were responsible for receiving and screening these information fragments from all directions, piecing together valuable intelligence. A moment later, Bakura shook her head violently, her eyes regaining clarity. She looked somewhat bewildered at the explosive tags in her hand, then around the room. What happened? Just now. Was I too tired? She muttered to herself, rubbing her slightly throbbing temples, attributing it to brief mental fatigue from overtraining recently due to the tense border situation. Not daring to delay further, she quickly packed the necessary ninja tools and hurried out of her home towards the designated assembly point north of the village. When she arrived, most personnel had already gathered. Bakura's gaze swept over the team, quickly spotting her student Maki in the ceiling team area. However, the next moment, her pupils constricted sharply. Among the experienced ninja of the ceiling team, a small figure, utterly out of place, stood out starkly. It was a red-haired boy of only 7, wearing a slightly oversized brown robe, clutching a worn-out teddy bear tightly in his arms. He kept his head down, his pale little face showing clear unease and fear. It was the 4th Kazekage's son, the One-Tails Jinchuriki. Gaara. Bakura's brow immediately furrowed. She quickly walked to the Jonin team area, approaching Jonin commander, Baki, who was responsible for the mission's specific coordination, and asked, "Baki-san, why is Gaara here? He's just a child. Facing such an unknown monster is far too dangerous." Baki crossed his arms, his expression equally grave. He glanced at the small, solitary figure in the distance, sighed, and lowered his voice, "Bakura, do you think I want this? Don't I know he's just a child?" His gaze turned towards Raza's rigid back, his voice carrying a hint of helplessness and resolve. "But this is Kazekage-sama's order. We are about to face an existence potentially more terrifying than Shikaku. If the situation spirals out of control, we need to ensure we have sufficient means to respond. The power within Gaara is the final insurance." Upon hearing this, Bakura's heart sank heavily. She understood Baki and Raza's plan. They intended to use Gaara, this 7-year-old child, as a trump card that might need to be played at a critical moment. She looked at the fear in Gaara's eyes, then at Raza's expressionless profile, a complex emotion welling up inside her. Just then, Raza turned around, his gaze sweeping over the assembled team, confirming everyone was in place. He offered no further mobilization, simply raised his hand and swung it forward forcefully. "Move out." The command was concise and cold. The Special Operations Force, personally led by Raza, comprising 36 of Tsunagekyu's top combatants, slithered out of the village like a silent sand serpent. They raced into the wind and sand whipping up from the north, heading towards that unknown danger zone known as the Sea of Death. The dry wind, carrying sand grains, whistled through the ruins of the sand city. Tsunade slowly opened her heavy eyelids, her vision greeted by a rough roof made of piled sand and stone. She found herself lying on a pile of dry grass in the corner of a crude sandstone hut, covered by a somewhat worn but relatively clean wool blanket. She pushed herself up, supporting her still dizzy head, as memories flooded back. The confrontation with the mysterious black-haired boy, the earth-shattering battle between the two terrifying tailed beasts in the distance, and that trace of blood sent from the other party that had instantly rendered her combat ineffective. Tsunade shook her head vigorously, forcibly pushing the associations with blood back into the depths of her heart. She took several deep breaths, trying to calm her still somewhat erratic heartbeat and breathing. She stood up, stretched her slightly stiff limbs, and confirmed that aside from the psychological effects of her hemophobia, she was physically unharmed. Pushing open the creaky, dilapidated wooden door, Tsunade stepped outside. Outside lay the ancient city ruins, half buried by yellow sand. Crumbling walls, toppled pillars, weathered stone carvings, all spoke of the ruthlessness of time and past glory. The scorching sun poured down unabated onto this dead, silent relic. The air was filled with the scent of dust and dryness. And further away, that heart-stopping scene still persisted. The colossal beast, hundreds of meters tall with 10 tails, was bound firmly by several massive black rods and chakra chains, roaring in pain and fury, its enormous body writhing futilely, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The dark red nine-tailed demon fox lay atop the tentails, greedily devouring the other's vast, ocean-like chakra. Visible streams of dark red energy flowed into its body. Tsunade-sama. You're awake. A call filled with pleasant surprise came from nearby. Tsunade turned to see Shizen standing by a seemingly long dry old well, holding a wooden bucket half filled with clear water. At her feet, Taunton also let out a "bew-bew" sound, as if expressing concern. Shizen hurried over with the bucket, her face showing worry. How are you feeling? Is there anywhere you're still unwell? Tsunade waved a hand, indicating she was fine, but her gaze involuntarily scanned the surroundings, searching for the boy's figure. Just the old problem, it's past. Where is that kid? Shizen raised her hand, pointing towards the relatively intact top of an ancient tower among the ruins. He's up there. Tsunade followed Shizen's pointing finger. On the broken edge of that wind and sand-eroded high tower, a black figure sat quietly. He had his back to them, facing the distant-tailed beast, Feast. The hem of his black robe fluttered slightly in the dry wind, like a cold spectator watching a play. Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly. She walked to the water bucket Shizen had brought, bent down, cupped her hands to gather the cold water, and splashed it forcefully onto her face. The piercing cold instantly dispelled the last of her grogginess, clearing her mind completely. Water droplets traced paths down her smooth cheeks and golden strands of hair, falling onto the scorching sand with faint sizzling sounds. She straightened up, offered no further words, focused a bit of chakra in her feet, and with a few light leaps, gracefully ascended the ruined tower, landing steadily beside Menma. Together, they looked out at the scene beyond normal comprehension. The wind was stronger atop the tower, tugging at the clothes of both. Menma seemed to have sensed her arrival long ago. He didn't turn, merely tilting his head slightly, his tone flat, awake. His gaze briefly lingered on Tsunade's hair, which seemed glossier when wet, and her face, which appeared even more radiantly beautiful after being moistened by the water droplets, especially her impressive figure, further accentuated by her damp clothes. Speaking of which, by age, Tsunade should be over 40, right? She really maintains herself well. A stray thought flashed through his mind before he dismissed it. Tsunade paid no mind to his glance, as her thoughts were entirely on the mystery before her. She got straight to the point, her voice carrying a note of inquiry. I still don't know your name, last descendant of the Uzumaki clan. She deliberately paused slightly on the words, last descendant, observing his reaction. This youth embodied too many contradictions and impossibilities. Uzumaki bloodline, Uchiha's Sharingan, Hyuga's Byakugan, and those two unheard of tailed beasts. But she remembered the Nine-Tails was in Konoha. And the Ten-Tails. She had lived over 40 years and never heard of any Ten-Tails. Hearing this, a faint, somewhat mocking smile tugged at Menma's lips. Last descendant. I wouldn't call myself that. Our Uzumaki clan, although no longer possessing the glory of the Uzushiobakure era, if we count those of pure bloodline, there are probably about 6 or 7 left. Names and faces quickly flashed through his mind: Kanon, Karen, Nagato, Anoka, and himself and Naruto. That wasn't even counting some scattered, undiscovered clansmen. 6 or 7. Tsunade's eyes widened sharply, her face filled with disbelief, her voice rising involuntarily. You say there are 6 or 7 pure-blooded Uzumaki clan's members left. This number was a massive shock to Tsunade, who had witnessed the fall of Uzushiobakure and had always believed the Uzumaki clan was nearly extinct. In the ninja world, a clan possessing a special Kekkei Genkai or secret techniques, able to maintain 6 or 7 pure-blooded members, already constituted a medium-sized clan not to be underestimated. Many small clans might nominally have dozens of members, but often only this number, or even fewer, truly inherited the clan's core abilities and met ninja standards. She lowered her head, her elegant brows tightly knit in deep thought. This news was too shocking, forcing her to reassess many things. For instance, if there were so many Uzumaki survivors, why hadn't Konoha found them? Was it that they couldn't find them, or? At the same time, the more Tsunade looked at the young man's face, the more she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if she had seen him somewhere before, yet couldn't recall no matter how hard she tried. This feeling of familiarity nagged at her. She looked up and pressed again. And your name? A Uzumaki with so many secrets must have a name, right? Menma, seeing Tsunade's persistent questioning, knew she wouldn't let it go without an answer. He naturally couldn't tell her his real name, Uzumaki Menma, now. Facing Tsunade's scrutinizing gaze, Menma revealed a slightly mysterious smile and said clearly. You can call me Shura. The name struck Tsunade's ears like thunderclaps. Shura. She instinctively took half a step back, her eyes instantly widening. Tsunade looked up and down, carefully examining the black-haired youth before her, who appeared only 15 or 16 with a handsome, slightly youthful face. She simply couldn't connect him to the Shura who was renowned throughout the ninja world, whose name made the great ninja villages pale. That Shura who founded the unorthodox land of stars, slaughtered countless nobles and daimyo, infamous for his ferocity. Who infiltrated the heavily guarded Konohagakure repeatedly as if it were nothing, and even brazenly stole 4 precious Byakugan from the Hyuga clan's main family right in front of Konoha's elite ninja. That Shura who caused major losses to Kimogakure, known for its militant stance and possession of the 2 tails and 8 tails perfect Jinchuriki. Rumor had it even the 4th Raikage and those 2 Jinchuriki were seriously injured by him, his fearsome reputation in Kimogakure said to be enough to make children stop crying. To accomplish such feats, Tsunade admitted that even the Sannin together might manage, but any one of them alone absolutely could not. In Tsunade's, and indeed most of the ninja world's high-level imagination, someone capable of such earth-shattering deeds, possessing such terrifying power, Shura, even if not grotesque or ferocious-looking, should at least be an imposing, inscrutable figure in his prime, or a sinister elder. But before her, this guy, lounging casually on a broken tower watching the scenery, even carrying a bit of youthful spirit, was actually the Shura who stirred up the ninja world and gave the 5 great nations headaches. The immense contrast left the usually worldly wise Tsunade momentarily speechless. She just stared at the youth who called himself Shura with an incredulous gaze, as if trying to see right through him. Chapter 311, Chapter 311 Inoki's Worry. On the desolate desert bordering the land of earth and the land of stars, several rock fortresses built into the mountains served as Iwagakure's forward outposts. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the lingering smell of smoke from explosives. Crushed rock and damaged weapons lay scattered across the ground. The bodies of several Iwagakure's ninjas rested in dark stains, silently telling the story of a recent assault. In one corner of the outpost, a severely injured Iwagakure's ninja leaned against the rock wall, his breathing labored and ragged. His forehead protector was shattered. Multiple wounds on his body still seeped blood, darkening the earth-colored fabric of his flak jacket. His eyes were wide with a mix of pain and defiance as he watched 3 figures approach. They wore the deep blue uniforms of Star Ninja, their forehead protectors bearing the distinct 5-pointed star. You Star Ninja." The wounded man managed to gasp out, his voice trembling with effort and fury. "Are you trying to start a war? Iwagakure will not let this stand." The lead, Star Ninja, wore a mask covering the lower half of his face. Above it, a pair of scarlet eyes with 3 swirling tomos were clearly visible. Kakashi, disguised as a Star Ninja, raised his sword. The blade was still wet with blood, catching the cold light of the setting sun. In a deliberately altered, slightly rough voice, he spoke clearly. "Mere Iwagakure." Before the words had fully left his mouth, his blade flashed. Squelch. The sword found its mark with precision, piercing the Iwagakure's ninja's heart and ending his life. The light in the man's eyes faded rapidly, finally settling into an expression of frozen disbelief and hatred. "Captain, all resistance within the outpost has been neutralized," one of the Konoha's Umbu, also disguised as a Star Ninja, reported in a low, muffled voice from behind his mask. Kakashi gave a slight nod. His gaze, seemingly casual, swept over a pile of collapsed rock rubble nearby, where the sound of faint, suppressed breathing could just barely be detected. He deliberately raised his voice, addressing his 2 subordinates. "Clean this up. Make it look like the work of those Sunagakure scum. Be quick about it." "Understood." The 2 Umbu's members moved with practiced efficiency. They began repositioning the bodies, strategically placing a few poison shuriken of a type commonly used by Sunagakure, and carefully altering certain battle traces to point the blame toward the land of wind. After a short time, Kakashi signaled. The 3 of them swiftly withdrew from the bloody outpost, vanishing into the vast expanse of the desert. A long time passed after their departure. Only then did a faint, chattering sound emerge from behind the pile of rubble. 2 young Iwagakure's ninjas, their faces smeared with dust and their eyes wide with the terror of a narrow escape, were huddled tightly in a narrow crevice. They had survived by hiding in a concealed ventilation shaft. Are they gone?" The younger one whispered, his voice shaking. "Don't move. Wait longer." The slightly older, marginally calmer Iwagakure's ninja hissed, his hand clamping down on his companion's shoulder. His own heart was hammering against his ribs. He had seen those chilling red eyes clearly through a crack in the rocks, an image now burned into his mind like a nightmare. Sure enough, after what felt like the time it takes a stick of incense to burn, the sound of cutting wind returned. Kakashi's figure reappeared. He moved swiftly through the outpost, his sharp eyes scanning every corner. Only after a final confirmation that no living witnesses remained did he truly depart. The 2 survivors endured several more hours of fear and torment, hidden in the rocky crevice as the sky grew fully dark. Finally, a routine Iwagakure's patrol, discovering the outpost's silence, entered with lit torches to investigate. The 2 young ninjas scrambled out, clutching at their rescuers like lifelines, and tearfully reported everything they had seen and heard. The patrol leader surveyed the scene of carnage and the 2 terrified survivors, his face turning grim. He immediately understood the severity of the situation. Get them back to the village, now. Report directly to the Tsuchikage. He ordered in a low, urgent voice. The team moved quickly, forming a protective escort around the two crucial witnesses and setting off at speed toward Iwagakure. On a barren, rocky hilltop not far from the attacked outpost, three figures materialized out of the darkness. It was Kakashi's team, returned once more. One Umbu's member peered through a telescope, observing the scene below. Captain, confirmation. The survivors have been recovered by the Iwagakure's patrol and are en route to Iwagakure. The other member added, that's the second outpost we've hit on this border. But, Captain, with just 2 border skirmishes, is it enough to truly provoke a large-scale war between Iwagakure and the Land of Stars? Their Tsuchikage isn't known for acting impulsively. Kakashi didn't answer immediately. He was meticulously cleaning his sword, the blade already spotless. Finally, he sheathed the weapon. He then reached up and carefully removed the special contact lens from his right eye, revealing his natural eye. His expression remained unreadable, his voice calm. 2 outposts are not enough. We continue north. We'll create more incidents all along the Land of Earth's border with the Land of Stars. Adjust the frequency and intensity as the situation demands. His gaze turned toward the distant, mountainous border region. We need Iwagakure to believe this isn't random conflict, but a deliberate and sustained campaign of provocation from the Land of Stars. When they can no longer tolerate it and launch a major retaliation, our mission will be complete. Understood. The 2 Umbu's members responded in unison. Iwagakure, the Tsuchikage's office. That evening, the report of the second border attack, along with the critical intelligence from the survivors, was swiftly delivered to the third Tsuchikage, Anoki. The atmosphere in the room was heavy. Anoki, short in stature but immense in presence, floated in the air, his brow deeply furrowed. The tall, powerfully built Kitsuchi, and the jonin in charge of intelligence, Monga, stood at attention nearby. Kitsuchi pointed to a map spread across the desk. Tsuchikage-sama, this is the second border outpost attacked in 2 days. This time, however, we have 2 survivors. They both claim the attackers tried to frame Sunagakure, and they provided one crucial detail. He paused for emphasis. The leader of the attackers possessed a 3-tomo Sharingan. The Sharingan. Anoki and Tsuchi exclaimed almost in unison, their faces hardening. Tsuchi rubbed his chin, his rugged features creased in confusion. The Sharingan, that Kekkei Genkai can't be faked. But the Land of Stars has just absorbed 3 smaller nations and taken in the defected Uchiha and Hyuga from Konoha. They should be focused on consolidating their gains and stabilizing internally. Picking a fight with us now, what's the strategic benefit? It doesn't make sense. Anoki's wrinkled forehead was knotted in thought. He gestured for Monga to mark the attack sites on the map. Staring at the marked locations in the barren, mountainous border region, his eyes narrowed. I've heard the Land of Stars has been investing heavily in developing the western Hyuga plains, turning marsh and wasteland into farmland, Anoki mused, his voice raspy but his logic sharp. That's their priority. Our side of the border is mostly rock and desert, far less valuable. Provoking us now is puzzling. Despite his often stubborn and conservative nature, Anoki's decades of leadership had honed his political and strategic instincts to a razor's edge. His infamous strategy of besieging the Third Raikage to exhaustion was a testament to his cunning and ruthlessness. Though he hadn't anticipated the Third Raikage's sheer durability, which cost Iwagakure dearly. It was for this reason he often employed mercenaries and missing men to preserve Iwagakure's own future generations. Kitsuchi added, Father, the Sharingan changes everything. Besides the Land of Stars, who else has ready access to that power? Even Konoha likely doesn't have a single active pair left. They were evidently unaware of Sasuke's status. Monga agreed. Kitsuchi-sama is correct. Regardless of their motives, the attacks are a fact. We must respond decisively. I recommend immediately reinforcing patrols and defenses all along the northern border. Simultaneously, we should assemble an elite strike force to retaliate against 1 or 2 of the Land of Stars' own border posts. We must show them we won't be bullied, but we must control the escalation. Anoki floated silently, hands behind his back, deep in thought. The Sharingan. The word stirred a deep-seated memory, one tinged with genuine fear. Uchiha Madara. He felt a deep apprehension toward the Land of Stars' Uchiha Hikari, and that deeply mysterious, powerful figure known only as Shura. A full-scale conflict with the Uchiha clan alone would be a nightmare for Iwagakure. But as the Tsuchikage of a great ninja village, to not respond forcefully to such blatant aggression would be a fatal sign of weakness. It would destroy Iwagakure's prestige and embolden the Land of Stars further. After a long moment of weighing his options, Anoki spoke, his voice firm with decision. Kitsuchi, do as Monga suggests. You will oversee the dispatch of 2 elite teams to reinforce the northern border. Form an assault team and find an opportunity to take out a Land of Stars outpost. Make it clear we will respond, but keep it contained. Do not let this spiral. Yes, father. Tsuchi acknowledged. Monga, Inoki turned to the intelligence officer. Issue the sternest possible diplomatic protest to the Land of Stars, in the name of Iwagakure and the Land of Earth's daimyo. Condemn these attacks. Demand an immediate explanation, punishment for those responsible, and compensation for our losses. Understood, Tsuchikage-sama. Kitsuchi bowed. As the two men turned to leave, Inoki stopped them. Wait. Monga, two more things. Contact the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, Han. He is to cease all external missions immediately. He does not leave the village without my direct order. Then divert more resources to finding the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, that stubborn old fool, Rashi. Wherever he's wandering, tell him to get back to the village. This is a direct order from his Tsuchikage. The memory of his last heated argument with Rashi, which had ended with the Jinchuriki storming off, still irritated him. Immediately, Tsuchikage-sama. Kitsuchi bowed again and hurried out with Tsuchi. Alone in the office, Inoki floated in silence. He rubbed his right eyelid, which had been twitching incessantly. A sense of deep unease refused to leave him. It's just one Uchiha, not that monster Madara. Nothing to fear. Right. Nothing to worry about. But the self-reassurance did little to calm the disquiet growing in his heart. Chapter 312, Chapter 312 The Kicks for the Kazekage. Deep within the Sea of Death, in the northern land of wind. The time was noon the next day. The sun beat down mercilessly, heating the endless sands to a blistering temperature, making the air shimmer with heat haze. In this lifeless forbidden zone, a scene beyond mortal comprehension was unfolding. In the distance, the terrifying 100-meter-tall Ten-Tails was pinned in the desert, emitting low, guttural roars of pain and frustration. Its 10 massive tails were held fast by glowing golden chains and dark chakra rods. Its colossal form shuddered violently but could not break free. And the dark red nine-tailed demon fox, like a grotesque parasite, lay sprawled across the Ten-Tails' back, voraciously devouring the vast, visible rivers of chakra flowing from its captive. The dark Nine-Tails form seemed more solid, more massive than the day before, the aura of destruction around it growing ever more intense. Menma stood atop the highest remnant of the Sand City's ruins, the broken walls casting long shadows below him. His arms were crossed as he observed the absorption process from afar, a faint, almost imperceptible frown on his face. Within his mind, he communicated with the dark Nine-Tails. What's the hold-up, Q-chan? This is taking longer than expected. In his memory, even when the dark Nine-Tails had consumed the other tailed beasts in the limited Tsukuyomi world, it had never taken this long. Menma, this thing's chakra, it's immense. And the quality is strange. It has a weird feeling to it, the fox's voice echoed in her consciousness, tinged with effort and a hint of excitement. Hey, Menma. Are you sure this is just a juvenile? It feels like its chakra volume dwarfs the total of all the tailed beasts I've eaten before. Menma understood. The tailed beasts of the limited Tsukuyomi world were born from hatred and chakra, fundamentally different from the Ten-Tails, which was the seedling of the god tree. Yes, it's a juvenile. The true, complete Ten-Tails requires absorbing the entire planet's natural energy to form, he explained. His thoughts raced, recalling how Obito and Madara had attained 6 paths power with an incomplete Ten-Tails. What kind of transformation would the Dark Nine-Tails undergo, having fused with 8-tailed beasts and now consuming this juvenile Ten-Tails? Could it possibly help me reach the threshold of the 6 paths level? The sound of light footsteps on sand came from behind. Tsunade's figure appeared at the edge of the ruins, her golden ponytail shifting slightly in the hot, dry wind. She stared at the two monstrous beings locked in their grotesque embrace, her expression deeply troubled. She took a steadying breath and walked over to stand beside Menma. You. She began, her voice heavy with unspoken dread. What is it you're actually trying to accomplish? She had not slept, the question turning over and over in her mind all night. Tailed beasts fighting was one thing. But one tailed beast systematically, greedily draining another, it overturned everything she knew. A terrifying thought occurred to her, if all the tailed beasts' power were gathered into one being, what kind of entity would be born? She dared not imagine the consequences for the ninja world. Menma glanced at her, taking in the confusion and wariness in her eyes. He considered for a moment. Telling you won't hurt, he said, his tone casual, as if discussing the weather, though it involves the Otsutsuki and levels of power you might not fully grasp. Simply put, the power I seek is, on the level of the Sage of 6 Paths. The Sage of 6 Paths. Tsunade repeated the mythical name, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. That's an ancient legend. The founder of Ninshu. A faint, mocking smile touched Menma's lips. Legend. No. The Sage of 6 Paths is no legend. In a certain sense, he's still alive even now. Though as a vestige of soul and chakra, he added mentally. Tsunade stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. A figure from a 1,000-year-old myth, still extant. If that were true. Her mind reeled, struggling to process the implication. Just as Tsunade was grappling with this seismic shock, Menma's eyebrow twitched. The Byakugan in his left eye activated instantly, veins bulging around it. His vision pierced through the rolling sand dunes, focusing on a point in the far distance. His senses detected a large group of chakra signatures, moving fast and heading directly their way. Tsunade noticed his sudden alertness and the faint vibrations coming through the sand. She snapped out of her stupor and followed his gaze. Soon, on the horizon, a cloud of dust resolved into the forms of a significant ninja force. It's Tsunade, Tsunade identified, her eyes sharpening as she recognized the leaders. The fourth Kazekage, Raza. And the elders, Chiyo and Ebizo. It seems your little show has drawn attention. She looked back at Menma, her tone complex. What's your move? Menma brushed a non-existent speck of dust from his robe, his demeanor utterly relaxed, as if a Kaguya elite squad was nothing more than a minor nuisance. My move. He let out a soft chuckle, but his eyes turned cold. I'm going to make these pests get lost. With those words, his form vanished from the spot, leaving Tsunade alone on the broken tower. On the outskirts of the Sea of Death, the Tsunagekyu's force ground to a halt. 36 ninja, led by Raza, Chiyo, and Ebizo, fanned out in a defensive formation. Every single one of them was struck dumb by the horrific, otherworldly scene before them. Is that the Nine-Tails? Did Konoha's Jinchuriki lose control? What's it doing here? No. The color's wrong. It's dark red. What is it doing? It's sucking the chakra out of that thing. 10 tails. A 10 tails actually exists. Cries of shock and disbelief rippled through the ranks. Even these hardened veterans found their composure shaken by the sight that defied all known logic. Raza forcibly suppressed his own shock. As Kazekage, he had to project calm. He opened his mouth to order a reconnaissance and plan their approach. At that exact moment. Look out. On the dune. 1 o'clock. Ebizo's sharp voice cut through the murmurs, a warning cry. Every head snapped toward the indicated sand dune. A black-haired youth stood silently at its peak, his black robe with red trim whipping violently in the fierce, dry wind. But it was his eyes that stole their breath. His right eye was a bloody scarlet, 3 tomos floating within. His left was a stark, vein-lined white. His gaze swept over them, cold and filled with undisguised contempt and a promise of violence. His eyes. What are those? Sharingan and Byakugan. Impossible. A collective chill ran through the Tsunagekyu's ninja. How can such a combination exist? Chiyo muttered, her old eyes wide with decades of baffled experience. Since you've come looking for death, the youth's voice, though not loud, carried clearly to each of them, laced with a cold threat. I'll oblige you. Battle formations. Raza roared, his instinct screaming. But his command was still hanging in the air. Whoosh. The youth on the dune disappeared. In the next fraction of a second, Raza felt a violent displacement of air. Menma materialized directly in front of him. A seemingly casual, yet impossibly fast, spinning kick sliced through the air with a sharp crack, aimed directly at Raza's midsection. What? Raza had no time to react. Bang dash. A sickeningly solid impact echoed. Raza felt like his internal organs had been pulverized. Agony exploded through his body. He was hurled backward like a rag doll, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth as he flew over 10 meters before crashing heavily into the sand, sending a plume of dust into the air. Kazekage-sama. Protect the Kazekage. The Tsunagekyu's ninjas reacted with trained speed. A storm of kunai and shuriken converged on the spot where Menma had just appeared. But Menma, having landed his blow, simply took a single, graceful step backward, evading the entire volley with effortless ease. He was back on the dune in an instant, looking down on the disarray below as if he had never moved. So fast. Chiyo gasped, her aged face a mask of sheer horror. She hadn't even been able to track his movement. This speed transcended any known body flicker technique. Medic. Now. Baki was at Raza's side in an instant, helping the coughing Kazekage to his feet. Blood streaked Raza's chin. Raza angrily tore away the torn white outer robe of his office, revealing the combat gear beneath. Grains of golden sand swirled around him, forming a protective shroud. His eyes burned with humiliation and raw fury. Damn it, a cheap shot. He snarled, glaring up at Menma, his voice trembling with rage. But it's clear now. He's the one controlling those beasts. We cannot let him succeed. Ebizo's expression was granite. Whatever his goal, we must stop him here. The alternative is unthinkable. Raza took a sharp breath, forcing his pain and anger down. The golden sand around him glowed brighter. All units. Defensive perimeter. Puppet teams, forward. Sealing team, stand ready. He's fast. Don't let him isolate anyone. He refused to believe that, prepared and guarded, he could be struck so easily again. The order had just left his lips. Whoosh. Menma vanished again. He's behind you. Chiyo shrieked. Raza whirled around in terror. Menma was already there, beside him, the same devastatingly simple kick already in motion. Gold dust wall. Raza bellowed. The sand around him surged, solidifying into a thick, gleaming shield of solid gold. His ultimate defense. Boom dash. Menma's leg connected with the shield. An explosive force detonated on impact. The formidable gold dust wall shattered into glittering fragments, scattering like broken glass. Menma's kick barely slowed, passing through the disintegrating defense and striking the exact same spot on Raza's abdomen with brutal precision. Dash. Raza vomited a torrent of blood. His body was flung back even more violently than before, crashing through several of his own ninja before finally slumping to the ground. A dead, stunned silence fell over the entire Sunagekyu's force. Every single ninja stared, their faces frozen in a rictus of pure, uncomprehending terror. Twice. The fourth Kazekage, fully prepared and guarded by his entire elite force, had been effortlessly floored by the same move. Twice. They couldn't even properly see their enemy move. Chiyo and Ebizo locked eyes, seeing the same unprecedented shock and a dawning, cold fear reflected back at them. This youth. What kind of monster was he? Chapter 313, Chapter 313 Shikaku, I'm free. The elite ninja of Sunagekure faced their enemy with utmost seriousness, their formation quickly contracting to protect the injured Kazekage, Raza, at its center. The air was thick with the smell of blood, dust, and a fear so palpable it was suffocating. In just 2 encounters, their proud Kazekage had been severely wounded. The blow to the Sunagekyu's ninjas' morale was immense. Chiyo violently unfurled a massive scroll, her hands forming seals in a blur. White secret technique, 10 puppets of Chikamatsu. Bang. 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 10 puffs of white smoke erupted in succession. 10 puppets of varying designs, with intricate joints and wielding different weapons, appeared instantly, forming a protective circle around her like loyal guardians. Each puppet exuded a cold, dangerous aura. They were the pinnacle of puppet artistry, creations that had once helped Chiyo conquer an entire city. 10 nearly invisible chakra threads connected from Chiyo's thin fingers to each puppet, her gaze locked fiercely on Menma atop the dune. Seizing the moment, Ebizo stepped forward, his long eyebrows twitching slightly with tension. He forced a tone of authority. Who are you? Why are you causing havoc within our land of wind? What is your connection to those 2-tailed beasts? He was attempting to buy time for the squad to regroup and gather information through dialogue. Simultaneously, the Sunagekyu's ninja demonstrated their high level of tactical discipline. Combat teams swiftly dispersed, taking up advantageous positions. Kunai and Shuriken were at the ready, wind and earth release ninjutsu primed for activation. The sealing team and barrier team tightly guarded Gaara, who still clutched his stuffed animal. Baki, Yura, Fuji, Pakura, Yosuke, Sajin, and other jonin held the front line, their faces grave, cold sweat soaking their backs. The power displayed by this youth before them was simply terrifying. Menma looked down coldly at the tense Sunagekyu's forces below, as if observing a colony of busy ants. He held out his right hand, and a black chakra rod materialized instantly in his palm. He gave it a casual swing, and it cut through the air with a low hum. Telling you insects doesn't matter, Menma's voice was flat, carrying an aloof indifference. I am Shura of the Land of Stars. Shura. The name struck the Sunagekyu's ninjas like a thunderclap. Even with some prior suspicion, hearing this infamous name, a name that had risen to prominence in recent years and struck fear into the hearts of the great nations, with their own ears, caused Chiyo, Ebizo, Raza, and every jonin who understood its weight to feel their hearts lurch, their faces instantly turning pale. The scorching air seemed to freeze. Only the distant, unwilling roars of the Ten-Tails and the low growls of the dark Nine-Tails devouring chakra served as oppressive soundtrack for this forbidden land. Shura. Chiyo's dry lips moved slightly. The name that had resounded across the ninja world in recent years now superimposed itself onto the youthful face before her, creating a profound sense of unreality. This was the mysterious ninja who had thrown Kimobakure into chaos, moved through Konoha village as he pleased, and brazenly stolen 4 Byakugan from the Hyuga clan's main family. The higher-ups of the 5 great ninja villages had privately assessed his threat level as on par with the legendary God of Ninja, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara from the past. Some even believed the next great ninja war would inevitably involve him. Chiyo and Ebizo exchanged a quick glance, seeing unprecedented gravity in each other's eyes. Shura's sudden appearance in the Land of Wind was undoubtedly connected to those two-tailed beasts. You. Raza struggled to his feet once more, the pain in his abdomen making sweat bead on his forehead. But his dignity as Kazekage wouldn't allow him to back down. He pushed away Baki's attempt to support him and took a few steps forward, his voice a blustering roar. This is the Land of Wind. Are you responsible for those tailed beasts? Are you trying to start a war? Menma watched him expressionlessly, slightly surprised by the man's durability, taking 2 of his heavy kicks and still standing. But then he considered that this was someone who could suppress the one-tail, Shikaku, with his magnet release. A robust physique was to be expected. Those tailed beasts over there are none of your concern. Menma's tone remained even, his clothes whipping in the wind. If you hadn't come, it would have been over in a few days. But since you delivered yourselves to my doorstep. He paused, a cold smirk touching his lips. It's a good chance for me to stretch my limbs. His tone then took on a mocking edge as he countered, when Sunagakure was creating conflicts on the Land of Stars border, did you ever consider you might face retaliation? With the rise of the Land of Stars, which of the great ninja villages, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Konoha, hadn't continuously sent spies to infiltrate? The seemingly small-scale skirmishes on the borders of the Land of Wind and Land of Earth, when had they ever truly ceased? This ninja world operated on the law of the jungle. Moreover, Menma's goal was to end this millennia-old decay, to cleanse the world of the nobles and daimyo who parasitized its people. This was fundamentally incompatible with the core interests of the existing 5 great nations. Magnet release, gold dust great burial. The moment Menma finished speaking, a fierce light flashed in Raza's eyes. The technique he had been preparing in secret was unleashed. He had never placed hope in words resolving anything, the dialogue was merely a distraction to complete his hand seals. The dune beneath Menma's feet transformed. The soft yellow sand was instantly replaced by gleaming gold dust. Countless grains of gold, like living tentacles, rapidly coiled upwards, forming a massive, rapidly spinning golden spiral that completely engulfed Menma's figure. Immediately after, Raza slammed his palms together, channeling chakra frantically. Boom dash. A deafening explosion rocked the sea of sand. The golden dune, as if packed with countless explosive tags, imploded violently before erupting outwards. The violent energy shockwave blasted a crater over 20 meters wide into the sand. A shower of gold dust mixed with ordinary sand scattered in all directions like golden rain. Did we get him? A Sunagakure's ninja couldn't help but exclaim. Raza didn't dare relax for a second, his eyes fixed on the billowing dust. Chiyo, understanding his intent, immediately sent 3 of her 10 puppets, like ghostly shadows, darting into the heart of the explosion to confirm the result and deliver a finishing blow. However, the puppets moved through the dust, their sensors finding nothing. Could he be dead? Ebizo frowned deeply, but a sense of foreboding nagged at him. Looking for me? The flat voice came from another direction. All the Sunagakure's ninja turned their heads in horror. Menma stood silently atop a different dune to the side, his black and red robe untouched by dust, as if the explosion had nothing to do with him. He casually twirled the black chakra rod in his hand, observing the Sunagakure's ninja below whose faces had drastically changed upon his reappearance. He announced the rules of the game. Well then, I declare, his voice held a note of playfulness, the Sea of Death survival game has begun. Try your best to stay alive. As the words left his mouth, his figure vanished from the dune's peak, transforming into a black streak of lightning that shot directly towards the waiting Sunagakure's formation. Attack! Baki roared. He, Yura, and the other Jonin had almost finished their seals simultaneously. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth flow river. A violent gale combined with a churning river of mud, forming a torrent of combined ninjutsu that surged towards Menma. Facing this combined assault capable of annihilating a squad of Chunin instantly, Menma didn't slow his charge in the slightest. He merely raised the seemingly unremarkable black chakra rod in his hand and made a light, slicing motion towards the oncoming ninjutsu tide. Something bizarre happened. The violent wind release and viscous earth release, upon contact with the black rod, seemed to be cut apart by an invisible force, forcibly splitting open a path wide enough for Menma to pass through. He walked through the center of the ninjutsu as if taking a leisurely stroll, allowing the wind and earth to roar past him on either side, not even disturbing the hem of his clothes. How is that possible? What is that black rod? The Sunagakure's ninjas were aghast. Many were veterans of 2 great ninja wars, yet they had never seen ninjutsu countered in such a way. Stop him! Chiyo barked sharply. The remaining 10 puppets moved in unison. The 7 puppets closest to Menma moved like well-drilled soldiers. Some wielded blades for close combat, others fired poison projectiles, others opened mechanisms for binding, attacking Menma from different angles with coordinated precision, sealing off all his dodging paths. Yet these elite puppets, each capable of fighting a regular jonin, seemed clumsy and slow before Menma. Menma's figure weaved effortlessly through the puppet swarm. The black rod in his hand seemed alive. Each swing, block, and thrust accurately struck a puppet's joint or energy core. Thump. One sword-wielding puppet was struck in the chest by the rod, its core chakra circuits instantly went haywire, freezing in place. Crack. Another puppet attempting to fire projectiles had its arm precisely shattered by the rod. Clang. A third puppet's heavy shield was pierced directly through by the rod, pinning both the shield and the puppet's body to the ground. Chiyo's face grew increasingly grim. She clearly felt that the eerie black rod not only had astonishing physical destructive power but was also constantly interfering with the chakra threads connecting her to the puppets, making her control sluggish and significantly reducing their effectiveness. Don't stop. Provide ranged cover. Ebizo commanded the other Sunagekyu's ninjas. A rain of shuriken, kunai, senbon, and various elemental ninjutsu poured down on the center of the fray. Raza also activated his magnet release again. Countless massive cubes of gold dust materialized in the air and plummeted towards Menma like meteors. Menma's form darted through the storm of puppets and ninjutsu, the black rod in his hand moving in an impenetrable defense. He used the rod to shatter gold cubes, deflect scorching fireballs, and sweep aside dense clouds of projectiles. The occasional attack that slipped through was easily avoided with his agile footwork. He completely controlled the pace of the battle. In the span of a few seconds, 2 more of the 10 puppets were reduced to fragments on the ground. And Menma had already broken through, charging into the heart of the Sunagekyu's ranks like a tiger among sheep. Block him. A Sunagekyu's ninja armed with a kunai roared as he thrust forward, while a special jonin wielding nunchaku swept in from the side. Menma leaped into the air, his legs pistoning out with blinding speed, leaving afterimages. Thump. Thump. 2 dull impacts sounded almost simultaneously. The Sunagekyu's ninja and the special jonin were struck in the chest as if by a battering ram, vomiting blood as they were sent flying backwards like broken kites, crashing into several comrades behind them. The moment Menma landed, a Sunagekyu's ninja pounced on him from above. Without even looking, Menma backhandedly slapped his palm onto the man's face. The immense force drove the ninja's head straight into the sand, leaving only his body twitching above ground. Immediately after, his body spun, a fierce whip kick sweeping out and sending 3 Sunagekyu's ninja charging from different directions flying like sacks, the sound of cracking bones clearly audible. Any Sunagekyu's ninja struck directly by him was either killed or crippled, instantly losing their fighting ability. Sand and dust flew. Screams of pain rose one after another. Scorch release, extremely steaming murder. Bakura's figure flashed in from the side. Several white orbs of lethal, superheated fire shot towards Menma in a triangular formation. Simultaneously, Fuji lunged at Menma from the other side with a kunai, attempting a pincer attack with Bakura. With a flick of his wrist, Menma's black chakra rod precisely tapped the scorch release orbs. Using a clever redirecting force, he altered their trajectories, sending them flying towards the surrounding Sunagekyu's ninjas instead. Ah! Several agonized screams erupted as a few Sunagekyu's ninjas, unable to dodge in time, were hit by the orbs. Their bodies' moisture instantly vaporized, turning them into desiccated mummies. Menma's movements didn't pause. As the rod deflected the orbs, his body dashed forward with the momentum. The black rod in his hand shot out like a striking snake, accurately piercing Fuji's lower abdomen. Fuji's movements froze instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief and pain. Without a second glance, Menma pulled the rod free and, turning, delivered a swift and fierce spinning back kick that slammed squarely into the side of Bakura, who had just landed and was vulnerable. Bakura vomited another mouthful of blood, her body sent flying uncontrollably for dozens of meters before crashing heavily onto the sand, unable to rise immediately. Bakura-sensei. The young Maki cried out in horror upon seeing this. She tried to rush over, but was held back firmly by her team leader, Yosuke. Barrier team. Baki shouted hoarsely. The 4 barrier team's members, prepared for this moment, immediately pressed their hands to the ground. For violet flames formation, modified. For walls of purple chakra barrier instantly rose, forming a massive cubic barrier that trapped Menma, who had just dealt with Fuji, inside. The barrier walls burned with raging purple flames, emitting intense heat and a dangerous aura. We got him. A Sunagekyu's ninja exclaimed in relief. Raza, also trapped inside the barrier, wouldn't let this opportunity slip. Gritting through his injuries, he formed seals once more. Magnet release, gold dust boundary method. The ground within the barrier instantly erupted with countless sharp gold dust spikes, like a suddenly blooming forest of metallic thorns, stabbing towards the center from all directions. Faced with this sure kill move from above and below, Menma simply leaped lightly, his body defying gravity to hover in midair, easily evading all the ground-based spikes. He's flying. The Sunagekyu's ninja outside the barrier stared, dumbfounded, the chill in their hearts deepening. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Raza roared, manipulating vast waves of gold dust to crash towards the airborne Menma. Ebizo also released a thick, purple poisonous gas that filled the barrier. Chiyo, meanwhile, manipulated the last 5 intact puppets to quickly form a formation at the barrier's edge. Puppetry technique, 3 jewels suction crushing. 3 of the puppets formed a unique triangular formation. A powerful suction force instantly generated, creating a fierce whirlwind inside the barrier meant to forcibly drag the airborne Menma down. Facing this combined assault, Menma's expression remained placid. The black chakra rod in his hand suddenly elongated, sweeping like a spear to cleave the oncoming gold dust wave in two. Simultaneously, his left hand formed a single, simple seal. A faint chakra glow enveloped his body, isolating the invading poisonous gas. As for the powerful suction force, he simply stabbed the black rod downwards. The rod seemed to anchor itself into an invisible wall, holding him steadily in place, unaffected by the whirlwind. With just one person, Ebizo watched as Menma casually neutralized every attack within the barrier, his heart sinking into an abyss. Now, it's my turn. Menma seemed tired of this passive defense. He raised his free left hand. Dense chakra gathered in his palm, instantly forming 7 or 8 slightly shorter black chakra rods. With a casual throw, these rods shot forth like black lightning, aimed with deadly precision at the 4 barrier team's members maintaining the barrier. Defend! Baki yelled in warning. But the black rods were too fast. They ignored ordinary weapon blocks, slicing through the barrier itself as if it were nothing, and accurately pierced the throats or hearts of the 4 barrier team's members. Guh. The 4 barrier team's members died instantly, their eyes filled with terror and resentment. The chakra sustaining the barrier ceased abruptly. The flaming purple barrier walls flickered a few times before shattering like glass and dissipating into nothingness. The situation had taken a drastic turn for the worse. Raza's heart ached at the sight of his severely depleted forces. After all, these were Sunagekir's elites, and the lowest rank among them was Special Jonin. A flicker of madness crossed Raza's eyes. He flickered to the ceiling team, which had been tightly guarding their charge. 7-year-old Gaara clutched his worn teddy bear, his small body trembling uncontrollably with fear. He looked up with his panda-like eyes, born from chronic sleeplessness, at the man who was nominally his father but had never shown him warmth. Raza showed no tenderness. He knelt, placing his hands on Gaara's thin shoulders, his voice cold and urgent. Listen, Gaara. Now is the time for you, the weapon, to fulfill your purpose. For Sunagekir. Before Gaara could respond, Raza formed hand seals and chanted lowly, Temple of Nirvana technique. A surge of chakra flowed into Gaara. The light in Gaara's eyes instantly died, his head lolling to the side as he fell into a forced slumber. Immediately after, Raza unceremoniously grabbed Gaara's sleeping body and, mustering all his strength, hurled him directly at Menma, who had just landed. Shikaku. Come forth. Raza bellowed. In midair, a savage, hate-filled chakra erupted from Gaara's body like a volcano. Sand and dust rapidly coalesced, forming in the blink of an eye a massive, tanuki-like monster covered in purple curse markings. The one-tail, Shikaku. Hahaha. I'm free. Let this great one see who has the gall to. Ha. Shikaku, the moment he manifested, let out a manic, excited roar, waving his short arms, ready to wreak havoc and vent the frustration of his long imprisonment. However, Shikaku's laughter cut off abruptly. His beady eyes looked past the ant-like Menma below, focusing instead on the distance. There, he saw the Ten-Tails, pinned by massive black rods yet still emanating a terrifying aura, and that oddly colored dark red nine-tailed fox greedily devouring its chakra. Shikaku's manic grin froze on his face. His waving arms halted mid-swing. His massive body gave an almost imperceptible shudder. Chapter 314, Chapter 314 Shredding Shikaku barehanded. The scorching air of the Sea of Death was thick with the smell of blood, dust, and the suffocating, terrifying aura of the tailed beasts. The one-tail, Shikaku, stood frozen in place, its massive yellow eyes fixed on the distant Ten-Tails and the dark Nine-Tails. A storm of shock and fear raged within it. That damn annoying fox, Nine-Tails. Just seeing it makes me sick. Shikaku cursed internally, but a deeper fear stemmed from the Ten-Tails, a creature it had never seen but instinctively trembled before. Although Shikaku had never laid eyes on the Ten-Tails' true form, all nine-tailed beasts were separated from its body. The oppressive feeling of a superior being from the same origin, branded deep into its soul, made its massive body tremble slightly. Wait a minute. Shikaku suddenly noticed that the dark red nine-tails greedily devouring chakra on the Ten-Tails' back was different, both in chakra color and the aura it emitted, from the golden, arrogant Kurama it knew. It felt unfamiliar, tinged with emptiness and savagery. This guy isn't Kurama. Just as Shikaku was stunned by this astonishing discovery, the enraged roar from below and the surging tide of gold dust drew its attention. Magnet release, gold dust wave. The dazzling gold dust surged skyward like a tidal wave, crashing towards Menma, who hovered in the air. Only then did Shikaka fully focus its gaze on the tiny human before it. This look made its heart lurch again. This human. There was indeed a trace of the Nine-Tails Chakra clinging to him, but it was different from the one it knew, darker, deeper. What's going on? Who is this brat? Driven by successive questions and an indescribable irritation, Shikaka temporarily suppressed its fear of the distant Ten-Tails and turned its anger towards the airborne Menma, letting out a low roar. Hey! Brat over there! Get out of my way! This great one needs to see what's going on over there. Before the words fully left its mouth, Shikaka's massive belly swelled, its huge maw opening. A highly compressed air cannon containing vast chakra instantly took shape. Wind Release, Sand Air Bullet. The enormous ball of wind shot towards Menma with a tearing shriek. This single strike could easily obliterate a small hill. Facing this tailed beast-level ninjutsu attack, Menma's hovering figure didn't budge. He simply raised the seemingly unremarkable black chakra rod in his hand and gave the incoming sand air bullet a light, deflecting tap. The massive wind ball, capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, veered off course as if hitting a billiard cue the moment it touched the black rod. It flew past Menma's side with an unwilling shriek and violently exploded on a distant sand dune. Boom dash. A mushroom cloud of sand and dust billowed upwards, the powerful shockwave palpable even from afar. What? Shikaka's crossed pupils constricted sharply. This time, it saw it clearly. That's a chakra black rod. How is that possible? Shikaka knew all too well the origin of this ability. That was a power used by the Sage of Six Paths, belonging to the realm of Yin-Yang Release. For 1,000 years, aside from that long-departed old man, it had never seen anyone else who could condense and use these black rods capable of disrupting, even sealing chakra. Menma looked at the shocked and uncertain Shikaku ahead, feeling a bit surprised himself. He hadn't expected Raza to be so desperate on this mission, even bringing Gaara to the battlefield. Gaara should be about 7 years old now, he calculated. Looking at Shikaku's massive form, a thought crossed Menma's mind. Perfect. Beat this noisy tanuki back and see what that kid Gaara is like now. Shikaku completely discarded any underestimation it might have had and felt an immense threat. Anyone who could use the sage's power was no ordinary ninja. Shikaku opened its massive maw. Vast amounts of chakra began to gather and compress frantically within its mouth. A purple-black sphere of energy, radiating an aura of destruction, rapidly took form. Tailed Beast Bomb. Damn it. Everyone, scatter. Raza on the ground saw this and his face changed drastically. He shouted the warning while once again activating his magnet release. Golden sand waves, like countless giant pythons, surged towards the airborne Menma, attempting to disrupt him and create an opening for Shikaku. The veins around Menma's left Byakugan bulged. He cast a cold glance at the incoming gold dust tide. Shinra Tensei. An invisible, mighty repulsive force erupted from him as the center. The surging gold dust tide, upon contacting the repulsive force field, seemed to smash into an invisible, impregnable wall. It recoiled violently, exploding into a cloud of golden powder. At that exact moment, Shikaku's tailed beast bomb was fully formed. Take this, brat. Shikaku roared, firing the tailed beast bomb. Whoosh. The tailed beast bomb tore through the sky. However, just as it was about to hit its target, Menma's figure vanished into thin air. Boom dash. The tailed beast bomb, having lost its target, slammed into the desert in the distance, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Blinding light instantly swallowed everything. A massive mushroom cloud mixed with sand and dust shot into the sky. The destructive shockwave spread outwards like a tsunami. Arg. Get down. Baki, Pakura, and the other Sunagekyu's ninja who were already injured and closer to the blast center had no time to mount an effective defense. They were sent flying like leaves in a gale, scattered and falling haphazardly, their cries of pain rising one after another. Only Raza, Chiyo, and Ebizo, relying on their strong power and timely reactions, managed to barely keep their footing amidst the shockwave, but they were covered in dust and looked utterly disheveled. Raza watched as his forces were instantly halved, completely losing their fighting capacity. His heart felt as if slashed by a knife, his eyes bloodshot. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision. Baki. Pakura. Take everyone who can still move and retreat. Now. The battle of tailed beasts was no longer something ordinary ninja could participate in. Baki struggled to his feet from the sand, looked at the devastated battlefield, clenched his teeth, helped the heavily injured Pakura nearby, and began organizing the survivors to retreat. Elder Chiyo. Elder Ebizo. Cover the retreat with me. Raza's voice was resolute. Shikaku, having missed its shot, scanned the battlefield with its large, suspicious eyes. That sensation just now. Space-time ninjutsu. This guy. In the moment it was distracted, Menma's figure shot out from the still settling dust like a black bolt of lightning, charging straight towards Shikaku's massive body. Damn it. Don't underestimate me. Shikaku roared, slapping its round belly hard with both paws. Wind Release, Sand Shotgun. Its body inflated rapidly like a balloon. The surface of its body instantly split into countless pellets made of hardened sand. Then, it opened its huge mouth and let out a deafening roar. The violent wind pressure fired the countless sand pellets out like cannon shot. Whoosh 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 dash. The dense sand pellets formed a curtain of death, covering all of Menma's forward paths like a storm of bullets meant to shred everything. Menma displayed astonishing agility in the air. His figure weaved through the dense hail of sand pellets like a ghost. The few pellets he couldn't avoid were precisely deflected by the black chakra rod in his hand, producing sharp clang sounds. Seeing Menma about to break through the pellet storm and close in, a cunning glint flashed in Shikaku's beady eyes instead of panic. Ha. Fell for it, you idiot. Shikaku let out a triumphant laugh. The sand pellets that Menma had dodged or deflected suddenly disintegrated midair. Countless fine grains of yellow sand instantly filled all the space around Menma, forming a swamp of sand saturated with Shikaku's chakra, severely restricting his movement. Simultaneously, Shikaku's paws, planted on the ground, transformed into flowing waves of sand. Like living things, they rapidly surged up the sand, instantly entangling Menma's feet and swiftly climbing upwards. Desert layered imperial seal. The flowing sand completely engulfed Menma like a tide, rapidly consolidating and compacting, finally forming a massive, pyramid-shaped sand tomb covered in purple curse markings. The moment the seal was completed, a powerful sealing force permeated the area. Did it work? Raza, witnessing this, could hardly believe his eyes, his voice trembling with hope. Chiyo and Ebizo also stared intently at the sand pyramid, a sliver of hope rekindling in their hearts. However, that hope lasted only a moment. Thump. Thump. Thump dash. Countless pitch-black chakra rods, like the spines of a porcupine, suddenly pierced outwards from inside the pyramid, instantly riddling the sturdy sand tomb with holes. Arg. That hurts. You bastard. Shikaku let out a cry of pain. The rods not only physically destroyed the seal, but the yin-yang release power attached to them directly interfered with and pained the chakra connecting it to the seal. Immediately after, a layer of pale green light suddenly appeared on the surface of all the rods piercing the pyramid. From within the pyramid, Menma's calm, unruffled voice sounded. Silver will reincarnation explosion. Boom dash. The massive pyramid was utterly blown apart from the inside by an indescribable force. Countless chakra rods coated with pale green light, wrapped in a violent tornado, scattered outwards in all directions like a burst of shrapnel. The green tornado tore through the sand tomb, shooting straight into the sky. Look out. Raza's pupils constricted sharply. He frantically activated his magnet release, golden sand condensing into a thick shield before him. Chiyo manipulated the last few intact puppets to block in front of her. Ebizo's long eyebrows trembled violently as his hands formed seals, attempting a defensive ninjutsu. However, the chakra rods imbued with the Tenseigans' ocular power were far more powerful than before. Thwack. Thwack. The gold dust shield Raza condensed was torn through like paper by the incoming rods, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, barely avoiding vital spots, but still receiving several deep, bone-gashing wounds. Chiyo's puppets were even less effective, shattered effortlessly the moment they touched the green light rods, turning into piles of fragments. One rod shot over like lightning. Chiyo, unable to dodge in time, had her left arm directly pierced. The intense pain made her grunt, her face instantly pale. Immediately, several more rods shot towards her, her mobility compromised. Nei-san. Ebizo cried out. Almost without hesitation, he abandoned his hand seals. His body erupted with his last bit of strength, using the body flicker technique to appear directly in front of Chiyo. Thwack. 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 Several rods mercilessly pierced through Ebizo's body. Blood instantly stained his earth-yellow flak jacket. Ebizo. Chiyo let out a heart-wrenching wail, seeing her brother pierced by the rods, shielding her. Ebizo opened his mouth to say something, but only a gush of blood came out. He looked at his sister, a trace of reluctance and release in his eyes, before finally collapsing powerlessly beside Chiyo. His signature long eyebrows drooped limply. No. No. Chiyo held her brother's still warm body, tears streaming down her aged face. She had lost her son and daughter-in-law. Her only grandson, Sasori, was missing. And now, this last remaining family member had died protecting her, right before her eyes. Boundless grief and despair instantly overwhelmed the weathered old woman. Menma's figure slowly descended from the dissipating green tornado, a faint green glow emanating from his body. He glanced at the grief-stricken Chiyo and the deceased Ebizo, his eyes showing not a flicker of emotion. He did feel some internal reflection. This Shikaku, although its chakra reserves were the lowest among the tailed beasts, its combat intelligence and methods were indeed remarkable. Not only was it proficient in multiple ninjutsu, but it also knew how to set traps. Q-chan is fully focused on absorbing the 10 tails. It's best not to borrow its chakra if possible. Menma thought. Although I can't fully enter the Tenseigan chakra mode yet, borrowing the power of the giant Tenseigan to simulate part of its prowess is enough to handle the current situation. His gaze turned to Shikaku, who appeared somewhat listless after its seal was broken and its chakra injured. The corner of his mouth lifted. Well then, it's my turn now. Before the words faded, Menma's figure vanished from the spot. So fast. Shikaku's yellow eyes widened in shock. It couldn't even track the other's movement. In the next instant, Menma appeared directly in front of Shikaku's huge face. His right fist was clenched, covered in a dense pale green light, concentrating the power of the Tenseigan chakra. Take this punch. The fist, imbued with Tenseigan's ocular power, landed squarely and solidly on Shikaku's snout without any fancy technique. Thud dash. A dull, heavy impact sound. Shikaku's massive head, made of sand, exploded like a watermelon hit by a sledgehammer. A large portion of its head instantly burst apart, turning into a shower of sand particles flying everywhere. Shikaku let out an extremely shrill, pained howl. But it wasn't over. Menma's figure moved like a phantom, darting rapidly around Shikaku's enormous body. Fists covered in green light fell like rain. Thump. 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 Each punch contained Tenseigan chakra. Shikaku's body was riddled with holes, sand chunks flying off, unable to form an effective defense. It waved its claws futilely, unable to even touch Menma's clothes, only able to continuously emit pained howls. But it was also a testament to Shikaku's astonishing defensive power, being able to withstand so many of Menma's punches and still attempt to resist. Raza on the ground stared dumbfounded at this scene, his entire body cold. Hand-shredding a tailed beast. What kind of terrifying power and speed was this? He couldn't even clearly see the other party's movements. Raza glanced again at Chiyo, holding Ebizo's corpse, already having lost the will to fight, immersed in immense grief. He knew the situation was hopeless. Although he was the Kazekage, he could only suppress Shikaku using gold dust and tea kettle seals, not beat it into such a wretched state. Let's go. Raza gritted his teeth fiercely, no longer hesitating. He grabbed the mentally absent Chiyo, slung Ebizo's corpse over his shoulder, took one last look at the dozen or so bodies left behind in the desert, and used the body flicker technique, fleeing headlong towards the direction Baki and the others had retreated without a backward glance. At this moment, any dignity as Kazekage, any ambition to capture the 10 tails, had vanished without a trace in the face of the absolute power gap and heavy losses, leaving only the instinct to survive. On the battlefield, Shikaku was being beaten without any ability to fight back. Its massive body was in tatters, even its tail broken off a section. It was finally beaten into submission. This human was ridiculously strong. I simply couldn't fight him. And no more. This great one won't play with you anymore. Shikaku let out a roar filled with fear and frustration. Its enormous body instantly disintegrated, turning into countless streams of sand that rapidly receded like a tide back into the unconscious Gaara's body. Losing the support of Shikaku's chakra, Gaara's small body fell powerlessly from the air. Menma's figure flashed, catching the falling Gaara gracefully. He looked at the 7-year-old child in his arms, red-haired, with heavy dark circles, frowning even in unconsciousness, then lifted his gaze to the direction where Raza and Chiyo had disappeared. He had no intention of pursuing. Suddenly, Menma felt his foot step on something. He moved his right foot and looked down. It was a small teddy bear. Menma crouched down, picked up the teddy bear, and placed it beside Gaara. The previously frowning Gaara, now holding the teddy bear, relaxed his brow and seemed to sleep more peacefully. Chapter 315, Chapter 315 Menma's verbal prowess. On the other side, in the ruins of the Sand City, hot wind carrying sand grains whistled through the broken walls and pillars. Tsunade stood at the edge of a relatively intact high platform, her golden ponytail swaying slightly in the dry wind. She crossed her arms, her expression grave as she gazed into the distance at the hellish battlefield. When she saw the one-tail, covered in purple curse markings, appear, her eyebrows rose in surprise. Sunagakure, they even brought the one-tail's Jinchuriki, her voice held a trace of astonishment. It seems Raza has gone all out this time, even deploying his final weapon. Shizune, holding the trembling Tauntaun, quickly came to Tsunade's side, her face also full of shock. The hateful and savage chakra of the distant Shikaku, even from this far away, made her feel short of breath. This was her first time seeing a fully manifested tailed beast. Compared to the two even more terrifying tailed beasts further away, Shikaku was closer, and its oppressive aura was more intense. Tsunade-sama, is that Sunagakure's one tail? Its chakra is so terrifying. Shizen's voice trembled slightly. She subconsciously tightened her grip on Taunton, and the little pig let out an uneasy sound. That Shura, facing the one-tail, will he be in trouble? Although I've heard the one-tail isn't the strongest among the tailed beasts, it's still a tailed beast. Hearing this, Tsunade let out a soft snort, but her gaze involuntarily turned to the even more distant dark red Nine-Tails, still lying on the Ten-Tail's back, greedily devouring its vast chakra. Her eyes were deep, holding a trace of reminiscence and complex emotion. Trouble. Tsunade shook her head, her tone carrying certainty. Other tailed beasts simply cannot be compared to the Nine-Tails. They are on completely different levels. She paused, pointing towards the dark Nine-Tails, and continued, look over there. If that guy can subdue and control a Nine-Tails in that state and that ten-tailed beast, then a mere one-tail. Before she could finish, Shizen beside her widened her eyes and let out an incredulous gasp. Tsunade-sama. Look. Tsunade immediately shifted her gaze back to the main battlefield. In the distance, sand and dust filled the air. The one-tail, which had been so ferocious just moments before, now appeared utterly disheveled. A massive hole had appeared in its sand-constructed body, as if a terrifying force had brutally torn out a chunk. Its originally complete head was missing nearly half, sand grains constantly peeling off and flying from the wound. And around Shikaku's battered form, a black figure wreathed in pale green light was flashing about at a speed difficult for the naked eye to follow. Each flash was accompanied by a dull, heavy impact and an even more shrill, pained howl from Shikaku. Fists covered in green light fell like rain, each strike causing a large part of Shikaku's body to crumble. The flying sand and dust almost completely enveloped the area. This was no evenly matched battle, it was a one-sided, brutal crushing. This. Shizen stared, dumbfounded. Taunton in her arms buried its head deeper. It's unbelievable, a tailed beast, being beaten like a sandbag dash. Tsunade watched this scene in silence. Even for her, it stirred up waves of shock in her heart. To confront a tailed beast barehanded and beat it into a state of helplessness, this kind of power surpassed the scope of ordinary Kaguya-level ninja. She subconsciously reached for the flask at her waist, pulled out the stopper, and took a long, hard swig. The strong liquid slid down her throat but couldn't completely suppress the turmoil within her. That guy dash. Tsunade put down the flask, wiped her mouth with her sleeve, her gaze fixed tightly on that figure as she muttered to herself, I always feel, a strangely familiar feeling. Where exactly? Her muttering was drowned out by Shikaku's final roar, filled with fear and frustration, in the distance. The battered, massive body instantly disintegrated, turning into a sky full of flowing sand that rapidly receded downwards, clearly being resealed into the Jinchuriki. The battle ended abruptly, in a way no one had anticipated. Not long after, a black figure walked out of the gradually settling dust and landed lightly on the high platform of the ruins. It was Menma, having concluded the battle. His robe was still neat, as if the fierce battle had never happened. And in his arms, he now held a sleeping red-haired boy, Gaara. Tsunade's gaze was immediately drawn to the child in Menma's arms. She stepped forward, carefully examining Gaara's peaceful sleeping face. The heavy dark circles contrasted sharply with his childish features, making her frown slightly. This is the One-Tail's Jinchuriki. To think, he's just a child too. Her tone held a barely perceptible complexity. She thought of Naruto, the child also sealed with a tailed beast, growing up amidst the village's discrimination and isolation. Although she had left the village years before the Nine-Tails attack, she knew a little about Naruto's situation. Menma didn't answer directly. Instead, he gestured to Shizen nearby. Could you please bring a blanket? Ah. Oh. Sure. Shizen quickly responded, carefully placing Taunton on the ground and swiftly taking a clean wool blanket from her travel bag, spreading it on a relatively flat stone slab in the corner. Menma gently placed Gaara on the blanket and covered him. The little boy curled up unconsciously in his sleep, clutching the worn teddy bear in his arms. Shizen-san, could you boil some hot water, please? Menma continued instructing, his tone calm, as if handling an ordinary matter. Yes, right away. Shizen didn't dare delay and immediately sprang into action, taking out some firewood and a pot from a storage scroll to start a fire. Taunton obediently squatted nearby, its small eyes curiously observing the sleeping Gaara. After arranging these things, Menma turned to Tsunade, answering her earlier question. I suppose the commotion caused by the Ten-Tails and Kyuchan here was too great. It was impossible not to attract Tsunagekyu's attention. Tailed beast-level chakra fluctuations are the highest level of alert for any ninja village. So it's not surprising that Raza not only led the team personally but also brought the Jinchuriki, the final weapon. Tsunade stood to the side, arms crossed, watching Menma's composed arrangements, his attitude of having everything under control. She suddenly let out a derisive snort, her smile tinged with coldness. Ha, spoken lightly. Her eyes sharpened as she looked at Menma, her tone becoming challenging. You've practically crippled Tsunagekyu's elite forces, sent the 4th Kazekage fleeing in disgrace, and conveniently kidnapped the One-Tails Jinchuriki. Tsunagekure has suffered a major blow this time, but they definitely won't let it go. What do you plan to do next? Her voice rose slightly, carrying a note of interrogation. Are you planning to use this opportunity to formally declare war on the Land of Wind? Like when you annexed Land of Bears, Land of Darkness, those small nations, to slaughter the nobles and daimyo of the Land of Wind as well. Facing Tsunade's sharp gaze and pointed questions, Menma's face showed no ripple of emotion, as if he were listening to something unrelated to him. He even shook his head slightly, a faint trace of melancholy in his tone. To be the granddaughter of the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama, to have traveled the ninja world for so many years, to have witnessed countless life and death and darkness, and yet to ask such a naive and shallow question. Truly disappointing. What did you say? Tsunade's brows instantly furrowed tightly, anger surging in her heart. No one had ever dared to evaluate her like that. Menma ignored her anger and continued in that flat yet piercing tone. So-called nobles, so-called daimyo, are nothing but a group of parasites living off ordinary people, sucking the marrow from their bones. Tsunade-sama, you are no longer that little girl living in the Konoha greenhouse. Tell me, in your years of traveling the ninja world, among the nobles and daimyo you have seen, how many have clean hands? How many have not wantonly oppressed and bullied the common people at the bottom? Their mountains of wealth, every coin, every bit, was it not plundered from the blood, sweat, and suffering of countless ordinary people? His gaze was icy as he stared directly into Tsunade's eyes. What is the meaning of their existence? Apart from maintaining their lofty privileges, continuing their corrupt and degenerate bloodlines, have they ever made the slightest contribution to the vast majority of this world? Tsunade opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but found her throat dry. Countless images flashed rapidly through her mind. Images she had deliberately tried to numb with alcohol and gambling, to forget. The arrogance of noble children riding horses through the streets, injuring commoners and riding away, the notices of the daimyo forcibly increasing taxes to build luxurious palaces, causing countless families to go bankrupt, the desperate eyes of young girls discarded like trash after being toyed with by nobles, commoners rising up against unbearable taxes being brutally suppressed by samurai and ninja hired by nobles. She had indeed seen too much. It was just that she had always chosen to turn away, not to look, not to think, as if by closing her eyes, that suffering didn't exist. At that moment, Shizen carefully approached, carrying a pot of boiled hot water. Taunton followed at her feet. Sensing the tense and oppressive atmosphere between Tsunade and Menma, their movements became much lighter, not daring to make a sound. Menma glanced at the timid Shizun and the perceptive little pig, then turned his gaze back to Tsunade, whose face was shifting through emotions. He continued, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm, you say that without the rule and management of nobles and daimyo, the world would fall into chaos. Without waiting for Tsunade's answer, he asked and answered himself, then, please tell me, within the land of stars, where nobles and daimyo have long been absent, have you heard that it has descended into chaos and misery? On the contrary, the land of rain, which you have seen under the enlightened rule of nobles and daimyo, what kind of living hell was that? The suffering of those people struggling to survive amidst war and harsh governance, is that not the best proof? Tsunade instinctively wanted to refute that it was the system, an order formed over millennia. She blurted out, but this structure of rule has existed for over 1,000 years. It dash. 1,000 years? Menma interrupted her. Then, what about before the 1,000 years? In ancient times, before the concept of countries was born, before the words noble and daimyo appeared, how did humans live? How was society organized? Was the world plunged into permanent chaos and slaughter without them? Tsunade was completely stunned. Her mouth hung open, but no sound came out. She had received a ninja education since childhood, learning ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, that the mission came first, the will of fire. She had never systematically studied history, let alone thought about the origin and evolution of social structures. Menma's questions chiseled a crack in her solid cognitive walls, a crack she had never imagined. Menma looked at the speechless Tsunade, knowing his words had taken effect. He didn't press further. Instead, he turned his gaze to the ruined, sand and stone staircase in a nearby room, his tone softening, carrying a guiding quality. Beings like nobles and daimyo, who rely on bloodline, power, and wealth to divide people into different grades, standing high above. I call them classes. Classes. Tsunade subconsciously repeated the unfamiliar term, her gaze also following Menma's to the ruined staircase. Correct, classes. Menma used a vivid analogy. Look, it's like this staircase. At the very bottom, the most numerous, are the ordinary people. They are the foundation of society, bearing the heaviest labor, yet enjoying the fewest resources and dignity. His gaze slowly moved upward. Above them is the ninja class. Possessing power, serving employers, making a living through missions and combat. And those who hire them are usually nobles, daimyo, or other powers. Ordinary people simply don't have the wealth to hire ninja. Further up is the merchant class, accumulating wealth through trade and exploitation. Then, the noble class, relying on bloodline and hereditary status, controlling land, power, and some military force. And standing at the very top, the most sparsely populated, is the daimyo class, the nominal rulers of a country, possessing the highest power and the most wealth. His gaze finally settled on the non-existent top of the staircase, his voice cold. Each class, the higher you go, the fewer the people, yet the more concentrated the resources and wealth they possess. Ultimately, forming a stable, pyramid structure. Tsunade's eyes, fixed on the staircase symbolizing hierarchy, felt as if thunder had exploded in her mind. She murmured to herself, "You mean, those most numerous ordinary people, are actually the foundation supporting the entire pyramid?" Suddenly, she remembered some of her grandfather's seemingly illogical actions from back then, having the powerful Senju clan's members conceal their surnames, disperse and integrate into Konoha, blurring clan boundaries. She had previously only vaguely thought this was for village unity, but now she seemed to touch upon a deeper reason. Menma seemed to see through her thoughts and spoke at the right moment, his tone carrying a trace of regret. Senju Hashirama, back then, with his extraordinary magnanimity and intuition, he indeed vaguely saw part of the cruel truth of this world. So-called ninja clans, to some extent, are they not another class standing above ordinary people? Ninja, relying on power, also occupy more resources and social status. Ninja don't compete with ordinary people for anything. Tsunade retorted almost instinctively, defending the dignity of ninja. Ninja have our own way of life and rules. We operate through missions and employment dash. Then, what have the battles between ninjas brought to this world? Menma's voice suddenly turned cold, like an ice spike piercing Tsunade's heart. You've seen it with your own eyes, experienced it yourself in the Land of Rain. The Second Great Ninja War, the Land of Rain became a battlefield for the great nation's games. The Land of Fire, Wind, Earth, and even other villages were dragged into it. What kind of living hell did it become? Countless commoners lost families, homes were destroyed, corpses lay everywhere from starvation. Weren't these caused by ninjas' battles? Tsunade's whole body trembled violently, her face instantly turning pale. Those memories she had deliberately sealed away surged forth. Shattered villages, crying children, the smell of smoke and blood, and the endless grief and despair when Kato Dan and Nawaki died. She staggered, almost losing her balance. Tsunade forced herself to stand, using all her strength to say, so grandfather ended the warring states period. He established the ninja village system. He brought peace to the ninja world. Yes, I admit the wars between great nations were larger in scale, but at least within the great nations, aside from the periods of the three great ninja wars, they enjoyed nearly 50 years of peace combined. Isn't that progress? She tried to cling to this last belief, defending her grandfather's great achievement, and her own long-held understanding. Menma watched her quietly, watching the struggling pain and a sliver of hope in her eyes. He was silent for a moment, and finally, let out a long sigh. That is precisely what I regret. Regret. Tsunade was stunned, not understanding. What do you regret? Menma looked up, with a weight that seemed to penetrate history. What I regret is that Senju Hashirama back then, clearly possessing the absolute power to sweep across the entire ninja world, to crush all other countries and villages, he failed to, or maybe was unwilling to take that final, most crucial step. Why should he have destroyed other countries and villages? Tsunade shouted agitatedly. Wouldn't that also be war? War with the five great nations. That goes against grandfather's pursuit of peace. Menma wasn't swayed by her agitation. He slowly turned his head, his heterochromatic pupils staring at Tsunade, and asked a question she had never considered, or dared to consider deeply. Then, Tsunade-sama, please think about it calmly. Just as Senju Hashirama ended the internal clan conflicts within the Land of Fire, bringing decades of peace to the Land of Fire. If, back then, Senju Hashirama, with his unmatched power, had truly unified the entire ninja world, integrating all countries, all villages into one, so the entire world had only one country, one village, one unified will. His voice wasn't loud, but it reverberated in Tsunade's mind. And then, through the efforts of 2 or 3 generations, using time to soothe and dissolve the accumulated hatred and barriers between the various clans and nations, then, please tell me. With the subsequent 3 great ninja wars that swept across the entire ninja world, causing countless casualties, making countless people, including you, endure heart-wrenching pain, would they have happened? One country, one village. Tsunade stood completely still, her pupils trembling violently. This simple yet never-before-considered concept instantly swept through all her thoughts, shattering her decades of cognition into pieces. She stared blankly at Menma, her mind a complete blank, only that deafening question echoing incessantly. Would the wars have happened? Chapter 316 War Mobilization Order. Menma's shocking statement about unifying the ninja world sent tidal waves crashing within Tsunade's heart. She stood rooted to the spot, her chest heaving, her mind in utter chaos. That simple yet immensely heavy concept, one country, repeatedly assaulted the perceptions she had held for decades. No. That's wrong. Tsunade shook her head violently, her golden hair whipping with the motion, as if trying to physically dislodge the disruptive thoughts. She struggled to organize her words, to refute Menma. Using war to destroy other countries, to force unification, that will only bring more pain. Countless families will be shattered, children will lose parents, ninja will die in vain. That isn't peace. That's hegemony built on a foundation of bones. She grew more agitated as she spoke, as if finding a foothold for her beliefs, her voice rising. My grandfather, Senju Hashirama, he ended the warring states period not through destruction and conquest. He won over his strongest rival, Uchiha Madara, with his own magnanimity and power. It was the Senju and Uchiha clans putting aside a millennium of bloody feud to jointly found Konoha village. Other clans saw this hope and joined. This is a peace based on understanding and reconciliation. Speaking of how her grandfather won over Madara, Tsunade's eyes regained their firmness. This seemed to be her most powerful argument against Menma. She took a step forward, her gaze burning as she stared at Menma. Do you know? During all those years the Senju and Uchiha were mortal enemies, how many of my grandfather's brothers died at the hands of the Uchiha? And Uchiha Madara, how many of his brothers and clansmen died by the Senju's hands? Just their adult brothers alone were nearly wiped out. That kind of deeply ingrained hatred is far heavier than you imagine. But they ultimately let it go. They chose to build Konoha together, to give future generations a future where children didn't have to go to the battlefield in their youth. Isn't this kind of peace, letting go of hatred and joining hands to create something more precious, more enduring, than you simply relying on military force to launch a war and crush everything by brute strength? Her words carried a pride and conviction in her grandfather's great achievement. However, faced with her impassioned speech, Menma wasn't moved. Instead, he chuckled softly. Let go of hatred. Menma shook his head. Tsunade, have you ever considered why Uchiha Madara was ultimately willing to let go of the hatred with Senju Hashirama? That's because. Tsunade instinctively wanted to answer, but Menma cut her off. Because Madara couldn't win. Menma's tone was flat, as if stating the simplest fact. Tsunade was stunned. This blunt, almost cruel answer left her momentarily speechless. Menma didn't give her time to think, continuing in his all-knowing tone. From what I know, after Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara each became their respective clans' leaders, the two clans still fought a long, protracted, and extremely brutal war. Of Senju Hashirama's 4 brothers, only his second brother, Senju Tobirama, survived to see the village founded. His third brother, Senju Kawarama, only 7 years old, died during a mission, surrounded by a joint force of Uchiha and Hagoromo clans members. His fourth brother, Senju Itama, also died young, surrounded and killed by Uchiha ninjas. Tsunade stared at Menma in shock, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. These detailed accounts of her grandfather's brothers, some of them she herself had only vaguely heard of, not knowing the specifics. So how could this youth, who looked only 15 or 16, know the secrets of the Senju clan from decades ago so deeply? Menma ignored her shock, his tone still calm as he continued. And on Uchiha Madara's side, the situation was similar. Most of his blood brothers died at the hands of Senju clan's ninjas. Even his most beloved, his last remaining kin, Uchiha Izuna, was fatally wounded right before his eyes by Senju Tobirama using the Flying Thunder God Slash. Tsunade, do you truly believe Uchiha Madara didn't want revenge? Didn't want to kill Senju Tobirama with his own hands to avenge Izuna? He leaned forward slightly. No, it wasn't that he didn't want to. He lacked the capability. He couldn't defeat Senju Hashirama, and had no certainty of killing Senju Tobirama, who was protected by Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara was never convinced by Senju Hashirama's ideals or his words. He was beaten into submission by Senju Hashirama's absolute, overwhelming power. Beaten into submission. Tsunade subconsciously repeated the phrase. This interpretation was too starkly realistic. She tried to find words to refute it, but found her thoughts in disarray. Just then, Menma suddenly looked up, his gaze sweeping towards the outskirts of the Sand City's ruins. He had sensed several familiar chakra signatures approaching rapidly. Let's end the debate here, Tsunade. Menma stood up, brushing non-existent dust from his robe. He looked down at the dazed Tsunade, his voice regaining its previous aloofness and authority. My power is sufficient to sweep across the entire current ninja world. The path I'm taking now is merely another path that Senju Hashirama did not take back then. His words carried an oppressive sense of looking down upon the world. I will use absolute power to make the so-called 5 great nations and 5 great ninja villages a thing of the past. This is my ninja way, my path of hegemony. He paused, looking at Tsunade, his tone carrying a hint of almost pitying advice. Rather than wasting your breath here trying to persuade me, you should think carefully, then go back and persuade Konoha. Make Konoha recognize reality and choose to submit, just like Uchiha Madara did back then. Perhaps that can still secure a relatively dignified future for Konoha, avoiding unnecessary bloodshed and sacrifice. Impossible. Tsunade rejected it almost immediately, her face wearing the pride of one of Konoha's Sannin. Konoha will never surrender without a fight. Peace gained through surrender is the greatest insult to all the past Hokage and every ninja who has sacrificed. She stared fixedly at Menma, asking the biggest question in her heart, and you, how do you know the events of decades ago so clearly? Who exactly are you? Menma tilted his head slightly, a mysterious smile curling his lips. The ninja world holds no secrets from me. He looked at Tsunade, his tone seeming to soften a fraction. It's only because you carry a trace of Uzumaki bloodline within you that I have any interest in discussing these ideals and paths with you. If it were Jiraiya, that guy who's been led around by the nose by the so-called prophecies of the old toads of Mount Myaboku, I wouldn't have the leisure to engage in any verbal persuasion with him. You know Jiraiya? Tsunade was surprised again. Yes, we've met once before. Menma seemed to recall something amusing, his tone slightly teasing. He was selling instant ramen made in Konoha, passing it off as handmade. His skills were hardly commendable, the preparation was quite poor. Thinking of Jiraiya's sloppy appearance and the likely awkward situation, the tension on Tsunade's face relaxed slightly. She even subconsciously let out a very soft snort of laughter. But the smile vanished in an instant, and she immediately stiffened her expression again. Just then, several sounds of cutting wind echoed. Swish. 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 Several figures appeared like ghosts on the surrounding broken walls and pillars. They wore the uniform gray-blue flak jackets of Star Ninja, their faces covered with various animal masks. They exuded an aura of competence and cold efficiency, clearly well-trained elite ninja. Tsunade and Shizun immediately went on alert, standing back to back, their sharp gazes scanning the uninvited guests. The leader, an exceptionally burly ninja wearing a shark mask, moved. In an instant, he was on one knee before Menma. He reached up and removed his mask, revealing a face with sharp teeth and a slightly pale, blue-tinged complexion. Umbu 1st Division, reporting for support. Kisame's voice was low and powerful, like grinding stones. Shirasama. Shizun, seeing Kisame's true face, couldn't help but gasp, subconsciously tightening her hold on Taunton. Taunton also let out an uneasy sound. Kisame's fearsome reputation was widespread in the ninja world. After all, this was an S-rank missing nin who had dared to assassinate a Mizukage and the daimyo of the Land of Water. Menma gave a slight nod. Even before the battle with Raza and the others, the Land of Stars headquarters had contacted him via the chakra network established by the engraved Tsukuyomi, informing him of Tsunagekyu's movements. Menma had also issued orders for Kisame himself to lead the 1st Division, 3 Umbu teams totaling 12 elite ANBU members, plus Kisame himself, making 13 elite ninja, to provide support. Rise, Menma said calmly. Mission change. You will immediately lead the Umbu to set up a defensive perimeter on the outskirts of the Sea of Death, establishing a cordon. Without my order, no one is to set foot in this desert. As you command, Shirasama. Kisame acknowledged firmly. He then turned, his gaze sweeping over the waiting Umbu, and quickly issued orders. All teams, disperse according to the predetermined defensive formation. Monitor all directions closely. Rookie, you stay here, ready for orders at any time. Yes, sir. One Umbu's member, wearing a bird-like mask and appearing relatively young, stepped forward and remained in place. The other Umbu's members swiftly and silently vanished into various directions of the ruins to carry out their guard duties. Once the others had dispersed, Kisame turned back to Menma to report important military intelligence. His voice lowered slightly. Shirasama, based on recent intelligence summaries. A group of unidentified, mysterious ninja have attacked border outposts within the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth, respectively. They deliberately left fabricated evidence at the scenes pointing to our Land of Stars, attempting to frame us. Kisame paused, then continued. Especially in the Land of Earth's direction, Iwagakure's reaction has been intense. They have already dispatched elite teams and attacked 2 of our border outposts, causing casualties. Simultaneously, Iwagakure has issued a formal diplomatic protest to us, claiming this is an armed retaliation for the previous attacks on their border outposts, and demanding we immediately provide an explanation for the attacks and severely punish the perpetrators. Kisame's shark-like eyes were exceptionally sharp. Currently, the Umbu's intelligence division, Uzumaki Kanon-sama's political intelligence section, and Oya's Hiro En-sama's commercial intelligence network have been fully activated, coordinating to investigate this matter. Preliminary analysis can basically rule out the possibility of Tsunagakure or Kirigakure staging this themselves. Menma listened quietly, finding it somewhat interesting. In the distance, the Ten-Tails' massive body had shrunk to nearly half its previous size. The dark Nine-Tails' speed of devouring chakra seemed to be accelerating. He could even clearly feel a vast amount of chakra, far exceeding anything before, feeding back into his body through his connection with Kokyu. Even with his Uzumaki clan's naturally robust and powerful physique, he was beginning to feel a sense of pressure, a faint, swelling pain in his body. Kyuchan's chakra is becoming increasingly immense. It seems the plan to transplant Hashirama's cells for the sage body must be moved up the schedule. Menma thought to himself. But before that, I must first stabilize the situation around the Land of Stars. He looked at Kisame, his eyes turning cold. It seems someone doesn't want to see the Land of Stars develop peacefully. They want to stir the pot behind the scenes and disrupt the situation. Kanon-sama noted in the preliminary analysis report, Kisame said, his gaze flickering almost imperceptibly towards Tsunade and Shizen nearby, the implication clear. She believes that Konoha being the culprit is the greatest possibility. Menma followed his gaze to look at Tsunade, whose expression was grim. If the Land of Stars became simultaneously embroiled in war with the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, who would be the biggest beneficiary? Undoubtedly, it would be Konoha of the Land of Fire, watching from across the shore, and Kimogakure far away in the Land of Lightning. And given the behavioral style of the muscle-headed brutes in Kimogakure, the possibility of them orchestrating such a precise framing plot wasn't zero, but it wasn't high either. That left Konoha as the prime suspect. Unlike others who needed to gather intelligence for comprehensive analysis, Menma, familiar with the plot and the ninja world structure, could analyze it almost from a god's perspective and reach a conclusion. Menma's gaze turned once more to the distant-tailed beast feast, which was nearing its end. The Ten-Tails whales had become weak and listless. After the battle in the Sea of Death, the Tsunagekyure's forces had suffered nearly 20 elite ninja casualties, and the One-Tails Jinchuriki, Gaara, had been taken by him. A full-scale war with Tsunagakure was, for all intents and purposes, unavoidable. Relay the order back to headquarters. Menma's voice carried authority as he began issuing commands. Have Hikari issue a formal war mobilization order in my name. Assemble the main force of the Star Ninja Army. Strengthen vigilance and construct defensive works on the borders with the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind. Be prepared to respond to potential large-scale attacks from both nations at any time. Simultaneously, order Kanon, in her capacity as the highest-ranking administrative official of the Land of Stars, to issue the strongest possible diplomatic protest to Iwagakure. Firmly deny all accusations regarding our involvement in the attacks on their border outposts. Point out that this is a despicable act of framing. And clearly inform them that if Iwagakure continues to use this as a pretext for baseless provocation and armed attacks against our Land of Stars. A cold light flashed in Menma's eyes. Then the Land of Stars will consider this a formal declaration of war by Iwagakure. We will muster the full strength of our nation to deliver the most resolute and thorough counterattack. Yes, Shirasama. A hint of bloodthirsty excitement flashed in Kisame's eyes as he bowed to receive the order. Chapter 317, Chapter 317 The Land of Wind declares war on the Land of Stars. 2 days later, Tsunagakure. A hot wind carrying sand grains swept past the massive rock fortifications at the village entrance. Several travel-worn figures slowly approached the village gate under the scorching sun. You've worked hard, gentlemen, a young ninja with a Tsunagakure's forehead protector, wearing round glasses and a friendly face, said with a smile to the 2 Tsunagakure's ninjas standing guard. His voice was warm and polite, making him instantly likable. Oh, Kabuto, mission complete. One of the guards, who clearly knew him, responded with a smile. Yes, just a simple bandit clearing mission. It went smoothly. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his face showing just the right amount of shyness and humility. He was accompanied by his squad leader, a Chunin, Yurato, and 2 other slightly tired genin teammates. After a brief check and some small talk, the squad was allowed through, entering the long, narrow passage leading into the village. Walking in the dimly lit passage, Kabuto, at the rear of the team, subtly scanned his surroundings. The passage was flanked by artificially reinforced steep rock walls. Looking up, one could only see a sliver of sky, stained yellow by the sand and wind. Tsunagakure was nestled within this massive canyon, with difficult-to-climb steep cliffs on its east and west sides. These natural barriers meant the village's main defenses were concentrated on this north-south passage. Without flight capabilities or special ninja tools, even a jonin would find it extremely difficult to silently scale the cliffs and infiltrate the village. Precarious terrain, easy to defend, hard to attack. Kabuto noted mentally. Nearly 4 months had passed since the Uchiha massacre night. He had spent a brief but warm period of time with his foster mother, Yakushi Nono, in the Star City. It was a rare, peaceful time in his life, free from the need for pretense and calculation. But this peace didn't last long. Deeply aware of his responsibilities, he had proactively applied to the Star Ninja's Umbu to continue his undercover mission. His application was quickly approved. Leveraging his previous experience infiltrating Sunagakure and his exceptional skills, he was transferred to the Umbu's Intelligence Division, reporting directly to the Umbu's Intelligence Division Chief, Terumi Miru, and the Umbu Commander, Kisame Hoshigaki. His latest mission was to re-establish a comprehensive intelligence network within Sunagakure, covering ninja information, civilian movements, terrain defenses, troop deployments, and more. This return from a simple desert bandit suppression mission was one of his routine operations to integrate into Sunagakure's genin community and gather peripheral intelligence. As the light gradually brightened, the team exited the passage, and the full view of Sunagakure unfolded before them. Most buildings in the village were made of sand and rock, forming a unique architectural complex resembling towering ant nests. Whether oval or cubic in structure, many buildings were interconnected by sand passages resembling roots or pipes, forming a complex yet organic whole that resisted wind and sand and facilitated movement in harsh weather. Kabuto followed his teammates along the somewhat deserted streets, silently observing the village's layout, foot traffic, and the distribution of various facilities, committing this information firmly to memory. Their destination was the mission hall located on the ground floor of the Kazekage building. However, the moment they stepped into the mission hall, an unusually heavy atmosphere hit them. While it was never particularly noisy here, there were usually sounds of ninja talking and handing over missions. Now, it was abnormally quiet. Most ninja present looked grim, speaking in low tones. An oppressive, uneasy air filled the room. The team leader, Yurato, immediately sensed something was wrong. He quickly walked to the mission submission window, handed the scroll to a familiar tuning clerk inside, and asked in a low voice, "What happened in the village? Why is the atmosphere so strange?" The clerk Chunin first efficiently checked the mission scroll and completed the registration, then leaned closer, speaking in a voice barely audible to the two of them. "You haven't heard? Something major happened." Yurato's heart tightened. What major event? Apparently, the day before yesterday, an elite force went out on a mission. Many Jonin-sama participated. The Chunin's voice dropped even lower. But when they returned yesterday, heavy casualties. I heard even Ebizo-sama fell in battle. What? Yurato's face changed drastically. He couldn't help but exclaim, then immediately lowered his voice, his face filled with disbelief. Ebizo-sama. That's impossible. Behind him, a cold glint flashed imperceptibly behind Kabuto's glasses. Outwardly, he maintained the slightly bewildered and nervous expression befitting a genin, but his mind was racing. Ebizo. One of Sunagakure's elder advisors, an elite jonin, in charge of the village's crucial intelligence department, and one of the key figures who had pushed for Raza's rise to power. A ninja of such high status and power was dead. What was the mission? What kind of enemy did they encounter? Kabuto's brain analyzed rapidly. This was absolutely critical intelligence. He carefully controlled his breathing and expression, shrinking his neck slightly like a genin genuinely startled by the news, while pricking up his ears to catch any possible information. His two genin teammates beside him looked utterly confused, clearly not yet grasping the significance of the news. Then again, for ordinary genin, high-level villages advisors like Ebizo were names they might not even have heard. Soon, without them needing to inquire further, an even more explosive piece of news spread rapidly from the Kazekage building throughout Sunagakure, causing massive shock. The Land of Wind had formally declared war on the Land of Stars. The shadow of war instantly fell over the entire Sunagakure. Ninjas were urgently mobilized. The mission hall became even busier and more chaotic, with various orders and transfer commands constantly being issued. On the streets, the previously somewhat leisurely atmosphere vanished, replaced by a tense, murderous feeling of an impending storm. Sunagakure seemed to have returned overnight to the grim, nationwide preparation for war seen during the Third Great Ninja War. Kabuto silently followed his squad, which had completed its mission submission, out of the mission hall. Walking on the suddenly bustling streets, he understood clearly. Ebizo's death, the declaration of war on the Land of Stars. It seems Shirasama has made a major move. He adjusted his glasses, firmly memorizing this important shift in the situation. It would be key for subsequent intelligence analysis. Meanwhile, in a heavily guarded meeting room on the top floor of the Kazekage building. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, sat wearily in the main seat. A special communication screen in front of him displayed the figure of the Land of Wind's daimyo, Masaki Sato. This daimyo was dressed in ornate robes, habitually holding an exquisite folding fan, a trace of doubt on his face. Raza, is this war absolutely necessary? Sato's voice came through the speaker, carrying the distinctive tone of a high-ranking official. Raza frowned slightly, feeling a bit surprised. He clearly remembered that a few years ago, when the Land of Stars first rose and slaughtered the nobles and daimyo of the Land of Bears, Land of Shadow, and others with thunderous speed, this Land of Wind's daimyo had been righteously indignant, speaking with intense hatred for the Land of Stars and Shura, seemingly wishing to immediately dispatch ninjas to exterminate them. He had even shown dissatisfaction with Raza's refusal back then. How had his attitude become hesitant after just 3 or 4 years? Raza's gaze swept over the obviously valuable artworks and luxuries in the background behind the daimyo on the screen, and a flash of understanding dawned on him. Probably in these past few years, the Land of Stars' novel goods and huge trade profits have also given this daimyo a taste of sweetness. The daimyo's mansion might even have covert dealings with the Land of Stars. Cursing internally, Raza suppressed his suspicions and a flicker of displeasure. He put on a pained yet resolute expression and explained to the screen, "Daimyo-sama, it is not we who are provoking this war. The Star Ninja brazenly invaded our Land of Wind's territory, killed 15 of our elite ninja in the Sea of Death region, and moreover, they stole the village's crucial strategic weapon, the Jinchuriki. Now, they are even constructing defensive lines within our borders. This is not only an insult to Sunagakure but also an insult to you, Daimyo-sama. If we do not retaliate forcefully, where is the dignity of our Land of Wind? What face does Sunagakure have to stand on in the ninja world?" He deliberately concealed the true details of the Sea of Death battle, such as the fact that the force he personally led, comprising numerous jonin and elders, had been utterly defeated, with casualties far exceeding 15, including Ebizo's death, and elite jonin like Baki and Pakura all injured. He knew well that if the daimyo learned of Sunagakure's severe losses in high-end combat power, he might choose to settle matters peacefully out of concern and stinginess regarding war funds. But with the One-Tails Jinchuriki stolen and Ebizo and others killed, if he didn't fight this war, his position as Kazekage would be unstable. As for whether they could win the war. If wars were only started when victory was certain, the world would have far fewer wars and conflicts. Sure enough, he successfully stirred the daimyo's vigilance and anger. On the other end of the screen, Sato's fan-waving hand stopped abruptly when he heard, "Jinchuriki stolen." His lazy demeanor vanished, replaced by seriousness. Sato had originally thought that the Sea of Death, that godforsaken place with nothing but sand and no taxable oasis villages, could be sold to the Land of Stars if they wanted it. But the theft of the Jinchuriki was a completely different matter. That was one of the most important strategic deterrents of a nation and its ninja village. This concerned national dignity and the stability of his rule, a bottom line that absolutely could not be conceded easily. If they couldn't even protect their own Jinchuriki, how could the Land of Wind call itself a great nation? Other countries might gang up on them. Even their ally, Konoha from the Land of Fire, might stab them in the back. Sato waved his fan and asked gravely, "Then, Kazekage, what are your chances of victory? To what extent do you plan to fight this war? And if other countries, say the Land of Fire or the Land of Earth, intervene, what then?" Seeing the daimyo's attitude softening, Raza perked up immediately and laid out his plan. "Daimyo-sama, please rest assured. I have already sent people to urgently contact our allies, Konoha of the Land of Fire. I have also dispatched diplomatic envoys to Iwagakure of the Land of Earth. If possible, I hope to facilitate a 3-nation alliance of Wind, Fire, and Earth, to jointly crusade against the Land of Stars, this enemy of the ninja world." Konoha and Iwagakure. Daimyo Sato nodded upon hearing this. "I've also heard that Konoha seems to have a grudge against that Shura. As allies, it's only right, emotionally and logically, for them to provide troops or financial aid. However, that third Tsuchiki Jinoki of Iwagakure is said to be a cunning old fox. Without sufficient benefits, will he easily commit troops?" Raza had already considered this. He explained, "Daimyo-sama, the Land of Stars shares a long border with the Land of Earth as well, leading to direct territorial disputes. That alone is indeed not enough to make that old fox Inoki dispatch ninja. But if you personally contact the Land of Earth's daimyo, offering to share the spoils, like the territory and wealth of the Land of Stars, that should be enough to entice them. After all, the Land of Stars has developed rapidly in recent years. The Yuga plains they control are fertile, their commerce prosperous, a coveted piece of fat meat." Hearing "share the Land of Stars," Sato's eyes noticeably lit up, a greedy expression appearing on his face. He had long heard of the Land of Stars' growing wealth in recent years. The Land of Stars had not only become a major commercial hub in the western part of the ninja continent but also exported large quantities of grain to the Land of Wind and Land of Earth, which lacked land and food production, amassing great wealth. If he could get a share of that, it would be a huge temptation for the Land of Earth's daimyo as well. Sato finally nodded, making his decision. "Very well. In that case, the matter of war against the Land of Stars is fully entrusted to you. The daimyo's mansion will specially allocate a sum for war funds, based on the standards of the Third Great Ninja War. I will personally write to the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. As for the specific liaison with Konoha and Iwagakure and the coordination of the allied forces, that will be your responsibility as Kazekage." "Yes. Thank you for your support, Daimyo-sama. I will not fail your trust." Raza responded solemnly, feeling slightly relieved. With the daimyo's support and war funds, at least the war machine could start moving. The communication screen went dark. Raza let out a sigh of relief and looked to the side. "Elder Chiyo, the daimyo has agreed to war. You, please accept my condolences for your loss. From the shadows in the corner of the meeting room, a figure slowly emerged. It was Chiyo, her face haggard, but her eyes burning with deep-seated hatred. The death of her brother Ebizo had completely ignited the grief and rage she had long suppressed. At this moment, her heart held only one thought: revenge against the Land of Stars. To appease her brother's spirit with the blood of the enemy. The news of the Land of Wind's declaration of war against the Land of Stars spread through the ninja world as if on wings. It also reached Konoha in the Land of Fire. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his large desk, holding the intelligence scroll the Umbu had just delivered summarizing Tsunagekyou's movements, along with the diplomatic document from Tsunagekyou requesting Konoha fulfill its allied duties and send troops. He slowly blew out a smoke ring, a trace of surprise on his face. According to the intelligence previously received secretly from Kakashi, Kakashi's team's operation to disguise themselves as star ninjas and frame the Land of Stars within the Land of Earth shouldn't have reached the Land of Wind's border steps yet. How had the Land of Wind and the Land of Stars come to blows so quickly? However, this surprise was soon replaced by a look of satisfaction. Regardless of the specific reason, conflict between the Land of Wind and the Land of Stars was the result he desired. He placed the scroll on the desk and looked at the two advisory elders sitting to the side. Mito Kato Hamura and Yuditane Koharu. Koharu, Hamura, what are your thoughts on Tsunagekyou's request for aid? Hamura adjusted his glasses and spoke first, a hint of excitement in his voice. Hiruzen, this is good news. The war between the Land of Stars and Tsunagekyou will greatly deplete their strength regardless of the outcome, which is extremely beneficial for us in Konoha. I believe we can appropriately dispatch a portion of our ninja forces to participate, supporting Tsunagekyou. This would both fulfill our ally obligations and allow us to gain a deeper understanding of the Land of Stars' true combat power. We might even have an opportunity to gain benefits at a critical moment. Koharu was more cautious, shaking her head. Hamura, dispatching ninja forces requires careful consideration. The Land of Fire is far from the Land of Stars, separated by countries like the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain. Sending ninja forces would put immense pressure on our logistics. Even if we help Tsunagekyou win, we cannot cross such a great distance to share the Land of Stars territory. At best, we might receive some monetary or material compensation. The input and output may not be proportional. I believe providing Tsunagekyou with material and financial support is more prudent. Hiruzen nodded, took a drag from his pipe, and said slowly, Koharu's concerns are valid. Distance is indeed the biggest problem. We must dispatch ninja forces to participate. Just then, a voice interrupted Hiruzen. The office door was pushed open with a bang. Danzo, his face half covered by bandages, walked in expressionlessly, leaning on his cane, followed silently by Aburame Tatsuma. Hamura glanced sideways at his old friend but said nothing. What madness is this now? Koharu, however, voiced her displeasure. Hiruzen's brow immediately furrowed. Danzo. You are no longer the Roots leader, nor are you a Hokage's advisor. Who gave you permission to barge into the Hokage's office? However, Danzo ignored both Koharu's and Hiruzen's reprimands. His single eye swept over the three people in the office, and he dropped a piece of news in a low voice that made all three of them pale. According to the top-secret intelligence I just received, Tsunagekyou's One-Tails Jinchuriki is suspected to have been kidnapped by that Shura. What? This time, even Hiruzen couldn't maintain his composure. He shot up from his seat, his pipe falling from his lips unnoticed. The One-Tails Jinchuriki stolen. No wonder Tsunagekyou was declaring war on the Land of Stars. Chapter 318, Chapter 318 in Nine-Tails, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Star City, early morning. Sunlight streamed down onto the clean, wide streets. A stark contrast to the desolate poverty of the Land of Wind, this new city built upon the former capital of Land of Bears was brimming with vitality and order. Towering spires and buildings with a technological aesthetic stood in orderly clusters. The streets were lined with shady trees, and even a meticulously planned waterway system ran through the city, bringing a touch of coolness. Pedestrians walked briskly, yet their expressions were calm. The air was filled with a thriving, upwardly mobile energy. In the Hyuga clan's residential area, inside a typical residence blending traditional Japanese and modern styles. Hisashi put down the newspaper in his hand and sighed softly. The front page headline was an urgent announcement about the Land of Wind's declaration of war and the Land of Stars entering a preparatory war mobilization state. The shadow of war had finally fallen upon this land he had chosen to settle in. Father, when can I graduate from the Ninja Academy? The crisp voice of Niji, sitting across from him, broke the quiet at the breakfast table as he put down his bowl and chopsticks. At just 7 years old, he was exceptionally talented and had experienced the night of betrayal. His Byakugan already showed a sharp edge. The Academy's curriculum was far too elementary for him. He yearned for real combat, to prove his worth. Hisashi looked at his son's determined white eyes, a complex mix of emotions in his heart. He put down the newspaper, his tone gentle but firm. Soon, Niji. The situation is changing. Perhaps, sooner than you think. He didn't want his young son to bear the cruelty of war too early, but as members of the Hyuga clan's branch family who had escaped the cage, war was the fastest path to growth and the quickest way for their Hyuga clan to integrate into the Land of Stars. After bidding farewell to his wife and child and stepping outside, Hisashi took a deep breath of the cool morning air. The Hyuga clan's compound faced the Uchiha clans across the street. This deliberately arranged layout seemed to metaphorically represent a certain subtle balance and competition. Hisashi-senpai. A slightly tired yet still clear voice came from beside him. Hisashi turned to see Shursue approaching quickly. Shursue was wearing the dark blue uniform of the Star Ninja Police Force, over the standard Jonin flak jacket. He had noticeable dark circles under his eyes, but his gaze remained sharp and focused. "Oh, it's you, Shursue." Hisashi nodded slightly, and the two naturally fell into step beside each other, heading towards the central administrative building. "You look like you were up late again last night. The pressure must be high since the preparatory mobilization order was issued." Shursue rubbed the space between his eyebrows and gave a wry smile. "That's an understatement. Maintaining order in the provinces, increasing patrols, monitoring suspicious individuals, cooperating with intelligence to screen for potential spies, and having to draft personnel to supplement the border patrols. There's just too much. T/N, changing county to province. Indeed. After all, the police department of the Land of Stars isn't just managing one village." As deputy chief of the police department, Hisashi felt a twitch in his temple just thinking about the scope of the department's authority. Initially, he and Shursue had thought they were only managing the Star City. Only after starting did they realize how massive and complex the internal security of a nation of over 16 million people was. The affairs handled by the Konoha's military police force were like a tiny sesame seed compared to those of the Land of Stars police department. Shursue chuckled, then his voice lowered, tinged with worry. "Hisashi-senpai, I have a very bad feeling about this. This probably isn't just a preparatory mobilization. Real war might be coming very soon." The two walked in silence for a while. They were both ninja who had experienced the Third Great Ninja War, having witnessed its brutality and ruthlessness firsthand. That oppressive feeling before the storm was all too familiar. In the emergency conference room on the top floor of the administrative building, the atmosphere was so heavy it was almost suffocating. A high-level meeting deciding the fate of the Land of Stars was being held here. The attendees comprised the current core leadership of the Land of Stars. Kanon, Hikari, Oyasuhiro N, Kisame, Shursue, Hisashi, Miroku, Nono, Gata, Yosei, and several other heads of important departments. But the most striking figure was the man with brilliant golden hair and a gentle, handsome face sitting to the right of the head seat, Namikaze Minato. "Everyone, please take your seats quickly." Minato's warm smile dispelled a bit of the tension. "Yes, Minato-sama." Shursue, Hisashi, and the others who had just entered bowed slightly to Minato. For the high-ranking members of the Land of Stars, the special status of this reanimated fourth Hokage as a sort of retired emperor was no longer a secret. Especially for Shursue and Hisashi. After the initial shock, they couldn't help but speculate about Shura's true identity. However, out of reverence for Shura, everyone maintained a tacit silence, never broaching the topic. When Menma was not in the Star City, most daily administrative affairs were actually handled by Minato. Initially, Minato thought it would be like his time as Hokage in Konoha, with his main focus on ninja missions and village defense. However, when he truly began dealing with the comprehensive governance of a nation with over 16 million people and an expanding territory, he deeply experienced its weight and complexity. Every day, just reviewing the piles of documents submitted from the various provinces and government departments was immense, covering politics, economics, military, diplomacy, civil affairs, and more. Fortunately, the Land of Stars had a far more efficient and professional administrative system than the era of ninja villages. The administrative department and its subordinate branches could handle the vast majority of daily affairs. What reached him were mostly major issues involving strategic decisions, usually accompanied by detailed analysis reports and multiple contingency plans, greatly easing his decision-making pressure. Even so, Minato often felt the weight of his responsibility. When encountering matters with wide-ranging, profound implications that even he found difficult to weigh quickly, he could only choose to temporarily set them aside, leaving them to the shadow clones Menma had left behind or waiting for Menma's return to decide personally. Minato had once asked Menma why he didn't use more shadow clones for administrative work, since his clones were spread throughout the nation. Menma had replied, "Of course, it's so Dad can understand the differences between this country and others better. And we can't have shadow clones handle everything, right? What if I'm not around?" This experience of acting as ruler gave Minato a new, deeper understanding of governing a nation. Now, as Minato watched Kanon at the head seat and listened to her clear, calm voice announce, "The Land of Wind has formally declared war on our Land of Stars," he instinctively frowned. War, that word carried too many heavy memories for him. He had personally experienced the brutality of the Second Great Ninja War and had led Konoha's defense and counterattacks during the Third. He had witnessed countless ninja and civilians lose their lives in the flames of war, homes turned to scorched earth, and how the chain of hatred linked one ring to the next. Deep down, he held a natural wariness and aversion to war. What worried him more was whether this conflict between the Land of Wind and the Land of Stars would, like the Land of Rain in the past, become a massive powder keg, ultimately igniting a fourth great ninja war that would sweep across the entire ninja world. According to Shirasama's latest command, Kanon's voice pulled Minato from his thoughts. The Land of Stars is now formally entering a state of total war. Her voice echoed in the silent conference room, each word carrying immense weight. All registered ninja, as well as quasi-military personnel like the police force, will be fully mobilized and placed under the unified command and dispatch of the military minister, Uchiha Hikari. The national economy, civil affairs, and all other aspects will simultaneously transition to a wartime control track. Then, Kanon picked up a prepared document and began reading the specific wartime decrees item by item. 1. Implement a unified grain control and rationing system, prioritizing the supply for the military and the production of important strategic materials. 2. Restrict all non-essential entry and exit activities effective immediately. Strengthen border control. 3. All chakra storage devices domestically will be subject to wartime rationing, prioritizing use for defensive barriers, communication networks, and military purposes. 4. Implement curfews around major cities and important facilities. Specific times will be announced by local security departments. 5. Fully activate all underground civil defense facilities. Formulate detailed public evacuation and shelter plans. 6. All domestic news dissemination organizations, including newspapers, radio, and television, must have 100% of their content reviewed by the propaganda division of the administrative department. Temporarily restrict the proportion of non-military social and civil news reports. 7. Activate the highest counter-espionage contingency plan. UMBU and police forces will conduct joint operations to severely crack down on all infiltration and sabotage activities by hostile forces. One decree after another was clearly stated, outlining a grim picture of total war. The expressions of all the ministers present were extremely grave, but there was also a thirst for military merit, especially among the recently joined Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Since its founding, the Land of Stars had experienced military actions like annexing neighboring small countries and exterminating the Yukigekure. But the scale and intensity of those battles were completely incomparable to the upcoming total war with one of the 5 great nations, the Land of Wind. This was the first true test of a great nation war since the country's founding. After listening to this series of decrees, the worry in Minato's heart deepened. These measures were undoubtedly meant to concentrate the nation's strength to face the war, but they would also massively impact the lives of ordinary citizens and could even cause social unrest. He couldn't help but speak up, a trace of barely perceptible urgency in his voice. Kanon. Men. Cough. Shirasama, how long until he returns? During this over a year of acting as ruler, Minato had personally witnessed the Land of Stars' miraculous rise. Especially after annexing the Land of Marsh, Land of Darkness, and Land of Snow, he saw how those commoners, once impoverished under noble oppression and displaced by war, were allocated their own land in this new nation, freed from heavy taxes, their lives visibly improving at a rapid pace. The entire country was filled with a thriving vitality, a sense of hope belonging to the vast majority of ordinary people that he had never felt, even in Konoha. This nation, forged by his son's own hands, and the new atmosphere it displayed, breaking the old order, pursuing equality and development, had deeply moved both him and Kushina. From initial shock and confusion, to gradual understanding and acceptance, and now, a strong desire welled up from the depths of Minato's heart. He wanted to protect this country, to protect this hard-won, hopeful vision. Hikari took over, explaining, Minato-sama, Shirasama is currently still in the Sea of Death within the Land of Wind. He is there suppressing the 10 Tails. It was because of this that he encountered the elite force sent by Sunagekure, leading to the conflict and subsequently Sunagekure's declaration of war. 10 Tails. This unfamiliar term exploded like thunder in the meeting room. Everyone present, including Minato, showed expressions of astonishment and confusion. Those present either hailed from great ninja villages or were widely knowledgeable, so they naturally knew the tailed beasts were considered the ultimate weapons of the villages. But common knowledge stated there were only tailed beasts from 1 tail to 9 tails. What was this suddenly emerging 10 tails? Minato's shock was especially deep. Because sealed within him was half of the 9-tails chakra, the Yin 9 tails. He almost immediately felt the violently fluctuating emotions of the Yin 9 tails in his mental world. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The roar from behind the seal gate exploded in Minato's mind. The massive fox face was filled with disbelief and a near-panicked rage. The Ten-Tails died long ago. It can't possibly reappear. Nonsense. Minato forcibly suppressed the shock waves in his heart and urgently asked in his consciousness, Kurama, did the Ten-Tails truly exist? The Nine-Tails was silent for a moment, then roared even more violently, that thing existed 1,000 years ago, even older than the Sage of Six Paths. But it was already. Its words cut off abruptly, as if realizing it had said too much, then changed tack, emphasizing fiercely, anyway, it died long ago. Vanished completely. How could it appear now? The Nine-Tails' words were 3 parts truth, 7 parts falsehood. It omitted the core secret that the 9-tailed beasts were all separated from the Ten-Tails, only vaguely mentioning the Ten-Tails' ancient origins and death. After all, its relationship with Minato, while much improved from the beginning, was far from the level of complete trust seen in the original Fourth Great Ninja War, where they could cooperate fully against enemies, even allowing Minato to use the Nine-Tails chakra mode. The Nine-Tails was instinctively wary, unwilling to reveal too many secrets concerning the origin of the tailed beasts. However, even this equivocal, half-true information was enough to send Minato's mind reeling. 1,000 years ago. Older than the Sage of Six Paths, the founder of Ninshu. How did Menma learn of this terrifying existence, which left almost no trace even in legend? Not only did he know, he was actually trying to capture it. Minato knew his son had many secrets, but this was too much. Just as the atmosphere in the conference room became abnormally oppressive due to the words Ten-Tails, the internal telephone on the desk in front of Kanon suddenly rang, breaking the silence. Kanon immediately picked up the receiver. Uzumaki Kanon speaking. A respectful report came from the other end. As Kanon listened, the grave expression on her face eased slightly. She put down the receiver, her gaze sweeping over those present, her voice carrying a note of relief. Everyone, I've just received a report from the police department in the military district. She paused, then announced. Shirasama has returned. The meeting was immediately adjourned. All high-level personnel, led by Kanon and Hikari, quickly left the administrative building and headed for the nearby military district. In front of the grand main gate of the military district, constructed from sturdy rock and metal, the guarding star ninjas stood tall, their eyes filled with reverence and fervor for the one about to arrive. Menma's figure stood there. He still wore his black robe with red trim, his expression calm, as if he had just completed an ordinary trip. And in his arms, he held a red-haired boy with heavy dark circles, currently looking around uneasily. Gaara. By his side stood 2 women. One was Shizune, holding a pink and white pig, looking somewhat nervous and curious. The other was Tsunade, with her striking golden hair and impressive figure, examining the surrounding unique, functional, and futuristic buildings with undisguised curiosity and scrutiny. Menma was speaking to Tsunade. Then we'll part ways here. The Star City is quite large. You're free to look around, as long as you avoid military restricted zones and other clearly designated off-limits areas. However, due to the recent situation, a curfew might be implemented. It should return to normal in a few days after matters are dealt with. His tone was flat, seemingly unwilling to let the war overly disrupt the nation's normal operation and vitality. In his heart, he already had a plan to end this war quickly, and was even considering how to make the land of Wind pay for this provocation, perhaps by ceding some territory. Just then, Kanon, Minato, Hikari, Shisui, Hizashi, and the other leaders of the Land of Stars had arrived at the main gate. Shirasama. Led by Kanon and Hikari, everyone bowed deeply to Menma, their attitude extremely respectful. Hikari's gaze first fell on Gaara in Menma's arms, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. But when her gaze turned to the golden-haired, excessively busty, strikingly beautiful woman beside Menma, an undisguised hostility instantly surged from her. Her Sharingan activated unconsciously, the 3 tomos even spinning slightly faster. Who was this woman? Why was she with Menma? However, Tsunade's shock at this moment was 100 times stronger than Hikari's. She could understand Shisui and Hizashi being here, but she couldn't comprehend the golden-haired figure in the crowd. Her gaze, as if drawn by a magnet, was fixed fixedly on that familiar yet unfamiliar, gentle and handsome face, and that signature brilliant golden hair. The fourth Hokage-sama. Shizune couldn't control her exclamation. Chapter 319, Chapter 319 Kushina, Tsunade-sama, how is Naruto? Night fell, and the Star City lit up with lanterns and lights. This new city still radiated vitality in the darkness, but the noticeably increased number of patrolling ninja on the streets and the tension in the air all reminded people that war was approaching. In a quiet residential area in the core of the Star City, inside a house bearing the Uzumaki clan symbol, the lights were bright. In the living room, the atmosphere was subtly and heavily complex. Tsunade and Shizune sat upright on a soft sofa. Across from them was Minato, a gentle smile on his face. Minato wore ordinary home clothes. If not for the fine, porcelain-like cracks covering his skin and his dull, grayish-white eyes, he would look almost no different from when he was alive. "Here, please, don't be shy, try this," an enthusiastic voice came from the direction of the kitchen. Kushina, wearing an apron, came in carrying a plate of cut, enticingly colored fruit, her face beaming with a warm smile, as if simply entertaining old friends. "This is the crispy peach from the Darkness Province. Very crisp and juicy. It's quite a hot commodity right now." Tsunade looked at this resurrected couple, her mind still struggling to process it. Her gaze lingered on the cracks on their faces that symbolized their non-human state. Shizun, beside her, quickly placed Taunton on an empty spot on the sofa, stood up, and respectfully took the fruit plate, her voice still somewhat stiff. Thank you for your hospitality, Kushina-sama." Kushina placed the fruit plate on the coffee table and then naturally sat down next to Minato. The couple exchanged a glance, both showing a warm yet complex smile. Kushina looked at the grim-faced Tsunade and spoke first. "Tsunade-sama, to think, we'd meet again like this, in a place like this. You must have many questions, right?" She paused, a trace of apology on her face. "However, I'm truly sorry. There are some things we cannot speak of just yet. It concerns a very important promise. So tonight, we can only tell you some things that can be revealed." Tsunade didn't respond immediately. She reached out, picked up a plump, juicy-looking crispy peach from the plate, and handed it to the still nervous Shizun beside her. Then her gaze swept over Minato and Kushina again, finally settling on the undeniable marks on their faces. "This is the Edo Tensei, right?" Tsunade's voice was low and certain. "And, if I remember correctly, the second Hokage developed this technique initially as a forbidden jutsu to be used with the Flying Thunder God mutually instantaneous killing technique. The summoned deceased should have a limited existence time and be under the absolute control of the caster." Her eyes held inquiry and a hint of concern. "Are you too, under control? Or?" Minato met her gaze and nodded frankly. "Tsunade-sama is correct. This is indeed based on the Edo Tensei developed by the second Hokage. However, the formula was later improved upon. Now, although we've lost many of the senses of the living, like taste, and cannot live like truly living beings, we can at least move and think freely like normal people and maintain a stable existence." He shook his head gently, his tone sincere. "As for control, no, there isn't any. We possess complete self-awareness and freedom of action. The caster has not placed any compulsory restraints on us." Tsunade fell silent. She knew the original purpose of the second Hokage's technique was to gather intelligence and create explosive weapons in war. The initial version was indeed somewhat crude. But the current state of Minato and Kushina clearly far exceeded her understanding of Edo Tensei. Not only did they exist stably long-term, but they even. She looked around the living room filled with signs of life. The books on the shelves, the potted plants on the windowsill, the neatly arranged shoes at the entrance. This was clearly a home that had been lived in and cared for over a long period. All of this made her feel even deeper confusion and wariness towards the mysterious youth named Shura. Uzumaki bloodline, possessing both the Sharingan and the Byakugan, mastering forbidden jutsu like an improved Edo Tensei, and having such a deep relationship with the long-dead fourth Hokage and his wife that they were willing to stay here. Just who was this Shura? Even though she knew she likely wouldn't get an answer, strong curiosity and a certain intuition made Tsunade unable to resist asking. Her gaze moved between Minato and Kushina. "Minato, Kushina, that Shura, who is he really?" Upon hearing this, a clear look of difficulty appeared on Minato's face. He exchanged a glance with Kushina, which ultimately turned into a soft sigh. "Tsunade-sama, I'm very sorry. Regarding his identity, we truly cannot reveal it for now." Minato's tone was full of apology. "This is a promise we made with him. At least until, before year 63 of Konoha calendar, this secret cannot be spoken by us." Year 63 of Konoha calendar. Shizun, who was nibbling on a peach and trying to soothe the restless Taunton in her arms, looked up upon hearing this specific date, a confused expression on her face. That was over 4 years from now. Tsunade also frowned deeply. Year 63 of Konoha calendar. What was special about that date? Would something happen then that could change the current situation? However, she quickly set this question aside for now and asked another that was even more difficult for her to understand, even making her somewhat angry. "Even if you aren't controlled and have free will. Minato, why are you still here? Staying in the land of stars?" Tsunade's tone unconsciously sharpened, carrying a note of accusation. "You are the fourth Hokage of Konoha. A hero who once protected the entire village." Remembering the image of Minato standing with those Land of Stars high-ranking officials, Tsunade still found it hard to believe. This was a question Minato himself had pondered over many times. He knew that one day he would meet people from his past again. He just hadn't expected the first to be Tsunade. Minato's expression became serious and deep. Kushina took Minato's hand. Although their Edo Tensei bodies couldn't feel each other's warmth, the action itself conveyed silent support and a shared decision. Tsunade-sama. Minato's voice was calm, yet carried a clarity that came from having experienced life and death. You are right. The former Namikaze Minato was indeed the fourth Hokage of Konoha village. And the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and his wife, Uzumaki Kushina, already fought to their last breath in the Nine-Tails attack that year, sacrificing their lives to protect the village. His gaze was clear and firm, looking directly at Tsunade. Both I and Kushina can say with a clear conscience that we never failed the title of Hokage, never betrayed Konoha's trust and expectations. We have already fulfilled the mission and responsibility belonging to the fourth Hokage and his wife. These words struck Tsunade and Shizen's hearts like a heavy hammer. Shizen recalled the sunny, always warmly smiling fourth Hokage from her memory, who protected the village like a golden flash in times of crisis, and thought of his and Kushina's ultimately tragic sacrifice. Her eyes slightly reddened. They were undoubtedly Konoha's deserved heroes. But, why would the souls of heroes remain in the land of an enemy nation? Tsunade opened her mouth, wanting to press further, but was interrupted by Kushina. Kushina tightly held Minato's hand. Her gray-white eyes looked at Tsunade and she suddenly asked a few questions. Tsunade-sama, after we died, was everything in Konoha all right? Did the villagers recover from the grief quickly? And, our child, Naruto. Is he being taken good care of by the village? Is he happy? These questions were like the sharpest kunai, instantly piercing through all of Tsunade's defenses and doubts. She jolted violently, as if an invisible hand had gripped her throat. All the words on the tip of her tongue got stuck. Naruto. That child. Although Tsunade hadn't returned to the village for many years, Shizen went back every year to report and would bring Tsunade some information about the village. Tsunade knew something about Naruto's situation. She understood everything in an instant. Why Minato and Kushina chose to stay here. Why their eyes were so complex when mentioning Konoha. An indescribable weariness and disappointment washed over her like a tide. Tsunade raised her hand and slapped her forehead heavily with a dull thud, feeling a splitting headache and a heavy heart. Old man, what have you done? She thought of her teacher, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old man who had once taught her to protect the village and cherish her comrades. Forget it, forget it. Tsunade's voice was thick with weariness and a trace of disillusionment. She waved her hand as if to dispel all troubles. Anyway, no matter what, it has nothing to do with me now. I left that place long ago. She stood up abruptly from the sofa and said to Minato and Kushina, I'll be staying in the land of stars for a while. I promise not to leak the news of your revival. But Her tone became serious. If this war expands further and Konoha ultimately decides to participate, at that time, I can't guarantee anything. After all, it concerns the village's safety. Minato nodded understandingly, a gentle smile returning to his face. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. But please rest assured, this war will end very soon. It will end faster than any previous war. Tsunade looked at Minato with some surprise, not understanding why he had such strong confidence in the land of stars and that Shura. But she didn't ask further. She just called out to Shizen, let's go, Shizen. Let's find an inn to stay at. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizen hurriedly picked up Taunton, who was still nibbling on the peach, and bowed again to Minato and Kushina. Thank you very much for your hospitality. I will also keep it strictly confidential. After saying that, she quickly followed Tsunade, who was already heading towards the entrance. Minato and Kushina stood up and saw them to the door. The night was deep, and a cool evening breeze blew. Tsunade stopped at the doorway, looked back at the brightly lit Uzumaki house, and waved to the couple behind her. No need to see us further. Watching Tsunade and Shizen's figures disappear around the street corner, Kushina leaned lightly against the doorframe and said softly to Minato, I thought Tsunade-sama would insist on returning to Konoha immediately to take our information back. Minato looked in the direction Tsunade had left, his gaze deep, as if he could see through something. He gently held his wife's shoulder. His warm voice carried a note of understanding. Perhaps, she is also disappointed with the village. On the other side, Shizen, holding Taunton, jogged to keep up with Tsunade's slightly hurried pace and asked quietly, somewhat puzzled, Tsunade-sama, why didn't we stay at 4th Hokage-sama's house for the night? It's already dark, finding an inn won't be easy. Tsunade didn't turn back. Her mind replayed the details she had noticed at the entrance of the Uzumaki house. There were several pairs of shoes of different sizes neatly arranged there. Besides the ones obviously belonging to Minato and Kushina, there were 2 pairs that seemed to belong to younger people. Her voice, carrying a kind of gravity, interrupted Shizen. That house has 4 people. 4 people. Shizen was stunned. Besides the 4th Hokage and his wife, there were 2 others. Who could they be? Just then, as they passed a street corner, a few children who had been playing late ran past them, laughing and hurrying home. Tsunade stopped abruptly, her sharp gaze sweeping over the children's backs and the clan emblems on their clothes. The Uchiha's fan emblem. And the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Shizun also noticed. She turned her head in astonishment, looking at the houses on both sides of the street with warm lights on in the darkness, clearly seeing the emblems hanging on lintels or walls, emblems of clans once famous throughout the ninja world. The Kaguya clan, the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, the Uzumaki clan, even the nearly extinct Shinoi clan, and some emblems she didn't even recognize. These clans, which should have been scattered across the ninja world, some even considered extinct, were now living harmoniously as neighbors in this specific area of the Star City. Looking at this scene beyond imagination, Tsunade felt a chill mixed with inexplicable anger rise within her. She thought of Konoha's suspicion and exclusion of the Uchiha clan, the strict main and branch family system of the Hyuga clan, the small clans that had gradually withered away in missions or conflicts. The Senju clan dispersed. The Uchiha clan left. Was Konoha still the Konoha it once was? Chapter 320, Chapter 320 The reactions of Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and Kirigakure. At the same time, Land of Earth, Iwagakure. In the office of the third Tsuchikage, numerous Iwagakure's higher-ups had gathered. The atmosphere was similarly tense. Anoki's short figure floated in midair, his brows tightly furrowed as he watched the image displayed on a special communication screen before him. It was the Land of Earth's daimyo, Tsukuyomi. This daimyo, with his meticulously groomed goatee, was currently wide-eyed, his face showing an agitated expression. Now the Land of Wind has formally declared war on the Land of Stars. This is the perfect opportunity for us to strike. The daimyo, Tsukuyomi, waved his folding fan, his tone excited. Anoki remained calm and asked, Daimyo-sama, have we reached a formal military alliance with the Land of Wind? Alliance? Not exactly. Goto shook his head. The Land of Wind's envoy was indeed very keen on an alliance, but considering the attitude of Konoha in the Land of Fire and the potential complex diplomatic repercussions, I temporarily refused them. He changed his tone, a greedy look appearing on his face. However, that doesn't prevent Iwagakure from sending troops independently. After all, it's an indisputable fact that the Star Ninja have repeatedly crossed the border to provoke and attack our military outposts recently. By both reason and principle, we have ample justification to launch a counterattack against the Land of Stars. If we can take the Land of Stars, especially the Hyuga plains they control, that's a vast area of fertile land and prosperous trade routes. Anoki sighed inwardly. How could he not know the wealth and allure of the Land of Stars? But as the Tsuchikage, he needed to consider more. He tried to persuade this daimyo, who seemed blinded by profit, Daimyo-sama, please analyze this calmly. Currently, the Land of Wind and the Land of Stars have just begun hostilities, and the situation is still unclear. We have not fully ascertained the depth of the Land of Stars' strength, and that Shura and Uchiha Hikari are significant variables. Rashly entering the war at this time carries enormous risks. I believe the optimal time for deploying troops has not yet arrived. The time isn't ripe. Goto's voice suddenly rose, carrying clear dissatisfaction. Last time, when the Star Ninja slaughtered the nobles and daimyos of those small countries, I wanted you to send Iwagakure's elites, but you said the enemy's strength was unknown and we needed caution. Later, I agreed to you sending those mercenaries and rogue ninjas to probe, and what was the result? Significant losses, and while we gathered some intelligence, now the Land of Wind is actually fighting the Land of Stars, and you still tell me the time isn't ripe. He slammed the table angrily. Anoki. Have you grown old and timid? Don't forget, recently several of our Land of Earth's border outposts have been attacked, ninjas killed and wounded. Shouldn't we hold the Land of Stars accountable for this? Anoki's face darkened. Those border attack incidents did indeed have many suspicious aspects. The Intelligence Department head, Monga, had repeatedly reported that the methods of the attackers and the traces left behind were somewhat peculiar, and the possibility of another force disguising themselves to frame the Land of Stars couldn't be ruled out. But in the daimyo's view, this was just Iwagakure making excuses to avoid fighting. Faced with the daimyo's anger and increasing pressure, Anoki knew that completely refusing to send troops was no longer possible. Daimyo-sama, please calm your anger. He took a deep breath and compromised. How about this? I will immediately dispatch additional elite spies to fully investigate the Land of Stars' military deployments and movements along their border with the Land of Wind. If the main force of the Star Ninja is indeed tied down by the Land of Wind, leaving their rear vulnerable, then, depending on the specific situation, I will decide whether to send troops and on what scale. What do you think? That's more like it. Hearing Anoki finally relent, Goto's expression softened slightly. He snorted. Remember, opportunities are fleeting. I hope to hear good news from you soon. With that, the communication screen went dark. The office fell into brief silence. The tall and large Jonin, Kitsuchi, stepped forward, looking worriedly at his father. Father, the Land of Stars has explicitly denied attacking our border outposts and instead accused us of attacking their sentry posts. Monga's analysis also suggests that the previous attacks do have suspicious elements. Monga, standing nearby, added, Tsuchikage-sama, based on analysis of the scene traces and casualties, the behavioral patterns of the attackers differ from the usual style of star ninja. We truly cannot rule out the possibility of a third party, such as Konoha or Kimogakure, disguising themselves to frame the Land of Stars. Anoki slowly descended from the air and sat in his chair, rubbing his throbbing temples. His face was filled with exhaustion and helplessness. I know about these doubts. He sighed, his voice hoarse. But, Kitsuchi, Monga, after the Land of Wind declared war on the Land of Stars, whether those attacks were actually carried out by Star Ninja or not, it no longer matters. He raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the other several Iwagakure's elder councils in the office, all with grave expressions. What the daimyo needs is merely an excuse that can convince himself and the other nobles within the country. Anoki's voice held a hint of mockery, and a deeper sense of powerlessness. And now, this excuse is sufficient. Everyone fell silent. Land of Lightning, Kimogakure. Kimogakure, surrounded by mountains, was perpetually shrouded in humid clouds and mist. The towering Raikage building stood like a peak piercing the clouds, symbolizing the resilience and strength of this ninja village. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the Raikage's office on the top floor was filled with an oppressive, furious aura. The fourth Raikage, this giant known for his violent lightning release, was currently bare-chested, revealing muscles knotted like rock. The end of his right arm, missing its hand and wrist, was wrapped in thick bandages. His remaining left hand, however, single-handedly gripped a massive barbell heavy enough to crush an ordinary strongman. The muscles on his arm bulged like steel cables as he lifted the heavy weight over his head again and again, then slowly lowered it. Each exertion was accompanied by low, heavy breaths and slight cracking sounds from his bones, like a ferocious beast caged and desperate to vent. The dark-skinned, tall secretary, Mabui, stood nearby, holding a scroll of urgent intelligence. Her reporting tone was steady but couldn't conceal its gravity. According to cross-verification from multiple intelligence sources, it can be basically confirmed, an elite unit from Sunagakure of the Land of Wind engaged in intense conflict with the Land of Stars. Sunagakure suffered heavy losses. The specific casualty numbers are unknown, but it is suspected that several jonin, including Elder Ebizo, were killed. Within hours of the conflict, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, formally announced that the Land of Wind was declaring war on the Land of Stars. Crack! The moment Mabui finished speaking, A's left hand suddenly exerted force, and he slammed the heavy barbell down onto the solid wood desk in front of him. The sturdy hardwood desktop instantly let out a groan of protest, splitting and collapsing from the middle. Documents, inkstones, and writing tools scattered everywhere. Shura. A ground out the name through clenched teeth, his eyes burning with rage and hatred. That guy had inflicted grievous losses on Kimogakure, no less than a full-scale war. Both Yujito, the Two-Tails' Jinchuriki, and B, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, were severely wounded in the Battle of Hell Valley one after the other. He himself had his right wrist crippled by those strange chakra black rods, forcing him to amputate his right hand to continue fighting. Even so, over half of the elite troops he had taken to intercept Shura back then had been killed. And they hadn't even managed to capture a single one of the enemy. What a disgrace. After the war, A had issued the highest order, commanding Mabui's intelligence department to utilize all of Kimogakure's resources and channels, sparing no expense to track Shura's whereabouts. Combined with some pointed information that had recently leaked unintentionally from Konoha in the Land of Fire and Iwagakure in the Land of Earth, Kimogakure's vast intelligence network, through cross-comparison and analysis, had basically confirmed that this Shura who had repeatedly dealt heavy blows to Kimogakure was the actual ruler of the rapidly rising Land of Stars, which had annexed several countries. Shura. Land of Stars. A wished he could immediately gather all of Kimogakure's elites, flatten the Land of Stars, tear Shura limb from limb, and wash away the shame. Mabui keenly sensed the almost overflowing killing intent from the Raikage. She quickly stepped forward, advising cautiously, Raikage-sama, please calm down. The Land of Stars is located in the western part of the Ninja continent, far from our Land of Lightning. It is separated from us by multiple countries including the Land of Fire, the Land of Rivers, and the Land of Rain. A long-distance expedition would face difficult logistics and supply lines, and could encounter obstructions or even ambushes from other forces along the way. Even if we want to use military force against the Land of Stars, it would be extremely difficult, almost impossible to achieve. Her words carried deep worry, fearing that this hot-tempered Raikage might truly act recklessly and launch a major expedition regardless of the consequences. She couldn't help but recall how, years ago, the third Raikage had stayed behind alone to cover the retreat of the main force, was surrounded by tens of thousands of Iwagakure's ninja, fought to exhaustion, and died a heroic death. That painful lesson remained an indelible pain in Kimogakure's heart. She absolutely did not want to see the fourth Raikage repeat that mistake. I took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the impulse to go to war immediately. He wasn't a complete strategic fool. He grunted, his voice low. Yeah. I know the distance is too great, so we can't just march over there directly. I still have that much reason. I walked to the window, looking out at the sturdy village built amidst the surrounding mountains of Kimogakure, and said solemnly, however, we can't just do nothing. Send out the ninja from the village best at infiltration and intelligence gathering, find a way to infiltrate the land of stars. I want to know everything about that country, about the star ninja, about Shura. Yes. Raikage-sama. Mabui immediately bowed and accepted the order, recording this instruction. She relaxed slightly. As long as it wasn't direct war, it was fine. Mabui continued her analysis. From the current situation, the scale of this war between the Land of Wind and the Land of Stars is estimated to remain limited for the time being, unlikely to spiral out of control. Konoha just experienced internal turmoil with the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan's branch family. Their strength and internal stability have been affected to some extent. Although Sunagakure is their ally, the likelihood of Konoha directly sending troops in support is small, and they are more likely to provide material, financial, or intelligence support. She paused, her tone becoming somewhat uncertain. However, the land of Earth's Iwagakure is harder to predict. The third Tsuchika Jinoki is a cunning old fox. Iwagakure hasn't shown clear movement yet, but if Sunagakure and the Land of Stars fight to a stalemate, or if the Land of Stars rear shows weakness, that old fox will likely seize the opportunity to send troops, attack the Land of Stars rear, and grab benefits. Stabbing them in the back, just like when they ambushed our forces back then. A interjected, his voice filled with hatred for Iwagakure. In that battle, Iwagakure had thrown its full force, tens of thousands of Iwagakure's ninja attempting to surround and annihilate one of Kimogakure's elite units, causing Kimogakure heavy losses. And with the chaotic state of the ninja world at the time, if Kimogakure suffered too many losses, Konoha and Kirigakure would certainly have come knocking. If not for his father, the third Raikage, holding the rear alone, fighting the Iwagakure's army for 3 days and 3 nights, killing so many that Iwagakure's younger generation was nearly decimated, Kimogakure would likely have been severely crippled. His father's bravery and sacrifice were A's eternal pride, but also a bone-deep warning. No matter how strong an individual was, faced with the torrent of war and absolute numerical superiority, there were limits. At least, that's what he believed for now. Mabui finished recording the order to dispatch spies and inquired again, Raikage-sama, regarding this incident, is there anything else that needs to be addressed? I pondered for a moment, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He turned to Mabui and said, spread the intelligence we previously analyzed, that Shura is very likely the defected Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from Konoha, through discreet channels. If Shura truly is Konoha's defected Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, then this time, no matter what, Konoha will absolutely not sit idly by. They will inevitably send troops. That way, perhaps even that old fox Inoki will join the fray. Yes. I understand. A look of understanding flashed in Mabui's eyes. She immediately grasped the Raikage's intent. Driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Land of Water, Kirigakure. Unlike the anger in the Raikage's office, the atmosphere in Kirigakure's highest seat of power was exceptionally heavy, oppressive, and even carried a trace of sorrow. The short-statured 4th Mizukage, Yugura, sat in the main seat, but seemed to bear a tremendous burden. Facing the few Kirigakure's higher-ups below him, Yugura deeply bowed his head. Everyone. I, Yugura, as the 4th Mizukage, was controlled by an enemy using genjutsu for several years, bringing incalculable losses and disaster to the village. I am unworthy of the name Mizukage, unworthy of every villager and ninja who trusted me. His voice was somewhat hoarse, filled with pain and self-reproach. After Kisame's attempted assassination of Yugura and subsequent defection, he had left some information for Mei and Ao. This was perhaps his final act for Kirigakure, deepening the 2's suspicions about Yugura. Some time ago, using the Byakugan he had seized, Ao conducted an examination of Yugura and ultimately discovered the secret of Yugura being controlled by a mysterious enemy. Then, under Elder Genji's direction, and utilizing Ao's Byakugan, Yugura was freed from that long, nightmarish control. Recalling the high-pressure, bloody mist policies implemented under the Genjutsu's influence over the past few years, and the resulting Kekkei Genkai clan's rebellions, purges, mass ninja defections, and deaths. Yugura felt as if his heart was being gouged. Please allow me to formally resign from the position of Mizukage. Yugura raised his head, his gaze sweeping over those present, finally settling on the hunched, snake-staff-wielding Elder Genji, sitting to the side. And I earnestly request Elder Genji to take charge of all matters pertaining to the election of the new Mizukage. Chapter 321, Chapter 321 Star Ninja's Combat Strength, 800 is 800. The meeting room was utterly silent. The Kirigakure's higher-ups present, aside from Elder Genji, were few in number, appearing exceptionally sparse compared to the village's heyday. The younger generation was represented only by Mei, who possessed 2 Kekkei-genkai, and Ao, who had 1 Byakugan. Major Kekkei-genkai clans like the Kaguya and Yuki clans had long been wiped out under the Bloody Mist policy. The once feared 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist had also disintegrated, with members dead or turned traitor. The sole remaining member, Hozuki Mangetsu, was also unable to take on major responsibilities due to worsening illness. The new generation's strength had not yet fully matured, leaving the entire Kirigakure with a worrying gap in its forces. Everyone's feelings were complex. On one hand, they felt anger and disappointment that Yagura, as the Mizukage, could be controlled for so long, bringing deep disaster to the village. But on the other hand, they also understood that the current Kirigakure was plagued by internal and external problems, its strength greatly diminished, and Yagura himself remained a powerful combatant. Now, with the Land of Wind and the Land of Stars already at war, and the shadow of the 4th Great Ninja War looming over the entire ninja world, dealing with Yagura at such a time was far from wise. Genji slowly opened his eyes, which were almost always narrowed. His aged voice echoed in the meeting room. Mizukichi-sama's initiative to take responsibility shows his heart is in the right place. However, the current situation is volatile, and Kirigakure is in need of personnel. The matter of electing a new Mizukage is of great importance but can be postponed for now. He paused, his snake-shaped staff tapping lightly on the floor, and continued, the urgent task now is to stabilize internally and present a united front externally. Moreover, we must strictly block the news. We absolutely cannot let the outside world know that our Kirigakure's Mizukage was controlled for several years. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. Subsequently, under Genji's direction, the meeting passed a resolution to limit the Mizukage's authority. Yagura would retain the title of 4th Mizukage, but his power would be checked by the Elder Councils and the Jonin commander. He would also need to undergo regular examinations by Ao's Byakugan to ensure he was no longer under any genjutsu control. The meeting concluded in a solemn atmosphere. After the other higher-ups left, Genji, Mei, and Ao remained. Genji's wrinkled, bald head seemed somewhat dim under the light. He narrowed his eyes, looking at the exhausted Yagura, and directly asked the most critical question, Mizukichi-sama, the person who controlled you, was it the Land of Stars Shura? This was the prevailing theory among Kirigakure's higher-ups. The ability to control a Kage-level powerhouse for a long time without detection was far beyond the capability of an ordinary ninja. The Shura, who had suddenly risen in the ninja world in recent years with unfathomable strength, was undoubtedly the most suspicious target. Yagura, however, shook his head decisively. He struggled to recall the memories from that period of control, which were like a thick fog, and said with certainty, no, it wasn't him. The person who controlled me used a Sharingan genjutsu. Moreover, I have a vague feeling that there seems to be some kind of enmity between the one who controlled me and Shura. Enmity. Genji and Mei frowned simultaneously. They had heard from Yagura before that he was controlled by a Sharingan user, but that person wore a mask and was extremely mysterious. Yagura had never seen his true face. Ao, standing to the side, a flicker of surprise and doubt in his unsealed left eye, could it be that besides Shura, there is another powerful ninja hidden in this world with such strength and ambition? Mei, her hands crossed on the table, analyzed calmly, it's not impossible. Elder Genji, do you remember the night of the Kaguya clan's rebellion 3 years ago? That mysterious person controlled Mizukichi-sama to issue orders, dispatching 3 of the 7 swordsmen, Hozuki Mangetsu, Suikezen Fuguki, and Biwa Juzo, to intercept Shura, who happened to have infiltrated Kirigakure. This clearly indicates that the mysterious person likely sensed Shura's intrusion through some special means, or even clashed with Shura directly and didn't gain the upper hand, hence urgently sending the ninja swordsmen to pursue, attempting to use them to kill Shura or probe his strength. Genji's wrinkled face showed a look of recollection. He nodded slowly, that's right. I remember. That night, the village not only lost the Kaguya clan, but Suikezen Fuguki and Biwa Juzo also died, and Hozuki Mangetsu returned injured. Excellent ninja like Momochi Zabuza also defected, the losses were severe. Yagura also tried hard to recall. Although his memory was hazy, he still spoke as if piecing together fragments. That night, after I was attacked by Momochi Zabuza, inside the Mizukage building, there did seem to be a short but intense battle, a mysterious ninja appeared, but the specific details, I really can't remember. Genji took a deep breath, his hunched body seeming to bend even further. The hand holding his snake staff tightened slightly, so it seems, this Shura likely holds important information about this mysterious enemy. Mei added, but Shura's appearance on the night of the Kaguya clan's rebellion is itself suspicious. According to the intelligence we've gathered, during the Land of Stars battle with the Land of Snow, individuals suspected of possessing the Kaguya clan's Shikatsumiyaku and the Yuki clan's Ice Release Kekkei-genkai were seen. The battle between the Land of Stars and the Land of Snow within the Land of Darkness's borders had many witnesses. Ninjas from both sides, plus numerous ordinary soldiers, rogue samurai, and refugees. It was difficult to completely block the news. The intelligence networks of the various villages had long collected these scattered pieces of information and were analyzing them internally. The Kaguya clan's Shikatsumiyaku, the Yuki clan's ice release. Yagura muttered to himself, a pained expression appearing on his face. These two Kekkei clans, once the pride of Kirigakure, had met their end under the high-pressure policies implemented during his control. Now, their Kekkei had appeared in the land of stars, thousands of miles away. It was a huge irony. Genji's narrowed eyes almost closed completely. He said in a deep voice, according to intelligence from our spies in Konoha, both the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan's branch family experienced large-scale defections, ultimately joining the land of stars. It seems now that the number and variety of Kekkei clans gathered in the land of stars likely exceed the combined total of our Kirigakure and Sunagakure. What? Ao was greatly shocked upon hearing this. He knew all too well how difficult it was to gain the loyalty of such powerful Kekkei clans. He himself had only obtained this Byakugan by ambushing a Hyuga clan's main family during the Third Great Ninja War, paying a heavy price for it. And that Shura actually had a way to make the proud Uchiha clan follow him en masse, and could even break the Hyuga clan's branch families, caged bird. This was simply unbelievable. Mei snorted lightly, a somewhat schadenfreude yet also grave smile curling at the corner of her red lips. In that case, it seems Sunagakure has kicked an iron plate this time. Even if Konoha eventually joins the war, they probably won't gain much advantage. Genji looked at Yagura and made a suggestion. Mizukage-sama, the urgent task is to quickly restore the village's vitality and obtain more intelligence about the outside world, especially regarding the land of stars and that mysterious enemy. I recommend immediately dispatching elite ninjas skilled in infiltration to find a way into the land of stars. Yagura nodded wearily, completely delegating authority. Elder Genji, I entrust this matter entirely to you. For now. I am merely one atoning for his crimes. Before the next Mizukage is formally appointed, the only thing I can do is to cooperate with you and the others to the best of my ability, and try to tidy up the mess I personally created into something slightly more presentable. His words were filled with powerless pain and deep guilt. Star City, Military District Operations Command Center. The atmosphere in the large circular meeting room was stern and grave. A huge map of the ninja world hung on the wall, with the border area between the Land of Wind and the Land of Stars covered in conspicuous red markings. In the center of the room was an exquisitely crafted, detailed sand table, clearly modeling the terrain of the Sea of Death and the surrounding oases and towns. Menma sat in the main seat, wearing his signature black robe with red edges. His heterochromatic eyes calmly scanned those present. To his left sat Administrative Minister Uzumaki Kanon and Military Minister Uchiha Hikari, to his right were Finance Minister Oyasuhiro N, Umbu Commander Hoshigaki Kisame, and core combatants participating in the military council like Uchiha Shursue, Hyuga Hisashi, and Natsuhi. The air was thick with the tension and a faint excitement of an impending major battle. Hikari stood up. Her neat, dark blue clan attire accentuated her snow-white skin. Even with her Sharingan deactivated, her eyes naturally exuded a sharp aura. Holding a scroll, she reported to Menma, and to everyone present, in a cool and steady voice. According to the latest statistics, the number of registered ninja in our Land of Stars has broken 800, reaching a total of 807. This number caused slight reactions in the eyes of some newly joined members, like Shursue and Hisashi. One had to know that even the 5 great ninja villages typically maintained only around 2,000 ninja in peacetime, with numbers doubling only during full wartime mobilization. For instance, during the 4th Great Ninja War, the entire ninja world only assembled an allied shinobi forces of 80,000. Excluding small villages and samurai from the Land of Iron, as well as rogue ninja and samurai, the ninja from the 5 great nations probably accounted for only half, meaning less than 8,000 ninja per village. 800 ninja, all full-time combat personnel, already placed them just below the 5 great villages in terms of scale. One had to remember that just 3 or 4 years ago, when Menma first took over the Hoshigakure, he had only just over 200 ninja of varying quality under his command. Uchiha Hikari continued with the detailed data. Among them, 602 are genin, 159 are chunin, 32 are special jonin, and 14 are jonin. She read out the jonin list, each name representing a force not to be underestimated. The jonin include Uchiha Hikari, Uzumaki Kanon, Natsuhi, Hadarubi, Oyasuhiro N, Oyasuhiro Jin, Gata, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yakushi Nono, Uchiha Shursue, Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Inabi, Hyuga Hisashi, Hyuga Takuma. This list almost encompassed all of the Land of Stars' current top-tier combatants on record. And this was only the registered ninja belonging to the official ninja military forces. Individuals like the former Hoshigake, now Justice Minister Yosei, Kakuzu, who was outside protecting the Gato Company's business activities, Orochimaru from the laboratory, and the semi-retired but still combat-capable Otsutsuki Shudo were not counted. If one added the reanimated Kushina and Minato, the actual usable combat power at Jonin level and above approached 20 individuals. Among them, Shursue, as well as Kisame, possessed the strength of powerful Kaga-level fighters, and Hikari was even beyond that. And the reanimated Minato and Kushina were at their peak strength. This force was enough to contend head-on with any of the 5 great ninja villages. The Jonin list also injected a dose of confidence into those present. Although the total troop numbers were far inferior to a major village, the quality of their high-end combat power was enough to draw attention. Compared to half a year ago, the significant growth in the Land of Stars mid to high-end combat power was mainly due to the wholesale addition of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan's branch family, bringing a large number of experienced ninja. The improvement in lower to mid-tier combat power, meanwhile, benefited from the gradual deployment of the revolutionary Chakra kinetic armor. This armor not only greatly enhanced the user's physical stamina and defense, but its built-in scientific ninja tools also allowed elite ordinary members of the police force, after training, to stably perform some basic ninjutsu. Their comprehensive combat strength was comparable to ordinary genin, with a few outstanding individuals even reaching Chunin level. Oya's hero N, appointed as chief of staff of the Star Ninja Army, walked to the large sand table. Picking up a slender pointer, he aimed it at the vast area marked Sea of Death. His expression beneath his orange sunglasses also turned serious. Based on the General Staff's comprehensive assessment combining various intelligence sources, Sunagakure under wartime conditions can initially mobilize a standing force of approximately 3,000 ninja. If they conduct a full wartime mobilization, they could potentially field 5,000, even 6,000 ninja at maximum capacity. This number made the air in the meeting room grow even heavier. 800 against 3,000, or potentially even 5 or 6,000. Although the vast majority of Sunagakure's ninjas are genin with limited combat effectiveness, we must consider the worst-case scenario. Oya's hero N's pointer swept over several key nodes within the Land of Stars borders. These were the Land of Stars' major cities, railway hubs, large warehouses, bridges, ports, and other important facilities. If the enemy adopts a strategy of dispersing into small units, sending numerous small teams to infiltrate our territory and conduct indiscriminate harassment and sabotage operations, they don't need to engage us in direct decisive battles. Simply destroying our transportation lines, supply warehouses, and key facilities would be enough to slow our war pace, causing huge economic losses and public panic. At that time, just clearing out these scattered rats would exhaust us, consuming a large amount of manpower originally intended for the main front. He pointed the pointer firmly at the markers for several oases and towns in the southern part of the Sea of Death, emphasizing, therefore, the General Staff's opinion is highly unified, we cannot defend passively, and we must take the initiative. Push the front line into the Land of Wind's territory. 2 days ago, upon receiving Shirasama's order, Hikari-sama ordered the formation of the 1st Army Division as the vanguard force. It comprises 12 squads, supported by medical teams and logistics support units, totaling 170 personnel. Currently, they have already entered the Sea of Death and successfully taken control of 8 key oases and 4 cities in the southern part of the Sea of Death, initially establishing a forward defense line. Our strategic goal is, through active offensive operations, to firmly contain the flames of war within the Land of Wind's borders. Force Sunagakure to concentrate its main forces on the frontal defense line, leaving them no capacity for anything else, thereby fundamentally preventing the possibility of them conducting large-scale infiltration and harassment deep into our territory. Then, in one push, advance the front line to Sunagakure itself. Force Sunagakure to either surrender or have its village stormed. Chapter 322, Chapter 322 Intercepting Sunagakure's Surprise Attack Team. Storm the Ninja Village. Since the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama, established the ninja village system, although small villages like Omegakure had been destroyed, none of the 5 great ninja villages had ever been breached. Menma listened intently to the report, his eyes following the pointer's movement on the sand table, occasionally nodding slightly. This strategic thinking was clear and decisive, perfectly suited to the Land of Stars' current characteristics of having elite but numerically insufficient troops. Utilizing the Sea of Death as a natural barrier and leveraging their own elite forces' mobility and combat superiority to keep the enemy outside their borders was the best choice. Kyuchan absorbing the Ten-Tails will take at least a few more days, and she absolutely must not be disturbed during this time, Menma thought to himself. He vaguely remembered that in the original work, after Gaara was captured, it took the Ghetto statue 1 or 3 days to absorb the one tail. Despite the disparity in troop numbers between the enemy and themselves, the expressions on the faces of the Land of Stars higher-ups present showed little worry. Whether it was the newly joined Uchiha and Hyuga members, or those who had long followed Menma like Kanon and Goda, their eyes burned instead with a desire for battle and a yearning for merit. This nascent nation needed a resounding victory to announce its power to the entire ninja world. Subsequently, the meeting moved into the discussion phase. Kanon proposed suggestions from administrative and internal affairs perspectives. I concur with the General Staff's proactive attack strategy. Simultaneously, we should use this war opportunity to further strengthen internal control and purification. Those remnants of the former 5 countries' noble factions, as well as potential opponents dissatisfied with the new policies, are likely to cause trouble during wartime. I recommend authorizing the UMBU and police force to conduct a thorough internal investigation and reorganization, ensuring absolute stability in the rear during the war. Hikari raised a more far-reaching and concerning issue. The strategy is good, but we must consider the possibility of the war expanding. Her finger pointed to the Land of Stars' eastern border on the sand table. The Land of Earth's Iwagakure's attitude is ambiguous. Some time ago, they groundlessly accused our ninja of crossing the border to attack their outposts. Although we firmly denied it and conducted proportional counterattacks, the potential threat on the eastern front constantly exists. Then, Hikari's gaze turned to Shursue and Hizashi sitting opposite her. Her tone emphasized, furthermore, there is Konoha of the Land of Fire. They have a traditional alliance with Sunagakure. Once the war reaches a stalemate, or if Sunagakure pays a sufficient price to request aid, the possibility of Konoha joining the war is not non-existent. We must prepare for the worst-case scenario. That is, the pressure of fighting on 2, or even 3 fronts simultaneously, the Western Front against the Land of Wind, and the Eastern Front against the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. The shadow of multi-front warfare made the atmosphere in the meeting room tense up again. This was indeed a heavy burden difficult for a nascent nation like the Land of Stars to bear. Menma listened calmly to everyone's analysis and concerns. Only after all voices fell silent did he slowly speak. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an authoritative decisiveness that instantly attracted everyone's attention. The concern about multi-front warfare is reasonable. However, everyone can rest assured, this war will not last long. His gaze swept over everyone. I will end it in the fastest way possible. Menma stood up, walked to the sand table, and began issuing the final combat orders. I command, the Star Ninja Army shall immediately form 4 standing army divisions. Each army division shall comprise 12 squads. Each squad shall consist of 3 standard teams, with a standard team having 4 members. First Army Division, commanded by Uchiha Hikari. Responsible for the main attack direction on the Sea of Death front line. Must consolidate and expand the forward defense line, pinning down the main Sunagakure's force in the Sea of Death. Second Army Division, commanded by Hyuga Hizashi. Assist Hikari, coordinate operations with the 1st Army Division. Third Army Division, commanded by Natsuhi. Responsible for defense on the Eastern Front. Strengthen vigilance at all passes and outposts along the border with the Land of Earth and the Land of Birds, strictly guarding against possible moves by Iwagakure. 4th Army Division, commanded by Cannon. Serve as the Reserve and Logistics Support Division. Responsible for garrisoning major cities, strategic material transportation and allocation, full-line medical support, and other crucial tasks. Simultaneously, the internal purification work shall be executed by you, coordinating the UMBU and police force. Police Force, expand the Special Police Force to cooperate with the 4th Army Division in handling internal security and logistics tasks in major cities, serving as a mobile reserve force to support the front lines when necessary. Order after order landed like solid rock, clear and definite. The structure of the 4 Army Divisions and the Special Police Force not only considered each commander's abilities and specialties but also balanced the various factions to some extent. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Army Division primarily consisted of standing ninja, the 4th Army Division encompassed police, logistics, medical, and administrative support forces, leaning towards auxiliary and logistical transport organization, while the Special Police Force was composed of elite ordinary personnel, with core backbone being Uchiha and Hyuga ninjas, handling internal security while also serving as a rapid reaction force. Yes, sir. The 4 named individuals responded in unison, their eyes flashing with determined light. With Menma's orders issued, the Land of Stars' nascent war machine began operating at an unprecedented high efficiency. Benefiting from the modern administrative and logistical system Menma had established earlier, distinct from traditional ninja villages, orders were rapidly disseminated throughout the country via new scientific communication ninja tools. Reserves of food and supplies from various provinces, weapons, ninja tools, soldier pills, and other strategic materials produced by various arsenals were continuously gathered towards the capital via the initially established railway network, then sent to the Western Front by specialized transport units. The mobilization efficiency of the Star Ninja was even more astonishing. Since its formation, the Star Ninja Army had adopted a modular organization with the squad as the largest combat unit, with daily training and missions often based on this. Now, over a dozen squads quickly assembled to form higher-level, Army Division, operational clusters. Coordination and linking between teams and squads did not show significant chaos. Squads of ninja clad in dark blue Star Ninjas uniforms, organized into teams and squads, converged like streams into rivers, silently and swiftly heading to the Western Front via railway and rapid marching. A stern and murderous yet high-spirited atmosphere enveloped the entire Land of Stars. That evening, Star City, Uzumaki residence. After the long intense military conference, Menma and Hikari returned home. Minato and Kushina were already waiting in the living room, their faces showing obvious concern. Menma, Hikari, how is the situation? Kushina asked eagerly. Despite being in Edo Tensei bodies, the worry in her eyes was no different from when she was alive. Menma sat on the sofa and explained the general strategic deployment to his parents. That's the basic situation. Kyuchan's absorption of the Ten-Tails isn't complete yet, estimated to take another 2 or 3 days. The Ten-Tails' resistance is stronger than expected, and I'm worried its original owner might come looking. So, during this time, I must stay near Kyuchan as much as possible to ensure the absorption process isn't interfered with. He looked at Hikari, his gaze filled with trust and instruction. Therefore, frontline command of the Sea of Death is fully entrusted to Hikari. Hisashi is experienced and can serve as deputy, assisting her in stabilizing the front line. Then, Menma looked at Minato. Dad, Hikari is on the front line, Kanon is handling rear command, logistics coordination, intelligence summarization, and coordination with the provinces, but we still need someone who can command respect and is good at coordination to hold the fort. I hope you can stay in the Star City, responsible for overseeing the overall situation. Minato listened seriously to his son's arrangements, analyzing calmly. Your arrangements are reasonable. Hikari's strength is undeniable, but she truly lacks experience commanding large-scale troop formations. Having the steady Hisashi, who has experienced 2 great ninja wars, assisting her can compensate for this shortcoming and avoid rash advances. He changed the subject, mentioning the Eastern Front. However, regarding Iwagakure on the Eastern Front, is it safe to have Natsuhi in charge? I heard from Kanon before that Natsuhi is a former Hoshigakure's jonin, her strength is acceptable, but Iwagakure's Inoki is cunning. Menma nodded, taking over the conversation. Natsuhi's ability is trustworthy. Moreover, the 3rd Army Division is mostly composed of former Hoshigakure's ninja, and they are familiar with the eastern border terrain, making them more suitable for defensive operations. Natsuhi and his husband, Hadarubi, had once stolen the meteorite to prevent the harm its training caused to Hoshigakure. When the contemporary Hoshikage, Yosei, discovered them, he didn't punish them but entrusted them with important tasks, letting them live under assumed names for years, and took the opportunity to ban meteorite training. It wasn't until the start of the Naruto's original storyline, when Akahoshi and others assassinated Yosei and restarted meteorite training, that Natsuhi became active again, trying to steal the meteorite to stop its training. Later came the storyline with Naruto and his team's arrival. This was also one reason Menma trusted the couple. He sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Dad, you know my ideal. I want to break the ninja clan's monopoly on chakra and ninjutsu resources, giving everyone the opportunity to become stronger, no longer bound by bloodline and origin. But nurturing a new generation of civilian ninjas takes time, and what we lack most is time. At this stage, most of the usable talent I have still comes from various ninja clans. Among the 4 appointed army divisions commanders this time, only Natsuhi comes from a small village. I also want to promote civilian ninja, but we still need to wait. Minato nodded understandingly, stepped forward, and gently patted his son's shoulder. I understand your difficulties. Breaking down old barriers and establishing a new order was never something achieved overnight. You've already done very well. His eyes gradually turned sharp. Don't worry, leave the Star City and the major rear areas to me. Logistics coordination, intelligence analysis, internal coordination. I will do my best with Kanon and the others. As for the internal situation. Minato's tone suddenly turned cold, carrying a hint of killing intent. If anyone dares to cause trouble internally during the war, or even launch a rebellion, regardless of their identity or background, I, Namikaze Minato, will absolutely not show mercy. At this moment, he was no longer the Konoha's Yellow Flash, who always has a gentle smile, but the Yellow Flash, famed for his speed during the 3rd Great Ninja War, who struck fear into the enemy's heart. Northwest Land of Wind, south of the Sea of Death. The scorching wind whipped up sand grains, stinging the face with a slight pain. A force of over 200 Tsunagekyu's ninjas was using the undulating sand dunes as cover, quickly and stealthily flanking to the east side of the battle line. Their goal was to bypass the Star Ninja's main defense line in the Sea of Death, infiltrate the Land of Stars territory, then disperse into small units to conduct devastating destruction of key facilities like railways, bridges, and warehouses there, thereby alleviating the immense pressure on the main front. Leading this surprise attack force were Tsunagekyu's elite jonin, Yura, and Fuji. The team included 10 special jonin, 50 chunin, and the rest were experienced genin, many of whom had participated in the 3rd Great Ninja War years ago, making it an elite force. Pick up the pace. We must cross this area before sunset. Yura urged in a low voice. His eyes scanned the seemingly endless sea of sand around them, but he felt vaguely uneasy. This desert was too quiet, and apart from the wind, almost no other sounds could be heard. However, just as the troops reached a relatively flat sandy area, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh 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 dash. Enemy attack dash. The shrill alarm had just sounded when it was drowned out by deafening explosions and the roar of ninjutsu. Boom. Boom. The previously calm sand suddenly erupted. Over a dozen figures clad in dark blue star ninjas uniforms burst forth from beneath the sand layer. They seemed to have merged with the yellow sand, only revealing their fangs at the moment of attack. Wind release, great breakthrough. Violent air currents whipped up a sandstorm, obscuring vision. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Earth dragons emerging from underground spat out countless sand and stones, impacting the Sunagekyu's formation like cannonballs. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fireballs carrying scorching high temperatures devoured panicked Sunagekyu's ninja. What made the Sunagekyu's ninja even more terrified was that many star ninja held a kind of kunai gun they had never seen before, with a strange design. These weapons could shoot kunai tied with explosive tags with extreme speed and accuracy. The kunai would explode violently upon hitting the ground or a target, causing devastating casualties within the dense Sunagekyu's ninja ranks. Boom. 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 Ah. Damn star ninja. It's an ambush. Breakthrough. Damn it. The intelligence was leaked. There's a spy. Just one sudden ambush, and this 200-strong Sunagekyu's ninja force suffered nearly 50% casualties. Screams, explosions, and the clash of ninjutsu mingled together. The originally orderly formation instantly fell into chaos. Don't panic. Assemble. Earth release users, create cover. Fuji shouted hoarsely, barely managing to gather the remaining, shell-shocked Sunagekyu's ninjas together with Yura. Back to back, they hastily used earth release to raise a few low earthen walls as temporary barriers. However, when they calmed down slightly and saw the situation on the surrounding sand dunes, a deeper chill rose from the depths of their hearts. The star ninja surrounding them numbered only 12. 12 people, ambushing and crippling their 200-strong force. They only have 12 people. Charge out. Kill them. Yura was both shocked and furious. A feeling of being humiliated surged within him as he issued the sharp order, attempting to force a breakthrough using their numerical advantage. The surviving Sunagekyu's ninja also had red eyes. Amidst various roars and shouts, they erupted with their final ferocity. Invisible blades formed by wind release, wind cutter whistled out, densely packed rock spears condensed by earth release, rock lodestone were thrown, puppeteers controlled ferocious-looking puppets that pounced forward, and some ninjas skilled in poison released purple poison mist, attempting to spread across the battlefield. Beware of poison gas. All personnel, put on gas masks. A calm, slightly young voice rang out. The one giving the order was a young man with handsome, delicate features and pale skin. He had white, medium-length hair, a star ninja's forehead protector around his neck adorned with 2 red dots, and most strikingly, his pure white eyes. He was the leader of this star ninja's ambush team, Kimimaro. He was the first to put on the standard gas mask, simultaneously issuing the final order to his teammates behind him, annihilate them all. As soon as the words fell, Kimimaro's figure transformed into a white lightning bolt, taking the lead, charging out of the simple cover and charging into the chaotic Sunagekyu's ninja ranks. His arms instantly drew 2 pale white bone blades, the Kekiigenkai of the Kaguya clan, Shikatsumiyaku. Close behind him were 3 equally young star ninja. Haku's face was gentle and beautiful, his hands forming hand seals as cold ice release chakra rapidly condensed. Yukimi's few small freckles seemed eager, her brown medium-length hair flying as she jumped. Her body began to blur during the charge, as if merging into the air. Niji wore the newly acquired star ninja's forehead protector around his neck, his forehead completely unblemished. His pure Byakugan was already active, veins bulging around his eyes, clearly seeing every enemy's chakra flow and movements on the battlefield. The other star ninja's team members also acted quickly. Some skilled in taijutsu, propelled by the Leg-assist modules of their chakra kinetic armor, burst forth with astonishing speed, closely following Kimimaro and the others into the enemy formation for close-quarters combat. Others quickly distanced themselves, either forming hand seals to perform ninjutsu or raising kunai guns for precise mid to long-range fire suppression. The deep blue chakra kinetic armor on their bodies gleamed with a metallic luster under the sunlight, the energy circuits at the joints glowing faintly, providing powerful protection and power support. Chapter 323, Chapter 323 How do Star Ninja have Sharingan, Byakugan, and would release? The battle instantly turned white-hot. Kimimaro charged into the Sunagekyu's ninja group like a tiger among sheep. His Shikatsumiyaku was incredibly sharp, easily cutting through the Sunagekyu's ninja's defenses, the bone spikes occasionally bursting from various parts of his body were even more impossible to guard against. Ordinary Sunagekyu's Genin and Chunin were almost instantly killed in a single encounter before him. Shikatsumiyaku. Byakugan. What kind of person is this guy? A few Sunagekyu's Jonin barely exchanged blows with him for a few rounds but were soon forced into dire straits by the frenzied yet precise bone dance, exclaiming in shock. Niji followed closely beside Kimimaro. His Byakugan could not only perceive the enemy's weaknesses but also take in the subtle changes across the entire battlefield. 3 people on the left, preparing wind release. Puppet in the rear, weak joints. Watch out for poison mist spreading on the right flank. Niji's calm voice continuously sounded, providing crucial real-time battlefield intelligence to his teammates through communication devices. His gentle fist precisely struck the Tsunagekyu's ninja's tenketsu, disrupting their chakra flow. Any Tsunagekyu's ninja he got close to felt their chakra circulation stagnate, their strength greatly reduced. Demonic mirroring ice crystals. Haku chanted softly, instantly creating multiple ice mirrors. His ice release displayed astonishing power in this scorching desert, not only disrupting the Tsunagekyu's ninja's formation but also using the mirror's reflection for high-speed movement and attacks, though the hot environment consumed his ice release ninjutsu greatly. Icy Senbon shot towards the Tsunagekyu's ninja like a rainstorm, and the occasional ice rock dome could create small-scale ice barriers, providing cover for teammates. Most of the Tsunagekyu's ninjas, who had lived their entire lives in the desert and never seen snow, were dumbfounded and felt fear facing this defying common-sense power. Meanwhile, Yukimi's figure drifted unpredictably on the battlefield. Her smoke transformation, Kekkei Genkai, allowed her to be to a certain extent immune to physical attacks, moving through the battlefield like a ghost. She sometimes appeared behind Tsunagekyu's ninja to deliver fatal blows, sometimes turned into smoke to disrupt the enemy's ninjutsu release. Simultaneously, 2 young ninjas in the team wearing Uchiha clan's attire over their Star Ninjas uniforms also displayed astonishing combat prowess. Their movements were swift and deadly. As they wielded their swords, their Sharingan precisely predicted every enemy move, successively killing over a dozen Tsunagekyu's ninja attempting to organize counterattacks. They were like 2 sharp knives, deeply wedged into the center of the Tsunagekyu's formation. Sharingan. They're Uchiha ninja. A Tsunagekyu's ninja, before dying, stared fixedly at the opponent's Sharingan and let out an utterly terrified scream. Yura and Fuji were now covered in blood, their hearts filled with incredible shock. Not only was the opponent well-equipped and had tacit tactical coordination, but this mere 12-person team actually gathered Byakugan, Shikatsumiyaku, Ice Release, Sharingan, and even the legendary Wood Release. What kind of monstrous team was this? The final collapse came from Yukimi. She took a deep breath, pressed both hands onto the scorching sand, and attempted her newly mastered Kekkei Genkai. Wood Release, nativity of a world of trees. Rumble dash. Under the incredulous, near-despairing gazes of Yura, Fuji, and all surviving Tsunagekyu's ninjas, a vibrant green forest actually broke through the ground from the sea of death at a visible speed, growing madly. Thick trees tore through the sandy ground, vines entwined upwards, instantly transforming a small patch of desert into a bizarre woodland. Wood Release. How is this possible? Fuji's voice completely cracked, his eyes behind his glasses almost popping out. The power of the legendary first Hokage, appearing here. A forest growing in the desert. This completely defying common-sense sight, like a miracle or a nightmare, completely shattered the last shred of fighting spirit of the remaining less than 50 Tsunagekyu's ninjas. They stared dumbly at that forest, their will to fight finally completely collapsed. Their weapons dropped one after another, their faces filled with despair. Sharingan. Byakugan, and now Would Release, damn it, are we fighting the Star Ninja or Konoha? Yura felt it was utterly absurd. Monsters. They're all monsters. Some Tsunagekyu's ninjas dropped their weapons and fled in panic. Can't win, we'll all die here. Some Tsunagekyu's ninjas trembled and shivered. Kimimaro coldly watched the collapsing Tsunagekyu's ninjas. He said softly, it's over. The moment Yura made eye contact with an Uchiha ninja, he felt the 3 tomos in the other's crimson eyes rotate slightly, and his consciousness became dazed, his movements instantly stiffened. Thud. A cold, blood-stained kunai silently pressed against his throat. The one holding the kunai was precisely an Uchiha ninja. On the other side, Fuji was also pierced through the shoulder by a sharp bone spike from Kimimaro, nailed heavily against a newly grown tree trunk, completely losing the ability to resist. The battle was over. The desert returned to silence, only the sound of the wind whipping yellow sand, and the faint moans of the wounded. 12 star ninjas stood like rocks in the center of the battlefield, surrounded by the dead and wounded Tsunagekyu's ninjas, whose numbers far exceeded theirs by more than 10-fold. Yura looked distraught at everything, as if transported back to the battlefields of the Third Great Ninja War over a decade ago, facing the elite Konoha's ninjas in their prime, feeling that same powerlessness. No, this team before him was more terrifying than any Konoha unit he had encountered back then. After arranging for the cleanup of the battlefield, Kimimaro walked over to Niji, who was leaning against a newly grown tree, breathing heavily. Haku was carefully treating a wound on Niji's arm grazed by a poisoned kunai. They had already retrieved the corresponding antidote from the captured Tsunagekyu's ninja. How do you feel? Kimimaro's voice remained flat, but his gaze towards Niji held a trace of recognition. It's fine, the antidote was timely, so it doesn't affect movement. Niji wiped the sweat from his forehead. The high-intensity battle and sustained Byakugan use had taken a toll on him. Kimimaro nodded. Your performance in today's battle was outstanding. Whether it was the use of the Byakugan or the execution of the gentle fist, it was impeccable. As expected of the top graduate of this year's Ninja Academy early graduation. Yukimi, sitting on the ground resting, as using the nativity of a world of trees had consumed a huge amount, leaving her face somewhat pale, still said lively, after the war broke out, I heard many classmates applied for early graduation, but it seems only Niji passed the super strict assessment. Haku also added with a gentle smile, the early graduation standard for the Ninja Academy requires at least the ability to stably oppose a Chunin. Niji's performance has already far surpassed that of an ordinary Chunin. Niji felt a bit embarrassed by his companion's praise. He subconsciously touched his smooth forehead, where the caged bird was no more. He changed the subject and asked, Captain Kimimaro, what do we do next? Kimimaro looked around. The team members were methodically rounding up prisoners, treating the wounded from both sides, and collecting useful intelligence and supplies. Even for Tsunagekyou's ninjas, after surrendering and becoming prisoners, the Star Ninjas, based on the Land of Stars battlefield regulations, would provide some treatment, though whether they survived depended on themselves. The threat from this flanking force has been eliminated. Kimimaro judged calmly, escort the prisoners back to the Shizansen frontline base. If we move quickly, we might still catch the big battle on the main front. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Sea of Death, on the outskirts of the Shizansen oasis. The intensity of the battle on this main front far exceeded the ambush Kimimaro's team encountered. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, had almost emptied Tsunagekyou's reserves. Aside from necessary defensive forces, he deployed over 2,500 ninjas into this battlefield, attempting to crush the Land of Stars defense line with absolute numerical superiority. However, the progress of the battle completely exceeded the expectations of Raza and all Tsunagekyou's higher-ups. The 2-star ninja army divisions, plus auxiliary forces, totaled less than 400 troops. But the combat prowess they displayed made the numerically superior Tsunagekyou's ninjas feel suffocated. The chakra kinetic armor commonly equipped by the star ninjas provided excellent defense. Conventional Tsunagekyou's kunai and shuriken could hardly cause effective damage unless they scored direct hits. What made it even more difficult for the Tsunagekyou's ninjas to comprehend was that many star ninjas could instantly release various small-scale elemental techniques without hand seals, or with extremely simplified gestures. Fireballs, wind blades, earthen walls came effortlessly. Although their power was less than that of techniques requiring hand seals, on the ever-changing battlefield, this rapid technique release provided a huge tactical advantage. And the conspicuous clan emblems within the Star Ninjas ranks made Raza's heart bleed. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan's insight, copying and genjutsu were like nightmares on the battlefield. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan, combined with the gentle fist, were the bane of taijutsu specialists and Tsunagekyou's ninja relying on tenketsu release. They also provided the Star Ninjas forces with a wide-area reconnaissance field of view, rendering many of the Tsunagekyou's small-scale maneuvers ineffective. There were also those from the Chinook clan manipulating strange blood abilities with their Ketsuryugen, and those with a Kagen who could interfere with sensing. Various unheard-of, unseen Kekkei Genkai and abilities shone brightly on the battlefield. Raza stood on a high ground in the rear, watching his nearly 2,000 ninjas besieging the enemy's less than 400, yet being beaten back step by step, the front line constantly retreating. A feeling of utter absurdity surged within him. Was this facing a newly risen small country? This felt exactly like facing Konoha at its peak during the Third Great Ninja War. Perhaps even worse. On the battlefield, the light of ninjutsu constantly flashed and exploded, fragments of Tsunagekyou's puppets flew everywhere, poison mist and the Star Ninjas' purification techniques cancelled each other out. The efficient kunai guns in the Star Ninjas' hands continuously spat fire, shooting explosive tag kunai into areas with dense Tsunagekyou's ninjas, causing ongoing chaos and casualties. 400 Star Ninjas were actually pressing down 2,000 Tsunagekyou's ninjas. A day of fierce fighting temporarily came to a halt under the setting sun's afterglow. The Tsunagekyou's ninjas retreated like a tide back to their camp set up within the oasis. The camp was filled with the sound of mourning, wounded everywhere wrapped in bandages, moaning in pain. The heavy smell of blood and herbs mixed together, nauseating. Raza's face was livid with anger as he inspected the camp, accompanied by an equally grim-faced Baki. Kazekage-sama, preliminary statistics for today show we lost over 80 more ninjas. Baki's voice was dry. After 4 consecutive days of fighting, our total casualties have exceeded 500. Among them, 2 Jonin were killed, 2 severely wounded. The losses among Chunin and Genin are even more. Raza's heart sank sharply, interrupting him, the results. How many Star Ninjas did we eliminate? Baki shook his head, a trace of bitterness and disbelief on his face. The enemy is very tough. They are well organized, coordinate tacitly. Even when a comrade falls, nearby teammates will desperately retrieve the body or the wounded. We have only confirmed collecting 5 Star Ninjas' bodies so far. Preliminary estimates put the enemy's casualty numbers at, possibly less than 30. Less than 30. Raza almost squeezed the words out from between his teeth, an icy chill instantly spreading through his body. A nearly 1-to-17 casualty ratio. He couldn't understand, no matter how he thought about it, why the combat power disparity between the two sides' ninjas was so vast. Those strange armors, those seal-less ninjutsu, those emerging one after another Kekkei-genkai. What kind of monster was the Land of Stars? At this moment, an elderly woman with a haggard face but eyes burning with hatred walked over. Her voice was hoarse and heavy. Raza, the casualties are too great, comparable even to the most brutal battles of the Third Great Ninja War. More importantly, the enemy's casualties are minimal. If we continue fighting like this, we'll break Sunagekyu's foundation. We can't keep fighting this head-on battle. Raza took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the irritation and fear in his heart, and asked, Elder Chiyo, any news from the left and right flank surprise attack forces? Have they successfully infiltrated the Land of Stars territory? The force he sent wasn't just Yura and Fuji's, as there was another force led by the Scorch Release user, Pakura, and Jonin Yashiro, conducting a wider flanking maneuver from the west, targeting the Land of Stars' newly annexed Swamps province. Chiyo shook her head. No messages have come back yet. However, the Star Ninja's main force is pinned down here by us, so their defensive forces in other directions within their country must be relatively weak. The likelihood of a successful surprise attack is high. She paused, then suggested, to create opportunities for the surprise attack forces and maintain the front line, I suggest, continuing to intensify the frontal attack tomorrow. We can't let them detect the potential chaos in our rear. Raza was silent for a moment. Looking at the countless pained faces in the camp, he knew Sunagekure had no way back. He had started this war. If they retreated now, not only would the Land of Wind's interests be unprotected, but Sunagekure's status in the ninja world would also plummet. Pass the order, tomorrow at dawn, continue the attack. Raza's voice carried a hint of desperate resolve. Tell everyone, hold on. Konoha's promised reinforcements will arrive soon. As long as we wait for Konoha, wait for Iwagakure to also declare war on the Land of Stars, victory will ultimately be ours. He seemed to be speaking to Baki and Chiyo, but more like hypnotizing himself. Raza could only pin his hopes on Konoha's slim promised support and pray that the Land of Earth's Iwagakure would be dragged into the water soon, launching an attack on the Land of Stars east. Only then might Sunagekure have a glimmer of hope. Unaware that the surprise attack force he placed high hopes on had already been completely crushed in the depths of the desert by a mere 12-member team of Star Ninja. Chapter 324, Chapter 324 There's our spy in the enemy's ranks. Land of Wind, west of the Sea of Death, late at night. A cold moon hung high in the ink-blue sky, casting its pale light onto the endless sea of sand. Sand dunes cast twisted, elongated shadows under the moonlight, like lurking behemoths. A force of approximately 200 Sunagekure's ninja was moving swiftly and silently through the shadows of the dunes, using the cover of darkness. Their movements were quick, but carried an indescribable sense of oppression and tension. At the head of the column were the two team leaders, Pakura and Yashiro. Pakura, the elite jonin famous for her Scorch Release Kekkei-genkai, currently had a calm face, but her eyes were deeper and more inscrutable than the desert night. For some reason, the closer she got to the Land of Stars, the more she felt a sense of unease. Yashiro, meanwhile, appeared more vigilant, his gaze constantly scanning the dead, silent darkness around them, a kunai held semi-ready in his hand. Within the ranks, ninja would occasionally look up involuntarily towards the heart-stopping direction deep within the Sea of Death. Under the moonlight, the outlines of two colossal beasts, so large as to be unimaginable, were faintly visible, like ancient mountain ranges supporting heaven and earth, emitting a suffocating pressure that inspired fear. Their every low breath seemed to cause the entire desert to tremble slightly. What are those monsters? A young Sunagekure's ninja finally couldn't hold back, his voice trembling uncontrollably as he whispered to the comrade beside him. Yashiro whipped his head around, a stern gaze sweeping over the team as he hissed in a low voice, "Shut up. No discussion. Maintain silence, full speed ahead." He forcibly suppressed the palpitations in his own heart. The existence of those two-tailed beasts was a nightmare the entire Sunagekure's leadership was unwilling to mention. Pakura didn't speak, only silently quickened her pace. Her silence was interpreted by her subordinates as wariness towards the unknown monsters. The Sunagekure's ninjas could only bury their fear deep down and focus on moving, hoping to distance themselves from this unsettling area as quickly as possible. They had no idea that their every move had long been exposed. Meanwhile, far away, inside the moon. Within a building resembling a temple, countless precision instruments emitted low hums. At the center, an immensely large sphere, emitting a soft, sacred golden light, floated and rotated slowly. The giant Tensigen. Its light, passing through a complex chakra system, clearly projected the scenes from the ninja world onto dozens of huge display screens surrounding it. Dozens of technicians in white research uniforms, wearing special sensory devices, were operating consoles tensely yet orderly. They were a special unit proficient in sealing techniques, barrier techniques, and cutting-edge science technology. After the Otsutsuki clan's branch family on the moon was incorporated by Menma, they had been working here to decipher the legacy left behind. Report. Large-scale chakra reaction cluster detected on the western side of the Sea of Death. Coordinates, latitude XX north, longitude XX east. Estimated number, 200. Moving direction, due west. Estimated time to enter Land of Stars territory, 3 hours. An operator quickly locked onto the target, zooming in on the display. The screen clearly showed the trajectory of Bakura's unit. Even at night, each individual figure was faintly discernible. Analyzing chakra patterns. Confirmed as Sunagekyu's ninjas. Assessed as enemy surprise attack force. Immediately encrypt and transmit the intelligence to the Star City's general headquarters. The person in charge calmly issued the order. The information, via a special chakra network, instantly crossed the vast distance and arrived at the Star City. Western edge of the Sea of Death. A 12-member Star Ninja squad was moving swiftly across a moonlit dune. It was the flanking squad led by Harubi. The members included Chino, Morishita Shunji, Murakashi Hazuki, Otsutsuki Tonari, Suzuhara AI, Sionji Sato, and other young but already outstanding Chunin. Additionally, there were several other members, including a Hyuga clan's member and an Uchiha clan's member, all elites tempered by battle. During the march, the two Byakugan users in the team, Tonari and the Hyuga clan's member, bore the main responsibility for reconnaissance. Their division of labor was clear. The Hyuga clan's member maintained a 360-degree all-around perception, alert to any movement within 1 kilometer of the squad, while Tonari concentrated the power of his Byakugan, like a spotlight, firmly locked onto the specific direction far ahead of the squad, achieving an astonishing reconnaissance range of 8 kilometers. The squad spread out in an alert formation, their movements silent and efficient. Despite the nighttime forced march, the members showed little fatigue, instead carrying the tension and excitement of being new to the battlefield. Hey, Tonari, found anything? Shunji, clad in the standard Star Ninja deep blue chakra kinetic armor, seemed full of drive. While maintaining speed, he couldn't help but call out to the somewhat short white-haired figure at the front. Tonari, now a Chunin, had faint blue veins bulging around his pure white eyes as he operated his Byakugan at full power, his vision piercing through the heavy curtain of night to skim the distant sea of sand. Without turning his head, his voice, though young, was calm, no abnormalities within 8 kilometers. On the other side of the squad, the Hyuga clan's Chunin also nodded slightly, confirming Tonari's findings. He couldn't help but glance at Tonari a few more times, his heart filled with astonishment. This child's Byakugan purity and reconnaissance range far exceeded that of an ordinary Hyuga clan's member, even rivaling the main family. Hisashi's pre-war admonition echoed in his ears. Tonari-kun comes from an ancient family sharing our origins but different from us. Ensure respect, avoid conflict. Hey! This time we must achieve a great merit. Let's see how that guy Kimimaro can still be so proud. I must surpass him in military merit this time. Shunji waved his fist, his fighting spirit soaring. Shunji, here you go again. Hazuki, with her light tea-colored short hair, couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head upon hearing this. She knew that since their Ninja Academy days, Shunji had seen the top graduate of their year, Kimimaro, as both a target and a rival, desperately trying to catch up. So what? I will definitely surpass Kimimaro. Shunji pouted. The petite Chino immediately started their daily bickering. She pursed her lips and said in a tone carrying a hint of childishness but no less blunt, stupid Shunji, stop dreaming. Kimimaro has already been promoted to special Jonin. If not for his young age, with his strength he'd be a full Jonin already. I heard he's leading a squad on a mission by himself this time. You. Shunji, hit where it hurt, flushed red with anger, stiffening his neck. Just wait and see. After this war, I, Shunji, will definitely become a Jonin. Harubi listened to the teenagers bickering on the side, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appearing on his face. His gaze swept over this young team, his heart filled with emotion. Aside from Tonari, AI, and Sato, whom he had led for a while, Chino, Shunji, and Hazuki were all outstanding graduates from the first graduation, students of his wife, Natsuhi. These children, though young, already possessed strength at or above Chunin level, and had seen blood and experienced combat in previous missions, far from being flowers in a greenhouse. Suddenly, Tonari, who had been silently focused ahead, sharply contracted his pure white eyes. Detected numerous chakra reactions. Dead ahead, 8 kilometers. Numbers, over 200. Sunagekyu's ninjas. They are heading in our direction. Tonari's voice instantly became urgent and grave. All laughter vanished instantly, the atmosphere suddenly tensed. Harubi's eyes turned sharp. Without hesitation, he ordered, all personnel. Highest alert. Immediately move at full speed towards that sand valley at 3 o'clock. Seize the advantageous terrain, set up an ambush. Fast. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in a low chorus, their figures instantly accelerating like arrows shot from about towards the designated sand valley. En route, Hatarubi used the communication device to add in a low voice, remember. Intelligence indicates there may be our spy within this Sunegakure's ninja force. During engagement, if you encounter Sunegakure's ninja with special markings or behavior, be sure to hold back, prioritize capture. Repeat, there may be allies. Understood, Captain. The team members were startled but immediately solemnly complied. Spies in war could greatly reduce casualties for their side, but they also often meant sacrifice and unpredictable variables. Soon, the star ninja silently infiltrated the shadows on both sides of the sand valley, quickly setting up simple traps and ambush points, holding their breath and concentrating, like a pride of leopards waiting for prey. Before long, the figures of the Sunegakure's ninja force appeared at the entrance of the sand valley. Pakura and Yashiro led the way. Although the team maintained vigilance, the long trek and the fear from the giant beasts behind them had inevitably caused a slight lapse in their perception. The sensing ninja in the team seemed to detect a faint, elusive anomaly and had just begun to voice a warning. Something's wrong. There's a problem. The star ninja's attack erupted suddenly from both sides of the valley. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth-style rock lodestone spears. Several star ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals. Blazing fireballs, violent whirlwinds, and sharp stone spears blasted down from the high ground on both sides into the Sunegakure's ninjas' marching column. At the same time, several kunai guns opened fire simultaneously. Specially made kunai tied with explosive tags rained down like hail onto the densest areas of the Sunegakure's formation. Boom. 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 Deafening explosions instantly tore through the desert silence. Flames shot into the sky, sand and stones flew everywhere. Screams, shouts of alarm, and explosions mingled together. The Sunegakure's formation instantly fell into extreme chaos, suffering heavy casualties from the first wave of attacks alone. Enemy attack. Ambush. Yashiro shouted hoarsely, desperately blocking an explosive tag kunai aimed at himself. The blast wave sent him flying, leaving him in disarray. Don't panic. Find cover. Pakura's voice rang out. High-temperature scorch-release fireballs materialized around her, shooting down several kunai. Kill. Hatarubi's figure charged out from behind a dune, his sword aimed directly at a Sunegakure's chunin. Shunji roared as he followed closely, earth release hardening covering his entire body. He charged into the enemy ranks like a wild bull, punching a panicked Sunegakure's ninja and sending him flying. Hazuki nimbly weaved along the edge of the battlefield, her kunai gun accurately shooting at Sunegakure's ninja attempting to form hand seals, disrupting their spellcasting. Chino's small figure was exceptionally conspicuous. Her purple eyes instantly turned blood red, her pupils morphing into a strange, shape. Ketsuryugen, activate. Blood release, blood dragon ascension. She formed hand seals. Blood from several nearby fallen Sunegakure's ninjas' wounds gushed out as if summoned, coalescing in front of her into 3 ferociously roaring crimson dragons that charged towards the Sunegakure's ninjas, carrying a strong smell of blood. M.O. Monster. This bizarre and terrifying technique instantly delivered a huge psychological blow to the Sunegakure's ninjas. Tonari activated his Byakugan, his movements incorporating traces of gentle fist style. His precise strikes targeted Tenketsu, each hit causing a Sunegakure's ninja's chakra to disrupt, leaving them limp on the ground. AI followed closely, providing cover and medical support. The glow of her mystical palm technique occasionally lit up, healing injured comrades. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sato roared, spewing scorching fire release to suppress Sunegakure's ninja squads trying to regroup. The Hyuga Chunin did not delve deep into the enemy formation. Instead, he took up a vantage point, concentrating his Byakugan's field of view in one direction. His kunai gun fired like a sniper rifle, picking off targets. Every shot inevitably knocked a Sunegakure's ninja's weapon from their hand or forcibly interrupted a technique being prepared, creating excellent opportunities for his frontline comrades. The Uchiha ninja fought aggressively and fiercely. The combination of taijutsu, fire release ninjutsu, plus the Sharingan and genjutsu, made him virtually unstoppable. The enhancement from the chakra kinetic armor made him even more formidable, like berserker that none could withstand. The other star ninjas also coordinated tacitly. Well-equipped and possessing strong individual strength, they instantly had the numerically superior Sunegakure's ninja force on the ropes, beating them back step by step. Chapter 325, Chapter 325. This guy is a real battle maniac. Bastards. The intelligence was leaked. They were prepared. Yashiro clumsily dodged a heavy punch from Shunji. Looking at the heavy casualties among his subordinates around him, his heart turned to ice. He desperately tried to move closer to Pakura's position. Pakura. Rally to me. We must break out together. Pakura, upon hearing this, flashed a glance. The 3 scorch release fireballs orbiting her moved as she slowly approached Yashiro. Yashiro, seeing her approach, felt a surge of relief and was about to speak. A sudden change occurred. The light in Pakura's eyes suddenly vanished. The 3 scorch release fireballs originally used for defense, without any warning, shot with astonishing speed towards the completely unprepared Yashiro at point-blank range. Scorch release, extremely steaming murder. What? Pakura, you dash. Yashiro's pupils contracted to pinpoints, his face filled with disbelief and horror. He instantly understood everything. Why their unit had been ambushed with such precision, why Pakura had been so silent all along. She wasn't frightened by the monsters at all, she had long since betrayed Tsunagakure. But Yashiro, realizing the truth, had no time to mount any effective defense. Sizzle dash. The high-temperature fireballs instantly engulfed Yashiro. The terrifying heat didn't burn, it instantly vaporized all the moisture within his body. Yashiro didn't even have time to scream. In an instant, his entire body turned into a desiccated, charred remnant, frozen in an expression of shock, stiffly collapsing onto the sand and shattering. This sudden, treacherous strike from their own commander acted like the final straw that broke the camel's back, completely destroying the already precarious fighting spirit of the remaining Tsunagakure's ninjas. Pakura-sama, she. Why? Yashiro-sama. Traitor. She's a traitor. The remaining Tsunagakure's ninja let out despairing and furious roars, their morale completely collapsing. Several Tsunagakure's special jonin trying to organize resistance were also stunned by this turn of events, and were swiftly killed by Hadarubi, Shunji, and the others who seized the opportunity. The battle quickly turned into a one-sided rout and capture. Half an hour later, the Sand Valley returned to silence, leaving only the lingering smell of blood and gunpowder. Of the 200-strong Tsunagakure's surprise attack force, over 100 were killed or severely wounded. The remaining nearly 100, with their captain's betrayal and their will to fight gone, chose to surrender and became prisoners. Pakura stood where she was, the scorch release fireballs around her long dissipated. She looked at the scene of devastation and the Tsunagakure's prisoners gazing at her with hatred and incomprehension. Her eyes were vacant, her face expressionless. A faint red mark on the back of her hand flickered briefly, then faded. She silently removed her forehead protector and walked towards Hadarubi. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to us. Hadarubi gave her a slight nod, asking no further questions, simply directing his squad members to begin cleaning the battlefield and rounding up the prisoners. Pakura nodded and silently walked to the side, like a puppet. The Star Ninja, despite experiencing a fierce battle, had minimal casualties thanks to their equipment, tactics, and individual strength advantages. Shunji, panting heavily, watched the prisoners being led away. Wiping sweat and sand from his face, he excitedly said to Hazuki beside him, "Haha, I took down 8 Tsunagakure's ninjas this time. That's got to be a good amount of merit." Chino, who had only killed 7, lifted her chin and gave a light snort. "Humph, consider yourself lucky this time. All right, you two are both very impressive." Hazuki looked at her 2 companions and smiled, then helped tally the numbers and casualties, confirming that their side had only a few lightly wounded and no fatalities. Not far away, Tonari was helping AI bandage Sato's injured arm, while AI complained that Sato had been somewhat reckless, otherwise the wound wouldn't be so deep, making Sato scratch his head in embarrassment. Land of Wind, Star Ninja Camp at the Shizansen Oasis. The morning sun dispersed the desert's chill, but the camp was a scene of bustling activity. The 2 Star Ninja squads that had been performing outer interception missions returned almost simultaneously, escorting large numbers of dejected prisoners. Just as Shunji finished helping his teammates hand over the nearly 100 prisoners they had brought back and wiped his sweat, he saw Kimimara's squad approaching from another direction, also escorting prisoners. He counted the prisoners behind Kimimaro, which is only about 50, and his eyes lit up. He approached, asking with a mix of teasing and competitive spirit. "Hey, Kimimaro. Didn't you run into many Tsunagakure's ninjas over there? Only this many prisoners. What were your results this time?" Kimimaro stopped. His pale eye swept over Shunji with a dismissive glance, his tone flat and unemotional, as if stating a trivial matter. 200. Only these are left. 200. The smile instantly froze on Shunji's face. His eyes widened, his voice involuntarily rising. You killed the remaining 150, all of them." Kimimaro frowned slightly, seeming somewhat impatient with Shunji's fuss. He said coldly, "Otherwise, should we have invited them for tea?" A chill shot up Shunji's spine from his feet. Looking at Kimimaro's matter-of-fact indifferent expression, he subconsciously gulped. He recalled the rumors about the Kaguya clan's battle frenzy. His desire to compare instantly vanished, replaced only by a sense of awe towards this sharp, merciless killing intent. This guy is a real battle maniac. Soon after Kimimaro and Harubi handed over the prisoners and wounded to the logistics personnel, they headed straight to the main command tent at the center of the camp to report their results. Inside the tent, the atmosphere was serious and filled with fighting spirit. The Western Front's commander, Hikari, sat at the head, scanning the map on the table. The deputy commander, Hizashi, stood by her side, informing her about intelligence suggesting Sunagakure had sent reinforcements. Seated on either side were core jonin like Shursue, Izumi, Inabi, Hyuga Takuma, and Gata. After hearing the detailed reports from Kimimaro and Harubi about the annihilation of the two Sunagakure surprise attack forces, Hizashi spoke with steadiness, analyzing, according to intelligence from our embedded spies, combined with battle statistics from the past few days, Sunagakure has suffered approximately 700 to 800 ninja casualties on the main front. Now, adding these two annihilated surprise attack forces, their total losses exceed 1,200 troops. His finger tapped the marker representing the main Sunagakure's force on the sand table. Currently, Raza has barely over 1,000 usable main force troops left. Even if they mobilize all lightly wounded personnel, they can muster around 1,200 combatants at most. Even if they desperately dispatch emergency reserves from Sunagakure in the rear, they cannot reinforce the front line with more than 500 troops in a short time. Hizashi raised his head, his white eyes looking towards Hikari. More importantly, the consecutive days of failed attacks, coupled with the total loss of the surprise attack forces, have severely depressed Sunagakure's morale. Complaints are widespread. In contrast, our forces are victorious in successive battles, our morale is high. With this shift in momentum, now is the optimal time for us to switch from defense to offense and annihilate their main force in one fell swoop. This was the core tactic Menma had emphasized before the war. First, the drumming spirit is high, second, it wanes, third, it's exhausted. Use solid defense and local counterattacks to continuously deplete the Sunagakure's effective strength and fighting will at the minimum cost. Wait until they are exhausted and their morale collapses, then launch a general offensive with the force of a thunderbolt to completely crush them. Hikari gave a slight nod, a flash of resolve in her eyes. Menma was currently in the core area of the Sea of Death, accompanying and protecting the Dark Nine-Tails' absorption of the Ten Tails. This process could not be disturbed, especially by the Ten Tails' original owner, who was hiding in the shadows and could appear at any time a huge potential threat. We had to resolve the war with Sunagakure quickly, completely break them, to concentrate on dealing with the potentially greater crisis. Orders. Hikari stood up, her voice cool yet filled with authority, instantly filling the tent. The entire army will immediately commence pre-battle preparations, replenish supplies. In 1 hour, we launch the general offensive on the Sunagakure's main camp. Her gaze turned to Harubi and Kimimaro, who had just accomplished great deeds. Harubi, Kimimaro, you two will each lead your respective squads as the left and right flanking units. Your mission is to outflank the Sunagakure's main camp from the sides and rear, cut off their retreat. You must not allow important targets like Raza and Chiyo to escape. Yes. The two responded in unison, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. With the orders issued, the entire Star Ninja's camp operated like a precision machine at high speed. Everyone quickly checked and replenished soldier pills, ninja tools, especially the small ninjutsu scrolls issued by the Scientific Ninja Tool Division, and large quantities of specially made kunai and explosive tags. This equipment had played a huge role in the previous defensive battles and was now indispensable for the offensive. Aside from the wounded and a few personnel left behind, nearly 400 Star Ninjas assembled fully. A stern, murderous, yet high-spirited aura shot straight into the sky. Meanwhile, in the Sunagakure's main camp, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, was discussing battle plans with Chiyo. They had just welcomed a roughly 500-strong reinforcement force urgently dispatched from Sunagakure. Though mostly genin and mobilized retired ninja, it temporarily alleviated the pressure from continuous troop depletion. Let the new troops rest for half a day, let them acclimate. We'll launch a new round of attacks this afternoon. Raza rubbed his throbbing temples, his voice weary. After several consecutive days of strong attacks, the Star Ninjas must also be tired. We'll feign inactivity this morning or send out scattered units to harass, keeping them on edge. Then we attack suddenly in the afternoon, perhaps we can achieve a surprising effect. Moreover, it can buy time for any further reinforcements we might mobilize from the country later. His plan was well laid, attempting to use psychological warfare and delaying tactics to reverse the declining situation. However, before his words faded, the tent flap was thrown open violently. Baki rushed in, his face anxious, even forgetting to salute as he urgently reported, Kazekage-sama. Chiyo-sama. The Star Ninja have launched a full-scale attack. The front lines are already engaged. Their offensive is extremely fierce. Our defense lines are in critical condition. What? Raza and Chiyo changed expressions simultaneously. They never expected that the Star Ninja, who had been on the defensive for several days, would launch such a fierce full-frontal assault right after their reinforcements arrived, before they had even stabilized. This completely disrupted their deployment. Raza had no time to think carefully. He could only roar hoarsely, "Quick! Elder Chiyo, Baki, immediately organize everyone who can fight to counterattack. Send all the lightly wounded up as well. We must hold the line." Chapter 326, Chapter 326 The Kazekage is captured. On the vast desert battlefield, over 2,000 ninja clashed violently. After receiving 500 reinforcements and mobilizing some lightly wounded, Sunagakure deployed all ninjas who could still move, approximately 1,700. The Star Ninja, on the other hand, still fielded less than 400 troops. Yet, the combat power erupted by these 400 Star Ninja once again made all Sunagakure's ninjas feel despair. The Star Ninja's chakra kinetic armor gleamed with a cold, hard luster under the sunlight, providing powerful protection and mobility. The kunai guns in their hands continuously spat fire, shooting explosive tag kunai like rain into the Sunagakure's formations, causing continuous explosions and chaos. What made it even harder for the Sunagakure's ninja to withstand was that many Star Ninjas could use the built-in scientific ninja tools in their armor to instantly release various small-scale fireballs, wind blades, and earthen walls without hand seals or with extremely simplified gestures. Although the individual power wasn't overwhelming, in high-speed movement and close-quarters melee, this rapid technique release provided an overwhelming tactical advantage. Chiyo stood in the rear, her withered fingers dancing, chakra strings precisely controlling the remaining 5 puppets of the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets, while also dividing her attention to control several dozen other ordinary puppets joining the battle. Her puppet technique was truly masterful, causing considerable trouble for the Star Ninja's advance, but that was all. It couldn't reverse the declining situation of the entire battle. Suddenly, a green blade light flashed like lightning, accurately slicing through 3 puppets lunging forward. Shirsue's figure appeared in the center of the battlefield. He wore the Star Ninja's uniform, the Star Ninja's forehead protector on his brow particularly conspicuous under the sunlight. Appearing alongside him were other Jonin-level powerhouses on the Star Ninja's side, Izumi, Inabi, Takuma, Hizashi, and Gata. Their participation was like dropping heavy weights onto an already tilted scale. The Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan. Chiyo looked at these ninja who should have belonged to their ally, a complex emotion flashing in her cloudy old eyes. She looked at Shirsue, whose gentle demeanor was tinged with resolute killing intent, and spoke hoarsely, "Konoha's Shirsue." The body flicker. "No, I should call you Shirsue of the Star Ninja now. I am curious, what reason could make a great clan like yours abandon the Konoha you helped establish and join this land of stars?" Shirsue shook his head. His gaze was clear and forthright. "Elder Chiyo, you might have misunderstood. It wasn't the Uchiha who betrayed Konoha, but Konoha, who first betrayed the Uchiha." His words carried a weight of sorrow. The Sharingan that Menma had returned to him slowly rotated, revealing the Mangekyo pattern. Chiyo, upon hearing this, was slightly taken aback. Her gaze swept over the silent yet determined Hizashi standing nearby. Sunagakure had no long-standing, powerful clans like the Uchiha or Hyuga within its walls. She truly found it difficult to fully comprehend such complex grievances. In the end, she merely sighed. "Clan disputes. I don't quite understand. But it seems now that you are indeed quite troublesome." She said no more, controlling the remaining 5 strongest puppets of the Chikamatsu collection. Like 5 ghostly shadows, they charged towards Shirsue. These 5 puppets coordinated tacitly, their attacks fierce and swift, enough to easily annihilate a Jonin squad. However, Shirsue merely swayed, instantly creating multiple illusionary clones difficult to distinguish from the real one. These clones nimbly weaved through the gaps in the puppets' attacks, not only easily tying down the 5 puppets but even finding opportunities to counterattack, killing or repelling the elite Sunagakure's ninjas trying to approach. Simultaneously, Izumi and Inabi acted like 2 sharp knives, coordinating on the flanks of Shirsue's clones. Their Sharingan accurately predicted enemy movements, combining fire-release ninjutsu with exquisite sword skills. They beat back the Sunagakure's ninja trying to support Chiyo. Baki led the remnants of the Sunagakure's Umbu against Hizashi and Takuma. The Byakugan's insight and the gentle fist's precise strikes made the Sunagakure's Umbu, skilled in wind release and assassination techniques, feel extremely troubled. Often, their techniques weren't fully deployed before their flaws were seen through and interrupted prematurely. Seeing Shirsue's real body about to break through the puppet entanglement and approach Chiyo, Raza, who had been monitoring the battle, could no longer remain seated. Magnet release, gold dust great wave. Dazzling gold dust surged into the sky like a real tidal wave, carrying a heavy roar as it crashed down towards Shirsue, attempting to block his advance. Shirsue's figure halted abruptly. His Sharingan instantly locked onto the weak points within the gold dust wave. His sword traced an arc, forcibly parrying part of the gold dust. However, Raza's killing move followed closely. Magnet release, gold dust imperial funeral. More gold dust, like living tentacles, entwined towards Shisui from all directions, instantly swallowing him. It rapidly condensed and compacted, forming a huge, glittering golden pyramid-like sand tomb. Success. A flicker of hope appeared in Chiyo's eyes. She knew the power of this technique of Raza's. Once completely sealed and detonated, even the one tail could be suppressed. A ruthless expression also appeared on Raza's face. He formed hand seals, madly outputting chakra, preparing to detonate the gold dust imperial funeral and completely bury this powerful Uchiha ninja. However, just as the energy inside the golden pyramid was about to reach its critical point. A massive surge of green chakra erupted from within the pyramid. This chakra instantly burst through the gold dust restraints. First, it formed a huge green skeletal framework, then flesh and tendons rapidly covered it, finally transforming into a complete green giant clad in armor, with wings on its back and holding a massive spiral sword. Susanoo. What? Raza's pupils contracted sharply, incredulously watching his strongest sealing technique being forcibly broken through in such a brutal manner. Chiyo also gasped in shock, her aged face filled with astonishment. The Uchiha clans. Susanoo. To think that after Uchiha Madara, someone in the Uchiha clan could still use this ultimate dojutsu. Chiyo, having lived over 60 years, was an elder who had experienced the era of Hashirama and Madara. She naturally knew well the terrifying strength of Madara. Susanoo. Raza's voice was dry as he looked up at the tall green giant, a power he had never seen before. The green Susanoo looked down upon the entire battlefield like a god descending to the mortal world. The oppressive feeling brought by its massive body made all Tsunagekire's ninjas who saw it feel trembling and despair from the depths of their hearts. Shisui stood within the diamond-shaped crystal on the Susanoo's forehead, his Sharingan indifferently gazing down at the battlefield below. He manipulated the Susanoo, raising the enormous green spiral sword. Susanoo, Yasaka Magatama. Whoosh 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 dash. Countless green chakra arrows shot out from the spiral sword like a storm, covering a large area of the Tsunagekire's ninjas ahead. These chakra arrows were immensely powerful. Each one landing was like a small ninjutsu explosion, instantly blasting the Tsunagekire's ninjas in that area into disarray, causing heavy casualties. The terrifying scene, like an artillery barrage, completely destroyed the last shred of resistance courage among the Tsunagekire's ninjas. M.O. Monster. Run. We can't win. Kazekage-sama, save us. Collapse spread among the Tsunagekire's army like a plague. On a distant sand dune, Hikari stood with her arms crossed, her three-tomo Sharingan calmly watching Shisui's Susanoo wreaking havoc on the battlefield. She knew the battle was over. Raza and Chiyo clearly had no ability to suppress Shisui, who had activated Susanoo. They didn't even have the qualification to force her to personally intervene. Sure enough, with the full participation of star ninjas jonins like Shisui, Izumi, Inabi, Gata, and Hisashi, the already tottering Tsunagekire's defense lines completely collapsed. While trying to dodge the Susanoo's attacks, Raza was caught off guard by Izumi and Inabi. They attacked from left and right, and one of his arms was severed at the shoulder by Izumi's sword. This young woman, who had once liked sweets and admired Itachi, had, after experiencing the night of the massacre, become the third strongest in the Uchiha clan after Hikari and Shisui. Arg. Blood spurted from the severed stump. Raza let out a piercing shriek of agony. Kazekage-sama. A jonin named Tsunagumo desperately blocked in front of him, taking a fatal blow from Inabi. Kazekage-sama. Baki's eyes were wide with fury as he rushed forward to support the severely wounded Raza. Chiyo, watching the crumbling battlefield and the mortally wounded Raza, felt a surge of sorrow. She hissed to Baki and the few remaining jonin, take the Kazekage and go. Fast. I will cover the retreat. Before the words fully left her mouth, Chiyo's hands swiftly formed hand seals. A storage scroll released countless puppets. Secret technique, 100 puppets performance. And, the final poison. She summoned all the remaining usable puppets she had stored, totaling over 100, all at once. These puppets charged towards the pursuing star ninjas like suicide attackers, fearless. Simultaneously, their joints began emitting dense purple poison mist, rapidly spreading outwards, attempting to use this toxic gas field to block the star ninjas' pursuit. The star ninja, seeing this, had to slow their advance, donning gas masks and carefully dealing with the poison mist and the puppets' suicidal assaults. Baki and a few Tsunagekire's jonins, with tears in their eyes, took the opportunity to support the severely wounded, unconscious Raza, fleeing in panic deep into the desert, trying to gather scattered, defeated Tsunagekire's ninja remnants as they ran. However, their escape did not last long. Just a few kilometers from the main battlefield, on top of a tall sand dune, two star ninja squads suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Though numbering less than 30, the leaders were none other than the bone-covered Kimimaro and Harubi. Behind them, Shunji, Chino, Tonari, the Hyuga ninja, the Uchiha ninja, the gazes of numerous Kekkei users coldly locked onto them. Looking at this star ninja squad that gathered Shikatsumiyaku, Byakugan, Sharingan, Ketsuyugan, and other Kekkei, the last trace of color drained from Baki's face. He closed his eyes in despair, the kunai in his hand clattering to the sand. Resistance was utterly meaningless. Shortly after, a star ninja's Umbu knelt on one knee behind Hikari, reporting respectfully, "Hikari-sama, Chiyo has been confirmed killed. The poison mist she released is being handled by the medical team and sealing team. The fourth Kazakage, Raza, and his personal guards have been captured by the Kimimaro and Harurubi squads. The main Tsunagekyu's force has been completely routed. Our forces are currently mopping up remaining enemies and gathering prisoners." Hikari let out a soft hum, unsurprised by this outcome. She looked towards the faintly visible outlines of the two-tailed beasts deep within the Sea of Death, feeling slightly reassured. With Raza captured and Tsunagekyu's main force destroyed, the Western Front conflict could be considered settled. If she wished, the Star Ninja army could march straight in at any time, laying siege to Tsunagekure, even the Land of Wind's capital. How many days had it been since Tsunagekure declared war? 5 days. Just as she was preparing to head to the core area of the Sea of Death to rendezvous with Menma and deal with the potential appearance of the Ten-Tails' original owner, a communication ninja rushed over urgently, his face carrying an unprecedented gravity. "Hikari-sama. Urgent message from General Headquarters. Critical military intelligence from the Eastern Front. The Land of Earth's Iwagakure, led personally by the 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki, has mobilized its entire force. Tens of thousands of Iwagakure's ninjas are rapidly advancing towards our eastern border. The vanguard is estimated to reach the border line by tomorrow evening at the latest." A cold glint flashed in Hikari's crimson Sharingan eyes. Iwagakure. Anoki, that old fox, has finally lost his patience, hasn't he? Chapter 327. Chapter 327. Reconstruction is not an easy matter. While the great battle in the Sea of Death raged on, drastic changes were also occurring in Omegakure, the village hidden in the rain. The incessant rain, like the eternal theme of this nation, beat down upon this oppressive village constructed of steel and drainage pipes. However, the central square of Omegakure today gathered more people than usual. Most of them were ninja wearing Omegakure forehead protectors. Their faces bore the weariness and numbness left by long-term warfare, along with a faint, vague sense of bewilderment and anticipation for the new order. On the high platform, Konan stood clad in her Akatsuki cloak with its red clouds against a black background. Her blue hair fluttered slightly in the drizzle, and the pair of wings crafted from paper behind her made her descend like an angel. Her voice was cool and ethereal, piercing through the curtain of rain and clearly reaching every ninja's ears, carrying a solemn, almost religious sense of inspiration. "Compatriots of the Land of Rain." Konan spread her arms, her white wings unfolding as if to embrace this long-suffering land. The dark era under Hanzo of the Salamander's rule is over. His tyranny, which created internal strife and suppressed dissent to maintain his own power, will forever become history. Her gaze swept over the faces below, some excited, some doubtful, some numb. From now on, Omegakure, and indeed the entire Land of Rain, will welcome a new master, a god named Pain. He has heard the weeping and wailing of this land, felt the endless pain you have endured. Upon hearing the word pain, the eyes of many Omegakure's ninja flickered slightly, it was a memory carved into their bones. The god's ideal is not merely self-preservation. Konan's voice suddenly rose. He will make this ninja world, filled with war and hatred, feel the same pain as we have. Only by personally experiencing this deeply etched despair will those lofty great nation ninja villages truly understand the cruelty of war and the preciousness of peace. Only then will true, permanent peace descend. Make the great nations feel pain. This highly inflammatory slogan, like a spark thrown onto dry tinder, instantly ignited the long-suppressed resentment and unwillingness in many Omegakure's ninjas. They were tired of being the battlefield for great nation games, tired of struggling to survive in the cracks with lowly status. Now, a god proclaimed he would seek justice for them, to make those who created the pain taste its flavor. This greatly satisfied their deep-seated desire for revenge and their hope for change. Follow Pain-sama. Make the world feel pain. For the future of the Land of Rain. Excited shouts began sporadically, then quickly connected into a chorus. Many Omegakure's ninja took off their Omegakure's forehead protectors on the spot, using a kunai to carve a deep scratch across them, symbolizing the break with the old era and their allegiance to the new god Pain and the Akatsuki. As the Akatsuki formally took control of Omegakure, the ninja forces within the village rapidly split. Approximately 1/3 of the ninja chose to side with Akatsuki, becoming its peripheral members, wearing the scratched forehead protectors. Another third, either out of blind loyalty to Hanzo or fear of the unknown and radical nature of Akatsuki, chose to hide, becoming Hanzo remnants hunted down by Akatsuki. The final portion, fearful of the uncertain future, chose to leave the Land of Rain, becoming rogue ninja. Under Akatsuki's initial rule, the suffocating high-pressure policies and endless internal purges of Hanzo's era temporarily ceased. A superficial peace was achieved within Omegakure. Patrolling the streets were no longer Hanzo Sambu but Amagekyure's ninja wearing scratched forehead protectors. Hanging in the windows of every household were white paper angels made of paper, symbolizing peace and protection, silently fluttering in the gloomy rain, as if praying for the new god's protection. The highest tower that originally belonged to Hanzo had now become the new core base of the Akatsuki. Deva Path sat silently on the platform at the tower's outer edge, his Rinnegan indifferently looking down upon the village below, which was gradually recovering a hint of vitality. In the distance, ninjas were conducting repair work on the city districts destroyed a few days ago during his battle with Jiraiya and those two mysterious powerhouses. Nagato was attempting to imitate the model he had seen in the Land of Stars, having ninjas participate in reconstruction, using ninjutsu to accelerate construction. However, the results were far from expected. The ninjas of Omegakure seemed more accustomed to using ninjutsu for destruction than construction. Their chakra control and understanding of ninjutsu application in construction were far inferior to those of the Land of Stars ninjas. Low efficiency, clumsy coordination, slow progress, and even feelings of rejection and dissatisfaction towards using chakra for these civilians. Why? Nagato's heart was filled with confusion. They are ninjas who have also experienced the pain of war, also originating from small villages or even civilians. Why can the ninjas of the Land of Stars achieve that level, applying ninjutsu to every aspect of production and construction, while our Land of Rain's ninjas? He couldn't help but recall the other party's questioning of his make the world feel pain philosophy during the previous confrontation with Shura. The war ends, then what? In his memory, the figure confronting him through Shursue spoke with undisguised mockery. How long can a peace maintained by fear and pain last? How should the country operate during peacetime? How should the people live? How to prevent them from being displaced, from enduring hunger and cold? You only see the surface of pain, but never its root cause. You haven't thought about how to end the pain, nor have you considered the future. At that time, Nagato scoffed at these words, firmly believing that as long as the root cause of war was eliminated and the great nations and their villages were made to feel pain, leading to mutual understanding, all problems would be resolved. He only needed to act as a god, delivering punishment to maintain this peace bought with pain. But now, when he had truly personally overthrown Amagekyure's old ruler and attempted to begin construction, he discovered things were far from that simple. How to restore the economy? How to ensure people's livelihoods? How to make this war-torn country truly burst with vitality? He had no clues, his mind a blank slate. The only method he seemed proficient in and firmly believed effective remained the same, stopping killing with killing. Eliminate all opponents, disobedient individuals, potential threats. As long as there were no voices of resistance, then a superficial calm could be maintained. A faint, rustling sound of paper rubbing interrupted his thoughts. Countless pure white paper sheets gathered behind him, flying and combining as if alive, finally forming Conan's cool figure. Pain, what are you thinking about? Conan walked to his side, following his gaze downwards, and asked softly. Nothing. Deva Path's voice was as cold and emotionless as ever. How many chose to pledge allegiance? Conan replied, preliminary statistics show about 1/3 of the original Amagekyure's ninjas are willing to join us. Another third became remnants needing purging, hiding in various corners of the Land of Rain. And some chose to leave. Pain was silent for a moment, asking no further questions. In his perception, it was perfectly normal for ordinary mortals to be unable to comprehend the will of a god. He did not seek everyone's understanding, only their obedience, or disappearance. Just then, the space beside them twisted bizarrely, forming a vortex-like void. Obito, wearing his orange spiral mask and calling himself Uchiha Madara, stepped out slowly from within. Almost simultaneously, the ground rippled like water, and Venus flytrap-like figure, Zetsu, emerged from the earth, half of his body white, half black. Oya oya, not such good news, White Zetsu spoke first in his characteristic frivolous and exaggerated tone. Over in Kirigakure, our Mizuki-sama seems to have lost control. Obito took over, his voice muffled by the mask. Kirigakure's higher-ups seemed to have noticed Yugura's abnormality. They used the Byakugan possessed by that ninja named Ao to see through and dispelled my Sharingan genjutsu. This news did not surprise Pain and Conan too much. Controlling a Kage of a great village for several years was a miracle in itself, and discovery was inevitable. It's fine. Deva Path's voice remained calm. Kirigakure has long been severely weakened and cannot recover in a short time. Once my 6 paths of pain are fully created and we formally begin the Tailed Beast collection plan, we can simply go and capture the 4th Mizukage directly. He changed the subject, his Rinnegan sweeping over Obito and Zetsu. In comparison, within the Land of Rain, are there still no clues about that mysterious person who fought Shura? Black Zetsu emitted a low voice. None at all. The other party vanished as if into thin air, leaving no trace to follow. However, one thing can be surmised. The land of Wind Sunagakure has declared war on the land of stars. Shura is suspected to have returned to the land of stars to hold the fort. That mysterious person likely suffered heavy injuries in the fight with Shura, or even. He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. White Zetsu added, also, 10 White Zetsu clones responsible for monitoring the village lost contact, all during the chaotic battle earlier. Don't know if Shura cleaned them up casually or if that mysterious person did them in. The sudden battle between Shura and that mysterious person in Omegakure, the terrifying power displayed, and those black chakra rods that only someone of the 6 paths level could master, had greatly shocked Nagato, Obito, and especially Black Zetsu, who had schemed for a millennium. Black Zetsu's heart, hidden in the shadows, was filled with apprehension and doubt. He believed he knew the ninja world inside out, having schemed for 1,000 years, but these two excessively powerful existences seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, completely beyond his understanding, potentially disrupting his plans. What concerned Black Zetsu most was that Shura and that person's dialogue even mentioned his mother, Kaguya. This made Black Zetsu extremely cautious, but also gave rise to a thought. Could I make contact with that Shura? If that mysterious person truly was Mother's enemy, then Shura. This individual who also possessed great power and had enmity with Mother's enemy, could he possibly be used, become a new pawn? The war between the land of stars and the land of wind will not last long. Deva Path spoke again, interrupting Black Zetsu's thoughts. Sunagakure is absolutely no match for Shura. Our time is limited. Nagato understood clearly that as the land of stars continued to grow stronger, and his 6 paths of pain plan was completed, the Akatsuki's tailed beast collection operation would inevitably put them on a collision course with the land of stars, which sought to unify the ninja world, and with Shura. An unavoidable conflict was approaching. As for the traditional 5 great ninja villages, even the strongest Konoha and Kimogakure, after witnessing the battle between Shura and the mysterious person, Nagato did not take them too seriously. His current focus remained on the enigmatic Shura and that equally mysterious enemy capable of confronting him. Chapter 328, Chapter 328. You know that little brat. In another corner of Omegakure, within the underground laboratory of the regenerative medicine. Amato, wearing a lab coat, pushed up his orange-framed glasses, observing expressionlessly a clone that had just lost vital signs inside a nutrient tank. This was his 19th batch of cloning experiments, still ending in failure. Involuntarily, the words spoken by the mysterious youth who suddenly barged in that night resurfaced in his mind. No matter how many replicas you create, they will only have your daughter's appearance, but possess a completely different soul. Soul. This ultimate problem he had always ignored, or deliberately avoided, trying to circumvent with scientific means, was stripped bare by the other party. Doctor, the 19th batch experimental subject, vital signs gone. A lab assistant reported cautiously. Amato waved his hand, signaling them to dispose of the failed experiment, his tone devoid of fluctuation. Record the data. Prepare for the next batch. He walked alone into the data monitoring room, looking at the densely packed failure records and chaotic vital sign curves on the screen, falling into deep thought. The mysterious person's words were like a thorn in his heart. Just as he was concentrating on analyzing the data, the space beside him rippled without warning, a dark red spiral portal quietly opening. Amato started, instinctively stepping back, warily looking at the portal. A figure stepped out gracefully. It was Jigen. He still wore his white haori, his demeanor composed, as if merely visiting an old friend. Different from last time, his aura seemed more restrained, but upon closer perception, one could detect a trace of barely noticeable weakness. Apologies for the disturbance, Amato-san. Jigen bowed slightly, his tone maintaining its usual politeness, but deep in his eyes, there was a previously unseen gravity. Originally, after the battle with that person, I should have left temporarily. But after much thought, I felt it necessary to visit again, to have an open-hearted talk with you. He ultimately couldn't let go of Amato, this native with exceptional talent in scientific research. Finding a scientist on this planet who could understand and advance his plan was exceedingly difficult. Amato looked at Jigen, his face calm. He instantly deduced that the mysterious person who had sought him out that day must have also sought out Jigen. Judging by Jigen's current efforts to conceal and his proactive visit, it was likely Jigen had suffered a loss at the other party's hands. Amato did not hide it, getting straight to the point. After you left that day, a mysterious person did indeed come. He mentioned the issue of clones lacking souls. Jigen-san, regarding this, shouldn't you give me a clearer explanation? Jigen didn't seem surprised. He elegantly pulled over a chair and sat down, supporting his forehead with one hand, showing a slightly troubled expression. It seems that fellow didn't tell you the whole truth either. Jigen shook his head gently, his tone carrying a meaningful hint. About the matter of the Pure Land. Pure Land. Amato frowned. The mysterious person indeed hadn't mentioned the Pure Land, but legends about souls returning to the Pure Land after death had always circulated among the common people of the ninja world. Correct, the Pure Land. Jigen looked at Amato, his eyes becoming serious. Amato-san, regarding your desire to resurrect your daughter, I did indeed conceal information before. Because, whether it is my current self or that mysterious person who sought you out, neither can retrieve your daughter's soul from within the Pure Land. He paused, presenting his bargaining chip. So, my original plan was for you to first complete the cloning technology, create perfect vessels and a batch of high combat replicas, join my organization, and assist me in completing the great plan of planting the God Tree. Once the God Tree absorbs sufficient energy and bears the chakra fruit, after we reclaim the fruit, we will possess enough power to break through the barriers of the Pure Land and retrieve your daughter's soul. Planting the God Tree. Chakra fruit. Amato's eyes behind his orange glasses grew grave. This was the first time he had heard Jigen mention these unfamiliar terms. He keenly grasped the key point. What does this have to do with retrieving my daughter's soul? Jigen leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice, carrying a bewitching charm. Because, to forcibly retrieve a specific soul from the Pure Land, we might directly face the existence guarding the Pure Land. Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Amato repeated the unfamiliar name. Without an ancient clan heritage, Amato had never heard this name. Is he, the god of death of the Pure Land? Jigen shook his head, a complex expression mixed with disdain appearing on his face. According to your ninja legends, he is known as the founder of Ninchu, the Sage of Six Paths. Sage of Six Paths. Amato was completely stunned, his face filled with disbelief. How did this involve a mythical figure? And the Sage of Six Paths actually existed? Correct, the Sage of Six Paths. Jigen nodded, his tone becoming more inflammatory. To retrieve your daughter's soul from the Pure Land, we must find a way to weaken or even confront Otsutsuki Hagoromo's control over the Pure Land. Planting the God Tree, gathering this world's chakra, and bearing the chakra fruit is the only way to obtain power sufficient to rival him. Jigen's words were half-truths, packaging the goal of devouring the planet's energy to transform into the chakra fruit as obtaining power to confront the Pure Land Guardian. For Amato, who was unaware of the truth and solely focused on resurrecting his daughter, this narrative was highly impactful and tempting, making it difficult for him to discern the truth. Jigen's ultimate goal remained unchanged, to firmly bind this genius scientist to his chariot, utilizing his technology to cultivate qualified vessels capable of bearing his own reincarnation. Eastern border of the Land of Stars, Toraiwari Mountain Castle. This mountain fortress, strategically located in a perilous position upstream of the Yuga River, was once an important barrier for the Land of Demons against foreign enemies. T/N, changing U River to Yuga River to make it the same as Yuga Plains. Now, it had become the core hub of the Land of Stars' eastern border defense line. The towering keep overlooked the rushing Yuga River below and the magnificent giant dam on the river's surface, which regulated the water volume for the downstream Yuga Plains. East of Toraiwari Mountain Castle lay the land of Earth's vast, barren, rocky desert plateau, desolate like the surface of an alien planet. At this moment, the atmosphere inside and outside the mountain castle was stern and murderous. Squads of star ninjas clad in deep blue chakra kinetic armor were tensely reinforcing defensive works, inspecting the large kunai guns mounted on the city walls. The air was thick with the gravity of an impending major battle. Hikari stood atop the keep of Toraiwari Mountain Castle. The hem of her deep blue clan attire fluttered in the wind, the Uchiha clan's fan emblem on her collar trembling slightly in the strong plateau wind. Her long, raven-black hair was also blown by the wind, but those crimson eyes, with three tomos slowly rotating, gazed into the distance towards that vast, barren desert plateau to the east. Hikari merely stood there, the aura she emitted making the surrounding station star ninja subconsciously hold their breath. She had flown directly here from the Sea of Death frontline, traversing the entire Land of Stars in her complete body Susanoo. Clearly, Anoki's actions, while swift, could not match the speed of a single individual with an army of tens of thousands. Natsuhi came to Hikari's side, kneeling on one knee, her expression grave as she reported, "Hikari-sama, the defensive work centered around the Toraiwari Dam and Toraiwari Mountain Castle have been reinforced to the highest standard. All border patrol squads report the same, the exact location of the Iwagakure's main force has not yet been discovered. They are here." Hikari did not turn her head, her voice cool, like the wind sweeping across the plateau. She relied not on ordinary reconnaissance methods. But through the chakra network of her engraved Tsukuyomi, she received continuous intelligence from spies lurking within Iwagakure. Natsuhi, upon hearing this, felt a chill in her heart, following Hikari's gaze into the distance. At first, the horizon showed only a blurred, constantly writhing black line. But soon, that black line spread and advanced with astonishing speed, transforming into a tide of people covering the mountains and plains. Thousands of Iwagakure's ninjas, clad in earth-yellow flak jackets, surged forward like a bursting dam, carrying raised dust clouds, pressing towards this key fortress guarding the upper reaches of the Yuga River. On the city walls, star ninjas clad in deep blue chakra kinetic armor tightened their grips on their kunai guns. The muzzles and barrels of various large defensive instruments adjusted their direction in unison, aiming east. The heavy pressure of an imminent great battle spread in the air. The Iwagakure's army slowly halted several miles away from Toraiwari Mountain Castle. At the forefront of the formation, a short figure floated in midair, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. He crossed his arms, his large strawberry-like nose prominent, white beard fluttering in the wind, his small eyes squinting seriously as he assessed the Toraiwari Mountain Castle ahead. Behind him, Iwagakure's elite jonins quickly gathered. Kitsuchi, Akatsuchi, Monga, Gari, Muko, Itten, and others were all present. Even Rashi, the four-tails Jinchuriki, who usually didn't participate in such actions and had been traveling outside after arguing with Inoki some time ago, was forcibly recalled by Inoki. He stood alongside Han, the five-tails Jinchuriki, conspicuously present. For this surprise attack, Inoki had almost emptied Iwagakure's reserves. A scale of tens of thousands of ninja was enough to suffocate any village. Even the third Raikage back in the day had been exhausted to death by this tactic of his. Kitsuchi stepped forward, speaking in a low voice, "Father, shall we proceed with the original plan? I will lead 1,000 men to besiege Toraiwari Mountain Castle, pinning down the defenders. Simultaneously, send Gari's demolition team to attack the Toraiwari Dam. Once the dam is destroyed, the downstream Yuga Plains will become a vast ocean. The main force will follow you south directly, aiming straight for the Star City." Inoki nodded slightly, about to issue the order, when Monga suddenly pointed towards Toraiwari Mountain Castle, "Tsuchikage-sama. Someone is descending from the mountain castle." Inoki narrowed his eyes and looked. He saw a figure leaping down from the keep like a graceful bird, landing steadily on a protruding boulder after a few leaps. It was a girl with a cool, beautiful face, long black hair, wearing the high-collared Uchiha clan's attire in deep blue. The star ninja's forehead protector on her brow reflected cold light under the sun, a sword hanging at her waist. Most striking were those three Tomo Sharingan calmly observing the army of tens of thousands. "It's her, the star ninja's Uchiha Hikari," Kitsuchi said gravely, a trace of apprehension in his tone. "Humph, of course, I recognize those unpleasant eyes." Inoki snorted with displeasure, his heart stirred by unpleasant memories evoked by those eyes. He floated forward a distance, his voice carrying across the battlefield, "You, girl over there. What, is the land of stars out of people? Do you think you alone can stop my Iwagakure army of tens of thousands? Even if it were the third Raikage back in the day, no, even if Uchiha Madara were resurrected, it would be absolutely impossible." He attempted to suppress the other party's momentum with words while also probing their actual situation. Based on intelligence obtained from transactions with the Akatsuki, he knew well that this girl before him was no ordinary Uchiha ninja, but one who had mastered the Susanoo, suspected to be Madara's descendant. But Inoki also firmly believed that with his dust release and tens of thousands of ninja, they were absolutely not something a mere individual could stop. Hikari crossed her arms in front of her chest, her posture aloof and coldly proud, as if the dark mass of the army before her were merely a crowd of ants. She recalled Menma's instructions before her departure. Though she felt somewhat awkward about this kind of pulling rank due to seniority dialogue, she still followed the plan, speaking in a tone carrying a sense of seniority and condescension. "Uchiha Madara, you know that little brat." Little brat." Inoki almost choked on his breath. Having lived for decades, this was the first time he had heard the men who left him with a lifelong psychological shadow referred to as such by a girl who looked young enough to be his granddaughter. Chapter 329, Chapter 329. Do you also wish to dance? Impudent girl. Uchiha Madara was a figure from the same era as me. In terms of seniority. Oh. Hikari interrupted him, her crimson Sharingan seeming to flash with a hint of mockery. Now I remember. I heard that back then, there was a little brat who didn't know his own limits. He followed the second Tsuchikage to Konoha, delusionally wanting to negotiate with the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama. As a result, he didn't even get to see Senju's face and was scared out of his wits by the kid Madara, fleeing back to the land of earth with his tail between his legs. That little brat, could it be you? These embarrassing revelation words were like the sharpest kunai, precisely striking the deepest scar in Inoki's heart. That unbearable past was a nightmare he had tried to forget his entire life. To have it brought up publicly now, especially by an Uchiha Jr., made him feel blood rushing to his head, his beard trembling with anger. You little brat. Nonsense. Even if you are Uchiha Madara's descendant, today I will definitely teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Descendant. Hikari snorted coldly, her voice not loud but clearly reaching every Iwagakure's ninja's ears. You have it backwards, little brat Inoki. In terms of seniority, that kid Madara should respectfully call me great-grandmother. Great-grandmother. This time, not only Inoki, but even the elite Iwagakure's Jonin behind him looked at each other, their faces filled with absurdity and disbelief. If this girl who looked no more than 15 or 16 was Uchiha Madara's great-grandmother, how old of a monster must she be? How was that possible? Hikari ignored their shock, continuing in her flat tone, "By the way, little brat Inoki, have you seen Uchiha Madara's power in his prime?" As these words were spoken, an intangible yet heavy as a mountain pressure suddenly descended. Inoki felt his heart contract sharply, cold sweat uncontrollably seeping from his temples. Even though the other party was merely standing there, not even having drawn her sword, it made him feel as if he had returned to that day dominated by Madara's presence. That bone-deep fear, after decades, clearly surfaced again. He forced himself to be calm, blustering with a show of strength, of course I have. I was a powerhouse who confronted Uchiha Madara face to face back in the day. Inoki added in his heart, even though it was a one-sided crushing. Is that so? The corner of Hikari's mouth lifted slightly, sketching a haughty curve. That's perfect. Next, use those old eyes of yours to see clearly how ridiculous it is to compare me with that kid called Uchiha Madara. She slowly uncrossed her arms, leaning her body forward slightly into a charging stance. Prepare yourselves to dance, little brats. Before the words fully faded, her figure vanished from the boulder. The next moment, she appeared 100 meters away, charging directly towards the army of tens of thousands of Iwagakure's ninja. Her speed was so fast it left a faint afterimage in her original spot. Inoki's face changed dramatically, shouting sharply, "Everyone, be careful. Don't look directly into her Sharingan." Arrogant. Gari had the most explosive temper. Seeing the other party actually dare to charge alone, he was instantly furious. She's just a little girl putting on a mysterious act. Let me deal with her. Beside him, Muko was also angered by the other party's attitude, waving his hand, "Attack." Hundreds of Iwagakure's ninjas, like a disturbed swarm of bees, charged towards Hikari amidst various roars and shouts. They would use facts to tell this loudmouthed little girl that numerical disparity couldn't be made up for with mere words. Instantly, kunai and shuriken poured down like a storm, and dozens of ninja simultaneously formed hand seals. Earth Release, Earth-style rock lodestone spears. Earth Release, stone pillar spears. Wind Release, great breakthrough. Countless sharp stone spears burst from the ground, mixed with violent wind pressure, instantly covering the large area in front of Uchiha Hikari, attempting to submerge and tear her apart. Facing this combined ninjutsu attack sufficient to instantly destroy an elite squad, Hikari's expression didn't change in the slightest. Her Sharingan rotated rapidly, clearly capturing and analyzing the trajectories of all ninjutsu and the flow of chakra. Her figure weaved through the gaps between stone spears and wind blades like a ghost, sometimes sidestepping, sometimes leaping, sometimes diving with a hair's breadth difference. All attacks failed to even touch the hem of her clothes. So fast. How is this possible? Several Iwagakure's Chunin at the front only saw a blur before their eyes. That deep blue figure had already penetrated the ninjutsu coverage zone, appearing before them as if teleporting. Hikari struck like lightning. Her attacks incorporated the sharpness of the Uchiha-style taijutsu, enhanced by Sharingan's insight. Fist's concentrated chakra precisely struck the tenketsu of several Chunin, disrupting their chakra flow. Thud. Arg. Muffled thuds mixed with screams. Those Chunin flew back like broken kites, crashing heavily to the ground, instantly losing combat ability. Bastard. Explosion Release User, Gari, charged to close range, his right fist clenched, condensing highly compressed Explosion Release Chakra. Explosion Release, Landmine Fist. He roared, punching towards Hikari's face, attempting to blast her apart in the most violent manner. However, Hikari merely sidestepped slightly, her left hand reaching out, accurately seizing Gari's wrist. Her Sharingan coldly gazed into his widened eyes filled with shock. Too slow. Chakra instantly erupted. A tremendous force transmitted through the wrist. Gari felt an irresistible force lifting his entire body, hurling him fiercely towards the attempting to sneak attack Itten. Bang. The two screamed as they collided, tumbling into the crowd of Iwagakure's ninjas, causing chaos. Muko, holding a long sword, appeared silently behind Hikari, his blade sharply slashing towards the back of her neck. Got her. The thought had just arisen when he saw the figure ahead, as if with eyes on her back, slapped backhand without turning her head, striking the weakest point on the side of his blade. Clang. A shock force transmitted. Muko felt his hand go numb, the long sword almost slipping from his grasp. He incredulously looked at the other's pale palm, which actually contained such terrifying power and precision. Get lost. Hikari scolded lightly, turning and delivering a swift side kick, kicking hard into Muko's abdomen. Muko didn't even have time to block. His entire body felt as if struck by a giant rock, vomiting blood as he flew backward, only stopping after crashing through a rock wall. In the span of a few breaths, several elite jonin like Gari, Itten, and Myuko, renowned within Iwagakure, were already lying on the ground in disarray, either groaning in pain or completely unconscious. And the hundreds of Chunin and Genin, their encirclement not only failed to slow Hikari's speed but instead became a backdrop highlighting her terrifying strength. Kunai and shuriken lodged uselessly in the ground behind her. Earth release stone walls often closed only after she had passed. Wind and fire release couldn't even touch her clothes. She truly moved as if strolling through her own courtyard, the deep blue figure carving an unstoppable path through the earth-yellow crowd. Wherever she passed, Iwagakure's ninjas fell like wheat harvested by an invisible scythe. The crisp sound of breaking bones, the clatter of dropped tools, and suppressed cries of pain interwove into a cruel battlefield symphony. Her movements were concise and efficient. The Sharingan accurately predicted every attack. Every dodge and counter was perfectly timed, without any superfluous movement, as if killing itself had become an art. In just a moment, the central part of the formation of the hundreds of Iwagakure's ninjas who had charged forth so fiercely had been torn open into a huge void. Hikari stood alone at the center of this vacuum zone, composed of fallen ninjas, over half of the 200 to 300 Iwagakure's ninjas at her feet no longer breathing. On the battlefield of ninjas, the disparity in strength was this cruel. A jonin killing a chunin or genin was as simple as crushing an ant. Hikari paused slightly, raising her hand to gently brush the dust off her clan attire, her demeanor composed. A breeze from the plateau blew past, stirring her raven-black hair, revealing the cool and exquisite face. Those crimson Sharingan calmly scanned the surroundings. Any Iwagakure's ninja touched by her gaze felt a chill run up their spine, subconsciously stepping back half a step, their palms clutching weapons slick with cold sweat. Not a single one dared to step forward again. This girl. The four-tails Jinchuriki Rashi and the five-tails Jinchuriki Han had now arrived beside the livid Inoki. Rashi crossed his arms, lava-like chakra restlessly stirring within him. He turned his head and said in a low voice to Inoki floating in the air, her tone, showing no respect towards Uchiha Madara, "She doesn't seem like Uchiha Madara's descendant at all." Inoki frowned deeply, his wrinkles seeming to deepen. The other party's repeated address of little brat, and that condescending attitude when mentioning past events, like an elder commenting on a junior, made him feel suspicious. When had the Uchiha clan produced such a figure? Could Uchiha Madara have some unknown peer who survived? This thought made him feel uneasy. Just then, Hikari on the field suddenly brought her hands together in front of her chest, forming an extremely simple ram hand seal. However, this simple action made Inoki's pupils contract sharply, a strong sense of foreboding surging within him. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The cool voice wasn't loud but clearly spread across the battlefield. The next moment, Hikari parted her lips slightly, a chakra vast as a tsunami gushing forth, transforming into overwhelming, scorching waves of fire. The flames were dark red in hue, surging out and instantly forming a massive wall of fire nearly 10 meters high and wide enough to cover over 100 meters, sweeping forward towards the IWA army with the force of a landslide. The air warped and steamed under the high temperature, the sand and stones at their feet instantly melted and crystallized. How is this possible? Don't joke. This range is too exaggerated. Great fire annihilation, is this really the scale a B-rank jutsu can achieve? Faced with this fire release like a natural disaster descending, the Iwagakure's ninja's previous courage was instantly replaced by fear. Exclamations and gasps of shock sounded everywhere. The scorching heat wave hadn't even reached them yet, but the front row ninjas already felt difficulty breathing and skin stinging. Don't panic. Water release users, forward. Combined water wall. The experienced Katsuchi forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, shouting hoarsely, trying to stabilize the formation. Immediately, over a dozen elite Iwagakure's ninjas skilled in water release gritted their teeth and charged out, quickly forming seals. Water release, water wall. Water release, wild water wave. Water release, water dragon bullet. They exerted their full effort, converting chakra into surging water. Water walls, torrents, even a roaring water dragon erupted from their mouths or hands, attempting to jointly block this destructive firestorm. Hiss dash. The massive fire wall and combined water release collided violently, producing a deafening roar. Scorching flames and icy water eroded and annihilated each other, instantly releasing vast amounts of scalding white steam, spreading outwards like an explosive shockwave. Dense, impenetrable steam instantly enveloped most of the forward battlefield. Visibility plummeted to less than a few meters. Scalding water droplets beat against the Iwagakure's ninjas' faces, bringing stinging pain. The strong wind made it hard to keep their eyes open, and their formation inevitably showed signs of disorder. Before the aftershocks of the jutsu clash had fully subsided, the intense steam permeating the battlefield acted like a thick curtain, blocking everyone's vision. Watch out. The usually silent Han, clad in red armor with a steam device on his back, suddenly issued a sharp warning. His perception of steam far exceeded that of ordinary people. Just now, he keenly detected the steam curtain being forcibly torn open by an extremely swift force. However, his warning came too late. The dense steam was torn apart as if by a sharp blade. A deep blue figure shot out at a speed exceeding the limits of visual capture. Inoki, who had been on guard all along, never expected the other party to be able to instantly burst forth with such terrifying speed after performing such a large-scale fire release, even accurately utilizing the steam to conceal the trajectory of the assault. His old eyes only saw a blur before an irresistible tremendous force kicked hard into his chest and abdomen. Guh. Inoki didn't even have time to mount any effective defense or evasion. His short body flew back like a kite with its string cut, a spray of blood shooting from his mouth, crashing heavily into the crowd of Iwagakiru's ninjas, causing exclamations and chaos. Father. Tsuchikage-sama. Kitsuchi, Akatsuchi, and other close jonin were wide-eyed with fury. They realized in horror that they hadn't even been able to see the other party's movement trajectory. You. Han roared. Steam armor, release. The valve on his back device spewed high-pressure steam with a sharp shriek. Simultaneously, a powerful chakra surged from within him, condensing into a single white tail behind him. Utilizing the instantaneous thrust from the steam burst and the boost from the Five-Tails chakra, Han's speed suddenly increased to an astonishing level, transforming into a red afterimage charging directly towards Hikari, who had just landed and seemed to be preparing for her next move. The red steel fist, wrapped in high-temperature steam, tore through the air with a dull roar, smashing hard towards Hikari's seemingly slender back. Chapter 330. Chapter 330. Inoki recalls the fear of being dominated by Susanoo. Han's attack was swift as thunder. This strike contained not only the full thrust of his steam armor's instantaneous burst but also incorporated the violent chakra of the Five Tails, Kokuo. Its power was so great that, not to mention ordinary jonin, even Naruto in his Nine-Tails chakra mode during the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original work was sent flying by this move. The red steel fist tore through the air, carrying scorching white steam, seemingly about to completely engulf Hikari's seemingly slender figure. However, at this critical moment, a surge of red chakra instantly erupted. A ferocious half-body skeletal frame materialized out of thin air, completely enveloping Hikari. Han's determined punch landed solidly on this red skeletal frame. Clang dash. A dull, thunderous roar exploded. Violent shockwaves spread outwards in a ring, sweeping up sand and stones from the ground. That strike capable of splitting mountains and cracking rocks actually failed to shake the foundation of the skeletal frame. Only a few spiderweb-like fine cracks appeared at the point of contact with the fist. Protected within the Susanoo, Hikari's figure didn't even waver. She slowly turned around, her crimson Sharingan indifferently scanning the cracks on the skeleton before turning her gaze to Han's disbelieving face. Her cool voice, utilizing steam bursts and tailed beast's chakra to amplify taijutsu, you must be Iwagakiru's Five-Tails Jinchuriki. Speed and strength are passable. This plain evaluation sounded like the greatest sarcasm to Han's ears. His all-out strike only earned him a passable. Before Han could react further, the other arm of the half-body skeletal frame clenched into a fist and simply punched forward. No fancy techniques, only absolute power crush. Bang. Han barely had time to cross his arms in front of his chest. His entire body felt as if hit head-on by a high-speed train. The irresistible force made his throat sweeten, and he flew backward uncontrollably, tracing a parabola in the air. Han. Rashi growled. Dark red-tailed beast's chakra instantly surged around him, forming one tailed beast chakra cloak. He shot forward, catching Han mid-air. The immense impact force made the two slide for over 10 meters before barely stopping. Thanks, Rashi. Han stabilized himself, a trickle of blood seeping from the edge of the red mask covering half his face, his expression terribly grave. He stared fixedly at the distant red skeletal frame, saying in a deep voice, "This person's strength is extremely terrifying, conventional methods are probably meaningless. I'm afraid both of us need to enter complete tailed beast transformation to possibly contend with her." Complete tailed beast transformation. Rashi's pupils contracted, his wrinkled face showing shock. After just one exchange, Han, who had always prided himself on taijutsu and strength, made such a judgment. He knew Han wasn't one to speak rashly, but to enter complete tailed beast transformation amidst an army of tens of thousands of Iwagakiru's ninjas. Now. Here. You'll cause friendly fire. As the two were shocked and doubtful, commotion arose from the Iwagakiru's ninjas crowd behind them. They saw Inoki, holding his lower back, being helped up by his granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, grimacing and gritting his teeth. Ouch. My bones. This young person, no sense of restraint in their attacks, no respect for elders. He complained while rubbing his back, but when his cloudy old eyes looked towards the battlefield ahead, all complaints turned into unprecedented gravity. Ahead, Hikari, who had activated the first stage of Susanoo, did not remain stationary. The half-body skeletal frame's hand now held a large sword burning with red chakra flames. She moved. The deep blue figure, enveloped in the red skeleton, charged like a meteor falling into a yellow sea, actively charging towards the still massive Iwagakure's army. She didn't even use any more ninjutsu, relying solely on this first-stage Susanoo and the chakra sword in its hand, transforming into the most efficient killing machine. Swish. 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 Every flash of the red blade light was accompanied by the collapse of earth walls, the shattering of tools, and the miserable wails of lives extinguished. The earth-release defenses the Iwagakure's ninjas exerted their full strength to create were as fragile as paper against the chakra sword. Dense showers of kunai and shuriken hitting the Susanoo's bones only sparked sporadic sparks before powerlessly bouncing off. Hikari's figure weaved through the crowd, her Sharingan accurately capturing every attack gap and defense weakness. Wherever the blade light pointed, Iwagakure's ninjas fell in waves, blood soon dyeing the desert red. The frontal battle line formed by tens of thousands of Iwagakure's ninjas was actually being pierced and torn apart by her alone. The moans of the wounded filled the field, casualties were heavy. In a short time, hundreds, even thousands, of Iwagakure's ninjas lost their combat ability, either dead or injured. The originally orderly formation was now a scene of chaos, panic spreading like a plague. We can't let her keep killing like this. Kitsuchi was furious, eyes wide with rage, roaring, Rashi. Han. Come with me. Akatsuchi, Monga, organize long-range ninjutsu support, pin her down. Understood. Earth release, rock fist technique. Kitsuchi's giant rock fist smashed hard towards the Susanoo. Earth release, earth-style stone golem. Akatsuchi summoned a huge rock giant that charged forward with heavy steps. Monga shouted hoarsely, directing the ninja in the rear, 3rd and 4th divisions, combined earth release, earth flow river. 5th division, wind release support. Restrict her movement range. Instantly, various earth and wind release ninjutsu poured onto Hikari's Susanoo like a storm. Explosions were incessant, smoke and dust permeated the air. However, most of these attacks were stubbornly withstood by the Susanoo. The few with greater threat were precisely split or flicked away by the agile chakra sword. Hikari still seemed to have plenty of room to maneuver amidst the ninjutsu bombardment. The Susanoo, offensive and defensive as one, protected her tightly. Lava release, flower fruit mountain. Rashi finally stopped hesitating. Tailed beast's chakra stronger than before erupted around him, forming a 4 tails tailed beast cloak. He opened his mouth and spewed a wide area lava sea, attempting to melt the Susanoo with high temperature. Boil release, unrivaled strength. Han also entered a semi-tailed beast state, growing 5 tails. Steam and chakra mixed, bursting forth with greater strength and speed. His fists rained down on the Susanoo's skeleton like a storm. Boom. Boom. Clang. Clang. The battle instantly turned white-hot. The two Jinchuriki in semi-tailed beast state, coordinating with the fierce attacks of Kitsuchi, Akatsuchi, and other jonin, engaged in intense close-quarters combat with Hikari enveloped in the red skeleton. Rashi's lava release was scorching and violent, Han's steam fists were swift and fierce, but the Susanoo's skeleton and sword controlled by Hikari always managed to block and counterattack in the most skillful ways. Occasionally seizing an opening, a single fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique forced Rashi and Han to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. The more they fought, the more appalled Rashi and Han became. The other party's control over the battle rhythm, her utilization of the Susanoo and ninjutsu, was simply terrifying. Was this the strength of a top-tier Uchiha ninja? Just the first stage of Susanoo made them, two Jinchuriki plus several elite jonin, feel helpless. Just as the battle reached a stalemate. Everyone, move aside. Anoki's aged yet authoritative voice rang out. He had somehow flown above the battlefield. His hands joined in front of his chest, a semi-transparent cubic barrier rapidly condensed and stretched between his palms, transforming into a conical shape. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Blinding white light shot from the cone's tip, transforming into a huge rectangular beam that instantly enveloped Hikari and most of her Susanoo. Wherever this beam passed, even the air seemed completely erased, carrying an annihilating aura. Hikari's Sharingan sharply focused, her pupils contracting. She felt an immense threat. Subconsciously, she controlled the Susanoo to raise its right arm, blocking in front of the beam. Hiss dash. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a teeth-grating, subtle sound as if matter was being completely disintegrated. Before the seemingly invincible dust release beam, the Susanoo's red skeletal right arm, like ice under sunlight, began disintegrating and dissipating from the point of contact, instantly turning into the most basic particles, completely vanishing. Success. Tsuchikage-sama's dust release. Finish her. Seeing this, expressions of wild joy instantly appeared on the faces of Kitsuchi, Akatsuchi, and others. Rashi and Han also felt their spirits lift, once again stirring their chakra, preparing to launch a fatal strike while the momentum was with them. However, as the smoke cleared, the expected scene of Hikari severely injured on the ground did not appear. She still stood firmly on the ground, looking up at the Susanu's right arm stump that had been erased at the shoulder. There, the red chakra writhed like a living thing but could not immediately regenerate for the time being. Not only was she not panicked, she actually laughed lightly. A Kekii Toda that can disintegrate matter to the atomic level. Dust release, somewhat interesting. Uchiha Hikari's voice remained aloof and cool. No wonder that Kid Uchiha Madara remembered you back then. However, she changed her tone, the crimson pupils in her crimson eyes beginning to rotate rapidly, transforming, finally turning into a more complex and eerie pattern. Mangekyo Sharingan. But if this is all you have, it's still far from enough. As her icy words fell, the Mangekyo pattern in Hikari's eyes lit up slightly. Blaze release, Kagutsuchi. Instantly, black flames ignited out of thin air. But these black flames did not burn aimlessly. Instead, as if possessing life, they precisely attached themselves to the Susanu's remaining skeleton. The black flames burned and flowed quietly on the red bones, emitting a fearful, ominous aura. Simultaneously, where the black flames covered, the Susanu's right arm, shattered by dust release, began to rapidly reshape and regenerate at a visible rate. At this moment, Rashi and Han's full power strikes also arrived. The lava fist and the steam-heavy punch smashed hard into the Susanu's chest covered with black flames. Boom. In the violent explosion, the Susanu swayed slightly, but the black flames of Amaterasu covering it were like a bone-deep affliction, instantly winding back along the attack contact points, entangling Rashi and Han's tailed beast chakra cloaks. Arg. What are these flames? The two cried out in pain simultaneously. The black flames not only brought scorching pain to the bone but were also madly burning their chakra. No matter how they tried to extinguish them, the black flames remained motionless, instead showing signs of burning more fiercely. It's the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan Dojutsu, Amaterasu. Anoki's face in the distance changed dramatically. He hurriedly shouted a reminder, the black flames released will absolutely not extinguish until the target is completely burned away. Quickly shed the chakra cloaks. Han reacted extremely quickly. Upon hearing this, without hesitation he shook his hands violently. The tailed beast chakra cloak condensed on his body instantly shed, the attached black flames falling to the ground along with it, scorching pits into the earth. Rashi also followed suit, painfully shedding his tailed beast chakra cloak. Although the two had shaken off the black flames' entanglement, their auras were considerably diminished, forced to exit their semi-tailed beast states. Only now did they have the leisure to look around. They saw that the originally dense Iwagakure's army had long since retreated a great distance to avoid the aftershocks of their battle. Around the core area where they had fought Hikari, large areas of scorched and pitted land were left, along with over 1,000 corpses of Iwagakure's ninjas in various poses, silently recounting the brief yet brutal battle that had just occurred. Anoki slowly floated down to land beside Rashi and Han. He looked at the red Susanoo covered in black flames, its right arm already fully restored, and at Hikari protected within, her Mangekyo Sharingan coldly gazing at them. He took a deep breath, a resolute expression appearing on his face. It seems conventional tactics are ineffective against her. Anoki's voice was heavy and solemn. Rashi, Han, we can no longer hold back. Go all out. The opponent is a monster transcending the ordinary Kaga level. Rashi and Han exchanged a glance, seeing the same determination in each other's eyes. At this point, they indeed could no longer worry about friendly fire. Otherwise, the entire Iwagakure's army might perish here. Understood. Roar dash. The two no longer suppressed the tailed beasts within them. Tailed beasts' chakra vast as an ocean surged from their bodies like a volcanic eruption. Dark red chakra shot into the sky, rapidly condensing and shaping. At Rashi's location, a massive, crimson giant ape with 4 thick tails roared towards the sky with a deafening roar. 4 tails, Son Goku. At Han's location, an equally huge, pure white beast resembling a horse and dolphin, with 5 tails, appeared, pawing the ground with its hooves, emitting a dull whinny. 5 tails, Kokuo. The massive bodies of the two complete tailed beasts stood on the battlefield, the oppressive feeling they brought enough to make ordinary ninja mentally collapse. They flanked Anoki floating in the air, looking down upon the tiny Hikari on the ground in their contrast. Faced with this terrifying power capable of overthrowing a small country, Hikari merely laughed lightly, a flash of excitement in her Mangekyo Sharingan. Finally showing some decent strength. Then, she tilted her head slightly, her tone still carrying that infuriating composure. I'll get a little serious too. As her words fell, red chakra 100 times more vast than before erupted violently with her as the center. The ground at her feet cracked inch by inch, the surrounding space seemed to warp. The half-body skeletal frame emitted an overwhelmed hum, then suddenly shot up from the ground. The bones grew madly, extending, becoming thicker, more ferocious, red chakra flesh and tendons rapidly covered them, and next, ancient and majestic Tengu armor condensed and assembled piece by piece. A pair of huge wings spread open on its back, flapping forcefully, instantly stirring up violent hurricanes that made the observing Iwagakure's ninjas in the distance struggle to stand firm. This red complete body Susanoo held a huge scabbard in its left wing. Its right hand slowly drew a chakra greatsword over 100 meters long, burning with red flames, from within. Where the blade pointed, space itself seemed to tremble. When this heaven-supporting, earth-standing red warrior god was fully displayed before everyone, a feeling of fear and insignificance seized the heart of every Iwagakure's ninja. Kitsuchi, Akatsuchi, Gari, and other Iwagakure's elites who had already fled several kilometers away, thinking themselves safe, now had faces full of unconcealable terror. The violent wind blew their hair, rolled up gravel stung their faces. They were one and all pale-faced, trembling all over, even their breathing became difficult. They stared dumbly at the distant red-armored giant and the two-tailed beasts facing it. This was simply not an existence that human power could contend against. Anoki, suspended between the 4 tails and 5 tails, looked up at this red warrior god that seemed even more oppressive than the memory of Madara's blue Susanoo. His aged body trembled slightly. At this moment, Anoki finally recalled the fear of being dominated by Susanoo. Chapter 331, Chapter 331 Konoha's Reinforcements. After Rashi and Han fully transformed into the 4 tails and the 5 tails, their bodies towered over 60 meters, like two moving small mountains. In the eyes of ordinary ninja, these were colossal beings that needed to be looked up to, akin to natural disasters. However, when Hikari's 200-meter-tall complete-body Susanoo rose from the ground, its red chakra standing between the sky and land like a mountain range, the entire battlefield fell into a near-stagnant silence. In its presence, the two-tailed beast seemed as small as pets gathered at the feet of a giant. Hey, you've got to be kidding me. Inside the 4 tails, Rashi looked up at the dark red giant that blocked part of the sky, letting out an incredulous exclamation. His magma-like chakra momentarily wavered due to the shock. This guy, how is he even bigger than our tailed beast forms? What kind of monsters are the Uchiha clan? Han, inside the 5 tails Kokuo, didn't speak, but his pure white head was raised high, his beastly pupils filled with unprecedented gravity. He slightly turned his head to look at Anoki floating in the air between them. Old man, when you were young, you fought against things of this size. Even as Iwagakure's hidden ultimate weapons, this was their first time witnessing the legendary complete body form of the Uchiha clan's Susanoo with their own eyes. The visual and psychological impact was far too shocking. In the distance, the Iwagakure army, commanded by Kitsuchi, Seki, Monga, and others, who had originally tried to reorganize their formation to surround the core battlefield, also fell into dead silence. When that red warrior god stood completely upon the earth, all commands, all tactics seemed to lose their meaning. Many Iwagakure's ninja dropped their kunai with a clatter, but no one picked them up. Some ninja with poorer mental fortitude even went weak in the legs, collapsing to sit on the ground, the foul stench of incontinence quietly spreading. That is, the power of the Uchiha. A god, it's a god. How can we possibly defeat such a monster? They opened their mouths wide, staring dumbly at the unimaginable red giant. An emotion named despair spread silently. Monga's hoarse shouts were drowned in the internal stormy waves. Kitsuchi's tightly clenched fists turned white at the knuckles from excessive force. The original vigilance against Toraiwari Mountain Castle now seemed so insignificant. In contrast, atop Toraiwari Mountain Castle, it was a different scene. Is that the power of Hikari-sama? A young star ninja special Jonin leaned on the castle wall, looking at the dark red giant connecting heaven and earth in the distance, his voice trembling with barely suppressed emotion but more so with a kind of excitement born of shared glory. Natsuhi stood at the forefront, the strong wind blowing through her red hair. She tried to remain calm, but her eyes also shone with awe. She took a deep breath, her voice carrying across the wall, "Everyone. See that? Iwagakure's army of 10,000 is nothing more than ants before Hikari-sama. Hold the line, await the order to counterattack." As her words fell, the oppressive atmosphere brought by the enemy's large numbers on the castle wall was swept away, replaced by high morale and fanatical belief. Long live Hikari-sama. The land of stars will surely win. At the core of the battlefield, Hikari stood within the diamond-shaped crystal in the center of the complete body Susanoo's forehead, her arms leisurely crossed over her chest. Her crimson Mangekyo Sharingan held a trace of mockery and arrogance as she looked down upon the two-tailed beasts and the floating Anoki below, who were treating the situation with the utmost seriousness. Her clear, echoing words, transmitted through the Susanoo, spread across the battlefield. "Well then, are you ready to amuse me?" Anoki's forehead was covered in cold sweat, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. At the same time, far away at the North Fire Station in the Star City, it was a scene of tension and order. The special team composed of Shursue, Izumi, and Inabi had just arrived and were taking a short break at the edge of the platform. They unscrewed their canteens to replenish water, swallowed special high-energy soldier pills, and quickly recovered the stamina and chakra consumed from their forced march back from the Western Front. Footsteps approached. Kanon and Minato personally came to the platform. Shursue, Izumi, Inabi, thank you for your hard work. Kanon was concise, the next express military train to Toriwari Mountain Castle is ready and can depart at any time. You can board the train and continue resting. Rail transport will save a lot of energy compared to simply traveling on foot. It's not too late to advance at full speed after arriving in the border area. The Land of Stars had now established 5 main railway lines covering major cities and strategic locations. Toriwari Mountain Castle, as an important eastern border town and the location of the Toriwari Dam, was naturally a key node in the railway network. Under wartime conditions, all railway lines implemented strict military control. Kanon was mobilizing all administrative power to efficiently deploy the nation's logistical supplies and garrison troops, continuously supporting the Eastern Front. Thank you, Kanon-sama. Shursue thanked politely. He still had that gentle and steady demeanor, but there was a trace of fatigue from the long journey between his brows. Minato stepped forward, his eyes full of concern. The battle report from the Western Front came via telegram, but the content is brief. We only know that the 4th Kazekage, Raza, was captured, and the Tsunagekyu's main force was routed. What is the specific situation? Shursue put down his canteen, organized his thoughts, and explained in detail. Minato-sama, the 2 elite surprise attack forces sent by Tsunagakure, totaling over 400 people, were successfully intercepted and completely annihilated by Kimimaro Kaguya's squad and Hadarubi's squad on the east and west sides of the Sea of Death respectively. This greatly damaged their morale and disrupted their strategic deployment. Afterwards, Hikari-sama commanded the main force of the Star Ninja Army to actively launch a general attack against the remaining 1,700 or so Tsunagakure's ninjas. He paused, a hint of pride in his tone. In this battle, Hikari-sama didn't even personally take action. The Star Ninja Army, relying on equipment and tactical advantages, routed head-on an enemy several times their size. It can be said that the individual combat power of the current Star Ninja is already on a completely different level compared to the average level of ninja from various countries during the past few great ninja wars. Izumi, her eyes wide, looked at this Edo Tensei 4th Hokage and added in a clear voice, Shursue Nii is right. The chakra kinetic armor provides strong defense and mobility. The kunai guns have doubled the efficiency of medium and long-range firepower projection. More importantly, our logistical support system is very complete. All standard ninja tools, explosive tags, soldier pills, emergency medicines, etc., for participating ninjas are uniformly distributed by the state. Standardized equipment ensures the stable exertion of combat power. Izumi hadn't participated in the Third Great Ninja War, but Inabi and Shursue were both jonin who made their names during the Third Great Ninja War. They knew how great the advantage of the Star Ninja's military supply system was compared to the personal equipment self-procurement system of other ninja villages. It was only because the Land of Stars had developed sufficient technology and industrial capacity, shifting ninja tool production, soldier pill production, etc., from family workshops to assembly line production in factories, achieving preliminary industrialization. Minato listened to their descriptions, his heart also filled with emotion. He deeply understood that the Land of Stars had its own set of ninja training systems, and those who could become official ninjas were all elites. But he hadn't expected the gap to have widened to such an extent. 400 Star Ninjas not only withstood the attack of Tsunagakure's main force of over 2,000 but completely annihilated them. This wasn't just a gap in ninja quality, it was a comprehensive overwhelming in national overall strength, technological level, and logistical support systems. Shursue seemed to remember something and added, by the way, Tsunagakure's Chiyo is dead. Hearing this, Minato was startled, a complex expression appearing on his face. Elder Chiyo. How did she? The smoke of the Third Great Ninja War seemed to reappear before his eyes. That Tsunagakure's elder who controlled the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu and used poison with godlike skill had left a deep impression on him. Inabi interjected, his tone carrying a coldness after battle. After Raza was heavily injured by me and Izumi, Chiyo had Baki take Raza and retreat while she stayed behind to cover their escape. She released all her treasured puppets and potent poisons, trying to block our pursuit. However, we were prepared and wore gas masks. In the end, she died by Shursue Nii's blade. Hearing that this influential figure who had experienced 3 great ninja wars had fallen, Minato was silent for a moment, finally turning into a soft sigh. For a ninja, especially a Tsunagakure's elder who had participated in 3 great ninja wars, dying on the battlefield defending her village could perhaps be considered a kind of fate and honor. Tsunagakure's main force is completely wiped out. Hizashi is leading troops approaching Tsunagakure's homeland. Minato analyzed the situation. Logically, this is the perfect opportunity to annex Tsunagakure and the Land of Wind. But Konoha over there probably won't just sit back and do nothing. He frowned slightly, wondering if Hiruzen had already dispatched reinforcements. After the short rest, Shursue and the other two delayed no longer and boarded the military train that was already fired up and ready to depart. The train whistle blew long, speeding along the tracks towards the north. Their mission this time carried Menma's direct order. As a dagger squad to reinforce the eastern front, and to leave an indelible, painful memory in whatever remained of Inoki's life, in a way that Iwagakure, especially Inoki, absolutely could not forget. At almost the same time, Sunagakure in the Land of Wind had completely fallen into an abyss of chaos and panic. The news of the disastrous defeat at the front line spread like a plague carrying wind with those dispirited Sunagakure's ninjas who luckily escaped from the Sea of Death, quickly spreading throughout the entire village. The Star Ninja Army's numbers were limited, unable to form a watertight encirclement, so there were always some who slipped through the net and managed to return. However, the defeated soldiers returning with news brought the most fatal blow. The fourth Kazekage captured, Chiyo also killed following Ebizo's death, the vast majority of the village's jonins and elite ninjas either dead or captured. The garrison force in the current Sunagakure was unprecedentedly weak, with less than 3 jonins able to take charge of the overall situation. Having lost its core leadership, the village was like a body with its spine removed. Various rumors arose, people were panicked, and public order was nearly collapsed. It was against this background that a Konoha's reinforcement force led personally by Danzo passed through the narrow passage in the cliffs outside Sunagakure and entered this chaotic place. Surprisingly, those who came to greet them were not Sunagakure's jonin, but merely a chunin named Urato. Danzo leaned on his cane, his single eye scanning the chaotic scene before him, his brow furrowed. Behind him followed 12 elite Roots members, including Aburame Tatsuma, and 12 elite Umbuz members led by Kakashi, including Tenzo. Additionally, there were several experienced jonin and special jonin such as Gai, Inuzuka Tsum, Mitarashi Anko, Hyuga Iroha, and Narashiki Hiro, as well as 100 chunin and genin who had all experienced the trials of the Third Great Ninja War and were rich in practical combat experience. This mixed force could be considered Konoha's currently available elite power that could be mobilized quickly. Where are your village's elders and jonins? Danzo's voice carried dissatisfaction and inquiry. Why is the village in such a state of disorder? Urato's face showed fatigue and alarm. He quickly explained, Danzo-sama, the front line has collapsed. Right now, only Nishi-Ase-sama is barely organizing defenses and countermeasures in the village. The front line collapsed. Danzo's single eye widened sharply. Kakashi and the others behind him also showed astonished expressions. No matter how weak Sunagakure was, it was one of the 5 great ninja countries, with a standing force of over 2,000 ninja. This time, they had gone all out. The Land of Stars had only risen for a few years, and its ninja numbers were definitely at a disadvantage. How could they possibly rout Sunagakure's main force so quickly? The expression under Kakashi's mask was unreadable, but his exposed eye also became grave. He had just returned from performing that unspeakable framing mission within the Land of Earth and, without even catching his breath, was assigned a new task. Nominally, he was the leader, going with Danzo and his route to support Sunagakure. Hiruzen had not restored Danzo's authority, so Kakashi was the nominal commander, with Roots Tatsuma as his deputy. But Danzo, relying on the intelligence network he had cultivated in Sunagakure over the years, and by providing key intelligence about the One-Tails Jinchuriki, the suspected appearance of the Nine-Tails and an unknown Ten-Tails in the Sea of Death, forced Hiruzen to let him participate in this operation. Kakashi's other secret mission was to verify the true situation of the 2-tailed beasts in the Sea of Death. Gai stood to Kakashi's left. Even with his thick nerves, he could feel the unease and despair permeating the surroundings. He nudged Kakashi's shoulder and said in a low voice, Kakashi, the situation seems very bad. Tenzo stood to the right, more sensitive. He said in a low voice, Kakashi-senpai, I have a very bad premonition. Just then, Urato, who was discussing matters with his subordinates, suddenly realized one person was missing from the team. He looked around puzzled and asked loudly, Hey! Have any of you seen where Yakushi went? Yakushi. This name instantly touched Danzo's sensitive nerves. His single eye suddenly contracted. An extremely ominous premonition poured over him like ice water. Kabuto, who had disappeared during the Uchiha clan downfall night. After being questioned by the Konoha's higher-ups, dismissed from his position by Hiruzen, Danzo recently had no energy to pay attention to the disappearance of a mere pawn. But hearing this name again still stirred Danzo's nerves, though a moment later he frowned slightly, thinking it might just be the same name, after all, that guy. Boom dash. Before he could think further, a deafening explosive roar came from the north of Sunagakure. What's going on? Enemy attack. Have the Star Ninja come. The violent explosion even made the ground tremble slightly. Sunagakure's already chaotic crowd immediately erupted into an uproar. Cries and screams sounded everywhere. Danzo and Kakashi and the others quickly leaped onto nearby higher buildings, looking towards the north. Urato also jumped up. When he saw the direction of the explosion, his face instantly turned deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down. That's the northern passage. One of the only two passages that can enter the village. Everyone. Prepare for battle. Danzo ordered without hesitation. He realized the Star Ninja's attack was far more swift and decisive than they had anticipated. Kakashi quickly made hand signals. The well-trained Konoha's ninjas took out kunai and shuriken and moved into action. Kakashi drew the short sword from his back. Umbu and Root dispersed and occupied advantageous positions. The other Jonin also led their teams to spread out, vigilantly looking north. They saw that at the entrance of the northern passage to Sunagakure, smoke and dust billowed, sand permeating the air. And within the permeating sand and dust, figures wearing dark blue Star Ninjas uniforms charged out one after another. Their movements were swift, their coordination tacit. The kunai guns in their hands spat tongues of fire, precisely picking off the sporadic Sunagakure's ninjas trying to organize resistance. The few people charging at the front were particularly conspicuous. At the lead was Hizashi, his Byakugan wide open, veins bulging, wearing a Star Ninja's forehead protector. Beside him, several ninja wearing Star Ninja uniforms, with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem embroidered on their collars, shot kunai or formed hand seals to spit fire release ninjutsu. They formed a sharp dagger, thrusting directly into the chaotic heart of Sunagakure. And behind them, a large number of Star Ninja in dark blue uniforms poured into Sunagakure. Hyuga, and Uchiha. The Konoha's ninjas couldn't remain calm. Former comrades in arms, now crossing blades with them, were killing their way over. Chapter 332, Chapter 332 Konoha's Ninja vs Star Ninja. The sky above Sunagakure was stained a murky hue by yellow sand and smoke. The former fortress of the wind was now in complete chaos. Cries, explosions, and the sharp clang of ninja tools clashing mingled together to form a picture of war-torn devastation. From the smoke and dust following the breaching of the northern passage, Star Ninja in dark blue uniforms poured in like a tide. Their movements were swift, their coordination seamless, the star-shaped forehead protectors on their brows gleaming with a cold, hard light under the dim yellow light. Hizashi stood atop a tall rock structure, his Byakugan wide open, taking in all the chakra flows around him. Beside him, Kabuto adjusted his glasses and reported in a calm, low, and rapid voice, "Hizashi-sama, there are no organized units left within Sunagakure. The remaining resistance is very scattered. However, the Konoha's reinforcements led by Danzo number about 120. They are the main obstacle now. Your efforts are appreciated." Hizashi nodded slightly, knowing this spy was the main reason for the Star Ninja's main force's successful breach of Sunagakure's easily defensible outer perimeter. Then, Hizashi issued orders in a steady voice, as planned, all units dispersed to clear out remaining resistance and secure important facilities. "Gata, Kimimaro, with me to assault the Kazekage building directly." "Yes. Hizashi-sama." The Star Ninja behind him responded in unison, their eyes blazing. During the advance, Hizashi's gaze suddenly sharpened. At the edge of his Byakugan's vision, he caught several familiar chakra signatures. They belonged to his friends from Konoha, comrades he had fought alongside for many years. Hizashi's lips pressed together tightly, a complex feeling rising in his heart, but it was quickly replaced by resolve. Even though they were former friends, their allegiances were now opposed. Any hesitation would be irresponsible to the lives of his own warriors. In war, there was no room for personal feelings. The Star Ninja's main force thrust like a sharp sword towards the village's core. Sporadic Sunagakure's ninja attempting to block their path were quickly routed under the Star Ninja's assault. Sunagakure's defenses were virtually non-existent. In front of the Kazekage building, Konoha's ninja had established a circular defensive line centered on the building. A few Sunagakure's ninja were being organized by the Konoha's ninja to evacuate. Danzo stood atop the Kazekage building, leaning on his cane, his single eye scanning the approaching Star Ninja with a sinister gaze. Kakashi stood beside him, the Sharingan revealed after removing his eye patch filled with gravity. The Umbu and Roots members behind him held their breath, the atmosphere taut as a bowstring. When Hizashi, leading Gata, Kaguya, Haku, Yukimi, and other elites appeared before the defensive line, the air seemed to freeze. "Hizashi, senpai." Kakashi muttered the name under his breath, gripping his kunai tighter. During the Third Great Ninja War, Hizashi had served as deputy frontline commander. Due to his relationship with Tsukumo, Hizashi had looked out for Kakashi, and their relationship had been decent. Now, however, Kakashi saw only unfamiliarity in the eyes of the senior he respected. The battle erupted instantly. The Star Ninja, in groups of 3 or 4, cut into the defensive line constructed by Konoha like precise scalpels. The shrieks of kunai guns, the roar of explosive tags, the blasts of clashing ninjutsu. Gata and Yukimi moved first, meeting Kakashi and Tenzo. Gata's body suddenly turned into a dense mist, disappearing from his spot. Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly, trying to track him, but saw Yukimi press her hands to the ground. Would release, nativity of a world of trees. Rumble. Countless tough vines and trees burst forth from the desert ground. Though the area wasn't large, it was extremely sudden, entangling Kakashi and Tenzo. Earth release, Earth-style wall. Tenzo reacted swiftly, a wall of earth rising to block the vines, also deflecting the kunai swung by Gata after he rematerialized from the side. Kakashi tore through the approaching branches with his Raikiri, his gaze locked on Gata. "Yukimi, your wood release is stronger than last time," Tenzo commented. It was hard to believe she had only developed it less than a year ago. Tenzo. Looking at Tenzo's figure, the freckles on Yukimi's face trembled slightly with her movements. She still firmly believed Tenzo was her brother, which is why she called him Tenzo when they first met. "I will definitely bring you back." Then, with determined eyes, she formed hand seals again, wood release, wood locking wall. A massive wooden spear extended from her arm, thrusting fiercely towards Tenzo. Raikiri. Kakashi's hand erupted with brilliant lightning, stabbing straight at Yukimi. However, Yukimi turned into mist again and vanished. The Raikiri pierced only emptiness. Gata missed it again, harassing Kakashi from the side, forcing him to split his attention to deal with this elusive attack. Lightning and earth release ninjutsu flashed frequently, but they struggled to break through the duo's exquisite coordination. Kakashi had not been Gata's match years ago. Now, with his Kekkei Genkai illness cured, Gata's combat power was even greater. Working in tandem with Yukimi, they pressed Kakashi and Tenzo, these two Konoha elites, to the point of being somewhat flustered, only able to hold on with difficulty. On another front, Kimimaro and Haku faced off against Guy, Tsum, Anko, and the others. Kimimaro's body was covered in sharp bone protrusions, his transplanted Byakugan coldly observing his opponents. He moved, appearing before Guy in an instant, a bone blade thrusting at his throat. "So fast!" Guy exclaimed, barely dodging sideways, his fist whistling as he counterattacked. Konoha whirlwind. Kimimaro didn't dodge or evade. His arms instantly ejected pale white bone blades. Clang. Clang. Leg and bone blades collided, emitting metallic clashing sounds. Guy felt a tremendous force, his body involuntarily forced back several steps. An expression of excitement and gravity appeared on his face. "So hard. You're the last survivor of the Kaguya clan. And you've transplanted the Byakugan. Truly, it makes my blood boil. You are Konoha's blue beast." Kimimaro slowly assumed a stance, white bones covering his body like a porcupine, his Byakugan coldly fixed on Guy. "Elders in my clan mentioned you. During the Third Great Ninja War, you were a worthy opponent. A pity. Today, your youth may end here. Ha. You really are like your elders." Guy steadied himself, an excited smile on his face, sweat glistening in the sunlight. "Let's have a hot-blooded duel of youth. Sixth gate, gate of view, open." Boom. A vast green energy erupted from Guy's body, a shockwave sweeping the surroundings, blowing the fine sand away in a circle. Kimimaro's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling the pressure, but the bone spikes covering his body became denser as he assumed a fighting stance. "The honor is mine. Today, in the name of Kaguya, I shall experience the peak of Konoha's taijutsu." Bloom. Youth. Guy roared, his speed and power instantly skyrocketing to a new level. Shikatsumiyaku, Dance of Willow. Kimimaro showed no weakness, his body like a flexible willow branch, accompanied by a sky full of bone spikes, engaging Guy in battle. The two turned into green and white streams of light, colliding once more. The sound of fists, feet, and bone blades clashing was like a rapid drumbeat. Simultaneously, Haku's hands flew, the temperature in the air plummeting. Demonic mirroring ice crystals. Countless ice mirrors instantly formed, trapping Tsum and Anko within. Haku's figure flitted through the mirrors, Senbon raining down. Fong passing Fong. Tsum and her Ninken Kuromaru transformed into two rotating whirlwinds, trying to break through the ice mirrors, but were blocked and refracted by even more mirrors. Damn it. Isn't this a desert? How does he have so much ice release? Anko's fire release saw its power greatly reduced in the extreme cold. Ice and fire interwove, billowing large amounts of steam. The two were hard-pressed within Haku's ice release domain, in a sorry state. At the core of the battlefield, Hizashi faced Danzo directly. His Byakugan veins bulged, clearly seeing the Sharingan hidden beneath Danzo's bandages. "Shimura Danzo." Hizashi's voice was loud, filled with unconcealed scorn. "You old dog. As expected, you've transplanted numerous Sharingan. What? Collecting Sharingan isn't enough. Do you also want to dig out our Hyuga clan's Byakugan and other Kekkei Genkai to install on your filthy body?" His words caused a stir among the Konoha's ranks. Hyuga Iroha and the others' expressions changed drastically, their gazes towards Danzo filled with suspicion and displeasure. They instinctively looked at the Hyuga clan's branch family's members opposite them, whose foreheads were smooth and unmarked. A complex emotion welled up in them. Several Uchiha ninja glared angrily, their Sharingan fixed intently on Danzo. Danzo's face darkened, a flash of killing intent in his single eye. Hyuga Hisashi. You traitor who betrayed the village, what right do you have to spout nonsense here? Tatsuma. No need for further words. Tatsuma and the Roots elites charged out instantly. Secret technique, insect javelin. Black destruction bugs swarmed towards Hisashi like a dark cloud. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Hisashi didn't hesitate, both palms striking out. An invisible shockwave scattered the insect swarm. The elite Uchiha behind him immediately formed hand seals. Fire release, Great Dragon Flame technique. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Nail Crimson. Several fire dragons roared as they crashed into the root formation, causing a series of explosions. Danzo took the opportunity to retreat, his hands forming seals, a summoning formula unfolding. Baku. The giant dream-eating beast descended with a crash, its long trunk inhaling, creating a terrifying wind pressure. Wind release, Vacuum Great Sphere. Combined with the Baku suction, high-pressure wind spheres shot like cannonballs towards the star ninja ranks. Scatter. Hisashi shouted. At the same time, several star ninjas skilled in earth release stepped forward, slapping the ground. Earth release, Earth-style wall. The star ninja swiftly evaded, while the Uchiha ninja countered the wind release with fire release. The sound of explosions was unceasing. Narashiki Hiro seized an opportunity, his shadow imitation technique stealthily extending, attempting to control a Uchiha Jonin. Humph, petty trick. That Uchiha Jonin's Sharingan spun, easily seeing through the shadow's trajectory. He sidestepped to avoid it, countering with a shuriken attached to an explosive tag aimed at Shikihiro, forcing him to interrupt his jutsu to defend. Damn it. The Uchiha on the other side are too familiar with our tactics. Shikihiro's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Iroha and Hisashi's eyes met briefly amidst the chaos. Iroha looked at Hisashi and the branch family's members behind him, who no longer bore the caged bird on their foreheads, his expression complex. Hisashi understood his look and said solemnly, Iroha, look at us. Without the caged bird, the Hyuga are still strong, even stronger. What Konoha gave you was only shackles. Hisashi-senpai, the new clan head has already placed the caged bird seal on the main family and promised that from now on, no Hyuga, whether main or branch, will be marked with the caged bird. Iroha gritted his teeth, assuming a gentle fist stance. Is that so? That's good. Hisashi was silent for a moment, also assuming a gentle fist stance. He didn't even ask who the new clan head was. Iroha's Byakugan trembled, even attempting to persuade Hisashi. Come back, Hisashi-senpai. The new clan head will forgive you. Hisashi shook his head, his eyes firm. In the future, your children will not be marked with the caged bird. The main family's secret techniques will also be open to you. But remember, this isn't because the main family has become kinder. It's because we appeared. After speaking, Hisashi charged at Iroha. The two engaged in combat, gentle fist against gentle fist, palm winds whistling. The battlefield descended into complete chaos. Sunagekyu's buildings continuously collapsed under the ninjutsu exchanges. The former streets turned into scorched earth. Relying on their superior equipment, diverse Kekkei-genkai, and high morale, the star ninja gradually gained the upper hand. Although the Konoha's ninjas were individually experienced, under this high-intensity, multi-Kekkei-genkai assault, their defensive line began to waver. Kakashi and Tenzo were gradually showing fatigue under the fierce attacks of Gata and Yukimi. Although Guy, having opened the sixth gate, was fighting Kimimaro to a standstill, the eeriness of the Shikatsumiyaku and the insight of the Byakugan made it difficult for him to gain a substantial advantage. Sum and Anko were completely suppressed by Haku's ice release. Danzo, watching the Konoha's defensive line being pushed back step by step, and the number of opposing star ninja increasing, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his single eye before he quietly slipped away. The Sunagekyu's frontline main force had collapsed, and now the village was invaded by a large number of star ninja. Just as Hisashi said, there was indeed no need for further support here. He had originally tried to use military merit to regain his authority. But now, facing the increasing number of star ninja, the only option was to retreat and preserve the Konoha's ninjas. Otherwise, if too many Konoha's ninjas were lost here, he would be in great trouble himself. Chapter 333, Chapter 333 Susanoo vs. Four Tails and Five Tails. The vast desert outside Toriwari Mountain Castle, eastern border of the Land of Earth. At this time, the battle had entered its most brutal and spectacular phase. The earth was scarred, with huge craters, trenches flowing with lava, and rock layers torn apart by violence visible everywhere, silently telling of the terror of the fierce battle just concluded. The 200-meter-tall red Susanoo stood majestically, like a warrior god supporting the sky, the terrifying pressure it emitted causing the air to stagnate. In comparison, the fully transformed Four Tails and Five Tails, with their massive bodies over 60 meters tall, now seemed like fierce hounds circling at the giant's knees. The Five Tails let out a sharp screech, part horse, part boar. Its pure white beast pupils locked onto the Susanoo's knee joint. The five sharp horns on its head gathered immense chakra, its entire body charging forward like an out-of-control chariot. Horn break. Facing this impact capable of collapsing mountains, Hikari, standing within the pentagonal crystal on the Susanoo's forehead, only moved her eyes slightly. Her cool face showed no ripple of emotion. She didn't even use a weapon, merely controlling the Susanoo to lift its right leg, which is clad in Crow Tengu armor, and casually kick forward, as if swatting away an annoying insect. Boom dash. The Susanoo's foot accurately kicked the side of the Five Tails' head. The absolute difference in size made the effect of this kick particularly exaggerated. A dull, teeth-grating, tremendous sound. The Five Tails let out a pained cry. Its massive body was sent flying by an irresistible force, tumbling and crashing into the desert hundreds of meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust, like a wild dog kicked aside. The ground was plowed into a deep trench. Han. Inside the Four Tails, Rashi was both shocked and furious. He clasped his hands together, dark red lava release chakra surging out wildly. Lava release, flower fruit mountain. Instantly, the ground within a several hundred-meter radius centered on Hikari Susanoo softened, boiled, turning into a seething, burning lake of lava. Blistering heat waves distorted the air. Thick magma tried to entangle the Susanoo's legs, restricting its movement. Hikari frowned slightly. The Susanoo's massive wings spread out, preparing to take off and escape this lava hell. Anoki, floating in the air searching for an opportunity, wouldn't let this chance slip. His hands formed seals fast as lightning. Earth release, added weight rock technique. An invisible, heavy force suddenly applied to the Susanoo's legs, causing its slightly airborne body to sink abruptly. Immediately after, without pause, Anoki pressed his hands towards the void, earth release, rock arm. Rumble. From the edge of the lava lake, a giant arm made of hard rock burst from the ground, its fingers spread wide, grabbing the Susanoo's left ankle tightly. The dual restraints of the added weight rock and the rock arm actually temporarily fixed this red warrior god in place. Now. Rashi. Han. Anoki shouted, his voice hoarse. In the distance, the Five Tails, which had just climbed to its feet, and the roaring Four Tails simultaneously opened their massive mouths. Destructive chakra rapidly gathered and compressed within, forming two black spheres. Tailed beast bombs. Hikari's crimson Mangekyo Sharingan swept over the forming tailed beast bombs, then glanced at Toriwari Mountain Castle not far behind and the Toriwari Dam further back. If she dodged now, these two tailed beast bombs would strike Toriwari Mountain Castle or the dam unimpeded, causing catastrophic damage. However, not only did her face show no panic, it instead curled into a proud smile. Through the Susanoo, her clear, echoing voice resounded across the battlefield. Brat, playing these little tricks is worthless in the face of absolute power. Before her words faded, she controlled the Susanoo to give up struggling, instead pouring all its power into the 100-meter-plus chakra greatsword in its right hand. The greatsword hummed, the burning red chakra flames on it suddenly blazing, emitting an even more terrifying energy fluctuation. The two-tailed beast bombs finally finished forming. With a momentum that could tear everything apart, they shot forward from left and right. Cut. Hikari gave a cold shout. The Susanoo's arms gripped the sword hilt. Its massive body displayed astonishing speed belying its size. The greatsword drew a red arc in the air, meeting the two-tailed beast bombs. SSS-. Boom. The first-tailed beast bomb collided head-on with the chakra greatsword's blade. It didn't explode directly but was forcibly split in two by the extremely sharp sword energy. The tailed beast bomb, its balance forcibly destroyed, instantly triggered an earth-shattering explosion. Blinding white light and violent shockwaves swept out, but were blocked for the most part by the Susanoo's broadsword blade. Almost simultaneously, using the recoil from cleaving the first-tailed beast bomb, the greatsword, with a clever application of force, drew a curved line. The back of the sword accurately slapped the side of the second-tailed beast bomb. Whoosh dash. The second-tailed beast bomb had its trajectory changed by this strike. Like a struck baseball, it flew back the way it came at an even faster speed, its target the densely packed Iwagakure's army in the rear. Not good. Anoki's eyes widened in horror. The tailed beast bomb fell into the dense Iwagakure's formation. A brief silence, then destruction descended. Boom dash. An even more violent explosion than before occurred. A huge black mushroom cloud shot into the sky. A savage energy storm devoured everything within its range. Screams, explosions, the sizzle of vaporizing rock mingled together. With just this one strike, over 1,000 Iwagakure's ninja were instantly vaporized. Another 2,000 to 3,000 Iwagakure's ninja around the blast were blown away by the shockwave. The originally orderly army formation was brutally erased in a large section, leaving only a horrifying, charred giant crater. Kitsuchi, Monga, and others, luckily located at the edge of the explosion, were sent flying by the shockwave. Landing in disarray, they looked at the spot where their comrades had vanished instantly, their faces drained of all color, leaving only endless fear and bewilderment. Monster. Monga sat collapsed on the ground, muttering distractedly. Inoki floated in the air, his body trembling uncontrollably. Looking at the red Susanoo, still standing majestic and unmoving amidst the explosion's smoke and dust, a bone-chilling cold shot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. To neutralize and counter tailed beast bombs so easily. Was this really a power a ninja could possess? Before his shock could subside, Hikari's counterattack had already arrived. The game is over. The Susanoo's wings flapped. Its massive body burst forth with frightening speed completely at odds with its size. Like a red meteor, it charged straight towards the Five Tails, which had just finished releasing the tailed beast bomb and was in a brief state of exhaustion. Han! Dodge quickly! Rashi shouted anxiously. But it was too late. The chakra greatsword, carrying the power to tear the sky, fell from above. Squelch dash! The dull sound of a blade cutting in was grating. The Five Tails' pure white head was severed cleanly at the neck. Its massive beast body stiffened for an instant, then collapsed with a crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, was severely injured by this blow, falling from the severed neck. He was desperately rescued by the quick-reacting Akatsuchi who rushed forward, but he was already on the verge of death. Rashi! Be careful. Inoki's warning had just left his mouth when Hikari's gaze turned towards the enraged Four Tails. Scorching River Great Eruption. Rashi controlled the Four Tails, unleashing his strongest lava release. A giant fist of lava, like a volcanic eruption, smashed towards the Susanoo. Stubborn fool. Hikari's Mangekyo narrowed slightly. Blaze release, Kagutsuchi. Black flames of Amaterasu instantly covered the Susanoo's entire body, turning it into a demon god burning with ominous black fire. The lava fist struck the black-flamed Susanoo. Not only did it fail to cause effective damage, it was quickly entangled and burned by the black flames. Simultaneously, the Susanoo's giant left hand reached out, grabbing the Four Tails' ferocious ape head, the tremendous force holding it firmly in place. The right hand's chakra greatsword followed with a horizontal slash. A flash of the blade, and the Four Tails' head fell accordingly. The massive headless body swayed, then collapsed like a falling mountain and crumbling pillar, turning into surging lava that slowly dissipated. Rashi fell from within, his entire body charred black, unconscious. In the blink of an eye, the two fully transformed Jinchuriki were crushed as easily as breaking dead wood. Rashi and Han, one severely injured, one unconscious. Hikari controlled the Susanoo. Its left hand held the Four Tails still burning, dissipating large head. Its right hand held the chakra greatsword. Her crimson Mangekyo looked down indifferently at the sole remaining Inoki below, and the distant Iwagakuru's remnants who had completely lost their will to fight, trembling. This guy is even more terrifying than Uchiha Madara. Inoki floated dejectedly, the image of the just concluded crushing battle replaying in his mind. The last shred of his will to resist was completely crushed. This wasn't a battle at all, but a one-sided slaughter. It was the crushing of mortals by a god. However, Inoki's despair was not over. Just as this deathly silence and despair permeated the battlefield, three figures appeared to the left and right of Hikari's Susanoo. They were Shursue, Izumi, and Uchiha Inabi, who had just arrived after rushing to reinforce. Hikari-sama, apologies for our tardiness, Shursue said with a slight nod, his tone gentle. No matter, you've arrived just in time to clean up, Hikari replied indifferently. Yes. The next moment, three powerful chakra surges shot into the sky. Shursue's eyes, the Mangekyo pattern spinning, erupted with verdant green chakra. Bones, flesh, armor rapidly constructed themselves. A complete body Susanoo with wings on its back, holding a spiral sword, rose from the ground. Though slightly shorter than Hikari's red Susanoo, its monumental presence was equally awe-inspiring. Izumi and Inabi also activated their respective Mangekyo simultaneously. One, pure white as snow, with a graceful female form, and another, entirely cyan green, with sharp, keen lines, took shape close behind. These two Susanoo, though not reaching the complete body stage, were already on the third stage, covered in chakra flesh and tendons, about 60 to 70 meters tall, similar to the previous tailed beasts. They stood proudly on the battlefield. Echoing the red and green Susanoo, the visual and psychological impact they delivered was unparalleled. For Susanoo, like four gods from the age of myth. Their shadows enveloped the remaining Iwagakuru's army. Inoki, looking at this despair-inducing scene, felt the last of his strength drain away. He slowly descended from the air, collapsing to the ground, as if instantly aged another 10 years. He could exhaust the third Raikage to death with 10,000 Iwagakure's ninjas because the third Raikage was ultimately human, without large-scale destructive abilities like the tailed beast bomb. But facing the Susanoo, in such a short time, over 2,000 of the 10,000 Iwagakure's ninjas had already fallen. If they continued fighting, these 10,000 Iwagakure's ninjas would be wiped out. Inoki's heart trembled. He raised his head with difficulty, looking at the red Susanoo, his voice dry and hoarse. St. Stop. We surrender. Chapter 334, Chapter 334 The End of War. Wind Whisper Town, border of the Land of Birds. Nestled between the four great nations of wind, stars, earth, and rain, the Land of Birds, due to its unique geographical location and neutral status, had unexpectedly become a special safe haven amidst the turmoil on the western ninja continent. This small country, which didn't even have its own ninja village, now saw one of its ordinary border towns displaying a bustle and prosperity starkly at odds with the surrounding war. Because the war between the Land of Wind and the Land of Stars had severed the main trade routes, and although the Land of Stars hadn't completely closed its borders, it had significantly strengthened border checks, countless merchant caravans and travelers were forced to stay here. Shrewd merchants had simply turned this place into a temporary trade distribution center. Goods from various countries were traded and circulated here, waiting for a glimmer of hope that the borders would reopen. The town's streets were consequently jam-packed with all kinds of carts, ox carts, camel trains, and bustling crowds. Inns were fully booked, taverns were noisy, and the air was filled with dust, spices, and a special atmosphere interwoven with anxiety and anticipation. On the second-floor wooden attic of an inn in the town center, Jiraiya leaned against the window. His signature white long hair was casually draped, and his gaze thoughtfully scanned the endless stream of people below through the window. The discussions from downstairs, mixed with the sounds of carts and horses, clearly reached his ears. Yamashita-kun. Weren't you taking goods to the Land of Earth? Why are you back so soon? A slightly shrill merchant's voice rang out. The man called Yamashita sighed, his tone full of frustration. Hey, don't even mention it. As soon as I arrived, I heard that the Land of Earth's Iwagakure also declared war without warning and is fighting the Land of Stars. The entire western part of the ninja continent is in chaos now, the trade routes are completely cut off. What? Iwagakure has joined the war too. My God. Two great nations attacking the Land of Stars. This is terrible, my goods are still stuck here. Iwagakure. The Land of Stars is in danger now. The surrounding merchants immediately erupted into an uproar, discussions rising and falling. Some beat their chests and stamped their feet, lamenting their unsold goods and severed sources of income. Others were deeply worried, fearing the war would spread further and affect this temporary safe haven. A middle-aged merchant wearing cotton clothes shook his head and sighed. Ah, the Land of Stars was such a good place. Reasonable taxes, good public order. I've been trading there for the past few years and never encountered extortion or exploitation. Now, with two great ninja villages attacking it, such a good business environment is probably finished. A merchant with a scar on his face, who seemed to have experienced many storms, chimed in. How many years has the Land of Stars been established? How many ninja could they possibly have at most? Sunagakure and Iwagakure are veteran members of the five great nations, with deep foundations. I heard that Iwagakure's third Tsuchikage, Inoki, back in the day, was a ruthless character who could mobilize 10,000 ninja to exhaust the third Raikage to death. I'm afraid the Land of Stars will have a hard time surviving this. But some held different views. A burly merchant with a loud voice retorted, you can't say that. I hired ninja from the Land of Stars to escort my caravan last time. Their discipline, their quality, impeccable. Never took bribes or made unreasonable demands, and their combat power is top-notch. He gave a thumbs up. Much better than the Konoha or Sunagakure's ninja I hired before. I feel they might not lose. By the window, Jiraiya listened to these discussions, his brow gradually furrowing. He had personally experienced the second and third great ninja wars and had a deep understanding of the war potential of Sunagakure, and especially Iwagakure. Inoki's dust release and command ability, along with Iwagakure's tenacious, group-fighting style, were extremely troublesome. An army of 10,000 Iwagakure's ninja. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Even with the Land of Stars' mysterious Shura and the absorbed Uchiha, Hyuga, and other Kekkei clans, facing the full-scale siege of two great ninja villages, the situation was absolutely not optimistic. The direction of this war was something even he found difficult to predict, feeling only a fog and a heavy heart. Creak. The door was gently pushed open, interrupting Jiraiya's thoughts. Ajisai walked in carrying a wooden tray with 2 steaming bowls of ramen and a few side dishes. Her neat purple short hair looked very efficient, and her light purple training clothes were spotless. Jiraiya-sama, lunch is ready, she said in a clear voice, deftly placing the tray on the small low table in the center of the room and setting out the bowls and chopsticks. It had been almost 10 days since they left Omegakure. With their speed, they had actually reached the border between the Land of Birds and the Land of Stars 7 days ago. However, coinciding with the Land of Stars being at war and the border being under strict control, Jiraiya, considering the high risk of rashly entering a country at war and with whom he had no ties, especially with a sensitive Omega Kure girl by his side, decided to temporarily stay and observe in this border town. Regarding this, Ajisai showed no objection on the surface. After all, the expenses along the way were covered by this supposedly famous writer. She quietly performed her duties as bodyguard and temporary assistant, taking care of Jiraiya's injuries. Though this guy had astonishing recovery power and was already alive and kicking a few days ago, and she even caught him sneaking out one night to visit pleasure houses, which made her both annoyed and amused. Watching Ajisai meticulously arrange the tableware, Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh. Ah, having a woman take care of you really is different. The journey becomes much more comfortable. Jiraiya-sama, what did you just say? Ajisai looked up, her eyes questioning. Ahaha, nothing. Jiraiya quickly covered up with a laugh, changing the subject. I was just saying, aren't you worried about that kid from the Land of Stars? They're fighting fiercely over there now. He was referring to the mysterious boy they had briefly encountered in Omega Kure, who had left a deep impression on Ajisai. Ajisai's hands paused slightly for a moment before returning to normal, her tone flat. What's the use of worrying? As a ninja, dying on a mission or on the battlefield is very common, isn't it? From the moment he chose that path, he should have been prepared. Her words carried the unique indifference and acceptance of life and death common among orphans from Omega Kure. Hearing this, Jiraiya pondered for a moment. He understood this view of life's impermanence held by those who grew up in war, but still said, that's true, but he's someone you care about, right? If something really happened to him on the battlefield, you'd still feel sad, wouldn't you? I do not care about him. Ajisai reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, a faint, barely noticeable blush instantly coloring her cheeks, her voice unconsciously rising a pitch, clearly flustered. He's so strong, how could he die so easily? I just. Seeing her reaction, which practically screamed, protesting too much, Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle, stroking his beard, a habitual, somewhat teasing smile appearing on his face. Oh. Is that so? I see. Teasing such a pure-hearted yet stubborn young girl always gave him an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Jiraiya picked up his chopsticks and tapped the edge of his bowl. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Let's eat quickly, the noodles will get cold and won't taste good. Ajisai puffed out her cheeks, seeming to want to argue further, but ultimately picked up her chopsticks in a huff and started eating, though the lingering redness at the base of her ears betrayed her inner turmoil. Just as the two ate in silence, the originally noisy clamor from the street downstairs suddenly changed tone, like cold water thrown into hot oil, exploding violently. A voice, sharpened by extreme excitement, pierced through all the clamor, clearly spreading across the entire street and reaching the attic. Victory report. Victory report from the Land of Stars. They won. The Land of Stars won. Sunagakure and Iwagakure were defeated. The main forces of both great ninja villages were completely wiped out. The Kazekage was captured, the Tsuchikage surrendered. Whoa! The entire town seemed ignited by this news. An even greater wave of sound erupted explosively. Exclamations, questions, and cries of ecstatic joy interwove, deafening. What? How is that possible? It's only been a few days. Sunagakure and Iwagakure, defeated at the same time. Is the news true? Who brought the news? It's absolutely true. It came from the Land of Stars side. The Land of Stars announced it publicly. Even the border checks have been relaxed. Oh my god. The Land of Stars is actually this strong. In the attic, Jiraiya's hand holding the chopsticks froze midair, the noodles in his mouth forgotten as he stared, his face filled with disbelief. He sharply turned his head to look at the boiling street outside the window, thinking to himself, you've got to be kidding me. Sunagakure's defeat is somewhat understandable, but Iwagakure? That old fox Inoki is no simple character, it's only been a few days. 7 days. Defeated twice in a row. This Land of Stars. His shock was beyond measure. This completely overturned his understanding of conventional ninja world's warfare. Even in the previous 3 great ninja wars, he had never seen a situation where a great nation's ninja village was defeated within days of the war starting. Unless they possessed absolute power like the first Hokage Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara back in the day, who could single-handedly oppose nations, how could they achieve such brilliant, even terrifying, results in such a short time? That Shura, and the hidden power of the Land of Stars. They're far more frightening than I had imagined. When he slightly regained his composure from the shock and turned to look at Ajisai across the table, he saw the girl had already put down her chopsticks at some point, her hands tightly covering her mouth, her shoulders trembling slightly. Large teardrops rolled uncontrollably from her yellow eyes, tracing paths down her smooth cheeks and dripping onto the table in front of her. It was no longer the feigned indifference, but the wild joy and relief of having narrowly escaped disaster. He's okay, thank goodness. She choked out, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, but filled with genuine emotion. At this moment, any verbal denial seemed pale and powerless. She wiped her tears haphazardly with the back of her hand, but they only came more. Finally, she looked up at Jiraiya, her eyes shining with eager anticipation. Jiraiya-sama. We can go now, right? To the land of stars, now, please. Seeing her tearful yet hopeful expression, Jiraiya felt a mix of emotions, wariness towards the land of stars' terrifying strength, but also a touch of relief for the girl. He took a deep breath and nodded, the teasing expression gone from his face, replaced by seriousness. Yeah, it seems there's no need to wait any longer. Pack up, we'll set off immediately. I also want to see with my own eyes what kind of place this land of stars is, that made Shisui and Hisashi choose to defect from Konoha, and that can defeat 2 great ninja villages in just 7 days. Chapter 335, Chapter 335 Inoki, The Yellow Flash. Outside Toriwari Mountain Castle, land of stars, land of earth border. The smoke of war had not yet completely dissipated. The air still carried the faint smell of blood and scorched earth. The originally desolate highland desert was now covered with temporarily erected tents and simple sheds, forming a massive camp. This was now the temporary dwelling for over 7,000 Iwagakure prisoners of war. Around the camp, at regular intervals, ninja in dark blue star ninjas uniforms patrolled or stood guard. Their expressions were solemn, their eyes sharp. The kunai guns in their hands gleamed with a cold light under the sun. Even though, due to the large number of Iwagakure's ninja, disarming them all was difficult and thus not forcibly enforced, an invisible, suffocating pressure enveloped the entire camp. This pressure didn't come only from the well-equipped, disciplined star ninja guards around them. Deeper down, it stemmed from the terrifying battle 2 days ago, and that sky-piercing, earth-shaking red giant that had easily crushed 2-tailed beasts and an army of 10,000. Hikari's complete body Susanoo. The scene of that apocalyptic destruction had long been etched into the soul of every surviving Iwagakure's ninja like a nightmare, completely shattering their will to fight. Now, when they saw the Uchiha clan's fan emblem on some star ninja, many Iwagakure's ninja would instinctively lower their heads, their bodies trembling slightly, as if the crimson pattern itself contained endless fear. Resistance. That thought had long since vanished from their minds. Being able to survive was already a stroke of luck. Inside the camp, the atmosphere was oppressive and gloomy. The moans of the wounded rose and fell, but more prevalent was a deathly, numb silence. Medical teams dispatched by the Land of Stars moved among the wounded, efficiently performing wound cleaning, bandaging, and administering medicine. The medicine they brought was remarkably effective, and their attitude was professional, showing no neglect despite the prisoner's status. This preferential treatment only made the feelings of some Iwagakure's ninja more complex. On the platform of the train station west of Toriwari Mountain Castle, the atmosphere was completely different from the prisoner of war camp in the distance, yet equally grave. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, the once powerful fence-sitter, who had dominated the ninja world, now seemed to have aged 20 years overnight. His short stature was wrapped in a Tsuchikage robe stained with dust, his face etched with exhaustion, defeat, and a deep-seated sense of powerlessness. His son, Kitsuchi, and the Jonin, Monga, Gari, and the others stood nearby, all bearing injuries of varying severity, their expressions solemn. Hikari stood opposite them, her posture straight, her long black hair gently swaying in the highland wind, her eyes calm and unreadable. Behind her stood Shisui, Izumi, Inabi, Natsuhi, and other high-ranking figures of the Land of Stars. Kitsuchi, Monga. Inoki's voice was hoarse and low, even carrying a slight tremor. I leave this place to you. Look after everyone, rest and heal properly, especially Rashi and Han, they are severely injured. Make sure to cooperate fully with the Star Ninja's medical team to treat them. He paused, his gaze sweeping over these subordinates who had followed him for many years, a flash of pain in his eyes. Everything, wait until I return from the Star City. Inoki's words carried the desolation of a hero at the end of his road. This trip to the Star City was not an equal diplomatic visit, but that of a defeated party going to accept the judgment of the victors. He had almost no bargaining chips left. Iwagakure's main force was crippled, the 2-tailed beasts Jinchuriki were severely injured, and the Land of Earth's national power had suffered an unprecedented heavy blow. He could almost predict what kind of harsh terms the Land of Stars would propose, even a reckoning with the Land of Earth's daimyo and noble class. Hikari's cool voice broke the heavy atmosphere. Shisui, Izumi, Natsuhi, proceed according to our military's established policy for treating prisoners of war. Ensure their basic survival needs, provide full medical treatment for the wounded. The negotiations will be concluded soon. Her gaze finally settled on Inoki, carrying a kind of aloof detachment. A bitter smile tugged at the corner of Inoki's mouth as he nodded. He understood that this so-called preferential treatment was entirely based on the pity born of the other side's absolute military power. As the train whistle sounded, the group boarded the train. The interior of the carriage was simple and sturdy, purely military in style. In stark contrast to the grim, silent Inoki and Otsutsuki, Kuratsuchi was quickly captivated by this mode of transport she had never experienced before. She curiously moved about the carriage, touching the smooth metal walls, then pressed her face against the large window, watching the rapidly receding desert scenery with wide, unblinking eyes, occasionally letting out small exclamations. "Grandpa. Grandpa. This iron box is so long. Does it really move by itself? Kuratsuchi. Mind your manners." Inoki couldn't help but scold, then turned to Hikari sitting calmly opposite them, forcing an awkward smile onto his face. "My apologies, the child is ignorant. Please don't mind her." Hikari glanced at the little girl full of curiosity about the massive military train. A rare hint of impatience didn't appear in her cold eyes, instead, she slightly shook her head. "It's fine. It's good for a child to be lively." Hearing this, Inoki couldn't help but scrutinize the girl before him again. Exquisite features, flawless skin that seemed one could blow on and break, clear and deep eyes, she looked every bit a girl of 15 or 16. Yet, within this seemingly slender body resided a terrifying power capable of overturning nations. Inoki ultimately couldn't suppress the immense doubt in his heart and tentatively asked, "Forgive my bluntness, but, are you truly not a descendant of Uchiha Madara?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Inoki felt the air around them subtly freeze. Hikari's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, a flash of displeasure in her eyes. Inoki's heart tightened, and he hurriedly added, "Please don't misunderstand. It's just hard to imagine that someone like Uchiha Madara could be your junior. After all, you look so young." Hearing the word young, the displeasure in Hikari's eyes faded slightly. She let out a light hum, carrying a kind of arrogance, and said indifferently, "I was active during the Warring States period, so naturally I am older than Uchiha Madara. About 300 years older, give or take." 300 years? Inoki gasped sharply, his eyes widening into perfect circles. Even Otsutsuki and the others nearby showed expressions of disbelief. A person over 300 years old, maintaining the appearance of a young girl. At this moment, Kuratsuchi, who had been pulled back by Otsutsuki, also heard this. Blinking her big eyes, she asked innocently, "Sister, do you have some secret to eternal youth? Can you teach me?" Being sweetly called sister by an innocent little girl seemed to improve Hikari's mood a bit more. The corner of her mouth lifted into a very faint arc. "Secret? Well, that's a secret." Accompanied by the long blast of the whistle, this special military train slowly started, speeding south along the railway that traversed the northern territory of the Land of Stars. Inside the carriage, Inoki and Otsutsuki sat on one side, their expressions grave, silent. The shadow of defeat and the uncertainty of the future weighed on their hearts like a massive rock. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi excitedly pressed her face against the windowpane, her small face glued to the glass, watching the scenery flash by with rapt attention. When the train passed through the treacherous mountain tunnels of the north and the view suddenly opened up, revealing a vast, boundless, and vibrant plain, Inoki's pupils abruptly contracted. This is the Yuga Plains." He stared out the window in disbelief. In his memory, this place used to be a large area of difficult-to-use swamps and floodplains, with poor soil and sparse population. But what met his eyes now were crisscrossing paths, endless golden rice fields, and neat farmland. What shocked him even more was that in the fields, some farmers were operating a kind of small metal machinery he had never seen before, emitting a faint glow, for farming, with extremely high efficiency. Such fertile land, such farming tools, no wonder the Land of Stars has such ample food supplies, even enough for large exports. Waves of shock surged in Inoki's heart. He finally understood that the Land of Stars' strength lay not only in its ninja but also in this subversive agricultural productivity and technology he couldn't comprehend. Transforming a marshy country into a 1,000-mile fertile land, the technology and organizational capability this represented frightened and made him feel powerless far more than a few battle victories. The train continued south. The scenery outside the window grew more and more prosperous. Towns and villages dotted the landscape, roads were wide, and traffic flowed incessantly, presenting a scene of thriving activity, a world of difference compared to the barren highlands of the Land of Earth. Inoki looked out the window, silent for a long time, before finally letting out a deep sigh and saying to Hikari sitting opposite him, "I have nothing to say about this defeat. I only hope that upon arriving at the Star City, Shirosama can grant me, and the Land of Earth, a little bit of final dignity." Hikari heard this, glanced at him, and replied in a flat tone, "Shirosama has more important matters to attend to and is not in the Star City at the moment." Not in the Star City? Inoki was taken aback, even more puzzled. What could be more important than defeating two great nations, reaping the fruits of victory, and deciding the post-war structure? Then Who would preside over these negotiations that determined the fate of the land of Earth? With mind full of questions and a heavy heart, the train finally slowly pulled into the magnificent central train station of the Star City. On the platform, officials and ninjas of the Land of Stars were already lined up, waiting. The train doors opened. Anoki took a deep breath, straightened his robe, struggling to maintain the last vestiges of a Kage's dignity, and followed behind Hikari as he stepped off the train. Otsutsuki and the others followed behind him. Anoki's gaze swept over the crowd on the platform, finally settling on the figure at the head. Short, golden hair shone brilliantly under the station lights. His handsome face bore a gentle yet authoritative smile. In that instant, Anoki was as if struck by a thunderbolt. His entire body stiffened on the spot, his eyes widened like copper bells, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, his face filled with extreme shock, bewilderment, and incomprehensible horror. Anoki instinctively took a step back, stretched out a trembling finger, and let out a nearly distorted cry of astonishment. Namikaze Minato. Chapter 336, Chapter 336 The Land of Earth's Defeat Treaty. The air on the platform of the Star City train station seemed to freeze. Anoki stared fixedly at the face that should have long since passed away, his mind a complete blank. Decades of experience and composure vanished in an instant. Even when facing Hikari's terrifying Susanoo, he had not been as discomposed as he was now. Namikaze Minato. How are you alive? The exclamation escaped his lips, filled with incomprehensible horror. Kuratsuchi, beside him, was startled by her grandfather's reaction. She tugged on Anoki's sleeve curiously and asked in a small voice, "Grandpa, what's wrong? Who is that golden-haired big brother? He's quite handsome." Otsutsuki was also in a state of extreme shock. Although he hadn't participated in the Third Great Ninja War, he had grown up hearing the elders, especially his senior Kitsuchi, talk about the terror of the Yellow Flash. He bent down and whispered to Kuratsuchi in a trembling voice, "Kuratsuchi, that is Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, the legendary ninja known as the Yellow Flash during the Third Great Ninja War. But, he should have sacrificed himself to protect the village during the Nine-Tails attack 8 years ago." Kuratsuchi didn't quite understand, blinking her big eyes, even more confused. "A Kage from Konoha? Why is he here?" Minato's face showed his usual gentle smile, but behind that smile was a stillness belonging to the deceased. He first nodded to Hikari, who had stepped off the train. "Hikari, thank you for your hard work." Hikari gave a slight nod in response, then stood to the side, crossing her arms, resuming her cold, observant posture. Minato then turned to the still petrified Anoki, proactively extending his hand. The skin of his palm was an unnatural grayish-white, with fine, crack-like marks resembling cracked porcelain. "It's been a long time, third Tsuchikage-sama. However, there is no fourth Hokage here, only a lingering soul of the deceased." Anoki's cloudy old eyes stared fixedly at Minato's eyes, which had lost their brilliant blue shine and turned dull, and at the clear cracks on his face, neck, and arms. He could clearly feel the cold, deathly aura emanating from the other party, completely different from the vibrant energy of a living person. Anoki took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and extended a slightly trembling hand to grasp the other's icy cold hand. The sensation was like holding a piece of ice. "A lingering soul, heh?" Anoki's voice was dry, carrying a hint of self-mockery. "It seems Shura's ambition and methods are far more astonishing than I imagined. To have even mastered a forbidden jutsu that allows the dead to return to life, no, to reappear in the world and be used by him." In an instant, he thought of many things. Minato's appearance represented not just a powerful combatant, but also that the Land of Stars possessed some terrifying power that touched the boundary between life and death. This was a subversive impact on the entire ninja world's order and ethics. At this moment, Kanon, standing beside Minato, stepped forward, her expression serious yet not discourteous. "Third Tsuchikage-sama, you must be tired from your journey. The post-war negotiations will be presided over entirely by Minato-sama. Please come with us. I hope your side is prepared accordingly." Her words were polite, but the meaning was unequivocal. Anoki nodded with a heavy expression. He certainly understood what prepared meant. In these negotiations where they were at an absolute disadvantage, Iwagakure, and indeed the entire land of Earth, had no bargaining chips whatsoever. He even sadly realized that these negotiations directly excluded the land of Earth's daimyo and noble class. The Land of Stars' target was probably far beyond just making Iwagakure submit. The group silently boarded a black car waiting outside the station. This small vehicle powered by a chakra core once again struck Anoki and Otsutsuki as novel. Sitting on the soft back seat, Kuratsuchi looked around curiously, unable to resist muttering softly, so comfortable. Does this thing also use chakra?" Anoki, however, had no mood to pay attention to the comfort of the seats. His gaze was firmly captured by the scenery flying past outside the window. The wide, smooth streets were bustling with traffic. On both sides stood rows of towering buildings, their glass curtain walls reflecting dazzling light under the sun. Pedestrians were neatly dressed, their expressions hurried, but they carried a kind of vitality focused on their own affairs that he had never seen on the faces of the land of Earth's common people. The entire city was filled with vigorous vitality and a sense of efficient order, completely different from any great nation's capital in his impression. The more he looked, the more his heart sank. This was not just military strength, but a comprehensive, deeply rooted societal superiority. For Iwagakure, and even the land of Earth, to be enemies with such an opponent and be defeated so thoroughly did not seem accidental. The motorcade soon arrived at the Land of Stars Administrative Center, a magnificent and highly modern building. In the long corridor leading to the conference room, Inoki finally couldn't hold back and broke the silence, asking Minato walking beside him, "Fourth, no, Minato-sama, please allow me to address you as such for now. I wish to know, how will your country deal with the land of Wind and Sunagakure?" After surrendering, through scattered information, he had already learned that Sunagakure's main force had also been completely wiped out, and the 4th Kazekage had been severely injured and captured. He understood very clearly that as the side that started the war, Sunagakure's situation would only be worse than Iwagakure's. Minato did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at Kanon beside him and nodded to her. Understanding his meaning, Kanon stated in a clear and steady tone, "Hyuga Hisashi-sama's troops completely took control of Sunagakure yesterday. The main cities and transportation hubs within the Land of Wind are also being taken over by our forces. Our administrative personnel have entered with the army and have begun the transition of local governance. As for the Land of Wind's daimyo and his core nobles, after the news of our frontline victory came back, they fled in panic to the Land of Fire under the protection of Konoha's ninja. From this day forward, there will no longer be a Land of Wind in the ninja world." Her voice was not loud, but it struck Inoki's heart like a heavy hammer. The Land of Wind, which had existed for hundreds of years, and Sunagakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages, had actually been completely wiped out in just these few short days. This lightning-fast speed of annexation. As if seeing the shock and fear in Inoki's heart, Minato spoke up in a timely manner, his tone still calm. "However, the situation with the Land of Earth is different, 3rd Tsukuyomi-sama, you can rest assured for now. The Land of Stars currently has no intention of fully annexing the Land of Earth." Inoki sharply looked up, a flash of surprise and doubt in his eyes. Minato's words were not empty. This was the result of the final discussion Menma had with Minato, Hikari, Kanon, and others via the chakra network when the war ended. Annexing the Land of Wind, with its population of over 10 million and vast territory, had already utilized most of the administrative talent reserves the Land of Stars had accumulated over the years. The subsequent social transformation, ideological integration, and economic development would require the investment of massive resources and energy. Especially for the Land of Wind's environment, Menma planned to use extensive afforestation and terrain modification to connect the oases in the desert, forming oasis corridors, and then gradually transform the desert, curbing desertification. This project would be enormous and would take years, even decades. Meanwhile, the Land of Earth's population was estimated to be over 30 million, with an even larger and more complex territory. Given the Land of Stars' current foundation, forcibly annexing 2 great nations simultaneously would be like a snake trying to swallow an elephant, extremely likely to cause indigestion, even triggering internal turmoil and the covetous eyes of the external Land of Fire and Land of Lightning. Therefore, Menma proposed a more long-term strategy, implement a gradual digestion of the Land of Earth. First, through the treaty, annex 5 border provinces in the eastern part of the Land of Earth adjacent to the Land of Stars. This amounted to roughly a quarter of the Land of Earth's territory and a fifth of its population. Although the resources in this area weren't particularly rich, its strategic location was important and relatively easy to control. Second, force the Land of Earth as a whole to become a vassal state of the Land of Stars, with Iwagakure downgraded to a military subordinate of the Land of Stars. In the following period, the Land of Stars would concentrate its efforts on digesting the newly acquired Land of Wind's territory and these 5 border provinces. Simultaneously, it would infiltrate the ideological system of the Will of the Star into the Land of Earth through various channels, supporting grassroots forces, with the ultimate goal of promoting a bottom-up social revolution within the Land of Earth. The Land of Earth would become the first large-scale testing ground for the export of the Land of Stars ideals. Soon, both sides were seated in the spacious and solemn conference room. At the negotiating table, Minato, representing the Land of Stars, directly pushed a pre-drafted treaty text towards Inoki. Inoki took a deep breath, picked up the document, and merely skimmed the first few clauses before fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The treaty consisted of 19 articles. Its harshness and extensive scope far exceeded his imagination. The Land of Earth cedes the 5 eastern provinces of Rinsen, Sekizan, Hotari, Kokugan, and Akatsuka to the Land of Stars. The Land of Earth and its ninja village, Iwagakure, acknowledge the suzerainty of the Land of Stars, becoming a vassal state and vassal ninja village of the Land of Stars. The Land of Earth must pay a huge war indemnity to the Land of Stars, to be paid in installments over 20 years. For the main mineral resources, which included but not limited to chakra-conductive metals, rare minerals, etc., already discovered or to be discovered within the Land of Earth's territory, the Land of Stars has priority exploration and mining rights. The Land of Earth must provide convenience. The Land of Stars has the right to build and operate railways and ancillary facilities throughout the entire territory of the Land of Earth. The Land of Earth must provide land and ensure security. The Land of Earth must fully open its market to the Land of Stars. Goods from the Land of Stars enjoy most favored nation treatment. Tariffs shall be set through negotiation between the two parties. The Land of Stars Ministry of Education has the freedom to disseminate its approved ideologies and culture within the Land of Earth's territory, the right of propagation, and the Land of Earth shall not interfere. The Land of Stars has the right to station a permanent military advisory group in Iwagakure to provide guidance and reform for Iwagakure's organization, training, and combat philosophy, making it more militarized and standardized. The key departments of the Land of Earth central and local governments, like administrative, financial, judicial, military, must employ advisors assigned or approved by the Land of Stars. Major decisions require the consent of the advisors. When Iwagakure mobilizes a ninja force of more than 10 people for a mission, whether inside or outside the territory, it must report in advance to the Land of Stars advisory group stationed in Iwagakure and obtain approval. Chapter 337. Chapter 337. This is not a discussion, but notification. Article by article, clause by clause, they were like heavy shackles, not only locking down the Land of Earth's territory and wealth but also its political, economic, military, and even ideological and cultural autonomy. Signing this treaty would leave the Land of Earth and Iwagakure with only a nominally independent shell, essentially completely reduced to a vassal of the Land of Stars, with even the most basic right to self-defense firmly held in the hands of the Land of Stars. Inoki's hand began to tremble uncontrollably. The writing on the document became blurry in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at Minato, who had a calm expression, and the star ninja behind him. His voice was hoarse as he spoke. Minato-sama, these conditions, aren't they too? Minato met his gaze, his lifeless eyes serious. He slowly spoke, his voice echoing in the silent conference room. Third Tsukuyomi-sama, this is not a discussion, but a notification. The defeated have no right to choose. I believe you understand. As Minato's words fell, the atmosphere in the top-floor conference room of the administrative center became so heavy it was almost palpable. The third Tsukuyomi picked up the pen with a slight tremble. The lightweight brush now felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Looking at the densely packed clauses on the paper before him, like venomous snakes coiling around the lifelines of the Land of Earth and Iwagakure, Inoki's Adam's apple bobbed, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. Minato watched Inoki calmly. Kanen's expression was indifferent. Hikari had activated her 3-tomo Sharingan, her cold, arrogant gaze seeming to warn the other party. Finally, Inoki let out a deep, near-despairing sigh. The tip of the pen ultimately landed on the paper, signing the treaty that would completely alter the fate of the Land of Earth. Meanwhile, in a relatively quiet residential area of the Star City, inside a spacious, bright apartment, the scene was completely different. Sir, look, the war is over, prices are falling, and we're paying 6 months' rent up front. Can we negotiate this price a bit? Shizun, holding the pink pig Taunton, negotiated with the landlord in a gentle yet firm tone. The landlord was a kind-faced middle-aged man. He looked at the thick stack of bills Shizun had placed on the table, then at the reliable-looking young woman before him, who seemed to be a ninja, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. All right, considering you're renting long-term, we'll go with the number you said. But you'll have to pay the electricity bill separately. Naturally, thank you, sir. Shizun breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on her face. Saving money was always good, especially since their expenses were not small. After seeing the landlord out, Shizun returned inside and began busily preparing lunch. Taunton also helped with a series of poo, nudging some lighter bags of ingredients with its nose, seeming very intelligent. Sunlight streamed through the clean glass window into the living room, making the room warm and bright. By the time the sun was directly overhead, a sumptuous lunch was already laid out on the living room table, its aroma filling the air. Shizun wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and walked to the master bedroom door, knocking gently. Tsunade-sama, it's time to get up. Lunch is ready. A muffled grumble and the sound of blankets shifting came from the room. After a while, the bedroom door was pulled open. Tsunade, her blonde hair somewhat disheveled, walked out, bleary-eyed. She was still wearing a loose nightgown, her face bearing the lethargy and irritability of a hangover. She walked dazedly into the bathroom, completely not minding the exposure caused by her loose nightgown. She splashed cold water on her face a few times, finally dispelling some of the sleepiness. Sitting down at the dining table, she picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a piece of golden brown fried pork cutlet, and while chewing, complained discontentedly, "TCH, this Land of Stars is good in every way, except for this ban on gambling. It's so annoying. It makes my fingers itch unbearably." Even holding chopsticks feels like my fingers are itching to play a few hands. Shizen sighed helplessly, serving her a bowl of miso soup, and tentatively asked, Tsunade-sama, how about I play a few hands of cards with you later? Hearing this, Tsunade glanced at her sideways, let out a light hum, her tone carrying a bit of sarcasm. Play cards? With the little pocket money you have, how many hands is that enough for? What, are you planning to lose all the savings you've scraped together over the years to me in one go? Shizen looked down sheepishly, muttering in a voice almost only she could hear, Anyway, you're just going to lose it all in the end, might as well lose it to me. What did you say? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Nothing. Nothing at all. Shizen quickly waved her hands, hastily changing the subject. By the way, Tsunade-sama, since the Land of Stars bans gambling, why did you still have me rent the place for 6 months straight? The housing prices in the Star City are quite a bit more expensive than anywhere we've stayed before. Tsunade put down her bowl, picked up the sake bottle on the table, and poured herself a small cup. A complex light flashed in her eyes. She took a sip of sake and said slowly, there's a reason for the high price. This country, it's very interesting. Don't you think so? I always feel that something we've never seen before is happening here. Staying a bit longer, we might see more interesting things. Thinking of the Edo Tensei Minato and Kushina, and the Uzumaki clan, Hyuga clan's branch family, even the entire Uchiha clan gathered on one street, an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. What she didn't say explicitly was that Shura, and the power gathered around him and the ideals he displayed, had subtly touched something deep within her that had long been dormant. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she had witnessed how her grandfather's grand ideal of pacifying the ninja world became empty talk, and had seen how Konoha gradually deviated from its original purpose amidst power and strife. The Land of Stars, this newly risen nation, seemed to be walking a completely different path, which aroused in her a strong curiosity, even a trace of anticipation she herself was unwilling to admit. Shizen nodded, somewhat understanding. Then she said, by the way, Tsunade-sama, when I went out to buy groceries this morning, I heard the news that the war is over. Sunagakure and Iwagakure were defeated. Hearing this, Tsunade's hand holding the cup paused slightly. She didn't show much surprise. Having witnessed Shura easily defeat the Sunagakure's elites led by Raza, and seen the two-tailed beasts in the Sea of Death, she never doubted the Land of Stars could win this war. But over so quickly. Tsunade put down her cup, frowning slightly. If I remember correctly, Sunagakure officially declared war just 7 days ago, right? It's finished already. Shizen nodded affirmatively, a tone of disbelief also in her voice. Yes, the news is spreading everywhere. I heard Sunagakure's elder Chiyo died in battle, the 4th Kazekage was captured, and Sunagakure's main force was almost completely wiped out. Chiyo, dead. Tsunade's orange pupils contracted slightly. As a long-time rival who had experienced the Second Great Ninja War, she knew all too well how troublesome that old woman was. Her exquisite puppet techniques and insidious poison use had once caused huge casualties for Konoha's ninjas. Such a legendary figure active in the ninja world for decades had actually fallen in this lightning-fast war. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly stood up, not even caring about the unfinished lunch, and said to Shizen, let's go, we're going to the Uzumaki residence. Now. Shizen looked at the table full of dishes, somewhat hesitant. Yes, now. Tsunade's tone was decisive. She had already picked up her green robe with the gamble character on it hanging on the back of the chair and put it on. We'll clean up the dishes when we get back. Seeing Tsunade's firm attitude, Shizen had to quickly pick up Taunton and trot after Tsunade, who was already heading for the door. The two left the apartment, passed through the increasingly prosperous streets, and arrived at a quiet residential area on the east bank of the Yuga River. This was the core residential area allocated by the Land of Stars to the various ninja clans, with relatively strict security. At the entrance, 2-star ninja in dark blue uniforms were on duty. Seeing Tsunade and Shizen approach, one of the star ninja stepped forward and politely stopped them. You two, please show your pass or identification. Shizen quickly took out the temporary pass that Kushina had procured for them from her small bag and handed it over. The star ninja carefully checked it, stood at attention, saluted them with a standard star ninja's military salute, and stepped aside. The procedures are correct, please proceed. Tsunade, carrying her ever-present gourd, took a sip as she walked. Every time she saw this kind of disciplined, strictly obedient style of the star ninja, she felt an indescribable sense of incongruity and curiosity. It completely overturned her perception of the ninja profession. How did the kid Shura manage to train these ninja, who are accustomed to freedom and laxity and focused on missions, to be so disciplined? Entering the clan district, compared to their last visit, this place seemed even more prosperous and lively. The streets were clean, children played in open spaces, the emblems of some ninja clans were clearly visible on the houses, and the atmosphere was one of peace and tranquility. Soon, they arrived outside the Uzumaki residence. It was a Japanese-style building with an independent courtyard. The main gate was wide open, allowing a clear view of the situation inside the yard. In the courtyard, a figure with striking red short hair and the character for love on his forehead was quietly crouching in front of the engawa, looking eagerly at a black-haired woman sitting on the engawa. The woman was side-on to the gate, her head lowered, carefully sewing up a somewhat worn-out small teddy bear with a needle and thread. Sunlight spilled over her smooth, black hair, outlining a gentle and serene profile. It's just the thread on the arm coming loose. It'll be fixed soon. Gaara, do you want to go watch TV for a while? The woman said in a gentle voice. Gaara shook his head, his small hands nervously clutching the hem of his clothes, his voice soft but clear. Thank you, Mikoto Obasan. I'll wait here. His emerald green pupils were filled with cherishment for the teddy bear, as well as reliance and trust towards the woman before him. Outside the gate, Tsunade looked at the black-haired woman's back, feeling it was somewhat familiar, but couldn't place it for a moment. Just then, Shizen beside her let out a surprised low exclamation. Eh? Isn't that Mikoto-sama? Mikoto. Tsunade was momentarily stunned, then a light bulb went off in her head, and a name escaped her lips. Uchiha Mikoto. Chapter 338, Chapter 338 Establishing a Gambling City Concession, Dark Nine-Tails Evolution. Tsunade and Shizen stood at the gate, their gazes complex as they watched the scene in the courtyard. Mikoto and Gaara also noticed the movement at the entrance and looked up simultaneously. A flicker of timidity passed through Gaara's large eyes with dark circles. He instinctively and agilely jumped onto the engawa, hiding behind Mikoto, his small hands tightly clutching the hem of Mikoto's kimono, only half his head peeking out to secretly observe the unfamiliar visitors. After recognizing the visitors, a gentle smile appeared on Mikoto's face. She put down the needle and thread in her hands, gently patted the back of Gaara's hand to reassure him, then stood up and gave a slight nod to Tsunade and Shizen. Tsunade-sama, Shizen-san, are you here to see Kushina and Minato? They are busy with government affairs today and haven't returned yet. If you don't mind, please come in and wait for a while. Her voice was soft and pleasant, her demeanor composed, as if she were merely receiving ordinary visitors. Tsunade took a deep breath and strode in. Shizen hurriedly followed with Tonton in her arms, not forgetting to bow politely. Pardon the intrusion, Mikoto-sama. Upon entering the courtyard, a fresh scent of grass and trees greeted them. Tsunade looked around, her gaze finally settling on Mikoto and the red-haired little boy behind her. Her tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed as numerous clues and guesses flashed through her mind in an instant. As I thought. Tsunade thought to herself. Kushina and Minato were probably involved in the Uchiha's plan long ago. They might have even orchestrated that defection and took the opportunity to save Mikoto. Thinking of this, an indescribable anger and disappointment welled up in her heart, directed at Hiruzen, far away in Konoha. The intelligence Shizen brought back from Konoha clearly stated that Konoha officially recognized Fugaku and his wife as tragically deceased. Just how much truth had the old man hidden? To what desperate straits had the Uchiha clan been pushed to choose a whole clan defection, even joining forces with a new power like the Land of Stars? Even a ninja as loyal to the village as Uchiha Shursue had chosen to leave. What exactly had the Konoha's higher-ups done? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Tsunade walked up to Mikoto. Looking at the other's calm face, 1,000 words ultimately turned into a complex sigh. I never thought I'd see you here, Mikoto. Mikoto met her gaze, a trace of sorrow flashing in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She gave a slight bow. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Originally, I should have gone with Fugaku. But Kushina said many things to me. She hoped I could see the children grow up. Her voice was soft, yet it carried a sense of release and determination born from having experienced life and death. As I suspected. Tsunade nodded, her gaze turning to the red-haired boy who was still hiding behind Mikoto, looking at her with a mix of curiosity and wariness. Tsunade had seen this child before. As after Shura's battle with the One-Tail, he had brought this child back and said he was the One-Tail's Jinchuriki. She couldn't help but ask, are you taking care of this child now? Mikoto turned slightly, gently stroking Gaara's head as she introduced him. His name is Gaara. He is the Jinchuriki of the One-Tailed Shikaku, and also the youngest son of the 4th Kazekage, Raza, of Sunagakure. The 4th Kazekage's son. Shizen repeated subconsciously, not quite processing it at first. She had only known this little one was the One-Tail's Jinchuriki before. But when she heard the latter part, her pupils abruptly contracted. Her arms holding Tonton unconsciously tightened, making the little pig let out protesting poo. She exclaimed in a startled voice, the 4th Kazekage turned his own son into a Jinchuriki. Tsunade's face also instantly darkened, her eyes becoming sharp. Jinchuriki. She repeated in a low voice, her mind involuntarily recalling Naruto within Konoha village, the child who had also become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki right after birth. According to news Shizun brought back from Konoha from her frequent trips to the village, she knew that child did not have a good life in the village. Malicious rumors like Nine-Tailed Demon Fox reincarnation and killed the fourth Hokage never ceased. And Tsunade knew very well who was behind fanning the flames. She just couldn't understand why Hiruzen would stand by and do nothing, even adopting an almost indulgent attitude, allowing the rumors to spread. Suppressing the irritation in her heart, she looked at Mikoto, her tone carrying inquiry. "So, you're taking care of him now?" A gentle smile appeared on Mikoto's face as she explained, "Yes. Recently, Minato has been presiding over the overall situation of the Land of Stars, and Kushina is also busy coordinating war logistics and training reserve ninja, especially the sealing team. They're both tied up. So I often come over to help look after Gaara." Just as she finished speaking, the courtyard gate creaked open, and a slightly tired but still energetic red-haired figure walked in. "I'm back. I'm exhausted today," Kushina complained while rubbing her shoulders. When she saw Tsunade and Shizun in the yard, a surprised smile immediately appeared on her face. "Ah. Tsunade-sama. Shizun. What brings you here? Please, come in, come in. Don't just stand in the yard." "Kushina-sama, pardon the intrusion." Shizun hurriedly bowed in greeting again. "Kushina-obasan." Gaara also greeted in a small voice, seeming more familiar and closer to this red-haired aunt. "Hey. Gaara is so well-behaved." Kushina laughed and ruffled Gaara's hair. The group moved from the courtyard to the spacious, bright living room. Mikoto handed the mended teddy bear to Gaara. The little one took the bear, a pure, age-appropriate smile appearing on his face as he hugged the bear tightly and whispered, "Thank you, Mikoto-obasan." Watching Gaara's well-behaved appearance, a trace of longing flashed in Mikoto's eyes. She wondered how Sasuke, far away in Konoha, was doing now. Kushina deftly washed a plate of fruit and brought it over, then looked teasingly at the bored-looking Tsunade and asked with a mischievous smile, "So, how is it, Tsunade-sama? After spending these days in our healthy and uplifting Star City, do you feel especially quiet, especially health-preserving?" She deliberately emphasized the words healthy and uplifting and quiet and health-preserving, clearly having long anticipated that Tsunade, a gambling addict, would be suffering. Tsunade shot her an annoyed glance, picked up an apple, and took a fierce bite, complaining, "Humph. The Land of Stars is good in every way, except for this gambling ban. It's practically anti-human. If this continues, my hands are going to waste." Hearing this, Kushina laughed even more heartily. After the joking, Tsunade's expression turned serious as she got to the main point. "I came here mainly to ask about the specific situation of the Western War. I heard Sunagakure and Iwagakure were both defeated. And, it only took 7 days." Even with mental preparation, the speed still made it hard for her to believe. Kushina also stopped smiling and nodded. "Yes, it's not a secret anymore. An official announcement should be made in a few days." She organized her thoughts and briefly explained, regarding Sunagakure, their main force was completely routed by us at Shisansen Oasis. Elder Chiyo died in battle, and the fourth Kazekage was severely injured and captured. Our forces have occupied Sunagakure and are gradually taking over the entire Land of Wind. The former Land of Wind's daimyo and some of his close associates, after the news of the defeat came back, fled to the Land of Fire under the protection of ninjas sent by Konoha. She paused, then continued, "As for Iwagakure, the third Tsuchikage personally led an army of over 10,000 to attack our eastern border. But outside Toriwari Mountain Castle, Uchiha Hikari single-handedly routed them. Anoki himself has surrendered and is currently in the Star City, where Minato is responsible for post-war negotiations with him." Even though they had heard the rumors, hearing these facts confirmed firsthand from Kushina still left Tsunade and Shizun shocked. Destroying a country in 7 days, Uchiha Hikari holding off an army of 10,000 alone. She had thought Shura's power was terrifying enough, but there was also Hikari, who single-handedly crushed 10,000 Iwagakure's ninjas. Tsunade felt Hikari was probably even more terrifying than Madara back in the day. The strength displayed by the Land of Stars had surpassed that of the 5 great nations. "I'm afraid even Konoha couldn't." Tsunade lightly tapped the table with her fingertips and asked the most crucial question, "So, how do you plan to deal with the Land of Wind and Sunagakure? And the Land of Earth and Iwagakure?" Just then, a gentle yet clear voice came from the doorway connecting the living room to the Engawa. "Regarding that, the preliminary plan is, the Land of Wind will be formally annexed by our country, and its territory will be established as new administrative divisions. As for the Land of Earth and Iwagakure, given their scale and actual circumstances, they will be reduced to our country's vassal state and vassal ninja village." Everyone turned to look and saw Minato standing on the Engawa, a faint smile on his face. "Minato-Ajizan." Gaara greeted obediently. Minato walked into the living room, gently patted Gaara's head, and naturally sat down beside Kushina. Annexing the land of wind, vassal state for the land of earth. Tsunade murmured, her expression grave. Annexing the land of wind meant the land of stars would officially replace it as one of the 5 great nations, and it was a newly emerged great nation with terrifying military strength. Making the land of earth a vassal state was an even more sophisticated and far-reaching strategy. It was far more complex and effective than direct occupation. It could avoid huge governance costs, social unrest, and direct intervention from the land of fire and land of lightning, while simultaneously gradually and thoroughly assimilating it through economic, political, cultural, and other forms of infiltration. The ambition and methods of the land of stars made her heart shudder. Minato continued, additionally, according to the treaty just signed with the Otsutsuki, the land of earth has ceded 5 eastern border provinces. We plan to lease the coastal city of Aomori on the land of Earth's new border to establish a special economic zone, focusing on developing the gambling and entertainment industry. Gambling industry. A casino city. Tsunade was taken aback, looking at Minato in confusion. Didn't the land of stars explicitly ban gambling? Minato calmly explained, blocking is not as good as dredging. An absolute ban will only give rise to underground black markets, bringing greater public security risks and social problems. So our strategy is to restrict activities like gambling to specific, controllable areas. By issuing special operating licenses, establishing strict industry regulations, levying high taxes, and implementing effective supervision, we bring it under regularized management. At the same time, locating this casino city within the land of Earth's territory also helps attract capital flow from the land of Earth and even the entire continent, boost local economic development, and subtly spread our country's management concepts and lifestyle. Tsunade listened quietly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes. She had heard about the successful case of the land of stars establishing an economic zone port in the northern Snow province. Because of its special business environment and commercial tax rates, it attracted a large number of foreign merchants to venture there, making trade extremely prosperous. Minato's words sounded reasonable, but her sharp political sense of smell made her detect a deeper intention. She looked directly at Minato and got straight to the point, placing this casino city within the land of Earth's territory, rather than in the ceded land that is legally yours. Your real purpose probably isn't just making money and regulated management, is it? Do you want to use it as a forward base to do something to the land of Earth? Minato and Kushina exchanged a glance, a smile of appreciation appearing on his face. As expected, we can't hide it from you. But please rest assured, our goal is not aggression or destruction. Rather, we hope that through economic cooperation and cultural exchange, we can more smoothly introduce the land of stars' ideals of pursuing fairness, justice, and development into the land of Earth. At the same time, this city with special legal status can also, when necessary, provide a relatively safe refuge for those who suffer unjust persecution within the land of Earth. His words were gentle, yet they revealed a grand strategic concept of using soft power to overcome hard power, changing a country from within. Tsunade was silent for a moment, not pursuing the details further. She understood that this inevitably involved the land of stars' deeper, long-term layout regarding social change in the ninja world. Meanwhile, deep within the sea of death inside the land of wind, Menma, sitting cross-legged at the highest point of the Sand City ruins, slowly opened his eyes. In the distance, the colossal Ten-Tails was already on its last breath, like a candle in the wind. Its last trace of origin chakra was being frantically devoured by the dark red Nine-Tails. At this moment, Kokyu's size hadn't increased much, but the chakra emanating from its body had undergone a qualitative change. The dark red chakra churned like boiling magma. Behind her, next to her original 9 tails, a 10th tail had clearly condensed. Roar. Kokyu threw her head back and let out a world-shaking roar. Where the sound wave passed, countless sand and dust flew up. It had successfully absorbed the Ten-Tails' entire origin and completed its ultimate evolution. Menma felt the vast chakra, almost overflowing, tightly connected to Kokyu within his body, and frowned slightly. Even with his Uzumaki clan's robust physique, he now felt a sense of distension and pressure. Kyuchan's chakra amount and quality have already surpassed the scope of ordinary tailed beasts, reaching the level of the Ten-Tails. My body is starting to have some difficulty fully containing it. Menma understood clearly, pondering to himself. I must complete the fusion of Hashirama's cells as soon as possible, fully develop the sage body, and then advance the fusion with Kyuchan to the final stage. Only then can I bear this power and truly step into that legendary level, the 6 paths level. Chapter 339, Chapter 339 Heroes and Suspicions. Konoha Village, Main Gate. A weary, somewhat bedraggled procession slowly passed through the massive wooden gate. The core of the procession was not Konoha's ninjas, but a luxuriously decorated, 4-horse-drawn noble carriage. Surrounding the carriage, Konoha's ninjas in green flak jackets and Roots ninjas in tight-fitting outfits with animal masks were mixed together, forming a tight protective circle, but the atmosphere was unusually oppressive and low. The carriage curtain was abruptly pulled aside, revealing the sharp, angular face of a middle-aged man, distorted with anger and anxiety. He wore the ornate robes symbolizing the land of Wind's daimyo, but the robes were now stained with dust, and his hair was disheveled. This was the fleeing land of Wind's daimyo, Masaki Sato. He chattered incessantly at the mounted guard outside the window, his voice sharp and grating. Worthless. All worthless. I spend so much gold, silver, and grain every year to support tens of thousands of mouths in Sunagakure, 2,000 ninjas. And the result? Not even 7 days. They couldn't hold out for 7 days. They were completely wiped out by that land of stars that came out of nowhere. That idiot Raza. And that old hag Chiyo. They've utterly disgraced the 5 great nations. His complaints had not ceased throughout the journey. Since entering the land of fire and confirming their safety, this pampered daimyo seemed to have transformed all his fear and post-traumatic stress into endless, chattering anger and blame, thoroughly annoying the Konoha's ninjas assigned to guard him, who had no choice but to bear it. Walking alongside the carriage were 2 men. One was Shimura Danzo, leaning on his cane, his single eye slightly narrowed, expressionless as if he didn't hear the daimyo's complaints. But the sinister, cold aura he exuded made those near him uncomfortable. The other was the masked Hatake Kakashi. The one visible eye looked listless, but upon closer inspection, one could detect deep fatigue and helplessness hidden within. At the rear of the procession, Guy sidled up to Kakashi and spoke in a low voice, an unusual look of annoyance on his face. Kakashi, just how long is this daimyo-sama going to keep complaining? The whole way, he's either complaining about the poor accommodations, the food not suiting his taste, or even demanding we find him hot springs to bathe in. We're on a protection mission, not a sightseeing tour serving a noble lord. Nearby, Tenzo, wearing his umbu mask, vigilantly scanned the surroundings. His team and Danzo's roots ninjas appeared to be jointly guarding, but in reality, they were distinct, maintaining a subtle distance and wariness between them. Danzo seemed deaf to the daimyo's words, even occasionally turning his head to placate Sato inside the carriage. Daimyo-sama, please calm your anger. The journey has been tiring, and preserving your health is most important. Once we reach Konoha village, everything will improve. His tone was flat, lacking sincerity, more like completing a necessary procedure. Danzo's heart was cold. This daimyo, who had lost his country and army, his greatest value now was probably the gold, silver, and valuables he carried with him. But in a panicked flight, how much could he have taken? Within a few years, with his resources depleted and his tax revenue gone, the land of fire's daimyo and greedy nobles would have plenty of ways to squeeze this down-and-out relative dry. Finally, the procession arrived at the luxury guest house arranged for the land of Wind's daimyo's party. Sato was helped down from the carriage by his servants, still cursing, declaring he would immediately go to see the land of fire's daimyo to demand Konoha send its most elite forces to utterly exterminate those damned star ninja and reclaim my land. Danzo watched him enter the guest house expressionlessly before slowly turning to Kakashi. Captain Kakashi, accompany me to the Hokage's office to report on the mission. This operation needs to be explained in detail to the third Hokage. Kakashi nodded. Yes, Danzo-sama. He turned and gave orders to his subordinates. Tenzo, lead the Umbu team to assist with the guest house's security, ensuring the safety of the land of Wind's daimyo's party. Guy, lead the other team members to escort the wounded to the hospital for proper treatment. Yes. Yamato and Guy responded in unison, the latter giving a thumbs up and flashing a gleaming white-toothed smile. Leave it to me. This support mission could be described as a complete failure. When they urgently rushed to the land of Wind's Sunagakure, they received the devastating news that Sunagakure's main force was completely wiped out and the Kazekage captured. Following that came the Star Ninja Army that had invaded Sunagakure. Facing the land of stars surging, unstoppable ninja army, Danzo and Kakashi were powerless to turn the tide. They could only decisively choose to retreat and, during their withdrawal from the land of Wind, rescue the fleeing land of Wind's daimyo and some of his family and close associates, escorting them back to Konoha. Personnel losses weren't severe, but morale suffered a heavy blow. Inside the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his large desk, his pipe emitting tendrils of smoke. The Hokage's advisors, Mito Kato Hamura and Udatane Kohara sat on either side, their faces equally gloomy. Danzo and Kakashi stood in the center of the office, separately reporting the mission's details and their observations. From the shocking news of defeat received upon arriving at Sunagakure, to encountering the land of stars main force led by Hisashi invading Sunagakure, the brief skirmish, their fighting retreat, encountering the fleeing land of Wind's daimyo, and their observations escorting the daimyo back. After listening to the report, Hiruzen let out a long exhale of smoke, his voice carrying heavy fatigue. The decision to retreat was correct. The situation at that time was indeed beyond salvage. Forcibly intervening would only have dragged Konoha into the quagmire of war. He picked up an encrypted document from his desk and handed it to Danzo. This is the latest intelligence just received. Regarding the land of Earth, they were also defeated. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki has personally gone to the Star City and signed an armistice agreement. The Land of Earth ceded vast territories of 5 eastern provinces and made huge concessions politically, economically, militarily. Essentially, they have been reduced to a vassal state of the Land of Stars. What? That old fox Inoki too? Danzo took the document and skimmed it quickly, a flash of incredible horror in his single eye. That old, cunning, stubborn-ass stone Inoki had been forced to sign such a humiliating treaty. Just how terrifying was the Land of Stars' strength? Koharu added in a sharp voice, after annexing the Land of Wind, the Land of Stars' strength and territory have greatly expanded. Now they force the Land of Earth to submit. Their rise is already unstoppable. We must quickly devise a counter-strategy, otherwise the entire ninja world's balance will be completely shattered. Hamura adjusted his glasses, analyzing calmly, but the current external environment is not favorable for us. The Land of Lightning's Kimogakure is far in the northeast of the ninja continent, too distant from the Land of Stars. The Land of Water's Kirigakure has been isolationist since the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, took office. Their bloody mist policy has caused internal chaos, so they can't be relied upon. To unite other great nations to contain the Land of Stars, we lack sufficient opportunity and a common interest foundation. Unless, we can find a trigger, like in the last Great Ninja War, to ignite the entire ninja world's conflicts and plunge the situation back into chaos. Hiruzen's brow furrowed even deeper. The Land of Stars' strength lay not only in its military power but also in its dangerous and seductive Will of Star, which was fundamentally different from the traditional great nation model. Its ideology of overthrowing nobles, equally sharing resources, and relying on technology and institutional development had a fatal attraction for the long-oppressed commoners and lower-ranking ninja. This was what truly shook the ruling foundations of the great nations. First, properly settle the Land of Wind's daimyo's party and quickly communicate with the Land of Fire's daimyo's residents to sound out their attitude, Hiruzen finally instructed. Koharu, Hamura, please focus on this matter. Danzo, your route must continue strengthening intelligence infiltration into the Land of Stars. I need to know more about their internal structure, technological sources, and the true intelligence about that Shura. Yes. The 3 responded in unison. Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura left the office first. As Danzo passed Kakashi, his single eye gave him a meaningful glance. Inside the office, only Hiruzen and Kakashi remained. The atmosphere became even more subtle and grave. Hiruzen put down his pipe, leaned forward slightly, and looked sharply at Kakashi, lowering his voice to ask, Kakashi, regarding that secret mission I previously assigned you, the investigation into the Ten-Tails and that anomalous Nine-Tails appearing in the Sea of Death, any progress? Kakashi stiffened and replied respectfully, yes, 3rd Hokage-sama. Based on intelligence our spies embedded within Sunagakure risked their lives to send back, combined with information obtained from some fleeing Sunagakure's ninjas, we can basically confirm that the direct trigger for the war between Sunagakure and the Land of Stars was the 4th Kazekage Raza's discovery deep within the Sea of Death of a suspected Nine-Tails and a Ten-Tails with abnormally massive size and chakra. Raza attempted to capture them but was intercepted and attacked by Shura. The One-Tails Jinchuriki was also taken by the other side, leading to full-scale war. He paused, taking several specially processed, somewhat blurry black and white photos from his pocket. Due to the harsh environment of the Sea of Death and the great distance, we couldn't dispatch a team for deep reconnaissance. These are images taken by Sunagakure's Umbu during their initial scouting from a long distance. They are the most direct evidence currently available. Hiruzen solemnly took the photos and brought them close to examine carefully. The shooting distance was extremely far, the images coarse and full of noise, but 2 suffocatingly huge outlines were still discernible. One of the monsters was so huge it was unimaginable, estimated to be over 500 meters tall. It crouched in the sea of sand, its form blurry and indistinct, but faintly visible were 10 massive, serpent-like tails writhing wildly in the air, emanating a sense of savagery that made one's soul tremble. Was that the legendary Ten-Tails? The other figure, though relatively smaller, was still about 100 meters tall, its form clearly recognizable. It was distinctly a ferocious demon fox. 9 massive tails burned and swayed like flames behind it. Its oppressive feeling made one's heart palpitate even through the blurry photos. But the size and chakra quantity of this Ten-Tails far exceeded any record Hiruzen knew of. In the background of the photos, Sunagakure's ninja forces could be seen, tiny as ants, further highlighting the horror of these 2-tailed beasts. Kakashi added, according to intelligence, the 4th Kazekage Raza used the One-Tails Jinchuriki to try to resist, but was utterly defeated. The One-Tail was taken, Ebizo and others were killed in battle, leading to the subsequent war. Hiruzen's face was gloomy. He slowly put down the photos and looked deeply at Kakashi. Kakashi, there's something you should know. The Nine-Tails has always been sealed inside Naruto. Kakashi nodded. Yes. As the 4th Hokage's student, former Umbu captain, and current Umbu commander, Kakashi naturally knew Naruto's true situation. Hiruzen's voice became even lower. But there's another point, known to very few. When the fourth Hokage sealed the Nine-Tails, he didn't seal the complete Nine-Tails into Naruto. Using the dead demon-consuming seal, he split the Nine-Tails Chakra in two. Half was sealed within himself, consumed along with the caster by the Shinigami, while the other half was sealed inside the newborn Naruto. So, the Nine-Tails inside Naruto is actually only half. Kakashi's heart jumped violently, instantly understanding Hiruzen's implication. You mean, the Nine-Tails in this photo is very likely? Yes. Hiruzen nodded heavily, stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the peaceful, harmonious Konoha village. There has been no unusual reaction from the Nine-Tails inside Naruto. Then, the only explanation is, the Land of Stars Shura, through some method, obtained the half of the Nine-Tails that belonged to Minato, which was sealed within the Shinigami. As for that Ten-Tails, I've searched through the Book of Seals and all ancient texts but found no definite record. Its very existence is a massive mystery. He turned and stared at Kakashi. What makes me most uneasy is that Shura seems to have extraordinary understanding of our Konoha. How did he find the dead demon-consuming seal, and how did he break such an ultimate sealing technique? What exactly is his goal? A deathly silence fell over the office. After a moment, Hiruzen seemed to make a decision. He walked up to Kakashi, his expression extremely grave. Kakashi, I have an extremely important and dangerous mission that requires you to personally complete. Kakashi went down on one knee. Please give your orders, Hokage-sama. According to reliable intelligence, the Land of Stars is vigorously promoting a completely new education system within their country, even opening the path to becoming a ninja to ordinary commoners. The core of their education is an ideology called the Will of Star. Hiruzen's voice was lowered to a whisper, as if afraid someone might overhear. I want you to secretly infiltrate the Land of Stars. Spare no effort, obtain the teaching materials they use, especially the core materials regarding Will of Star, and absolutely bring them back. We need to understand exactly what kind of ideals they are instilling in the next generation. Kakashi looked up and responded in a firm voice. Yes. I will complete the mission.